Voltaires. Bastards. The Dictatorship of Reason in the West. John Ralston Saul. 4. Maurice Strong, who taught me that a sensible relationship between ideas and action is possible. A carton ces Romans chew on appel systems. Et pour nous élèver descendants dans nous memes. Voltaire Part I Argument 1, in which the narrator positions himself. 5-2 The Theology of Power. 10-3 The Rise of Reason. 38-4 The Rational Courtesan. 77-5 Voltaire's Children. 108-6 The Flowering of Armaments. 141 Part 2 Scenes from a System That Doesn't Work. 7 The Question of Killing. 177-8 Learning How to Organize Death. 188-9 Persistent Continuity at the Heart of Power. 205-10 In the Service of the Greater Self. 234-11 3 Short Excursions into the Unreasonable. 266-12 The Art of the Secret. 280-13 The Secretive Night. 314 Of Princes and Heroes. 318-15 The Hero and the Politics of Immortality. 347 16 358 17 The Miracle of the Loaves. 394 Part 3 Surviving in Fantasy Land. The Individual in the World of Reason. 18 Images of Immortality or the Victory of Idolatry. 425 19 Life in a Box. Specialization and the Individual. 466 20 The Stars. 499 21 The Faithful Witness. 536 22 The Virtue of Doubt. 577 Part Il Reason is a narrow system swollen into an ideology. With time and power it has become a dogma, devoid of direction and disguised as disinterested inquiry. Like most religions, reason presents itself as the solution to the problems it has created. 1. In which the narrator positions himself. In moments of great passion, the mind tends to be flooded with a warm vision of the person in our arms. We are unlikely, at that point, to be analyzing their flaws, real or hypothetical. Even less likely if lying in darkness. As for the possible product of our intercourse, only the most peculiar lover would be fretting, while in the act, over whether such a child might or might not be an appropriate and worthy creation. Voltaire and the other thinkers of the 18th century could be criticized, with the facility of hindsight, for the passion with which they embraced reason. But they lived in societies still ruled by the demeaning vagaries of court life. All of them had been thrown in jail or risked it simply for expressing their opinions. In most countries justice still used torture as an official method of interrogation, and the condemned faced a variety of brutal punishments, being broken on the wheel, for example. This and other tools of arbitrary power constituted a social form of darkness. The philosophers of Europe, England, and America threw themselves into the arms of reason, convinced that birth would be given to new rational elites capable of building a new civilization. This love affair was fertile to the point of being miraculous, and society was subsequently reformed for the better beyond what any of these thinkers had imagined. And yet the exercise of power, without the moderating influence of any ethical structure, rapidly became the religion of these new elites. And their reforms included an unparalleled and permanent institutionalization of state violence. This was accompanied by a growing struggle between democratic and rational methods, with the rational increasingly at an advantage. Were Voltaire to reappear today, he would be outraged by the new structures, which somehow deformed the changes for which he struggled. As for his descendants, our ruling elites, he would deny all. 6. 9f Legal responsibility, and set about fighting them, as he once fought the courtiers and priests of 18th century Europe. It is difficult now to reconstruct the impact that Voltaire had on his times. He was the single most famous individual of the 18th century. In spite of neither being a philosopher nor having an integrated philosophy, he set the Western agenda for much of the 19th century. His life was filled with contradictions. On the negative side, he was consumed by social and financial ambition. A product of the middle class, he wasted a good part of his life trying to win acceptance from the aristocracy and attempting to succeed as a courtier. The son of a provincial businessman, he made a fortune out of farming, manufacturing, and the money market, but in the process was involved in endless ugly scandals and lawsuits. On the other hand, he was driven by an uncontrollable belief in social reform. And he alone of the 18th century Western writers knew how to carry that argument into the public place. Two unforeseen catastrophes forced him to favor the positive side of his character. In 1726 he was 32 years old and imprisoned in the Bastille for the second time. The authorities offered him freedom if he would go into exile. He went to England for 2.5 years and was thus exposed to the country where men think free and noble thoughts. In fact, he returned to France exaggerating the virtues of England as a way of encouraging change at home. The most important part of his exile may have been the 3 months spent with Jonathan Swift in the house of Lord Peterborough. The pamphlets and novels he subsequently wrote were built upon the irony and ridicule which Swift had first perfected, but which Voltaire turned into unbeatable populist weapons. All styles, as he said, are good, except the boring. His philosophical letters in 1733 was one of the first great blows against the established powers. His book The Century of Louis XIV was the beginning of modern historical method. He carried out exhaustive research and wrote not about a king, but about society. The second catastrophe came with his failure as a courtier, first at Versailles and then at the court of Frederick the Great. He was already the leading playwright in Europe and most talked about man. Then abruptly Voltaire was fleeing the Prussian court and welcome nowhere else. He settled at Ferney, an estate just inside France but for safety just across the Swiss border. There, far from capitals and courts, he was forced to rely on the written word. Having failed to influence the monarchs and men of power to whom he had access, Voltaire turned towards the citizenry and became the leading defender of human rights and the most ingenious advocate of practical reforms. Our dominant passion must be for the public weal sums up the last 2 decades of his life. He inundated Europe with pamphlets, novels, poems, letters, all of them political, in which the narrator positions himself 7. Professional philosophers, now as then, criticized the absence of grand and integrated ideas in his writing. But grand, integrated ideas don't necessarily change societies. Voltaire concentrated on 6 basic freedoms of the person: no slavery, of speech and the press, of conscience, civil liberty, security of private property and the right to work. By addressing himself to the citizenry and not to the rulers and other thinkers, he invented modern public opinion. By successfully establishing the new acceptable vocabulary for all civilized men, he forced even those in power to fight on his terms. He was a one-man guerrilla army and, as he put it, God is not on the side of the heavy battalions, but of the best shots. In the last year of his life, 1778, Voltaire came back to Paris in triumph. For months on end he was lionized, courted, and cheered by all classes of the population. They seemed to be using the reappearance of the old man in the greatest city of Europe as an excuse to demonstrate that they had been converted to the idea of government by a new philosophical coalition of reason balanced with humanism. The arbitrary powers of church and state appeared suddenly quite fragile, in place only until some appropriate crisis brought change. In the meantime, Voltaire himself gave in to the pleasures of being adored. The adulation gradually wore him out and he died. When the crisis came, it spread immediately throughout Europe. By 1800 all the negatives of the new methods were as obvious as their positives. Looking back on this disorder, our eyes tend to be drawn by the particular political battles of the day. But with the advantage of distance we can also see that the central assumption of Voltaire of his friends throughout Europe and of the English and the Americans had been wrong. Humanism was proving itself unable to balance reason. The two seemed, in fact, to be enemies. A civilization unable to differentiate between illusion and reality is usually believed to be at the tail end of its existence. Our reality is dominated by elites who have spent much of the last 2 centuries, indeed of the last 4, organizing society around answers and around structures designed to produce answers. These structures have fed upon expertise and that expertise upon complexity. The effect has been to render universal understanding as difficult as possible. What we cannot speak about, Ludwig Wittgenstein said, we must pass over in silence. The writer's most effective weapons against such silence have always been simplicity and common sense. But never have the custodians of the word been so cut off from the realities of power. Never, for that matter, have people so adept at manipulating the word held the 8 levers of power. Western culture, as a result, has become less and less a critical reflection of its own society. Ours is a civilization astonishing in the degree to which it seems to see and to know. Never before in history have there been such enormous elites carrying such burdens of knowledge. This success story dominates our lives. Elites quite naturally define as the most important and admired qualities for a citizen those on which they themselves have concentrated. The possession, use, and control of knowledge have become their central theme, the theme song of their expertise. However, their power depends not on the effect with which they use that knowledge but on the effectiveness with which they control its use. Thus, among the illusions which have invested our civilization is an absolute belief that the solution to our problems must be a more determined application of rationally organized expertise. The reality is that our problems are largely the product of that application. The illusion is that we have created the most sophisticated society in the history of man. The reality is that the division of knowledge into feudal fiefdoms of expertise has made general understanding and coordinated action not simply impossible but despised and distrusted. When we look around at the influence and strength of money, of armies, of legal officials, or indeed at the ease with which writers are silenced through censorship, violence, and imprisonment, it seems that the word is a fragile blossom. But one step back from this immediacy is enough to reveal the power of language. Nothing frightens those in authority so much as criticism. Whether democrats or dictators, they are unable to accept that criticism is the most constructive tool available to any society because it is the best way to prevent error. The weakness of rationally based power can be seen in the way it views criticism as an even more negative force than a medieval king might have done. After all, even the fool has been banished from the castles of modern power. What is it which so frightens these elites? Language, not money or force, provides legitimacy. So long as military, political, religious, or financial systems do not control language, the public's imagination can move about freely with its own ideas. Uncontrolled words are consistently more dangerous to established authority than armed forces. Even coercive laws of censorship are rarely effective for more than short periods in limited areas. There is nothing particularly original about breaking down the intellectual, political, social, and emotional walls behind which language has been imprisoned, freeing it, then watching while the poor thing is recaptured and locked up again. That process has been repeated endlessly throughout history. The wordsmiths who serve our imagination are always devoted to communication. Clarity is always their method. Universality is their aim. The wordsmiths who serve established power, on the other hand, are always devoted to obscurity. They castrate the public imagination by subjecting language to a complexity which renders it private. Elitism is always their aim. The undoubted sign of a society well under control or in decline is that language has ceased to be a means of communication and has become instead a shield for those who master it. If reason is an idea and rational society an abstraction, then the whole age has turned and continues to turn upon language. Just as the unleashing of ideas and myths in the 17th and 18th centuries cleared the way for endless changes in state and social structures, so the subsequent pinning down and splitting up of language into feudal states has now made it impossible for the citizen to participate seriously in society. The inviting humanist irony of the early days has given way to the off-putting rational cynicism and sloganeering of our time. And if there was something fatally flawed in those original changes, a sort of grave misunderstanding at the heart of reason, then that flaw must still be there, locked up inside the Byzantine and inaccessible structures of our society. The idea of universal understanding still survives in our memory. Stephen Mallarmé, who was later echoed by T.S. Eliot, said that we should purify the dialect of the tribe. What follows here is a mere purification rite, a stripping away of Byzantine structures in search of our historical outline and our contemporary reality. This is not an attempt to realign ideas, merely a demonstration of their common sense alignment. Here, in a few pages, 400 years are rushed through without due process. Philosophical stop signs and one-way streets are more or less ignored. Here the principal fields of modern expertise are jumbled together as if they were one and not, as they present themselves, autonomous territories of self-contained power. And here the proclaimed justifications of nations are obscured by the sameness of our modern elites, of our structures and of the form which power has taken in this, the dotage of the age of reason. Some 20 years ago the democratic, industrialized, developed world began a false but ferocious internal struggle which was said to be between the left and the right. It was, in fact, the death rattle of the age of reason. The slogans assigned to the two camps in this imaginary battle were remarkably familiar. Words such as reform, socialist, social democrat, and government intervention were pitted against capitalist, conservative, individualism and established values. The struggle appears to have been set off by two successive crises. First, the loss of the Vietnam War by the United States destroyed a whole set of assumptions based upon American infallibility and accepted until then by all of the democracies. These beliefs had been in place since 1945. Although few of the democracies had supported the American Vietnam effort, they followed the greatest nation in the world in most other matters. The U.S. defeat left them, to say nothing of the United States itself, milling about in confusion. As they turned, the second crisis struck, in the form of an international economic failure. That depression has now been with us 20 years. We have, however, become so accustomed to our political and business leaders addressing themselves only to limited manifestations of this crisis and always in a positive way stimulating what they call a temporary recession or managing a third world debt problem or waging a localized war against inflation or concentrating upon that portion of an economy which they have superficially stimulated to the point of explosion while the rest remains in profound decline, that we are never quite certain whether the depression is still with us or is on the point of disappearing. Nightly, it seems, we drop off to sleep with the vague expectation that all will be clear in the morning. Mysteriously, there is always a new explosion in the night, and when we awake, the problem has been transformed into yet another limited manifestation. This depression, of proportions as great if not greater than that of the 1930s, still engulfs us. None of our governments appear to have any idea of how to end it. How could they? The essence of rational leadership is R11 control justified by expertise. To admit failure is to admit loss of control. Officially, therefore, we haven't had a depression since the 1930s. And since most experts, the economists, for example, are part of the system, instead of being commentators in any real, independent sense, they contribute to the denial of reality. In other words, there is a constant need in our civilization to prefer illusions over reality, a need to deny our perceptions. Indeed, we haven't seen anything over the last 20 years which resembles the traditional profile of a depression. The reason is very simple. After the economic crisis of the 1930s, we created a multitude of control valves and safety nets in order to avoid any future general collapse. Strict banking regulations, for example, social security programs, and in some places national health care systems. These valves and nets have been remarkably successful, in spite of the strains and the mismanagement of the last 2 decades. However, because the rational system prevents anyone who accepts legal responsibility from taking enough distance to get a general view, many of our governments, desperate and misguided, have begun dismantling those valves and nets as a theoretical solution to the general crisis. Worse still, tinkering with these instruments lies income a substitute for addressing the problem itself. Thus financial deregulation is used to simulate growth through paper speculation. When this produces inflation, controls are applied to the real economy, producing unemployment. When this job problem becomes so bad that it must be attacked, the result is the lowering of employment standards. When this unstable job creation leads to new inflation, the result is high interest rates and on around again, guided by the professional economists, who are in effect pursuing, step by step, an internal argument without any reference to historic reality. For example, in a single decade the idea of using public debt as an economic tool has moved from the heroic to the villainous. In the same period private debt went in the opposite direction, from the villainous to the heroic. This was possible only because economists kept their noses as close to each specific argument as possible and thus avoided invoking any serious comparisons and any reference to the real lessons of the preceding period. In general terms, all this means that management methods are being mistaken for solutions, and so, as if in some sophisticated game, the problem is pushed on with a long rational stick from point to point around the field. As a result, we are perpetually either on the edge of a recession, never in it, let alone in a depression, whatever the indicators say, or we are artificially flush and then manage to convince ourselves that we are flying high. The accompanying political argument had been going on for a few years before it became clear that its vocabulary didn't apply to the 1-2 F problem. For example, during the 1970s and 1980s, economic policies said to be of the left in the United States, Canada, England, and Germany led to the defeat of existing governments and to the election of new governments said to be of the right. At the same time, identical policies in France, Spain, Australia, and Italy were said to be of the right and led to the replacement of their governments by those said to be of the left. This general confusion further clouded the public's linear memory. For example, the American right has been in power for 20 of the last 24 years. One of its central themes is law and order. The argument is that the American left, the liberals, whatever that word means, is incapable of maintaining law and order. And yet for 20 years the levels of armed robbery, violent crime, and murder have continued annually to grow to record highs, records both for the United States and in comparison to other Western countries. Still, the American right persists in thinking of itself, and is thought of by its opponents on the left, as the voice of law and order. Self-evident contradictions of this sort surround us. We talk endlessly of the individual and of individualism, for example, when any sensible glance at major issues indicates that we live in an era of great conformism. Our societies turn upon democratic principles, yet the quasi-totality of our leading citizens refuse to take part in that process and, instead, leave the exercise of political power to those for whom they have contempt. Our business leaders hector us in the name of capitalism, when most of them are no more than corporate employees, isolated from personal risk. We are obsessed by competition, yet the largest item of international trade is armaments, an artificial consumer good. We condemn arms dealers as immoral and sleazy figures, while ignoring the fact that our own senior civil servants and senior corporate leadership together are responsible for more than 90% of the arms traded. Never has there been such a sea of available information, and yet all organizations, public and private, work on the principle that information is secret unless specifically declared not to be. There is a conviction that governments have never been so strong, and at the same time a sense that they are virtually powerless to effect change unless some superhuman effort is made. Or, to return to my first economic example, after a century of carefully building both self-respect among employees and job stability for them, our first reaction when faced by a depression is to move out of manufacturing into the service industries. We tell ourselves that the latter are the wave of the future: computer software, sophisticated consulting, when most of the jobs we actually create are at the low end of service, waiting on tables, serving in shops, part-time, unprotected, without long-term prospects. In other words, much of the job creation of our 1980s represented a defeat for our theoretically balanced and stable societies. We tend to blame this Western schizophrenia on national interests or on ideological conflicts. The official left would put most of our problems down to uncontrolled self-interest, as if they still had a clear idea of how to harness self-interest for the general good. The official right would shrug its shoulders manfully, that is to say cynically, as if to imply that reality is tough. But manful cynicism is probably a disguised form of confused helplessness. And none of these contradictions have anything to do with reality. If anything, what all this tells us is that, while not blind, we see without being able to perceive the differences between illusion and reality. And so when one of these differences, particularly the international variety, with all the accompanying mythological baggage, appears to be resolved, there is general euphoria, which then gradually subsides without our schizophrenia being altered. Ibis persistent displacement of responsibility causes us to lose track of the West's profound unity and instead to swing violently between optimistic and pessimistic convictions of nationalism and internationalism. It is true that at first glance the West seems to be nothing more than a vague chimera. What is anyone to make of 17 odd countries spread throughout 3 continents and divided by language, mythology and persistent tribal rivalries? It isn't even in a place which can accurately be called the West. At second glance the binding ties between Europe, North America, and Australasia can be seen in a series of fundamental shared experiences and convictions. From the Judeo-Christian imprint through the Reformation, the Renaissance, the Industrial Revolution, the democratic and the revolutionary crises, the West was formed by a series of trials which turned into basic assumptions. And all these were themselves built upon our real and mythological assumptions about Greece and Rome. It is that West which is grouped beneath the sign of reason. Not the great and disordered empires of China and Russia, which have rolled through history upon a whole other series of experiences and assumptions. Not Japan, which is a case unto itself. Not what we call the Third World, which has been both a beneficiary and a victim of our assumptions. And it is that West which has become addicted to a particular set of illusions in order to avoid coming to terms with its own reality. Oh, we are now more than 4.5 centuries into an era which our obsession with progress and our servility to structure have caused us to name and rename a dozen times, as if this flashing of theoretically PT fundamental concepts indicated real movement. The reality is that we have not moved beyond the basic ideas of the 16th century which, to want of any better description, should be called the concepts of reason. This age of reason will soon have been with us for 500 years. With each passing day more ideas, structures, and beliefs are hung upon the fragile back of those few concepts. And yet, even in their early days, they were not ideas of great breadth. What's more, from birth they were based upon an essential misunderstanding that reason constituted a moral weapon, when in fact it was nothing more than a disinterested administrative method. That fundamental error may explain reason's continuing force, because centuries of Western elites have been obliged to invent a moral direction where none existed. Memory is always the enemy of structure. The latter flourishes upon method and is frustrated by content. Our need to deny the amorality of reason ensured that memory would be the first victim of the new structures. We must constantly remind ourselves, therefore, that the rational idea has run as the central force through almost 5 centuries of Western crises. It has provided the most basic assumptions and therefore created the most basic of divisions. Reason remains the sign of Western man's conscious self and therefore of his better self. Reason is still accepted as the light which leads the way across the treacherous ground of our baser instincts. At first there was an easy conviction that all this was so, a conviction made all the more easy by the moral baggage reason had been carrying for 1,000 years. In varying ways, to varying degrees, the Greeks had identified reason, logos, as one of the key human characteristics, the superior characteristic. Reason was virtue. Rational action led to the greatest good. Roman thinkers did nothing to undermine the conviction, nor did the Christian churches, which simply narrowed the meaning to justify their received truths. And when, in the 16th century, thinkers began to free us from this sterile scholasticism, they turned for guidance back to Socrates, Aristotle, and the Stoics in search of a freestanding, ethical approach. The implication is that most people, particularly the philosophers, were more or less agreed on what actually constituted reason. This simply isn't so. There was and is no generally accepted, concrete definition. As so often with basic concepts, they slip away when you try to approach them. And the philosophers have kept themselves busy redefining as the centuries have gone by. In truth, the definitions didn't really matter, any more than mine might. More to the point is what our civilization understands or senses or feels reason to be. What are our expectations? What is the mythology surrounding the word? R15. One thing is clear, despite successive redefinitions by philosophers, the popular understanding and expectations have remained virtually unchanged. This stability seems to withstand even the real effects of reason when it is applied, to withstand them so effectively that it is difficult to imagine a more stubbornly optimistic concept, except perhaps that of life after death. What's more, the renewed and intense concentration on the rational element which started in the 17th century had an unexpected effect. Reason began, abruptly, to separate itself from and to outdistance the other more or less recognized human characteristics: spirit, appetite, faith, and emotion, but also intuition, will and, most important, experience. This gradual encroachment on the foreground continues today. It has reached a degree of imbalance so extreme that the mythological importance of reason obscures all else and has driven the other elements into the marginal frontiers of doubtful respectability. The practical effect of such a mesmerizing and prolonged solo has been to turn the last half-millennium into the age of reason. We habitually divide this period up under a multitude of other headings: the Enlightenment, for example, Romanticism, Neo-Classicism, Neorealism, Symbolism, Aestheticism, Nihilism, and Modernism, to name just a few. But the differences between these periods, like the difference between the school born of Bacon versus the school LXRN of Descartes, all blend into one another when we stand back far enough to get a good look. And so Descartes' deductive, abstract arguments which prove their conclusions mathematically melt into Locke's empirical, mechanical approach which melts into Marx's determinism. In other words, since the 1620s, if not the 1530s, we seem to have merely been fiddling with details, or rather, shifting from side to disguise from ourselves the fact that we have taken in that long period but one clear step away, that is, from the divine revelation and absolute power of church and state. That very real struggle against superstition and arbitrary power was won with the use of reason and of scepticism. And it has taken all this time for reason and logic on the one hand, and scepticism on the other, to seep into the roots of Western society. After all, there was still an absolute monarch in Germany 75 years ago and in France 120 years ago. Universal suffrage is in general only 50 years old, the end of official Catholic anti-Semitism less than that, the largest landowner in England is still a duke, and American segregation, a tacit but legally organized form of slavery, began to die 40 years ago, although it now looks as if black poverty amounts to much the same thing. It can, of course, easily be argued that reason still has not been absorbed into the roots of Western society. Large sections of the southern United States and of northern cities like New York and Washington, 1.6.9 ton, of southern Italy and of the Midlands in England and even of London, for example, have either never risen out of or have slipped back into a condition which more properly belongs to the Third World. But the evolution of whole civilizations is always full of contradictions which do not change the fundamental truths. Our ideological bickering of the last 100 years has added extremely little to the central line we have been following. Instead, a series of grandiose and dark events, religious bloodbaths in Europe, Napoleonic dictatorships, and unlimited industrial competition, to name three, overcame Western society and seemed to do so thanks to rational methods. The original easy conviction that reason was a moral force was gradually converted into a desperate, protective assumption. The 20th century, which has seen the final victory of pure reason in power, has also seen unprecedented unleashings of violence and of power deformed. It is hard, for example, to avoid noticing that the murder of 6 million Jews was a perfectly rational act. And yet our civilization has been constructed precisely in order to avoid such conclusions. We carefully rationally in fact assign blame for our crimes to the irrational impulse. In this way we merely shut our eyes to the central and fundamental misunderstanding: reason is no more than structure. and structure is most easily controlled by those who feel themselves to be free of the cumbersome weight represented by common sense and humanism. Structure suits best those whose talents lie in manipulation and who have a taste for power in its purer forms. Thus the age of reason has turned out to be the age of structure, a time when, in the absence of purpose, the drive for power as a value in itself has become the principal indicator of social approval. And the winning of power has become the measure of social merit. Knowledge, of course, was to be the guarantor of reason's moral force. Knowledge, an invincible weapon in the hands of the individual, a weapon which would ensure that society was built upon considered and sensible actions. But in a world turned upon power through structure, the disinterested consideration of knowledge simply couldn't hold and was rapidly transformed into our obsession with expertise. The old civilization of class was replaced by one of castes, a highly sophisticated version of corporatism. Knowledge became the currency of power and as such was retained. This civilization of secretive experts was quite naturally obsessed not by the encouragement of understanding but by the providing of answers. Our unquenchable thirst for answers has become one of the obvious characteristics of the West in the second half of the 20th century. But what are answers when there is neither memory nor general understanding to give them meaning? This running together of the right R17 answer with the search for truth is perhaps the most poignant sign of our confusion. It is a curious sort of confusion. Organized and calm on the surface, our lives are lived in an atmosphere of nervous, even frenetic agitation. Hordes of essential answers fly about us and disappear, abruptly meaningless. Successive absolute solutions are provided for major public problems and then slip away without our consciously registering their failure. Neither the public and corporate authorities nor the experts are held responsible for their own actions in any sensible manner because the fracturing of memory and understanding has created a profound chaos in the individual's sense of what responsibility is. This is part of the deadening of language which the reign of structure and abstract power has wrought. The central concepts upon which we operate were long ago severed from their roots and changed into formal rhetoric. They have no meaning. They are used wildly or administratively as masks. And the more our language becomes a tool for limiting general discourse, the more our desire for answers becomes frenzied. Yet there is no great need for answers. Solutions are the cheapest commodity of our day. They are the medicine show tonic of the rational elites. And the structures which produce them are largely responsible for the inner panic which seems endemic to modern man. Oh, of course, we try very hard to see the century in a more positive way, not so much more successful, as more dramatic, meaningful. We see ourselves as victims of the disorder which inevitably follows upon the breakdown of religious and social order. In such a vacuum the collective Western consciousness couldn't help but splinter. It follows that the succession of great, all-encompassing ages, reason, enlightenment, romanticism, had to end with an explosion. The resulting shards inevitably produced a confused age in which innumerable ideologies fought it out for control of our minds and our bodies. And, so the tale has it, fascism, Nazism, communism, Marxism, socialism, democracy and capitalism, among others, began to maneuver their intellectual, military, and economic armies around the West. Indeed, around the globe. By mid-century, fascism and Nazism had been destroyed, thanks to a temporary alliance among the others. Now communism and Marxism may be on the point of being eliminated in their turn. Capitalism and democracy, with some socialist tinges, reign almost supreme after a century of confused general battle. It has been the Second 100 Years' War. Unfortunately, like the first, this one has been relatively meaningless. A wasteful and superficial diversion. For example, in Realpolitik 1/8 terms, the century ends much as it began. Japan is still dominant and rising in the East, Germany dominant and rising in Europe, the United States shaky but dominant in the Americas. Russia, China, and Britain are, as they were, in continued decline, each held together by rubber bands of doubtful strength. And the middle powers have returned to their relative stability of 1900. Even France ends much as it began, the loss of empire being counterbalanced by the re-establishment of a central role on the continent. This war of ideologies may have been costly in every sense, but that doesn't make it meaningful. Men are perfectly capable of inventing concrete but stupid reasons to justify killing each other. Great battles such as Crécy and Agincourt demonstrated that perfectly during the First 100 Years' War. The vacuum which all this was aimed at filling was not, in reality, a vacuum. The structure and methodology of reason have been dominant everywhere during these struggles. In fact, there has been a great underlying unity throughout the West in the 20th century. The superficial confusion, which we have mistaken for a vacuum, is simply the product of reason's innate amorality. The conversion of Western civilization to a methodology devoid of values humanist, moral, or aesthetic couldn't have helped but launch us into unending, meaningless battles. More to the point, the struggles of the 20th century could be characterized as perfectly unconscious, largely because the underlying force was a headless abstraction. Perhaps that explains our obsession with the strengthening of the individual consciousness. Humans have a tendency to personalize those civilization-wide problems which escape them. In the same decade that saw the affirmation of the rational nation-state thanks to such things as the American Civil War, the Second Reform Bill in Britain, the decentralization of the Austrian Empire into the Austro-Hungarian dual monarchy, the freeing of the serfs in Russia, the creation of Germany, Canada, and Italy. Matthew Arnold evoked in Dover Beach a vision of the century to come. And we are here as on a darkling plain, swept with confused alarms of struggle and flight, where ignorant armies clash by night. In such a context it hardly seems worth delving into the rivalries between the contemporary camps. Neither capitalism nor socialism can pretend to be an ideology. They are merely methods for dividing ownership and income. What is most peculiar for such theoretically practical methodologies, which are also theoretically opposed to each other, is that neither of them has ever existed, except in a highly R19 tentative form. And even then they are invariably mixed together. Their mutually exclusive vocabularies have more to do with basic similarities than with differences. Like immature brothers, they have imposed their sibling rivalry upon us. The reality is that they are subspecies of the larger group which includes Christianity, Nazism, and communism, if for no other reason than that all of them prosper through the cultivation of desire, as indeed does Islam. Of the great world myths, only Buddhism is centered on the reduction of desire in the individual. None of the modern ideologies can be considered great mythology. Marx, for example, although a talented analyst, compulsively proposed inapplicable ideas and inaccurate conclusions. That these ideas have had considerable superficial success doesn't make them any the less silly. In the 16th century, the Inquisition was a great success, and was central to the original defining of reason. And yet it made no sense at all with its belief that the best way to question people was to stretch them until their joints separated or to smash their limbs with mallets. All of Europe accepted it and trembled. The elites, even the kings, dared not protest until the worst was over. Marx was fortunate to have been born 80 years before Walt Disney. Disney also promised a child's paradise and, unlike Marx, delivered on his promise. This remark is not as specious as it appears. After all, one of the proofs that ideologies subsequent to the birth of reason have had little to add is that when they do gain power, their actions bear absolutely no relationship to their mythology. There has therefore never been a communist state. They were merely old-fashioned, inefficient but authoritarian dictatorships. Critics make a great deal out of the heavy-handed, inefficient communist bureaucracies. But was there anything innately communist about them? What was there to differentiate them from dozens of other heavy-handed inefficient bureaucracies, the late Manchus, for example, the Ottomans, or Byzantium? The absence of private property is often seen as an essentially Marxist characteristic. But most feudal societies used the same idea and structure, the sole difference being that the ultimate repository of power had changed costume. A king representing God, who stood for the general good, had been replaced by a supreme Soviet representing the Communist Party, which stood for the general good. Marxism became the dreamlike answer to a real need in Western society, but any one of a handful of other dreams might have done just as well. Walt Disney, for example, riding in the front lines of mythology, converted America to a vision of itself in which the citizen is a viewer, the beliefs are cinematic assertions and the leaders are character actors. And that is more relevant to real life than an imaginary ideology or system, for example, capitalism. After all, today's leading advocates of free enterprise and competition. 20. The well-protected bureaucratic managers of publicly traded companies, are generally and with relative ease able to neutralize their real owners, the shareholders, and those really responsible, the directors. As for competition on the level playing field, a classic demonstration of how it works was provided by airline deregulation in the United States in the 1980s. The promised result was to be more airlines competing to fly to more places at cheaper prices. Instead, fewer airlines are now flying to fewer places at higher prices. Unregulated competition leads to oligopolies at best and monopolies at worst. And both lead to price fixing. This reality is erased in some people's minds because of an imaginary symbiosis between capitalism and democracy, which is just about as silly an idea as that of a symbiosis between socialism and democracy. If given a chance, both will corrupt public officials and install corporatism. The right and the left, like fascism and communism, have never been anything more than marginal dialects on the extremes of reason. They are the naive answers that one would expect from a central ideology which, in its very heart, believes in absolute solutions. And so, despite this confusion of false ideologies, the ethic of reason has continued to spread within our societies. Certain characteristics of that ethic, less apparent in the beginning, have seeped through into dominating positions. It has produced a system determined to apply a kind of clean, unemotional logic to every decision, and this to the point where the dictatorship of the absolute monarchs has been replaced by that of absolute reason. The development and control of intricate systems, for example, has become the key to power. The judgmental side of Descartes has come to the fore. It is answers we want, simple, absolute answers where, in reality, there is great complexity. An obsession with the true versus the false leads us to artificial solutions as reassuring as the old certainty that the world was flat. An obsession with efficiency as a value in itself has driven large parts of our economies into chaos. Briefing books and flowcharts have in our time become the protocols of power, just as the king's waking up ceremony at Versailles was in the 18th century. Reason now has a great deal in common with the last days of the Ancien regime. Reason possesses, as did the monarchy, a perfectly constructed, perfectly integrated, perfectly self-justifying system. The system itself has become the justification for the society. No one remembered in the late 18th century that the church and the kings had originally developed their system of power in order to bring stability to an anarchical continent. Equally, no one seems to remember today the original purpose of the elaborate technocratic systems which dominate our lives. They were adopted in order to battle against the established forces of unfettered whims and self-interest, which used power however it suited them. Until a few years ago there was general agreement that whatever our 21 reason dictated was by definition good. Since the mid-60s, however, there has been a growing general sense that our systems are not working. Multiple signs of this are easily identified, but they somehow resist fitting into a pattern. The Depression. The swollen armaments industry. The breakdown of the legal system. The confusion over ownership and capitalism. Random examples from an endless list. We see signs of failure, but the system provides no vocabulary for describing this breakdown, unless we become irrational, and the vocabulary of unreason is that of darkness, so we quite properly avoid it. This absence of intellectual mechanisms for questioning our own actions becomes clear when the expression of any unstructured doubt, for example, over the export of arms to potential enemies or the loss of shareholder power to managers or the loss of parliamentary power to the executive is automatically categorized as naive or idealistic or bad for the economy or simply bad for jobs. And should we attempt to use sensible words to deal with these problems, they will be caught up immediately in the structures of the official arguments which accompany the official modern ideologies, arguments as sterile as the ideologies are irrelevant. Our society contains no method of serious self-criticism for the simple reason that it is now a self-justifying system which generates its own logic. Oh, it is hardly surprising that there has never been such confidence as there is today within our leadership about their unity of outlook. No matter which way they turn, they find other elites to confirm the reflection of themselves and of one another. Virtually identical programs in business schools and schools of public affairs are turning out people trained in the science of systems management. The Harvard Business School case method is the most famous example of this general obsession with management by solutions, a system in which the logic will always provide support for the conclusions. In troubled times, the citizenry search for the responsible parties. When their elites are so similar, this tends to turn into a search for scapegoats. In the United States, there is a tendency now to single out Harvard. And yet, precisely the same approach reappears throughout Western educational systems, whether in the training of lawyers or political scientists or, notably, in France, in the ENARCs, the graduates of the school which trains key state employees. The École Nationale d'Administration, NA, specializes in the abstract, logical process. In a sense, the training in all these schools is designed to develop not a talent for solving problems but a method for recognizing the solutions which will satisfy the system. After that, the established internal logic will provide all the necessary justifications. 22. For a good half-century now it has been easy, even superficially satisfying, to say of our society that Christianity is dead and the psychiatrist is the new priest. But that is true only if you take the gossip columnist's view of civilization, a view in which character and detail are all that count. In reality, we are today in the midst of a theology of pure power, power born of structure, not of dynasty or arms. The new Holy Trinity is organization, technology, and information. The new priest is the technocrat, the man who understands the organization, makes use of the technology and controls access to the information, which is a compendium of facts. He has become the essential middleman between the people and the divinity. Like the old Christian priest, he holds the key to the tabernacle out of which, from time to time, he produces and distributes the wafer, those minimal nibbles at the divinity which leave the supplicant hungry for more. The wafer is knowledge, understanding, access, the hint of power. And the tabernacle is what it always was, the hiding place of this knowledge, the place which makes secrecy one of the keys to modern power. Finally, there is the matter of absolution from personal responsibility. All religions seem to need special case facilities to deal with the uncontrollable realities of a world which refuses to respond to their official ideology. These facilities take the form of personal access mythology, which is strapped almost arbitrarily to the side of the power structure. We have replaced the old phenomenon of sainthood with that of herodom. As with Christianity, this has a double function. It gives the people something emotive, in the form of something concrete, to concentrate on. And, immobilized as all large systems are by their abstract nature, the saint/hero mechanism provides a practical way for that system to actually get things done. No member of this priesthood would call himself a technocrat, although that is what he is. Whether graduates of Harvard, ENA, the London Business School or any of the hundreds of other similar places, they are committeemen, sometimes called number crunchers, always detached from the practical context, inevitably assertive, manipulative. In fact, they are highly sophisticated grease jockeys, trained to make the engine of government and business run, but unsuited by training or temperament to drive the car or to have any idea of where it could be steered if events were somehow to put them behind the wheel. They are addicts of pure power, quite simply divorced from the questions of morality which were the original justification for reason's strength. They may or may not be decent people. This amoral quality of our leadership is essential to understanding the nature of our times. The vocabularies of Locke and Voltaire and Jefferson have led us to judge men upon a simple scale of good and evil. A man who uses power to do evil is in theory judged to have been conscious of his acts and to be as R23 fit for punishment as a perpetrator of premeditated murder. But the technocrat is not trained on that level. He understands events within the logic of the system. The greatest good is the greatest logic or the greatest appearance of efficiency or responsibility for the greatest possible part of the structure. He is therefore unpremeditated when he does good or evil. On a bad day he is the perfect manslaughterer, on a good day the perfect unintentional saint. What's more, the people who succeed at this kind of training are those whom it suits best. They therefore reinforce this amoral quality. Dans le royaume de coulisses, I unique est roi. This form of education is not only applied to the training of business and government leaders. In fact, it is now central to almost every profession. If you examine the creation of an architect, for example, or an art historian or a professor of literature or a military officer, you will find the same obsession with details, with the accumulation of facts, with internal logic. The social scientists, the economists and political scientists in particular consist of little more than these elements, because they do not have even the touchstones of real action to restrain them. The overall picture of the role of the architect or the officer is lost in the background, but the technocrat who sets out to build or to fight is convinced that he is equipped with the greatest good of all time, the understanding of a system for reasoning and the possession of the equipment which fulfills that system, thus providing the concrete manifestations of its logic. Robert McNamara is one of the great figures of this technocracy. While Secretary of Defense under Kennedy and Johnson, then as President of the World Bank, he shaped the Vietnam War, was central to launching both the nuclear arms race and the commercialization of the arms business, and was again central to creating the financial structure which led to the current third world debt crisis. No doubt he is also a decent man, but that personal detail is irrelevant, or rather, what is astonishing about our systems is that the personal decency, or lack of it, of our leaders should have so little effect upon the impact of their actions. The way in which McNamara approached the Vietnam War was identical to the way in which he attacked the problems of the Third World while at the World Bank. The pure logic which on paper would win the war was the same logic which he applied to the massive recycling of the money deposited in the West by oil-producing companies, which in turn led to the Third World debt problem. Throughout all these disasters he acted as the quintessential man of 24. Reason while remaining true to the abstract nature of the technocrat. In fact, he is still determined to go on doing good and apparently has no understanding of what he has done. It wasn't what he intended to do. It wasn't what the charts and briefing books said would happen. As a decent man, he is no doubt baffled. Other, less intelligent, less decent technocrats would simply have rewritten the brief in order to demonstrate that their logic had always been proved correct. It may seem odd that the focus here has abruptly moved from large questions to the dissection of an individual. But Robert McNamara is a symbol of the end of the age of reason, and, as I pick my way through the maze of the last 40 years, his is one of the names which inevitably keeps recurring. The key to this examination is the avoidance of arguments limited to single sectors. What is interesting about McNamara is not what he did to boost the arms business, but the comparison between that and what he did to help third world countries. More interesting still is the comparison between him and another key figure at the other end of the age of reason. Cardinal Richelieu, a contemporary of Descartes, held power in France as the king's chief minister from 1624 to 1642. In many ways he was the first modern statesman, the first individual to apply an integrated rational method to that new concept, the nation-state. A standard reading of Richelieu, accurate in its details, would portray him as a devious, convoluted autocrat, while the same sort of examination would show McNamara to be a decent, honest man in search of fairness and efficiency. The wider reality is that Richelieu, in laying the foundations of the first modern state, made it possible for personal restraint and social responsibility to play central roles, while McNamara was in large part responsible for 4 of the West's most important post-war disasters. Yet in the eyes of the elites he has emerged from all that as an unblemished leader of our modern times and an example to be imitated. Nevertheless, McNamara is very much a child of the cardinal. Set side by side at a certain distance, they can hardly be distinguished from one another. Concentrated examination reveals only one important difference: Richelieu forced his policies on France and Europe with the clear logic of a revolutionary using a new weapon, while McNamara asserted his with the confident blindness of an inbred, that is, an overbred aristocrat. This youthfulness of Richelieu, compared with McNamara's intellectual degeneracy, make them the signposts of the age of reason, one at its opening, the other at its end, but united in a single great rational family. As for the essentials, little has changed. We began the 17th century in the grip of what philosophers of that time called blind logic. We end the 20th century in the hands of blind reason, a more sophisticated version of the earlier problem. R25 What has changed radically are the roles which those who want power must play. We have lost an unsatisfactory pyramidal system, which did have a few advantages functioning in a relatively public manner, for example. In its place, the management of power by the rational structures is much more absolute. This doesn't mean that all power lies with the technocrats. In fact, the absolutism and inaccessibility which they have represented from the very beginning of the Age of Reason were, and indeed remain, so unrealistic that by the end of the 18th century a whole new type of public figure had to be invented, individuals who could, as Mussolini would have put it, make the trains run on time. Napoleon was the first and is still the definitive model. These heroes promised to deliver the rational state, but to do so in a populist manner. The road from Napoleon to Hitler is direct. Indeed, most contemporary politicians still base their personas on this heroic model. And so the breakdown of public figures over the last century has resolved itself into a large group on the rational side: technocrats. Heroes and false heroes with, on the other, a small group that resists the structural imperatives and stands for an embattled humanist tradition. Jefferson is still perhaps the greatest example of this school, but there were others. Pascal Paoli, the Corsican, creator of the first modern republic, was one of the most inspired cases and perhaps the most tragic. This same phenomenon of technocrats and heroes versus practical humanists plays itself out in every sector of our society. The conflict is endlessly repeated with the same imbalance and the same results. It is as true among the military and the businessmen as it is among writers and architects. The more these conflicts are examined, the clearer it becomes that certain of our most important instincts, the democratic, the practical, the imaginative, are profound enemies of the dominant rational approach. This war between the reasonable and the rational is one which our civilization, as we have constituted it, is congenitally unable to resolve. If anything, the rise of more and more parodically heroic leaders indicates that the system in place is desperately driving itself forward according to its own logic. And endemic to that logic is the denial of all internal contradictions, to say nothing of internal wars. But what are Richelieu and McNamara other than isolated remains on a field of ruins? The great danger, when looking at our society, is that what we see encourages us to become obsessed by individual personalities, thus mistaking the participants for the cause. Perhaps that is why I approach the seamless web almost in the manner of an archaeologist, as if engaged in a dig for some forgotten civilization. The Age of Reason somehow become unreason. Rational mythology has grown so thick and become so misleading that our reality, the one in which we actually live, does indeed seem to be dead and buried. The ground above us is strewn with collapsed columns and broken pots which indicate, despite the reassuring stories of our elites, that something is wrong. But this debris, taken piece by piece, tells us little. And so, like a man sensible of his ignorance, I have begun in the chapters which follow by clearing away the underbrush to lay bare the obscured overall pattern. This undergrowth is made up largely of myth and of ideas, presented as if they were fact. The pattern is, in reality, not very complex. It is merely the evolution of the Age of Reason. Not a philosophical outline but an existential unfolding. Not theoretical argument but events which dovetail one into the other, the events which join Richelieu to McNamara across hundreds of years. One of the first things to emerge from this progression is a profile of the technocrats and the heroes as they gradually become the guardians of the rational idea and then of that idea gone wrong. Given our general obsession with personality, I couldn't help but pause long enough to sketch out the typology of these modern elites and then to illustrate them with some of our recent leaders. There is a justification for this self-indulgence. It demonstrates the common methodology used by those who hold the levers of power in the West. Late as we are in the 20th century, it is no longer possible to go on pretending that the arrival of our elites in positions of power is somehow an accident. They are precisely the people whom our system seeks out: Robert McNamara and Ronald Reagan, Robert Armstrong and Brian Mulroney, Valéry Giscard d'Estaing and William Westmoreland, Jim Slater and Michael Milken, along with armies of faceless corporate presidents. These are the desired and chosen leaders. They are also the precise product which our education system sets out to produce. Like all functioning elites, ours seek to perpetuate themselves for the general good. As always, this involves the creation of an educational system. The formation process appears, at first glance, to differ from country to country, but once the common basic assumptions are dusted off, these differences disappear. Education is the one place where lofty ideals and misty mythology cannot avoid meeting the realities of crude self-interest. And so, having uncovered an historical outline, an elite typology and the basic reproductive habits of that elite, I then sought a single example which would be equally true for all nations, would be clean and neat R27 in both its abstract conception and its practical application, and would illustrate the amoral, in fact, the darkly comic nature of the rational approach. By far the cleanest and neatest of examples is the international arms trade. What makes it doubly interesting is that leaders as varied as Kennedy, de Gaulle, and Harold Wilson were seduced by its attractions. They were then tripped up between the intentions of the arms business and its reality, tripped up so badly that the greater their success, the more disastrous the long-term effects on their economies and on their foreign policies. The next step was to turn to a series of specialized areas, the military, government and business, to see whether the same general characteristics existed. The military come first because when humans undertake change, whether in technology or organization, they usually begin on the battlefield. This may be depressing, but that doesn't make it any the less true. Not surprisingly, therefore, the first technocrats were the staff officers. And the unprecedented violence of this century is partly a reflection of the struggle for dominance by the staff officers over the field officers, partly the result of the former's disastrous approach to strategy. The case of government is more complex. There has been a gradual, widespread improvement in social standards, thanks in good part to the work of large bureaucracies. But the conversion of the political class into an extension of the technocracy has been a disaster. Perhaps the most damaging part of our obsession with expertise and systems has been the restructuring of elected assemblies to make them more efficient. This equation of the idea of efficiency, a third-level subproduct of reason, with the process of democratic government shows just how far away we have slipped from our common sense. Efficient decision-making is, after all, a characteristic proper to authoritarian governments. Napoleon was efficient. Hitler was efficient. Efficient democracy can only mean democracy castrated. In fact, the question which arises is whether the rational approach has not removed from democracy its single greatest strength, the ability to act in an unconventional manner. When you examine, for example, our 20-year-old battle against inflation, you can't help but note that politicians who become devotees of technocratic logic also become prisoners of conventional solutions. It follows that the theology of power, under which the technocracy prospers, marginalizes the whole idea of opposition and therefore that of sensible change. Opposition becomes a refusal to participate in the process. It is irrational. And this trivialization of those who criticize or say no from outside the power structure applies not only to politics but to all organizations. These victories of reason made the rise of the heroes inevitable. And the marginalization of the politicians forced them in turn to take on, at 28. Least superficially, an heroic profile, since that was the only available approach which could win them the status they needed. The effect of this change on the politicians themselves was profound. It altered the emotional relationship they had with the public. As the role of the leader has been destabilized, so his internal drives have turned into a psychodrama far removed from public arguments over ideology and administration. In the meantime, the very success of the technocrats and the heroes was rendering powerless the law, which was theoretically their preferred tool for change and improvement. From the beginning of the Age of Reason, the law had been intended to protect the individual from the unreasonable actions of others, especially those in power. This involved regulating the proper relationship between ownership and the individual, or between the state, the individual and the corporation, or between defined responsibilities and the people charged with carrying out those responsibilities. In other words, law attempted to regulate the application of power. But the nature of power has completely changed in our society. There has been a marriage between the state and the means of production, an integration of the elites into an interchangeable technocracy, a confusion over ownership and management in the corporations. These new structures make it almost impossible for the law to judge illegal that which is wrong. The realities of contemporary capitalism are central to our problems. Here is a term which has traveled far from the old concepts that still account for the vocabulary we use to describe the use of private property. Curiously enough, the word capitalist and all the supporting notions still seem to refer to the ownership of the means of production and to the earning of money and power through the successful working of that production. But most Western corporations are controlled by managers, not owners. Managers who are virtually interchangeable with military staff officers and government bureaucrats. There are others, of course, who also claim the robes of capitalism. Small businessmen, for example, are large in numbers and do often conform to the original concept. But they have little power or influence in our society. Far more important in the non-technocratic business community are what used to be called speculators, bankers, brokers, promoters, and others who act as if capitalism has progressed from the slow and awkward ownership of the means of production to a higher level, at which money is quite simply made out of money. The 19th century saw these moneymen as marginal, irresponsible parasites living off the flesh of real capitalism. Their relationship to other citizens was roughly that of the mafia today. And yet we now treat them as if they were pillars of our society both socially and economically. R29. As for the professional managers, their arrival was supposed to remove some of the selfishness from our economies. Unlike real owners, the managers were expected to be free from the logic of uncontrolled greed. Instead, these employees have inherited the mythology of capitalism without having to bear personal responsibility for any of the essential risks. They have been free to apply the theory of unfettered capitalism as if it were a perfectible abstraction, not a human reality. The leaders of all these specialized areas don't just act upon the population, however. Like everyone else, they are also acted upon by general social phenomena. Even a brief look at three of these phenomena, the myth of the secret, the obsession with individualism, and the idolizing of stars, can help to clarify the effect that reason has had on our lives. The invention of the secret is perhaps the most damaging outgrowth of the power produced when control over knowledge was combined with the protective armor of specialization. Until recently, very little was considered improper to know. Today the restricted lists are endless. And yet there can't be more than 2 or 3 real secrets in the entire world. Even the construction of an atomic bomb is now part of available knowledge. Nevertheless, the imprisoning of information continues, undeterred by endless access to information legislation. These restrictions have been counterbalanced over the last 30 years by an apparent explosion in individual freedoms. This breakdown of social order, rules of dress, sexual controls, speech patterns, family structures has been seen as a great victory for the individual. On the other hand, it may simply be a reflection of the individual's frustration at being locked up inside a specialization. These acts of personal freedom are irrelevant to the exercise of power. So in lieu of taking a real part in the evolution of society, the individual struggles to appear as if no one has power over his personal evolution. Thus victories won for these individual liberties may actually be an acceptance of defeat by the individual. For example, never have so few people been willing to speak out on important questions. Their fear is tied not to physical threats, but to standing apart from fellow experts or risking a career or entering an area of non-expertise. Not since the etiquette-ridden courts of the 18th century has public debate been so locked into fixed positions, fixed formulas, and fixed elites expert in rhetoric. The nobles of that time gave themselves over in frustration to a frivolous self-indulgence, which could be called courtly egotism. It is difficult to identify any real difference between that courtly egotism and the personal freedoms which so obsess us today. The combination of a restrictive technology inside power with decorative personal freedoms outside made the rise of a new class inevitable. 30 Argerhenti. It was first identified by the American sociologist C. Wright Mills in the 1950s. The celebrities. The stars. The people whose sole reason for being famous is their fame. Tennis players, aristocratic names, children of painters, movie stars. History has always been filled with famous mistresses and actors, but their fame was measured largely by the degree to which the rays of the monarch fell upon them. Today's celebrities have fame unrelated to power. And over the last 40 years they have gradually occupied large sections of the press, of conversations, of dreams. In the public imagination they have replaced the men of power who, being technocrats, are of little general interest. These celebrities serve an important public purpose. They distract in the way that monarchs once used their courts to distract. And now that they have some control over that public mythology, they are actually rising to occupy places of real power. Finally, our imagination has been radically altered in two areas by the age of reason. The image, which was first scratched on stone walls, then painted, printed, photographed and projected, can now be conceived as a three-dimensional whole by a computer program. In other words, after thousands of years of progress, the image has achieved technical perfection. That progress had been central to our sense of our own immortality, and the completion of it has had a profoundly destabilizing effect on our sense of what we are. On top of that, the undermining of universal language, in large part by the dialects of expertise, has meant that we can't turn to the word to steady ourselves. Instead, the writers and their pens, having invented the age of reason, are now its primary prisoners and so are unable to ask the right questions, let alone to break down the imprisoning linguistic walls of their own creation. Blind reason is the element which links everything together in this general survey. What is blind reason? Perhaps it is nothing more than a sophisticated form of logic, a more sophisticated, more profoundly integrated, better structured version of the blind logic from which the reformers of the 17th and 18th centuries were determined to escape. Their escape was to have been made, of course, on the back of reason. In other words, we have ended up today very much where we began nearly half a millennium ago. The end of something often resembles the beginning. More often than not, our nose to the glass view makes us believe that the end we are living is in fact a new beginning. This confusion is typical of an old civilization's self-confidence limited by circumstances and by an absence of memory, and in many ways resembling the sort often prior. 31. Duched by senility. Our rational need to control understanding and therefore memory has simply accentuated the confusion. The end, in any case, is that part of the human experience most often mistaken for something else. Everything is at its most sophisticated, most organized, most stable. The very sophistication of the organism marks the divorce of those ideas which were reasonably clear and simple when they were first embraced from the marvelous, remarkable structure which has been built over and around those same ideas in the course of living with them. That structure becomes the superficial celebration of the ideas, which it also invariably crushes. This simple truth is hidden from us by the reassuring sense of stability which the structure creates. But stability is the most fragile element in the human condition. Nothing seems more permanent than a long-established government about to lose power, nothing more invincible than a grand army on the morning of its annihilation. The present condition of reason is clear when the Byzantine systems of today are compared to the clear statements of Francis Bacon in the early 17th century or, for example, of Voltaire 100 years later in his philosophical dictionary. It is obvious to the whole world that a service is better than an injury, that gentleness is preferable to anger. It only remains, therefore, to use our reason to discern the shades of goodness and badness. 1. These are the sort of words which lead us to associate reason with morality, common sense and, gradually with the personal freedom which we now know as democracy. How is it, then, that neither Voltaire nor his friends noticed the intensive use of reason by Ignatius Loyola a century earlier, when he organized the Jesuits and almost single-handedly mounted the Counter-Reformation? Loyola was delighted to find a system that would serve the authority of the Pope. And Bacon, Lord Chancellor of England, was neither a democrat nor particularly obsessed by morality. What he was modern, the ideologue of modern science, and as such the most important single influence on the encyclopedists. 2. And even Voltaire and his friends, although they made the error of thinking that morality and common sense were the natural partners of reason, also saw these three in the context of authority. They wanted a strong but fair king. They thought reason would render authority fair. How did they make such an obvious mistake? They were thinking on their feet in the heat of the action. They were responding to real needs, just as Loyola had taken charge when Catholicism was faced by a Protestant victory and Richelieu had devised the modern state as a way of defeating the warring nobles. Even William Blake, with the clarity of his mystical vision, said in Jerusalem, "I must create a system or be enslaved by another man's." In the wake of the encyclopedists came a raft of philosophers who 32 argument adapted these basic ideas in order to suit the evolution of events. But all they did was construct an ever more elaborate structure over a falsehood. From its verb beginning as an applied idea, reason has been as successful if not more successful at creating new degrees of barbarism and violence as it has been at imposing reasonable actions. As fast to invent a new breed of authoritarian leaders, whom we soon called absolute dictators, as it was to produce paragons of responsible democracy. This is our Western inheritance. The rest of the world, however, is locked in a struggle with other problems and other forces. That doesn't mean we are not closely linked to them. We are all inseparably linked. And we must develop policies which take those links into account. But nor does this mean that we must analyze or reform our societies solely in the light of other worlds. To do so would be the equivalent of closing down our steel industries because someone else produces cheaper steel with child labor. Our own evolution is the result of events which bear only a vague resemblance to those that shaped Africa, Asia, or the Soviet Union. The Chinese, for example, looked into formal logic well before we became obsessed with it and found it less important than other things. They delved into the market economy when we were still in the Dark Ages, and therefore they do not associate it in any way with the democratic ideology. Western confusion over this led us foolishly to confuse economic liberalism in China during the 1980s with a desire for political liberalism. Buddhism, Hinduism, and Islam are religions still carried by strong belief, while Christianity in the West has been largely reduced to a social phenomenon. Olivier Germain Thomas's comparison of the life inside an Indian temple with the cool emptiness of Chartres is particularly moving. The cathedrals in my country are only memories of a culture, while in this temple everything speaks, everything is vibration, everything sings, everything is alive. And in Buddhism, the reason for thinking about the world is to escape from it, not to find an explanation for its origins. 3. As the West has closed itself ever more tightly into the self-justifying logic of its own system, we have found it increasingly difficult to concentrate on the single truths of our situation. Instead, the last 20 years have seen the rapid passage of a multitude of political and economic fashions, each of which was supposed to get us out of our doldrums and our internal contradictions. Most of them have involved key factors outside the West not because of practical internationalism but as the result of a self-delusionary hope that external solutions would solve our internal problems. They have all been sophisticated versions of the great 18th century financial fraud, the South Sea Bubble. R33 none have delivered, and so, in the last decade, the fashions have come and gone with even greater speed. Massive lending at home and in the Third World had no sooner failed than we were righteously preaching fiscal austerity on every street corner of the globe. Financial deregulation had no sooner brought a wave of national and international mergers large enough to destabilize our economies than we discovered the truth of divestment and called it rationalization. Japan has swung in our imagination from representing the golden model of the future to incarnating the unfair devil at the root of our economic difficulties, and then swung back again. A decade of wild hopes attached to Chinese liberalism no sooner lay dead in Tiananmen Square than we turned with emotional relief to Central Europe. The promise of major changes and therefore of massive economic needs in the old Warsaw Pact quickly had us salivating. Here was the new and dreamed of hinterland. Here were people who believed that our system was best. But some of these countries have never been touched by the Western evolution, some have had marginal experiences, others have been cut off since 1939. Their imaginary expectations are at least half a century behind our real experiences. Quite apart from the economic and political anarchy which the current situation involves, they would have to deal with a whole series of other basic internal questions before any real integration into the Western structure could begin. Whatever the ongoing changes actually hold for those living in what we used to call the Soviet bloc, the Western reaction is inescapably one of relief. Here is another fashion to hypnotize us with gratifying imaginary promises. Here is room for another round of prolonged self-delusions. Here is another excuse not to address our own problems. This book is therefore about the West, that falsely geographic idea which refers to only 750 million people in a handful of countries spread around the globe. They are the countries fully in the grip of the Age of Reason. One way or another, of course, to a greater or lesser extent, that age has penetrated everywhere on the planet. Our own problems are often mirrored in those penetrations. For example, while the technocratic leadership was presenting to us its promised solutions for the good management of democratic societies, the same management principles were being presented in South Africa, Algeria, Morocco, Tanzania, Vietnam, and Kenya as the solution to their problems. How could technocracy have a complementary relationship with democratic societies, in which the individual weighs his freedom by the calm and regularity in which his community is managed, when it was also meant to be an intimate part of systems which eliminate or ignore democracy and individualism? How could a great leap forward in democratic management methods also be a great leap forward in efficient repression? 34. Elsewhere. The answer could quite simply be that reason has nothing to do with democratic freedom or individualism or social justice. To get at the unassailable, self-serving logic of the ancien regime, Voltaire and his friends made great use of scepticism. Once they had succeeded, this scepticism, this talent for criticism, remained in the air, a far easier tool than the vigilant common sense and morality which were intended to guide man's reason. And so a new sceptical logic was born, liberated from the weight of historical precedent and therefore even more self-serving than the logic which had gone before. This scepticism became a trademark of the new elites and gradually turned to cynicism. Worst of all, as the complexities of the new systems increased, with their rewards of abstract power for those who succeeded, the new elites began to develop a contempt for the citizen. The citizen became someone to whom the elite referred as if to a separate species. He wouldn't understand this, she needn't know about that. He will vote for any sort of politician if a nice package is put together. She panics easily, so unpleasant news should be held back. The inability of governments to discuss in a coherent manner the political and economic difficulties in which we are mired today is a prime example of their contempt. The attitudes of our elites remain even less positive when dealing with women. This has nothing to do with and has not been changed by a century of lobbying and struggling to integrate women into the mechanisms of power. The simple truth is that they were not part of the formulation and creation of the Age of Reason. In fact, women were the symbol of the irrational. Ever since the birth of the Age of Reason, women have been perceived by the new elites to be on the losing side. Examples are legion. Richelieu can be found writing to his vacillating king about the necessity of developing the masculine virtue of making decisions rationally. 4. Centuries later, the slow push for universal suffrage in Western democracies illustrated that nothing had changed. When the aristocracy loosened its exclusive control on society, it was in order to include the votes of the other property holders, the middle classes. When the property holders weakened, it was to include those who did not own property. They in turn weakened, bit by bit, in order to extend the most basic civil right to the various excluded minorities. Members of dissident religions were among the last to be allowed onto many voting lists. And after them the vote was extended to non-members of the ruling tribe, blacks in the United States and Asians in Canada, for example. Women were not even considered during this process. Fewer than are 75 years ago an aristocratic, well-educated, property-owning woman was considered less fit to vote than a penniless, uneducated minor or the segregated son of a freed slave. It would therefore be a great error to assume that our society has had or has within it today the basic flexibility to allow real female participation. After all, it has been created over a period of nearly 5 centuries without them in mind. As recently as 1945, when the French government decided to create its revolutionary Rational School of State Administration, NA, the following could be found in the introduction to the enabling legislation. No doubt young women are suited to a large number of junior jobs offered by the civil service. There are even certain bureaucracies, notably public health and social security, where their presence in management positions appears desirable. But their ability to fill junior positions is not reason enough to allow entry to the civil service, which must be able to furnish the executive management of the important public services. The aptitude for commanding, the capacity to handle important affairs, the need for a certain level of comportment when dealing with grave political problems, these are all important elements to be considered and which are not generally found in women. 5. The minister responsible for these words and for the creation of ENA was Michel Debré, who went on to become Prime Minister in 1958. These examples are not intended to suggest that women have played no role inside the structures of power. There have been remarkable queens, heads of government and ministers, just as there have been scientists, painters, writers, and so on. Today, more than ever, women are occupying positions of influence. However, in the past they have been the exceptions to the rule and were usually obliged to hold on to their power by deforming themselves into honorary men or into magnified archetypes of the female who manipulated men. It still is not clear that women can successfully become part of the established structures without accepting those deformations. What follows in this book is about the realities of Western rational civilization. It is a male reality. Women might well want to change that, but it isn't clear that the best way to do so is to shore up the existing structures by going into them. Even if they do so, it is difficult to see why women would want to claim responsibility for what has gone before. Throughout the West, we are led by elected and non-elected elites who do not believe in the public. They cooperate with the established representational systems of democracy. But they do not believe in the value 36 argument of the public's contribution. Nor do they believe in the existence of a public moral code. What they do believe in are heroic appeals, contractual agreements, and administrative methods. This means that in dealing with the public, they find it easier to appeal to the lowest common denominator within each of us. That this often succeeds reinforces their contempt for a public apparently capable of nothing better. They do not take into account that the public, like any of its members, is in fact capable of the highest and the lowest. Citizens are limited in their public role by time and knowledge. Their days are filled with jobs and families. They have come to fear stepping beyond their areas of expertise. In spite of the complaining they may do, they harbor a remarkably durable trust in their elites. Those elites, they believe, are made up of people who have been trained and chosen to deliver the age of reason. The contempt with which the elites reward this trust is a betrayal of those they are pledged to serve. Or, to be more concrete, it is a betrayal of their legal employer. Cynicism, ambition, rhetoric, and the worship of power, these were the characteristics commonly found in the courts of the 18th century. They are the characteristics of courtiers, which is precisely what our modern and dispassionate elites have become. And courtliness is the characteristic they most encourage throughout the population. The new message of the 18th century wasn't complicated. It attempted simply to break the captive logic of arbitrary power and superstition with reason and scepticism. Now that same self-justifying logic has asserted itself within the new system. It took us 4.5 centuries to break the power of divine revelation, only to replace it with the divine revelations of reason. We must therefore break again, this time with arbitrary logic and the superstition of knowledge. But in this maze of logic, the unforgiving extremes function with the greatest of ease. The acquisitive, the cynical, the religious fanatics of raw competition, the exploiters of society, all of them find the tools of reason, as shaped by time, to their particular liking. And yet, to argue against reason means arguing as an idiot or as an entertainer who seeks only to amuse. The structures of argument have been co-opted so completely by those who work the system that when an individual reaches for the words and phrases which he senses will express his case, he finds that they are already in active use in the service of power. This now amounts to a virtual dictatorship of vocabulary. It isn't really surprising that a society based upon structure and logic should determine the answer to most questions by laying out the manner in which they are posed. Somehow we must do today what Voltaire once did: scratch away the veneer in order to get at the basic foundations. We must rediscover how to ask simple questions about ourselves. Technology and knowledge advance with great speed. That is, or can R37 be good? Man, however, does not change. He is as he was the day the German theologian Dietrich Bonhoeffer decided to go on speaking out against Nazi antisemitism, knowing that this could only lead him to a death camp. He is also as he was the day he cheered in the Roman circus, the day he crucified Christ, the day he slaughtered the unarmed Volscians, the day he opened the first gas oven at Auschwitz, the day he tortured rebels in Malaysia, Algeria, and Vietnam. In his last interview, the French historian Fernand Braudel ended by saying that although knowledge meant man had less excuse for his barbarism, he was nevertheless profoundly barbaric. 6. There are no inherited characteristics to help us avoid repeating the actions of our parents or grandparents. We are born with the schizophrenia of good and evil within us, so that each generation must persevere in self-recognition and in self-control. In ceding to the automatic reassurance of our logic, we have abandoned once more those powers of recognition and of control. Darkness seems scarcely different from light, with the web of structure and logic woven thick across both. We must therefore cut away these layers of false protection if we wish to regain control of our common sense and morality. The rise of reason. It is a general weakness of men delivering ideas that they are able to convince themselves their words represent a break with the past and a new beginning. In the early stages of a revolution, history is at its most malleable. Disorder and optimism combine to wipe out those truths artificially manufactured by the preceding regime. At the same time, they usually wipe out the memory of any inconvenient real events. The men of the 17th and 18th centuries, for example, were not wrong to condemn darkness and superstition. They were writing close to a time when it had been common to feed a consecrated host to a sick cow in order to drive out the demon, a time of saint worship and of church corruption. And, of course, a time of willful political leadership. If the philosophers of reason believed that nothing provokes violence so effectively as fear and that fear is the product of ignorance, it was because they had arrived on the scene after 200 years of religious and civil wars. These had produced levels of civilian violence not achieved again until the 20th century. The reasonable men of the 18th century wanted to cut the roots of this fear. Their strategy was to attack what Isaiah Berlin called the dark mysteries and grotesque fairy tales, which went by the names of theology, metaphysics, and other brands of concealed dogma or superstition with which unscrupulous knaves had for so long befuddled the stupid and benighted multitudes whom they murdered, enslaved, oppressed, and exploited. 2. It was quite natural that this assault on darkness and on the divine aspect of the absolute monarchs who presided over it should eventually have been called the Enlightenment. The fact that the leadership came from France added a particular excitement to the affair, given that the leading European example of absolutism and of royal divine right was the French king and his court. And the French intellectual opposition had grown into a veritable army of thinkers in all domains: philosophy, yes, but also agriculture, science, military organization and, of course, novel writing. The novelists were like deep penetration patrols, striking 39 out where least expected. By virtue of his devotion to the publication of the Encyclopédie, Diderot was the chief of staff of the operation, supported by faithful staff officers like d'Alembert. The strategist and champion of individual combat was Voltaire. He was constantly on the front lines of public debate, constantly inventing the phrases which might make change possible. What these philosophers do not seem to have noticed, however, was that the very methods they were about to loose upon the world, in the name of reason, had been in ever-increasing practical use throughout the 2 preceding centuries of violence. In fact, these methods had been used by Richelieu 150 years earlier precisely to create the absolutist state against which the Enlightenment was now rebelling. Perhaps Voltaire and his friends believed that the forces of reason had suffered from being scattered in a disordered way around the previous century, when they had been used for a variety of causes, both worthy and corrupt. What was needed was to capture them so that reason could devote knowledge to the development of morality and common sense. That was how the philosophers presented their crusade. Of course, neither morality nor common sense were new issues. They had once been integrated into the medieval concept, had then been rescued by new thinkers and reintegrated into the concept of divine monarchies. And here they were, once again lost in the degenerate structures of an aging system, being rescued by yet another group of thinkers who proclaimed the supremacy of reason as the new solution to man's problems. This 18th century revolution in mythology was therefore not so much something new as it was the repackaging of disparate forces already at play. The most revolutionary effect of their consolidation was the replacement of the control of the old class structure by 2 new sorts of leadership, that of the technocrat and that of the hero. This tendency has been leading the way ever since, even though there is still no popular or official or philosophical consensus that these 2 are the complementary heads of the rational power structure. The technocrat began his existence as the ideal servant of the people, a man freed from both irrational ambition and self-interest. Then, with surprising rapidity, he evolved into one who used the system with a distant contempt for the people. The hero was a more complex phenomenon. He appeared unexpectedly out of the shadows of reason, drawn forward when the people showed uncontrollable impatience with the way they were being governed. This impatience may have been provoked by poor or selfish government, by the inability of the new technocracy actually to govern, or even by leadership which somehow bored the populace. With the old royal baronial rivalry gone, there was no fixed structure to take up the argumcrat slack of unpopular government. The idea of elections was new and, even now, 2 centuries later, does not easily convert the people's desires into appropriate government. And so it was that, in those moments when there was maximum confusion, the hero took to stepping forward out of the shadows and presenting himself as the exciting face of reason, the man who could deliver the people's needs and be loved by them, the man who could take over the difficult labor of reasoning on behalf of the tired and confused citizen. Trapped between these technocrats and heroes were the reasonable men who thought of themselves as true men of reason, men who held firmly to their common sense morality. But they were neither efficient enough nor exciting enough to hold their own in a squeeze between vicious structuralism and heroic logic. Many did, in fact, hold their own for a period of time: Pascal Paoli for 20 years in Corsica, Jefferson for even longer in the new United States, the first Pitt for several decades in England. Michel de l'Hospital almost succeeded in preventing the French wars of religion. The host of those who served the good cause, and still serve, in the way Diderot would have hoped they might, is legion. But they are not the ones who have defined the main line of the last 4.5 centuries. They have been the exceptions to the rule, fighting a rearguard action in defense of humanism. That main line has been obscured by two of our obsessions. One is an uncontrollable desire to give ourselves the impression that we have made yet another fresh start. We are constantly declaring new ages. The conversion of the original age of reason into the Enlightenment of the 18th century was only a first step. Had humanity turned a great corner in the process? Not according to most definitions of the Enlightenment, for example, as a conviction that reason could achieve all knowledge, supplant organized religion and ensure progress towards happiness and perfection. 3. The rational machine continued on from there, being redefined ad infinitum, notably by Kant, until at last Nietzsche theoretically rejected the concept itself. But Nietzsche's discovery that reason was subject to passion and to Superman came a full half-century after the real Superman had actually galloped onto the public stage and given a demonstration. Napoleon had ridden in on the back of reason, reorganized Europe in the name of reason and governed beneath the same principle. The subsequent effect was to bolster the rational approach, not to discourage it. This tells us a great deal about our other obscuring obsession. We have great difficulty dealing with philosophy in the context of real events. These two categories seem to live on separate planets. For example, we are still convinced that violence is the product of fear and fear the product of ignorance. And yet, since the beginning of the age of 41 reason, there has been a parallel growth in both knowledge and violence, culminating in the slaughters of the 20th century. Does this mean that knowledge creates greater fear than does ignorance? Or that the rational system has distorted the value of knowledge? Or something else? One thing it does demonstrate is that the separation of philosophy from real events has encouraged the invention of mythological obscurantism. The constant launching of new philosophical ages is part of that invention. Revolutions do not begin on dates, although we constantly search for that kind of reassuring touch point. An argument can be made that the assumptions and methods of applied reason were first developed by the Inquisition. In its revolutionary approach to what a question consists of, what constitutes an answer and what is truth, all the key elements of modern intellectual thought can be found. The Inquisitors were the first to formalize the idea that to every question there is a right answer. The answer is known, but the question must be asked and correctly answered. Relativism, humanism, common sense, and moral beliefs were all irrelevant to this process because they assumed doubt. Since the Inquisitors knew the answer, doubt was impossible. Process, however, was essential for efficient governance, and process required that questions be asked in order to produce the correct answer. When the Inquisition was created in the 13th century, no one, least of all Pope Gregory, understood what was being set in motion. Issuing a bull which made the persecution of heresy the special function of the Dominicans hardly seemed a revolutionary step. The Inquisitors' definition of truth was arrived at slowly, as was the process which permitted them to establish it. But as each detail of that process emerged, so the assumptions involved became clear. Everything the Inquisition did except the execution of the guilty took place in secret. Public silence surrounded the work of the traveling inquisitors. Unlike judges, magistrates, nobles, and kings, who have always worn some symbolic costume, the inquisitors wore the simplest, most anonymous black, like the proverbial accountant. And while their power permitted them to do their work on the basis of accusations and denunciations, what they really wanted were complete inquisitions. Being already in possession of the truth, they were interested in the rational demonstration of it by each victim. Perhaps the most telling detail was that each of these secret tribunals included a notary. His job was to record every word of every question and answer. These notarized manuscripts became the perpetual records of truth. But 42. Again, the purpose of such exactitude was to glorify the methodology, not the outcome. The notary was there to confirm the relationship between a priori truth and assembled fact. On the surface the inquisitors were torturers and monsters. On a more profound level they were moral auditors. If one is looking for an individual father of the age of reason, Niccolò Machiavelli is probably the right candidate. After all, he laid out in the Prince, 1513, and in the Discourses, 1519, a governing method which is with us to this day. The humanists of the Renaissance attacked him violently, as did the encyclopedists in their time. They recognized in Machiavelli their elder brother from the dark side. A detestable political system which can be summed up in 2 words: the art of tyranny. 4. But this ex-senior civil servant of Florence, with a particular interest in military reorganization, remains nonetheless a man of our times, an ambitious individual, tainted but not swallowed by nationalism, constantly in search of an employer. Faced by the Medici princes after their destruction of the Florentine Republican government, he wrote his books in good part in order to win favor with the new regime. He would have been a perfect recruit for the new class of intellectuals sought 4.5 centuries later by Henry Kissinger, men who, by virtue of not belonging to or believing in any one concrete thing, could be considered independent. Of course, if viewed with the less trusting eye of an employer, that emotional and intellectual freedom could also be seen to offer the neutrality of a mercenary. Machiavelli's message that new modes and orders, that is a new system and new ways, would reward the sharp-eyed sceptic made him into the lasting symbol of the age of reason. Popular mythology insisted that he was the prophet of political immorality. In truth, he was indifferent to moral questions. He was a modern courtier in search of employment. Vitality, not virtue, was the characteristic he sought in a political leader. At the center of everything he wrote was the theme of political efficiency. To this day, men who find themselves burdened by the adjective Machiavellian also find their careers severely limited. And yet the question that might be asked is, why do so few men carry the adjective? If you were to edit the 16th century references out of the Prince and then to retitle it Power and the Executive or Effective Government, the book would immediately be adopted by all contemporary management courses aimed at training businessmen, civil servants, and professional politicians. It would be considered an ideal manual for the preparation of the modern world leader. Hard on Machiavelli's heels came the third act of the rise of reason, the schism in the Catholic Church. Luther's 95 Theses, 1517, the Church of England, 1531, Calvin's Institutio Religionis Christiani, 1536, burst out like a single large explosion. The arbitrary nature of 43. Official Catholicism was probably responsible for lighting the fuse. But a growing awareness of the rational argument also made people believe that reform was possible. And an almost unconscious common sense populism pushed the instigators to translate the Bible into various vernaculars. That simple act of vulgarization destroyed the priest's monopoly over the word. It remains one of the most successful blows ever struck against manipulative secrecy. The clarity of such early ideas as freedom of dissent, personal responsibility, and individual freedom was soon drowned, however, in a sea of blood. As the massacres produced by these religious wars passed from the thousands to the hundreds of thousands to the millions, both sides seemed to lose sight of their purpose. In the end, the Reformation clearly changed Europe. But the ambiguity inherent in the whole process was so great that the shape of the future was determined more by those who fought reform than by the reformers. Ignatius Loyola was an unlikely leader for the Counter-Reformation and an even less likely formulator of modern rational methodology. A minor Spanish noble, ambitious and much given to both war and womanizing, he had a talent for playing the royal courts. These skills of the courtier were to be essential later in his life. While he was in battle as a young man, a cannonball passed between his legs, smashing the bones and crippling him. His manic drive refused this situation. He forced upon himself a series of extremely risky operations in which the legs were rebroken and reset. The final result still wasn't pleasing to the eye. The operations had left a piece of bone protruding out of line on one leg, and so, in a last act of courtly egotism, he forced the doctors to begin all over again in order to saw off the distorting bone. 5. This final folly of pleasure broke him, physically and mentally, and the resulting crisis brought on his passage towards God. His actual conversion was full of the sort of mysteries and meetings with the divine that one would expect from an important saint. Then, abruptly, the predictable became unpredictable. The classic road to salvation turned into a revolution. No sooner was the initial miraculous part of the process over than he attached himself to a rigorously intellectual view of the Church. That intellectual abstraction was neatly tied up, thanks to his notary-like obsession with detail, law, procedure and, eventually, structure. This solidification process took only a few years. It began with Ignatius alone on the roads of Spain, limping towards God. The operations had not been entirely successful, preaching and teaching in towns and 44 villages, carried forward with the aid of love and what appeared to be a natural communion with the people, indeed, a natural communion with the earth itself. Suddenly, others began to follow him and his example. The Church could not ignore this little band, all dressed in simple black and outworking their faith among the people. At first observers imagined that these young men were renewing the example of Saint Francis of Assisi, that theirs also was a vow of poverty and simplicity. But the uniform of Ignatius's band was the result neither of humility nor of a spirituality which left them indifferent, let alone unconscious of, their physical well-being. Ignatius went out among the people to reason with them. To draw them to God not through love but through logic. He had not dispensed with his fashionable appearance in order to bring man closer to God. Rather, his appearance had been consciously tailored to advance the cause of winning individuals back to the Church. He sought discretion by costuming himself in simplicity. Ignatius was in the process of becoming the first complete rational technocrat. In those times any religious initiative was dangerous. Ignatius was regularly and anonymously denounced to the Inquisition. The Inquisition, with its mastery of fear, was indeed the guiding spirit of the new era, but others were learning from its methods and carrying them further. The inquisitors were failing to keep up with their own concept power through structure. It became obvious how badly they had fallen behind when the time came to deal with Loyola. In 1535, about to leave Paris with his followers, he heard by rumor that someone had denounced him and his book of religious exercises. His life was therefore in danger. Without hesitation he went directly to the local inquisitor and announced that he was leaving for Spain. If they were going to accuse him of heresy, they should decide quickly. The inquisitor, caught off guard and probably wondering whether the young man's brazenness meant he had important friends, replied that the accusation wasn't important. On the other hand, he would be curious to see Loyola's book. In the Inquisition's long experience, the best way to catch a man was through his writings. The inquisitor read the exercises on the spot, praised them and asked if he might keep a copy. In other words, he wanted to keep a copy to examine it carefully for heretical flaws. The little book might also be a potential sword which could be held over Loyola's head if he needed to be manipulated later on. Ignatius agreed but insisted they indict him immediately in order that he might be tried and cleared. The inquisitor reassured him that it wasn't necessary. That is, he wished to keep his options open. Ignatius went out, found a notary public and brought him back to document and witness the inquisitor's praise for the exercises, as well as his refusal to 45. Prosecute. 6. This small, private scene was of monumental importance. The first organization ever to be built upon reason terror had just been outmaneuvered by the future creator of the second. Only 4 years later Loyola had personally convinced the Pope to allow the official proclamation of his order. Its documents of creation began with a statement of the methodology to which it was devoted. This methodology contained the essence of all that the Age of Reason would later propose as its aim. Whomever wishes to be a Jesuit must absorb absolutely this thought, that he is a member of a society, instituted very precisely in order to seek out as its principal end to procure the progress of men's souls in their lives and in the Christian doctrine. Its ends are to be accomplished by reasoning with the public and by teaching. 7. The message was clear. First, you must belong to an organization, one which possesses a method. Entry to the organization will be limited by the method. Its members will therefore be a trained elite. Its power will rest upon precision, research, and movement. The elite will use its methods to educate the people and through this education to sell a particular point of view. And its success will be measured. The word progress, from those early times until today, has been used as a synonym for the word measurement. This cool, professional approach was, of course, the product of an experienced, battle-worn, ex-professional soldier, who organized the society as a religious army. The process had little to do with the blind faith and the arbitrary powers of the old church. Suddenly, it became clear that the Jesuit order held the keys to the future, organization and party policy. Doctrine shrank to little more than a useful tool. The role of God became quite secondary. Instead, the new order forced the Catholic world to put the interests of the Church itself, the mother organization, in the front row. In so doing, they gradually reduced the religious wars from a fanatical level of belief and emotion down to the practical level of political interests. Practical meant negotiable, suddenly impossible questions of religious principle were converted into territorial claims, alliances through royal marriages, and financial security or insecurity. Loyola's election to the generalship of the society was an illustration of his methods. He had no rivals. His leadership was accepted by everyone. The result of the members' vote was a foregone conclusion. And yet Loyola refused to accept it. He turned and maneuvered and stalled for 2 weeks with a modesty which, given that this was the same man who had just outsmarted the Pope and the Vatican bureaucracy, can only have been false. He then forced his companions to vote a second. 46. Time. The result, of course, was the same. At last he wandered out across Rome to see his confessor and to ask his advice. The poor man could hardly recommend that Loyola refuse. The entire church leadership would have been furious with him. Loyola made his confessor commit his advice to paper and send it over to the society. On the basis of this sealed recommendation, which was the closest thing a mortal could arrange to an order from God, the theoretically modest man finally accepted. The society was an immediate success. By the time Loyola died in 1556, 17 years after its creation, there were 1,000 members. By 1700 there were 23,000, the most powerful political force in the West. They were running most European governments from behind the scenes, to say nothing of running their colonies. Even the Pope came to fear them, and so eventually their enemies got together just long enough to have the society disbanded in 1723. Nevertheless, it was the Jesuits who had almost single-handedly stemmed the tide of the Reformation. At all times Loyola had used a careful, reasoned approach, free from dogma. For example, he pushed for the introduction of the Inquisition into Rome, to block the rise of new heretical errors, but opposed its use in Germany, where the Church hadn't enough power to make it stick. In the same political way, Loyola was for capital punishment when dealing with heretics, but this seems to be beyond what the present situation in Germany can bear. 8. His instructions to Jesuits struggling there might have been written in the 20th century: people infected with error should be eliminated from government and teaching positions, heretical books should be burned, whatever the books, if by a tainted author they should be burned so that people could not learn to like the author, synods should be convoked to unmask specific errors, it was forbidden to call an heretic an evangelical. 9. His last simple instruction is one of the most fascinating because it heralded the future dictatorship of vocabulary, which has become so important in the 20th century. Loyola was the first to recognize the force which specific words carried. It was therefore essential to control those words, to capture them absolutely for the use of the Church. Better still, by treating these captured words as icons, they could be packaged in order to produce a politically useful meaning. Thus, in the past there had been all sorts of evangelical figures, some good, some bad. The word simply meant bringing the good news. In the future only those speaking for the Church could benefit from the word. In this century words such as capitalism or revolutionary or free are used in the same way. The very act of getting the word free into the public domain on your side places the other side in a difficult position. 47. That is why politicians or businessmen, about to cut back on social benefits or to close factories, always invoke fairness as part of their justification, along with such concepts as justice, rationalization, and efficiency. These mythological words come to replace thought. They are the modern equivalent of an intellectual void. Almost immediately, the Society of Jesus began to produce an educated elite inside the lay population. No other education of that time could match what it offered. Those who sought success for their children couldn't help but consider a Jesuit school. And yet, from the very beginning, the Jesuits' success was mixed with outside criticism of their cynicism, ambition, political interference, and amoral intelligence, everything that an anarch or a Harvard MBA might be accused of today. At the base of this criticism lay one fundamental truth. Whatever good the society did, it seemed unable to avoid either deforming policy or producing brilliant students who were also somehow deformed. The more brilliant the student, the more shocking this deformation seemed to be. The origin of this flaw lay in the original premise of the order. The Protestants were the first active, widespread messengers of reform. Loyola stole the method which had delivered their message and applied it to defend a cause that stood resolutely against reason. What at first sight appeared to be a fundamental contradiction turned out to be a great success. In fact, reason was stronger in his hands than it had been in those of the reformers. What he had created was a flexible, unfettered weapon, free of all obligation either to morality or to specific ideas. This severing of method from any roots provided the Jesuits with superficial strengths which were in fact profound weaknesses. The resulting system was incapable of defending itself against the inevitable invasion of extraneous, contradictory, and destructive ideas, both moral and intellectual. And so it wasn't surprising that before the 16th century was over, the Society of Jesus had been invaded by virulent cynicism. No great skill is needed to trace the pattern emerging from these three events. The Inquisitors, Machiavelli, and Loyola were all devoted to a priori truths and the service of established power. Their profession was administration. Two of them were courtiers and drew heavily on their military experience. Their methodology was unrelated to ideas or morality. Fear and secrecy were their favorite weapons. They favored personal anonymity, public discretion, simple dress, and power exercised from behind a facade. Out on the cutting edge of social and political reform, methodology was becoming a mercenary for hire. 48. The next step was decisive. Early in the 1600s, rational technocracy found its long-term partner the nation-state. This passionate marriage took place under the authority of a theoretically absolute monarch Louis XIII and was engineered by a cardinal. Of course, when we look at those years, the tendency is to become mesmerized by the philosophical fireworks which filled them. Francis Bacon and René Descartes led the West in rejecting the medieval past and creating two opposing rational schools, one drawn from the new science, the other from mathematics. Bacon went to great pains to lay out the difference between constructing an argument in order to produce an answer, which he rejected, and doing so in order to seek an answer. The logic now in use serves rather to fix and give stability to the errors which have their foundation in commonly received notions, than to help the search after truth. So it does more harm than good. 10. With perfect, effortless simplicity, he showed the fundamental difference between thought and judgment. This clarity, once released, seemed to languish for a century and a half, until the encyclopedists seized upon Bacon and John Locke as their principal inspiration. On closer examination, however, Bacon's clarity and open spirit seem less obvious. His personal career had been that of a courtier, with highs and lows not unlike that of Machiavelli. He betrayed his patron the Earl of Essex, further advanced himself by agreeing in a particular case to a torture confession procedure in the Inquisition tradition and used public power to great personal profit. He appears to have been more Machiavellian than Machiavelli. Bacon wrote a great deal about truth but rejected the supremacy of common law and therefore of Parliament. He considered natural law or reason to be supreme. This definition of the source of truth required an absolute monarch served by a wise advisor himself. And when, in his novella The New Atlantis, Bacon set about imagining an ideal society, the result was a dictatorship of technocrats who sought knowledge and truth. They then hid both from the citizen. Knowledge and power were married to secrecy and chastity. This chastity or asexuality may at first seem to be an oddity particular to Bacon's rational vision, but it will gradually show itself to be part of the general pattern. A great deal is made of the differences between English and French philosophy, with Bacon and Descartes used to illustrate the parting of the ways. Their technical arguments are certainly very different. But the intent and the result are virtually indistinguishable. Descartes, of course, remains the demigod of rational thought. His discourse on method formalized an astonishing view of reason. He was educated by the Jesuits and seemed to take from that among other things a submissive respect for authority. He even took the initiative. 49. To withdraw one of his books from circulation rather than risk displeasure. His celebrated exploration of doubt gradually showed itself to be a conservative force which prevented sensible arguments for change from passing the impossible tests of rational truth. Descartes, 1596–1650, was an exact contemporary of Richelieu, 1585–1642. It was the cardinal who, without reference to the thinker, would go on to build permanently into the first real modern state and into its methods all of Descartes' deductive ideas. One could even argue that it is Descartes who is in debt to Richelieu and not the contrary. By the time Descartes' discourse on method appeared in 1637, Richelieu had already been prime minister for 13 years. As early as 1627 the cardinal had introduced his 13-point proposal for a rational reorganization of government. The degree to which he was creating our future can be seen in such details as his restructuring of the educational system in order to produce more graduates in the scientific, practical professions and fewer in the general arts. For someone who held power 4 centuries ago, Richelieu was a remarkable combination of the best and the worst of the 20th century. As an individual he was the classic example of a technocratic leader. He had a nervous, impatient temperament, which made him far more effective behind the scenes than in public. He often dealt with widespread opposition by singling out and destroying one enemy in the group while reassuring the others. He had a cynical view of human events which made him think that the mere application of his own intelligence could manipulate history and change its direction. He was obsessed with detail and therefore with unending work. This work consisted to a great extent of placing himself at the center of the flow of information in order to control or to collect it. By the end of his life he was manipulating an extraordinary system of agents and was the master of everyone's secrets. Secrecy was central to his methods. In his very first public act as a young, relatively unknown bishop at the États Généraux in 1614, he proposed a two-part method for their deliberations: first, laying out the precise hours at which they would meet, and second, insisting upon the absolute secrecy of everything said and done. Precision, hard work, and secrecy. If this does not seem a clear enough model for the technocrat, then one can add, for example, his vindictiveness. 28 years later, as he himself lay dying, swollen, in unbearable agony and fully conscious of the fact that he was within days of his own demise, he concentrated his mind upon the trial and condemnation to death of his great enemy, the Marquis de Cinq-Mars. Of the 13 judges who had just tried the young man, 11 voted for execution. What Richelieu insisted upon knowing he had no legal right to were the names of the 2 dissenters. 11 had his own disease given him even a short reprieve. 50. He no doubt would have insisted that only traitors could have believed that Cinq-Mars wasn't a traitor. Richelieu had another characteristic, a peculiar one, which is often found in people who are better at dealing with systems than with individuals. In public, he could force himself to be the essence of cool reason. In private, he was given to particularly personal and vicious attacks. Richelieu specialized in anonymous or ghosted pamphlets. There was, for example, his anonymous published attack on Louis XI II's favorite, the deux de Lyonnais. According to the cardinal, the man had 6 major vices. He was incompetent, a coward, ambitious, greedy, and ingrate and a cheat. 12. Language, for Richelieu, was a means of hiding his actions and thoughts rather than of communicating them. To his taste for private malice should be added a weakness for intrigues, which often accompanies both an obsession with secrecy and the seeking of power through structure. But where did he get these tastes for intrigue and manipulation, this sad view of society and of the citizen and indeed of himself? The Chinese castration of imperial advisers was a means of removing dynastic dreams from ambitious young men. Certainly Richelieu's methods remind one of the eunuch approach. And the idle speculator can't help but gaze back at Bacon's praise of asexuality among rational elites, or for that matter, back further at Ignatius Loyola, creator of the rational system, and wonder about the exact height at which the cannonball passed between his legs and the exact damage it did on the way through. Reason seems to have created a system which, whatever its good points, is often felt to be castrating. Is there any reason, then, to be surprised if it attracts to positions of power individuals who are prone to an asexual view of the world? The structure that Richelieu put into place was, of course, filled with worthwhile and progressive characteristics. He had set out to create an honest administration, including that most difficult of things, an honest tax collection system. He was hard on elites that opposed him but relatively eager to help the poor, even if they had supported his enemies. He sought to remove the willful, irrational element from royal government. Common sense leads each one of us to understand that man, having been endowed with reason, should do nothing except that which is reasonable, since otherwise he would be acting contrary to his nature. There is nothing in nature less compatible with reason than emotion. 13. The trademark of the nation-state was to be centralization, and it was Richelieu who devised how to make this process unstoppable. He did this largely to create an efficient, honest government, but also to destroy. 51. The negative power of both the church and the aristocracy. It is difficult now to realize just how revolutionary all this was. His nationalism was a new idea, scarcely understood, let alone accepted. He was struggling against the mainstream of power and against the general belief in aristocratic rights. In many ways the modern republic and its equivalent, the constitutional monarchy, are Richelieu's creations. At the same time, all his actions, positive and negative, were accompanied by the use of fear, that essential tool of modern organization. Punishments and rewards, he wrote, are the two most important instruments of government. Power is the cause of fear. It is certain that of all the forces capable of producing results in public affairs, fear, if based upon both esteem and reverence, is the most effective, since it can drive everyone to do his duty. 14. At one point in his career the cardinal was forced out of office. Abruptly he became clumsy, even incompetent. He said and did the wrong things. He showed signs of uncontrollable paranoia. His skill seemed to be suited to being in power, not in opposition. But if the rational method had grown out of the defense of established power, then why would one expect a great technocrat to flower in opposition? The effective use of power excludes the idea of honorable opposition. A list of Richelieu's characteristics and policies makes him appear absolutely modern, but he should also be seen as the first man to fulfill Machiavelli's dream. Not to become the perfect prince. Machiavelli's prince was only the necessary, practical focus of a political method, given the time and the place. Richelieu was rather the fulfillment of Machiavelli's personal dream, that of the employee who uses the cover of a prince in order to institute a new system. Louis XIII, despite his weak character and emotional instability, was the perfect marionette for Richelieu. Those who concentrated on the cardinal's operatic day-to-day relationships with the king and the queen mother saw constant chopping and changing and minor intrigue. They missed what was really happening to France. In the hands of a consummate technocrat, it was being transformed from a feudal kingdom into a nation. The absolute monarchy which followed, and which is habitually seen as the glorious swan song of the old ways, was in fact the first complete manifestation of the rationally administered nation-state. Beneath the palace theatre of absolute monarchy ran the growing power of Richelieu's state, devoid of any real attachment to royal rights or to morality of any kind. Versailles was the modern state in disguise, an elaborate game of charades. It was only a matter of time, given the forces which Richelieu had set in motion, before the prince. 52. 9. Was replaced by something even more malleable, the constitutional democracy, in which governments came and went, while the cardinals, or their secular equivalents, remained. In Buddhism there is a phrase, the middle way, which has always fascinated Westerners dissatisfied with the direction our society has taken. On closer examination that middle way turns out to be extremely arduous. But the phrase nevertheless expresses a reasonableness which is absent from our own rational absolutism. The tendency of 18th-century writers to set allegories in the East was tied to the idea that these people were more likely to be sensible. Not that moderation has been absent from Western thought. Bacon strained after it in his search for openness of mind, as did Richelieu in his attempts to create fair institutions. And certainly Blaise Pascal labored to cover up the still warm tracks of Descartes by establishing the moral fiber of reason. All our dignity, then, consists in thought. It is upon this that we must depend. Let us labor, then, to think well. This is the foundation of morality. 15. In a sense Molière was Pascal's alter ego. And Molière's enormous popularity might have given the impression that there was hope for reasonable action. But those who told straight truths to large audiences as Molière did came to play a specific role in societies where judgmental power dominated the state, learning, business and every other key area. They fulfilled the function of a Punch and Judy show. After the citizen had given his day, year, life to the real system, the one that had power, he went out to dream and to laugh in the theatre, where Molière knocked his superiors about. Still, Pascal could not be totally ignored. He could be admired, which meant he needn't be listened to. He could become like an honored saint, better than other mortals but impossible to follow. As opposed, for example, to Thomas Hobbes, who was making an enormous impact in England by proposing a mechanical and secular social contract which depended on an absolute monarch and, above all, on fear as the control device. Someone like John Locke was far more attractive. He attacked the old powers and the unexplained, unexplainable established order. And that was welcomed. Yet at the same time he led the citizenry, with his contractualism, farther along the easy path opened up by Bacon and Descartes, which eventually brought them to an obsession with proofs and therefore with facts. Facts at that time were such rare nuggets that no one realized how they would multiply. Everyone believed them to be solid and in Ne 53 made to be true facts. No one yet understood that life would become an uncomfortable, endless walk down a seashore laid thick with facts of all sizes and shapes. Boulders, pebbles, shards, perfect ovals. No one had begun to imagine that these facts were without any order, imposed or natural, that facts were as meaningful as raw vocabulary without grammar or sentences. A man could pick up any fact he wished and fling it into the sea and make it skip. A practiced, talented arm could make it skip 3, perhaps 4 times, while a lesser limb might make a single plunk with the same concrete proof of some truth or other. Another man might build with these facts some sort of fortress on the shore. As for Locke, he certainly did not think that facts would rapidly become the weapons, not only of good men but of evil men, not only of truth but of lies. Had he but looked back at Richelieu's career, he might have seen what was to come. At the age of 20 in Rome, Richelieu had argued a sermon before the Pope in order to prove a particular point. The very next day he was again before the Pope and argued the same sermon in order to prove the opposite point. 16 Europe had hardly reached the supposed birth of modern reason, and yet hints of the force of the future blind logic were already in the air. There were those who saw what was happening and who warned eloquently. Jonathan Swift's trenchant words came too soon and were too harsh. With books like Gulliver's Travels, 1726, he became popular but was immediately categorized as marginal and peculiar. And there was that unhappy professor, Giambattista Vico, who tried to advance his ideas in the very Catholic city of Naples. He used an historical approach to combat the Cartesian self-justifying abstractions. Rationalists tended later to categorize him as an obscure reactionary in order to discount what he was saying. But he wasn't seeking to defend the old order, and certainly not the worst of the old order. Rather, he was striving for the same inquisitiveness as Pascal, the same care in seeking out right and wrong. Today, he wrote in 1708, only criticism and judgment are admired. The subject itself has been relegated to the last row. They say that as men are capable of judgment, one need only teach them a thing and they will know if it is true. But who can be sure to have seen everything? 17. As for the new methods of analysis, it is impossible to deny anything they say unless you attack them from the beginning. 18. Vico was perhaps the first to recognize the irresistible strength of the new and theoretically free methods of argument, which in fact were structured to make a particular answer inevitable. He and Montesquieu both condemned the loss of the political vocation as it had been preached by the Greeks and the Romans, a vocation in favor of the 54. Cult of truth, a vision of society as a moral whole. 19. It was Montesquieu, a jurist from the minor nobility of Bordeaux, who initiated early in the 18th century the admiration of French philosophers for English freedoms. But if truth was becoming nothing more than a structured argument studded with useful, malleable facts, then what was left of the moral whole except Machiavellianism on the one hand and raw sentiment on the other? Common sense, which might also be called careful emotion or prudence, was squeezed out of the picture. Vico and Montesquieu sensed what would happen after the anchors of the old system had finally been cut away. Technocracy would reign in a curious coalition with almost animal emotion. The perfectly normal human emotive needs, in the absence of a social context which could deal with them, would degenerate into sentiment. And it was that base sentiment, unleashed by the rational technocrat, which would turn into the cult of the hero. The Lisbon earthquake struck in 1755 and shattered the moral legitimacy of established power. It did to the psychic inviolability of church and absolute monarchs what the Vietnam War later did to that of the United States. This catastrophe, which killed indiscriminately thousands of children, women, and men, poor and rich, seemed somehow to require an immediate explanation. The people of Europe asked themselves a collective why. The Church and the constituted authorities couldn't stop themselves from replying that God was punishing sinners. Instinctively the citizenry found this answer ridiculous. Lisbon wasn't a particularly sinning town, certainly not in comparison to Madrid, Paris, or London. And those children, women, poor. They could know nothing of important sins. The claim of divine retribution was so obviously ridiculous that, abruptly, people felt liberated from any obligation to believe anything the authorities said. In particular, the Church discredited its power to give or to withhold moral sanction on the way people led their lives. All the citizens, those belonging to the aristocracy, were in the most complex position. It had been decades since they had believed unquestionably in the foundations of their own legitimacy. However, they profited from the maintenance of a pretense of belief. That pretense was quickly cut to ribbons by the philosophers of the Enlightenment who, being in full flood, pounced with all their acerbic wit on the official Lisbon story. None of this was immediately clear in any concrete or structural way, but the veil had been rent. In that same year, an event occurred which made it possible to believe. 55. For the first time that reason was not a mere idea, that reason could govern men. Philosophers would no longer have to invent mythical Oriental nations, as Montesquieu and Voltaire had done, in order to illustrate their arguments. They could now simply refer to the Republic in Corsica. 20. History is particular in the events that it chooses to retain. Retention usually requires the continued existence of a solid group, an organized nation, or a reasonably numerous people that will integrate the event into its mythology and nurture it over the centuries. The Corsican Republic has slipped out of general memory because there was no one off the Mediterranean island interested in remembering. The philosophical ideas that Pascal Pauli applied, when constructing his republic, were largely French. And it was the French who destroyed his republic, first Louis XV, then the Revolution, then, definitively, Bonaparte. Even on the island itself, integration into France meant that the importance of the Pauli Republic would be, indeed had to be, played down by the authorities. Corsica had belonged to Genoa since the 16th century. The Genoese had always concentrated their power in the island's ports and kept a loose hold on the mountainous interior, where most of the population lived. From time to time and increasingly in the 18th century, the rival Corsican clans would agree on a common leader and then rise up in revolt. Pauli's father had led one of these liberation forces with great success. But the Genoese then asked the Austrians and the French to support them militarily, and in 1738 the elder Pauli fled to Naples, taking his 13-year-old son with him. Pascal Pauli was therefore brought up in exile in Italy, where he memorized the classics, learned Italian, French and English, was trained as an army officer and read all the 18th-century philosophers. In 1755 the clans again came together and, by the general voice, elected the then 30-year-old exile their leader and asked him to come home. Pauli came determined to apply the ideas of the philosophers to that piece of the real world. He transformed what had begun as yet another clan revolt into something so different that the island was soon liberated except for a few besieged ports. In desperation the Genoese again turned to France for help, and Louis XV sent an expedition. By chance the future revolutionary Mirabeau was among the French officers. Pauli's army used guerrilla tactics to make mincemeat of these regulars, but Louis's response to defeat was simply to send a second, larger expedition in return for Genoa's title deed to the island. This invasion stirred Rousseau to write, "I still find it hard to believe that France is willing to call down upon herself the censure of the world." 21 The first Pitt, who was later to support the American revolutionaries against his own king, spoke up in Corsica's defense, saying 56 of Pauli that he was one of those men who are no longer to be found but in the lives of Plutarch. 22. The second French force included a young major, Count de Guibert, the future inventor of modern military strategy. Now that their own territorial expansion was in question, the French applied themselves seriously, and the imbalance of numbers and of available funds combined to weaken Pauli's army. Then a single major strategic error in 1769 led to a Corsican military rout halfway across a mountain river on the Ponte Nuovo. The Republic was dead. Pauli fled. His senior officers, including Napoleon Bonaparte's father, went home. And Paris began its standard absorption of newly conquered territories. This included an interdiction on the teaching of the Corsican language and a gathering up of the local young male elite to be educated as Frenchmen on the mainland. Pauli, meanwhile, was on his way to exile in England. At that time most philosophers believed that the English enjoyed the greatest political freedom in Europe. And Pauli had the expectation of being well commed there thanks to James Boswell, who had come to Corsica a few years before and written a book devoted to glowing descriptions of Pauli's republic. As the defeated leader crossed Europe on his way to London, he was greeted as the great hero of political reason. Enormous crowds, often so thick that he couldn't leave the houses he was staying in, followed him everywhere. His likeness was sold on handkerchiefs. The kings of Europe sought him out as he passed and paid homage. When he reached England, John Wesley wrote, "Lord, show him what is thy will concerning him, and give him a kingdom that cannot be moved." 23. This was the period leading up to the American Revolution, and the colonials had only three foreign heroes: Pitt the Elder, John Wilkes and Pauli. Corsica played a key role in the rise of the Republican ideal within the 13 colonies. Ships and children were named after the martyred leader. When the revolution came, the rebels used his name as a rallying cry during charges against the English troops. And in later years the old revolutionaries throughout the American Republic raised their glass in his honor on the night of Pauli's birthday. It is difficult to imagine today the impact that the Corsican Republic made on Europe and America during its 14 years in operation, and then again during the French Revolution, when Pauli was called from exile in London across to Paris. There he was cheered by the entire National Assembly, from moderates to revolutionaries, as the first man to have fought the kings and governed under the sign of reason. All of them, Mirabeau, Danton, Robespierre, knew that in 1762, when Pauli's republic was only 7 years old, Rousseau had written in the Social Contract 5:7. There is one country still capable of legislation, the island of Corsica. The courage and constancy with which that brave people have recovered and defended their liberty deserves the reward of having some wise man teach them how to preserve it. 24. Various philosophers imagined themselves in this role, but Pauli himself was obliged by circumstances to fill it. Without being an ideologue, he saw himself as the agent of reason. His great common sense permitted him to act in a reasonable manner while the absolutist forces old and new flew about. In the end he was defeated by both, the tail end of the absolute monarchy combined with the new, strident forces of nationalist reason. The modern equivalent of Corsica's popularity among the intellectuals and young of 18th century Europe and America is perhaps that of Alexander Dubček's Czechoslovakia or Salvador Allende's Chile in the 1960s. And yet the situation was quite different. Pauli was the forerunner of an absolutely new idea. He was the first leader to try and to succeed. And then he was crucified first by the old interests, then by the new. He popularized the rule of reason and thus carried the idea for the first time beyond the intellectuals and out to the general population of Europe. In popular terms, his impact was like that of John Kennedy. Later, in exile, he came to resemble Norodom Sihanouk, the wandering shadow of a small country destroyed by the large powers. Behind all these reverberations lay Pauli's practical invention of the modern republic, by no means an ideal creation. He was dealing with a poor population still divided into clans. Their election of him was representative only in the sense of a clan-based election. At best it could be said that if ever there was a society which resembled Marx's unconscious democracy, it was the Corsica on which Pauli landed in 1755. He attempted to carry his country directly from the Middle Ages to the Age of Reason, jumping over the age of the absolute monarchs in a way which made use of every modern ideal. First he appeared to be the model Republican leader. He dressed in simple clothing and refused the moneys voted him by the assemblies. He created a public school system and a university. Although a believer himself, he dismantled the political and economic power of the church, instituted a fair legal system, encouraged local industries in what we would now call a social democratic manner, and helped the assembly to produce a model constitution, which encouraged decentralization and delegation. His enlightened ideas on a variety of subjects were reported to the world by Boswell and other visitors, as well as through his vast correspondence. He admired politicians in their role as the servants of the people. He was a nationalist within the limits of public service and of a free state. He admired William Penn's peaceful colony, where the people were happier than Alexander the Great after destroying multitudes at the conquest of Thebes. 25. He had a strong sense of virtue and of faith in the people which he followed all of his life. The Corsican Constitution of 1762 drew on the ad hoc body of existing laws and upon the principles of the Enlightenment. His opening speech to the elected consulta in May of the same year was a model of reason in action. Your fellow citizens in electing you to represent them have placed their dearest interests in your hands, so examine your consciences, enlighten each other by frank discussion, and be convinced that the resolutions you will take together will become the law of the land, because what they represent will be the sincere expression of the will of the country. It was Pauli who first wrote of free citizens ready to accept only liberty or death, and who, on returning to his country after 21 years of exile in England, fell to the ground to kiss the earth, thus sealing the link between reason and the love of country, an equation which, more than any other of that time, has been deformed to serve the opposite purpose. Pauli's republic, much more than the American, was the precursor of the French Revolution. In 1790 Mirabeau, in order to cleanse his own hands, which had been dirtied by participation in the military expedition sent by Louis XV to destroy the Corsican Republic, moved that the Assembly invite Pauli back from exile in England. The French Constitution of 1790 was an imitation of the one Pauli had instituted a quarter of a century before, and so he came to Paris as a hero. A wild reception greeted his entry into the Assembly. The leaders filed one after the other to the podium to praise him. Robespierre set the tone: "You defended freedom when we did not even dare to hope for it." 26. The excited and unstable tribunes of Paris sent him to Corsica to govern in their name and in that of reason. Pauli was welcomed home as the national savior. As in 1755, he put all temptations of personal glory aside and got to work. But this was the last high point of his life. Having invented the first government of reason, he was about to be squeezed between the two forces that were set to dominate the West, the technocrats and the heroes, the classic division of modern rational society. Pauli's honesty, his age, and the smallness of Corsica in the center of this hurricane, all limited his freedom of movement. He set about carrying out his mandate, only to discover that as Paris writhed into ever greater confusion and the revolutionaries set about destroying each other, it was virtually impossible not to fall foul of them. It was hard to know whether his distance from the capital was an advantage or a disadvantage. In any case, he was soon under attack from the Assembly, which did everything it could to destabilize him. 59. The element most susceptible to destabilization was the new generation of young Corsican aristocrats who had grown up during the 20 years of French rule. They were a curious group. Almost schizophrenic. Educated in France and drawn into the Parisian orbit with all that implied of superficial urban superiority covering up the demons of a provincial inferiority complex, they were nevertheless sons of clan leaders and themselves Corsican nationalists who resented the French conquest. Pauli was their spiritual father. Now, with the revolution in Paris, a new phenomenon, romantic reason, was in full flood. Every young man began to see himself as a potential hero, created not by the Boolean ideal of the self-sacrificing public servant but by the new dream of the unleashed ego. If a young man felt endowed with enough courage to snatch personal glory, then destiny and reason somehow empowered him to do so at the expense of whoever was in the way. Betrayal of causes and homeland were nothing when weighed against glory, the new word for personal advancement. Voltaire had already written in his philosophical dictionary, "He who burns with ambition to become aedile, tribune, praetor, consul, dictator, cries out that he loves his country and he loves only himself." 27. For a young Corsican consumed by the fires of heroic ambition, there could be no greater obstacle than Pauli, the living spirit of reasonable public service. The Bonaparte brothers led the way in this new worship of the hero. Pauli had every reason to believe in their loyalty. Not only had their father been one of his best and closest officers, their mother had been a famous patriot, following her husband through the mountains from battlefield to battlefield during the campaign against Louis XV's expedition. She had been there, 6 months pregnant, on May 8, 1769, when the Corsican Republic suffered its great and last defeat at Ponte Nuovo. With her husband, she managed to flee the catastrophe and to reach their home in Ajaccio, where Bonaparte was born. 20 years later, the young man was serving in the French artillery, but he was still fiercely loyal to the Corsican cause. Like Pauli, he had initially been encouraged by the revolution of 1789. Then, as the confusion and jingoism in Paris turned against the interests of his island, Bonaparte wrote to Pauli of his hatred for the French and of his feelings for the poor Corsicans, weighed down by chains even as they kissed, trembling, the hand which oppressed them. 28. In truth, however, the factionalism and subterfuge of a revolution gone wrong were already drawing these young Corsican aristocrats into the emotional turbulence. Who was pure? Who wasn't? Who a revolutionary? Who a traitor? What was liberty? What was the public good? Who should hold power? Who should die? Abstract rational thought was operating at full force and with an immediate impact on the real world. 60 Argument T. Pauli refused to let Corsica slip into this violent dialectic. Instead he continued on a course of steady, calm reform. The Paris Assembly was at its most radical stage and was looking for diversions. They declared Pauli a criminal and threatened to invade Corsica. They also focused on the young future clan leaders living in Paris and convinced them that Pauli's moderation was anti-revolutionary. A small group was sent home to provoke heroic, revolutionary events. Pauli countered by calling together the Corsican Consulta 1,000 strong. They declared the island an independent republic for the second time in 40 years. But when the old man discovered that a group of young Corsicans, including the Bonapartes, was actually plotting against him to win power in Paris, he despaired and sought a counterweight to France. Only one existed: England. He placed the Corsican Republic under British protection, then discovered that they were just as rapacious as the French. London sent a governor, Sir Gilbert Elliot, who turned out to be a technocrat of limited talents. Vain, given to plotting and flattery, jealous of prerogatives, an administrator who stayed inside his palace, Elliot could not accept that the support the English had on the island came entirely from the people's confidence in Pauli. Instead he saw the old man as a rival and plotted with the English authorities to squeeze the Corsican out. Elliot believed that his own inability to control the island could be reversed through administrative manipulation. The problem, he argued, was Pauli's age. The old man slowed events by his lengthy consultations with the Corsicans. And his desire to support a state built on the principles of reason, while opposing French imperialism, was an idea too complex to function with a world war raging about them. Elliot believed that if he could get rid of Pauli, he would control the man's administrative system and therefore the government and the island. It took some time before his Mandarin skills could force the old man into his third exile. This was followed by a night or so during which Elliot was technically in absolute control. Then everything evaporated around him. One minute he was master of the island. The next it wasn't safe for him to leave his palace. Shortly after, the English were obliged to abandon the island. On paper, of course, Elliot had not lost Corsica. He had decided to withdraw from it. If any blame was due, it was to Pauli. Had the old man left sooner, Elliot would not have had to withdraw at all. In fact, there were lots of people he could blame in his reports. And, in what would later become the tradition of the staff officer promoted for losing battles, Elliot managed to have himself rewarded with the title Baron Minto of Minto. He put the national symbol of Corsica, a Moor's head with a white bandeau, into his family coat of arms. As for Bonaparte, he had fled back to France the moment his plotting 61 was discovered and had since concentrated his ambitions there. In some ways, having no attachment to the country made him a perfect model for the hero. The importance of a detached or mercenary approach had been a recurring theme in the writing of rationalist thinkers since Machiavelli. The Bonaparte brothers were still leading the way in the practical creation and worship of the rational hero. By being first, doing so as an organized family group and getting a solid hold on power for more than a decade, they were able to define heroic action for the next 2 centuries. The only problem they had in creating this mythological aura stemmed from the fact that they had made their way by betraying the first great rational statesman, who had also been their father figure and that of Corsica. In other words, they had also betrayed their own country. Napoleon's embarrassment could be seen in his studious avoidance of Corsica once he had got hold of power in Paris. He also pushed ahead with the integration of the island into the French structure. The extraordinary educational and mythological machinery centered in the French capital ensured that Pauli would be eliminated from or deformed in every aspect of organized culture and government. Since the revolution was to be presented as the expression of reason and Napoleon as its natural inheritor, Pauli had to be presented as the enemy of reason. The official mythology, therefore, gradually balanced the idolatry of Bonaparte with its ridiculing of Pauli. This formula was finally perfected in the 20th century, in Abel Gance's brilliant but totally inaccurate film deifying Bonaparte. The young man is presented as an idealistic, disinterested, virginal indeed, physically beautiful nationalist, who must deal with Pauli, a degenerate, corpulent, corrupt indeed, syphilitic old dictator. The fact that Pauli was scrupulously honest, died poor, led a monastic life and introduced democracy, while Bonaparte went on to political, military, and financial excess through uncontrolled, egocentric ambition, disappears effortlessly beneath the full flood of organized cinematic mythology. Even the personal physiques of the two men were inverted by Gance. Pauli was a tall, aesthetic figure. It was Bonaparte, an extremely short man with an undescended testicle, who ran too fat. But none of that mattered. After all, the creation of the hero had as little to do with reality as did the administrative effectiveness of Sir Gilbert Elliot, later known as Baron Minto. Long before this disastrous period in Pauli's life, the example of his first republic had already been embraced in the American colonies. There, reason was given a second opportunity to prove itself. The colonial 62T were far luckier than the Corsicans. London was a long way away. The power of the British Parliament tempered the power of the King. And the power of the colonials' friends within Parliament in turn weakened the war party. The colonies were also reasonably large and led not by one brilliant man but by a remarkable collection of men. Within this group were two who would replace Pauli in international mythology as the Republican ideal. It is fair to say that had the United States not produced Washington and Jefferson, its history would have been quite different. Without a calm first president, equipped with perfect honor and a limited ambition, and a third president who possessed in addition a genius that could both imagine the Republic of Reason and put it into effect, it is highly unlikely that the revolutionary excitement could have been channeled and the country put onto a reasonable track. Not that the revolution was entirely satisfactory. The resulting constitution, as the late Supreme Court Justice Thurgood Marshall has pointed out, was defective from the start. 29 Even after a civil war and momentous social transformations, the current system of government is still unable to deal with the terrible economic disparities, the violence, and the growing, uneducated, non-voting percentage of the population. Nevertheless, Washington and Jefferson managed to hold the republic in place long enough for emotions to cool and for the nation to get off the revolutionary roller coaster. The French experience shows what might have happened. Caught in full revolution with no great republican leaders, they were thrown, as if in an epileptic fit, from republic to dictator to king to republic to dictator to republic to dictator and back to the republic they have today. Our standard view is that the violent change provoked by the French Revolution was much greater than that of the American. France's subsequent instability is supposed to be the result. But if we are talking about profound social changes, then the analysis is wrong. In France the real revolution had already taken place, gradually, over the preceding 20 years. The rising intellectual and administrative class was already converted to reason. Most of the latter came from the aristocracy, albeit the minor aristocracy, which was more accurately a manifestation of a new upper middle class. Many of the modernizing administrative changes they sought had already been made or were in process by the time the revolution broke out. The École Royale de Ponts et Chaussées, the National Civil Engineering School, had been founded in 1776, followed by the National Mining Engineering School and the École Normale Supérieure, for the training of professors. Even the greatest of all the national schools, the Polytechnique, was created in mid-revolution by the middle-class elements who felt they were involved in a continuing 63 process, rather than beginning something new. The army structure had already been modernized under Louis XVI to an extent that the British would not reach until late in the 19th century. The Revolutionary Army, which amazed everyone by beating the Great Prussian Army at Valmy in 1792, was in fact the reformed Royal Army, commanded in large part by the products of that system young, well-born, professional officers, who had been converted to the principles of rational management well before 1789. As for the king's divine right, that official enemy of the revolution, no one had actually believed in it for years. How could they? Most of the ruling elite hardly believed in God. They certainly didn't believe in an active, hands-on God. The superficial forms, which Louis XIV had originally given the state, were now its only cement. Louis XIV had dressed and lived like a sun king in order to give the aristocracy and the population a concrete emanation of his power. On the rungs which descended from his throne of grandeur, each aristocrat had a perch in declining order of visible magnificence. Louis sought to tie the aristocracy to this meaningless code in order to control them while he consolidated his own power. He was, after all, a man who enjoyed great simplicity, a man perfectly conscious of the difference between his appearance as Sun King and his reality as the functioning head of state. Particularly during the second half of his reign, he tended to escape from sight whenever possible, shed his extravagant costumes and, like an actor off stage, sit quietly in a small salon with his wife. It took only a century for the sense of that division to be lost. Louis XVI and his entourage had actually come to believe in the reality of appearances. They believed that it was this masquerade, this publicity system, which made Louis king, that without it, he was nothing. What's more, if appearances were all that mattered, there was no reason to worry about his real incompetence when it came to doing his job. This reasoning may sound familiar, because it resembles the assumptions often made about political leadership today. Again and again during the Revolution, Louis was incapacitated not so much by his own weak character or his drinking or his wife's stupidity as by his inability to differentiate between appearance and reality. This came to a head during his abortive escape attempt of 1791, which ended in recapture at Varennes. Confusion in his own mind between his royal dignity and the need to disguise himself caused him to reject several effective escape plans. He settled for the most cumbersome approach and disdained any proper disguise. Louis wore a pink wig, as if the whole business were a costume party rather than a desperate, real moment. A government structure in which the leader and his senior advisors are willing to risk the existence of the entire system over 64T whether the leader should or should not wear a proper servant's wig for 12 hours is not simply a sclerotic system. By normal clinical standards it is already dead. But why was the result of revolution so much more destabilizing in France than in the United States? The first answer has already been given: America was lucky in its revolutionary leaders. The second is that, unlike France, America did not try to become a republic in more than name. Washington's job description fitted Voltaires of a benevolent monarch in almost every way except for the title. Third, it is not clear that the history of the United States has been any more stable than that of France. For example, the ongoing high levels of violence associated with American civilization are usually attributed to the frontier tradition. They could just as easily be attributed to the syndrome of solving social problems with force, which was produced by the Revolution. The real answer, however, may be far more general. The threat or promise of change brings out the frail nature of mankind's psyche. And sudden change is an imposition of instability. The rational argument, from its modern beginnings, has tried to avoid dealing with this reality. The multitude of abstract social models, mathematical, scientific, mechanical, and market-based, are all based on an optimistic assumption that a schematic reorganization of society will be good for the human race. Even the idea of man as a perfectible being is dependent on an idea of manipulation from outside or above. The technocrats and the heroes are the two favored types of rational manipulators. But what the French and American revolutions should have told us is that human beings do not respond effectively to this sort of manipulation. And the more abstract it is, the more they resist or slide onto an emotional and political roller coaster. In that sense, revolution is a sign of the failure of both those who lose power and those who gain it. It provokes an instability which the people and the new leaders seek to control as rapidly as possible. But once let loose, this instability takes on a momentum of its own, a momentum that provokes physical suffering and blood. The end result may be that certain problems are solved, but in the process the civilization is permanently scarred by the violence. The violent act usually fosters both increased levels of inflexible extremism and absolutism and yet more violence. With this much hindsight, it is relatively easy to identify the long-term destabilizing effects of extreme social engineering. People living in the 18th and 19th centuries had a far harder time reading the signals flashing all around them in a confusing array. Those who sought 65. The middle way, like Pauli and Jefferson, had to grope through the disorder as best they could, aided by their common sense. An interesting example of this process was Edmund Burke, a great Whig, a careful, inquisitive thinker, and a supporter of Corsica, Irish independence, and the American revolutionaries. With his address to the electors of Bristol, he laid out one of the first reasonable proposals for a practical relationship between the voter and the elected. He also opposed slavery. He did make, however, one important ideological error in his career. He opposed the French Revolution. Some of his arguments against it were brilliant, others were patently wrong. France was not a country he knew a great deal about, and so, out of ignorance, he praised the Ancien regime. But his practical sense did help him to see what was disastrous about the revolution. He pointed out that he was in favor of a moral regulated liberty as well as any gentleman in France, but would not stand forward and give praise to an object stripped of all concrete relations so that it stood in all the solitude of a metaphysical idea. 30. This opposition caused him to be recategorized by the great flow of rationalist philosophers, including Jeremy Bentham and James Mill, as a reactionary, rather in the way earlier philosophers had categorized Vico. In a sense, Burke suffered the intellectual equivalent of condemnation by the Inquisition or elimination for serious consideration by Cartesian logic or a Stalinist show trial. Those who categorized him didn't like his stands in favor of Pauli and Washington any more than they liked his opposition to the French Revolution. In fact, it wasn't his stands they disliked, it was how and why he took them. It wasn't that he opposed reform or justice, which he didn't, but that he rejected the new logic. On most days Burke had a solid historical sense. He was able to see events as they were and to see where an approximate moral truth lay. He was a practical man who relied on common sense. He didn't use a priori arguments. He was therefore an enemy of the New Age. To rational thinkers, his support of reform in certain areas seemed to contradict his conservatism in others. But Burke saw reform and the maintenance of stability as part of a balance or a compromise which reflected the real world. And the real world was filled with contradictions which could not be eliminated by the egotistical sweep of an abstract hand. In that sense, even at his most conservative, he was closer to the middle way than were the optimistic rationalists, who imagined whole populations sliced free of their limiting past and present, then flipped over to fry in a new, clean future with all the inanimate passivity of a Big Mac. This was the reality that Burke groped for when attacking the French Revolution. The more complete the idealistic future proposed, the more certain it was to require some overriding dis-66 Arguflian solution imposed either by the initiators or by those who would appear in extremis to establish authority in the resulting anarchical situation. In either case, the effect would be to unleash a level of violence which, in this clean, new world liberated from experience and common sense, would be virtually unrestrainable. Burke, of course, wasn't the only reformer to have doubts about the revolution. Thomas Jefferson was the American ambassador to France from 1785 to 1789. He and Lafayette had been friends during the American Revolution. In 1789 Jefferson was the only experienced and successful revolutionary in Paris, and so his house became a mecca for the newly elected assembly members. They asked his advice and he soon began to tell them they were slipping off course, that matters were moving out of control, not just for the king but for the reformers and the revolutionaries. They were losing sight of the concrete wrongs which had provoked the whole business. Real opportunities to consolidate democratic political power and social justice were slipping by because everyone was getting caught up in enormous battles over such abstract things as the true nature of man and which were the absolute solutions to all problems. Mirabeau and Danton were distracted by these large ideas and their own personal petty corruption. Robespierre and Saint-Just were emerging as the reincarnations of the Inquisitors and Loyola disguised in the garb of revolutionary avenging angels. Jefferson's own revolutionary origins and his record as a fair and honest president have in the long run put him beyond the sort of intellectual show trial that Burke suffered. In fact, Jefferson may be the sole example of a great man of reason able to keep himself above and beyond the judgmental scourge of the rational ideologues. He was thus highly successful both in his ideas and in his political execution. His faults are there to be counted, but he was arguably the greatest public figure the modern world has produced. Philosopher, writer, architect, farmer, inventor, revolutionary, politician, head of state, a man surrounded by friends and by love. He avoided intrigue. Did not believe in secrecy. Understood the difference between the primacy of peace and the extremity in which war is justified. He failed to convince his colleagues to deal with the slave question in the Declaration of Independence but wrote, "Nothing is more certainly written in the book of fate, than that these people are to be free. But if it is left to force itself on, human nature must shudder at the prospect held up." 31 He had the true Democrat's faith in the people as the source of all authority. 32 He acted in a constant state of moral consciousness. An honest heart being the first blessing, a knowing head is the second. Though you cannot see, when 67. You take one step, what will be the next, he wrote to a nephew, yet follow truth, justice, and plain dealing, and never fear their leading you out of the labyrinth, in the easiest manner possible. The knot which you thought a Gordian one, will untie itself before you. Nothing is so mistaken as the supposition that a person can extricate himself from a difficulty by intrigue, by chicanery, by dissimulation, by trimming, by an untruth, by an injustice. 33. His words ring today like those of a choirboy. But that reflects upon us, not upon the words. Jefferson dealt as he spoke. No experiment can be more interesting than that we are now trying, and which we trust will end in establishing the fact, that man may be governed by reason and truth. Our first object should therefore be to leave open to him all the avenues to truth. 34 Yet all the time he knew that the violent origins of the United States had created a mythology which its people were obliged to be proud of, and that pride could not prevent such violence from becoming an historical weight. The blood of the people is become an inheritance. 35. It was something that had to be slowly absorbed by the new system. Nowhere does he suggest that being a genius or a hero or a champion or, for that matter, being someone capable of producing right answers was necessary to the function of good government. His description of George Washington is a veritable eulogy to the qualities of not being the best. His mind was great and powerful, without being of the very first order, his penetration strong, though not so accurate as that of a Newton, Bacon, or Locke, and as far as he saw, no judgment was ever sounder. It was slow in operation, being little aided by invention or imagination, but sure in conclusion. Perhaps the strongest feature in his character was prudence. His integrity was most pure, his justice the most inflexible I have ever known, no motives of interest or consanguinity, of friendship or hatred, being able to bias his decision. He considered our new Constitution as an experiment on the practicability of republican government, and would lose the last drop of his blood in support of it. 36. It isn't surprising that politicians of all sorts have tried to claim Jefferson as their own. They usually hang their claim not on his general philosophical, moral, or political beliefs, but on some specific concept used by Jefferson to reflect a concrete need of his time. President Reagan was particularly adept at this hijacking of isolated moral precepts, which he then used to justify actions that would have horrified Jefferson. What these pillagers of words avoid, however, is the great common sense that Jefferson brought to reason and morality, as well as the historical view to which, like Burke, he managed to marry all three. But 68 then the historical view implies a solid memory of how the past had unfolded, and that in turn hampers the clean lines of freestanding rational solutions. How different France's revolutionary experience might have been had it had either Washington or Jefferson to guide events. Instead, the people, their hearts still racing with the excitement and anguish of revolt, were lost in a sea of superhuman ideas and expectations, while being led by brilliant but immature egotists who rapidly murdered each other. When these were replaced by a group of venal and rather ordinary politicians, the people felt more than disappointment. They slipped into a national depression and sought desperately for the promised answers. It was then they needed leaders capable of explaining that the true glory of freedom was something as boring as an honest politician. Or that the process of reason was slow and cumbersome. Or that restraint of the individual ego was central to the victory of reason. Instead, out of the confusion, there appeared a full-blown male version of the base sentiment that Montesquieu and Guillaume Battista Vico had warned of 75 years before. The anchor of the old system had been cut away by an abstract revolution. The rational thinkers and technocrats were unable to give the pitching ship a direction. And so, in the absence of any stable social context, the perfectly normal emotive needs of the population degenerated into sentiment. It took on concrete form as the cult of the hero, the golden calf of reason. Bonaparte, disciple of Pauli, came fresh from the betrayal of both his mentor and his homeland. That he was a foreigner made him a more perfect hero. He was there not to repair the anchor but to sail the ship away. In other words, the hero turned out to be reason's magician, who replaced memory and history with himself. Of course, Bonaparte made the impact he did because he had undeniable talents. He still stands as the great modern general. He had a passion for administrative and legal reorganization. He couldn't conquer a city without wanting, like a Roman emperor, to open an avenue through the center and then build something grand at either end. In fact, almost everything he did was subject to the effects of uncontrolled ego. And from the moment of his coup d'état on the 18th Brumaire, when he panicked at the podium of the assembly and his brother had to carry it through the chasm between the myth of the rational hero on the one hand and the reality of the man and his acts on the other, never ceased to widen. In that context, it is worth pointing out that of the first four modern republics, Bonaparte destroyed three: Corsica, Haiti, whose leader, 69, Toussaint L'Ouverture, was thrown into a damp, cold prison to die of exposure, and France. And he didn't get on with the fourth, the United States. Bonaparte quickly revealed the face of the hero, and from the very beginning it contained all the characteristics of blind reason. He was judgmental, impatient of unclear situations. Not long before his coup d'état, he said that what France needed was a complete victory for one party. 10,000 killed, from one side or the other. If not, we'll have to keep starting over. Along with his judgments came a contempt for the people. What they need is glory, the gratifications of vanity. 37 Beyond that, he exploited a vaguely democratic vocabulary he didn't believe in. The real message he took from the revolution was the necessity for rational administration. Once the happiness of the French people is based upon the best organic laws, all of Europe will become free. 38. In other words, reason equals structure equals happiness, and that is freedom. Reason means contented efficiency. Bonaparte understood that the power given by efficient methods and rational argument was far more absolute than anything the kings had known. The only thing needed to make this combination irresistible was an emotive personality. Thus, emotional instability, known as charisma, combined with a talent for rational methods, became the recipe for the modern absolute dictator. Outside the assembly on 18th Brumaire, just after his coup, Bonaparte felt his courage coming back and so began to harangue his soldiers: "This state of things can't go on. In 3 years they will lead us back to despotism. We want a republic based upon equality, moral civil liberty, and political tolerance. With good administration, all individuals will forget which faction they belong to and they will be able to be French." 39. In other words, he carried out a coup to prevent despotism. He promised various liberties at the very moment that he was suppressing liberty. He promised efficiency, again, as the magic potion to produce what he had once called happiness and now called French. That reason could have led so fast to blind nationalism is astounding. It followed that he should next shut down the new and even the old mechanisms of free speech. After all, the Bourbon monarchy had been a fairly loose organization in its last years. Even Voltaire had come back to Paris and been cheered at the theatre with the Queen present. Napoleon wouldn't have tolerated Voltaire for 2 minutes. He reduced the assembly to a mouthpiece. Writers fled into exile. He took Richelieu's idea of a spy network a step further by developing the first truly modern and effective secret police system under the control of Fouché. He recreated Louis XIV's diversionary social control system by crowning himself emperor and distributing grand titles which required grand uni. 70. Forms. Then he cynically set about distributing more medals than any state had ever seen. He referred to them as baubles. And all the time he continued working on his own heroic mythology. At the heart of it lay his most brilliant and most deformed discovery, the emotional trick which would bond a disturbed population to the hero. This trick involved a very simple concept: all heroes have a tragic destiny. They are married to the people. They sacrifice themselves like a virgin on the altar of mystical service. Napoleon's secretary, Count Roederer, recorded that when the hero moved into the Tuileries, the dark, damp, but royal palace, the following exchange took place. Roederer: how sad this place is, General. Bonaparte: yes, like greatness. 40. For years he went on repeating this sort of mystical trash. While Moscow burned, for example, he engaged his confidant, Count Narbonne, in romantic conversation. For myself, I love above all tragedy, great, sublime, the way Corneille wrote it. Great men are truer to life in plays than in reality. In plays you only see them in crises which test them, in the moments of supreme decision-making. No time is lost on all these preparatory details that the historians make the mistake of trying to weigh us down with. Man suffers many miseries, fluctuations, and doubts. All of that must disappear in the hero. He is the monumental statue on which no weaknesses show. He is that statue, Persia by Cellini. That sublime statue where one hardly suspects the ordinary lead or tin thrown into the mix in order to produce his demigod. 41. Suddenly it becomes clear why Bonaparte was the only real hate of Jefferson's life. Even Alexander Hamilton, who had some of the makings of a dangerous hero, was treated as an opponent, not a monster. But in dealing with Hamilton, it was the American system that was in question, and Jefferson must have believed he could bring out the best in it. Therefore Hamilton would fail. Bonaparte functioned in another system, and Jefferson knew, from his time in Paris, that there were no reasonable leaders to oppose this hero. The American's fury was provoked also by his inability to admit that the success of reason depended entirely upon the presence of the right men. The proof of how easily it could be deformed was the success of Bonaparte, who had already betrayed everything reason had to offer. He was a wretch who had been the author of more misery and suffering to the world, than any being who ever lived before him. After destroying the liberties of his country, he has exhausted all its resources, physical and 71. Moral, to indulge his own maniac ambition, his own tyrannical and overbearing spirit. What sufferings can atone for the miseries he has already inflicted on his own generation, and on those yet to come, on whom he has rivet the chains of despotism? 42. Jefferson wasn't simply provoked by the irreparable damage Bonaparte had done to the promise of reason. It was also that this damage had been done within the first decades of the system's existence, when it should still have been full of unsoiled vitality. In one letter he attempted to reassure himself by comparing his own career to Bonaparte's. Having been, like him, entrusted with the happiness of my country, I feel the blessing of resembling him in no other point. I have not caused the death of 5 or 10 millions of human beings, the devastation of other countries, the depopulation of my own, the exhaustion of all its resources, the destruction of its liberties, nor its foreign subjugation. All this he has done to render more illustrious the atrocities perpetrated for illustrating himself and his family with plundered diadems and scepters. On the contrary, I have the consolation to reflect that during the period of my administration not a drop of the blood of a single fellow citizen was shed by the sword of war or of the law, and that after cherishing for 8 years their peace and prosperity I laid down their trust of my own accord and in the midst of their blessings and importunities to continue it. For of course, other men in the United States, in France, and in other countries have since tried to do as well as he. And there have been multitudes of talented and dedicated public servants, elected and employed. They have accomplished wonderful things in the handful of nations which make up the West. But the aberrant myth of the hero, with his tragic destiny, has nevertheless rolled on, always ready to interpose itself when the public servants slip too deeply into the manipulation of systems and the public loses its sense of direction. By the end of the 19th century, the world was filling up with Kaiser Wilhelms and General Boulangers and Cecil Rhodes's half-baked heroes egged on by half-baked philosophers, who suffered in many cases from mental instability. This marriage of brilliance with insanity, which Friedrich Nietzsche still incarnates, created a perfect match for the glorification of the unpalatable. In 1912 Leon Bloy, then a well-known French writer, published L'Âme de Napoleon. Napoleon is inexplicable and, no doubt, the most inexplicable of men, because he is, first and above all, he who comes before the one who must come and who is perhaps not far away. 44. 72. You might imagine that these rantings would have caused people to laugh or to brand him as a deranged personality and to put him out of their minds. Instead, Bloy became popular as part of a strange, unforeseen phenomenon, which was increasingly successful at creating a link between the rational hero and the pre-Christian roots of earth religion. What Bloy was saying may superficially sound like Christian imagery. In truth, it had more to do with animism. What he was really dealing with was the phenomenon of the inexplicable and the inevitable, the oneness of things, in which everything, animate and inanimate, is alive, and the hero is us. When the 18th century philosophers killed God, they thought they were engaged in housekeeping. The evils of corrupt religion would be swept away, the decent aspects of Christian morality would be dusted off and neatly repackaged inside reason. Inadvertently they rendered that morality non-essential to their new society. Or rather, they rendered it optional. The new essential element was structure. And so, while there was no room for a Leon Bloy in the official ranks of philosophy, by the late 19th century there was a growing desire in society to believe in something that went beyond arid structure and beyond the rather sad judgments of the new rational leaders, whether they be middle-class politicians or technocrats. Certainly Bloy's prophecy turned out to be perfectly accurate. Napoleon was indeed a precursor. He who comes before the one. The unexpected element was perhaps that the one turned out to be not French, but the bastard son of an Austrian customs official. Leon Bloy may have been less intelligent than Nietzsche, but he was certainly no crazier. And while Nietzsche built a perfect philosophical nest for the cult of the pre-Christian hero in the very heart of modern reason, Bloy had the advantage of bringing it all down to mystical practicalities in a manner which would satisfy the middle-class Sunday lunch convictions of the new 20th century right wing. What is more, Bloy certainly wasn't much crazier than Oswald Spengler, who began a justification of the first great hero as follows: the tragic in Napoleon's life, which still awaits discovery by a poet great enough to comprehend it and shape it. 45. Although Spengler wrote of the age of heroes as if it were the end of our civilization, he also found the beginnings of the new civilization in yet another hero, supposedly of a different kind, cutting a swath through Africa and building a new, virginal civilization in his own wake. Cecil Rhodes was to be the first precursor of a Western type of Caesar. 46. In fact, all Spengler is saying about Rhodes is that it was easier to be a hero in Africa, where there were no deep foundations of Western civilization to slow you up. These writers are usually dealt with as three separate phenomena: Bloy, an eccentric marginal; Spengler, a flash in the pan, over-obsessed. 73. Bicycles and too egocentric to be able to influence the Nazis for the better, and Nietzsche, not tarred by the Nazis' use of his ideas because he was not himself an anti-Semite, racial nationalist, or indeed a German nationalist. Thus Nietzsche alone remains unsullied enough to become a major inspiration for contemporary thinkers of all political varieties. The truth is that when the technicalities are swept away, what remains is their deification of the hero. All three accomplished this by marrying the earth religion God-hero to the modern hero of reason. Nietzsche's brilliant analysis of the Superman is merely a tart-up version of Bloy's crude abasement of the individual worshipping at the feet of the megalomaniac dictator. And when an educated individual allows himself to be titillated by the sophisticated musings of Nietzsche, he is simply satisfying the need of modern rational man to feel what Bloy admitted was the excitement of being dominated. In the case of all three writers, the Superman gains his power thanks to the death of God on the one hand and to being invincibly armed with the Excalibur of reason on the other. There is in the late 20th century a general feeling that Hitler and perhaps Stalin, although people in the West feel no personal need to take him into account, was an accident of history. He caught us off guard, but we recovered in time to meet this force of evil in combat. Now he is gone. A horrible aberration. It isn't surprising that no one wants to hold on to the memory of Hitler as an image of modern normalcy. But if this is still the age of reason and if Hitler is the great image of reason's dark side, then he is still very much with us. As human beings we find it impossible to accept the idea that a man can do certain things unless he is crazy. We cannot accept that such evil is within us. That is a sign of man's unshakable optimism and even of his desire to be good. We have, therefore, placed the establishment, staffing and running of death camps in the category of a lunatic act. Of course, there was a strong current of lunacy in both the man and his regime. But these organized massacres were not part of that lunacy. History is weighed down with repeated massacres of nations, cities, armies, and religious, social and political groups. But those earlier massacres were always tied to some relatively concrete political, economic, or social ambition: the seizure of private property or of territory, the increase of one group's power, the extinction of a rival group's beliefs, the erasing of financial debts, or the setting of an example. This was true even of Genghis Khan's Mongol armies. They often began their occupation of a newly won territory by massacring the entire population. 74. Of one city. This convinced other cities to cooperate with the occupier to pay any taxes, to accept slavery for their sons. Had Hitler organized was something quite different. It was the first absolutely gratuitous massacre in the history of man. It wasn't lunacy that made this possible, even if some of those who carried it out were clinically insane. Nor was this the simple product of traditional anti-Semitism. It was more like the profound panic of a world somehow abandoned to a logic which had cut the imaginations of the perpetrators free from any sense of what a man ought to do versus what he ought not to. The Holocaust was the result of a perfectly rational argument given what reason had become that was self-justifying and hermetically sealed. There is, therefore, nothing surprising about the fact that the meeting called to decide on the final solution was a gathering mainly of senior ministerial representatives. Technocrats. Nor is it surprising that the Swansea conference lasted only an hour, one meeting among many for those present, and turned entirely on the modalities for administering the solution. The systematic, scientific way in which those modalities were subsequently carried out has been categorized as an adjunct of lunacy or shrugged off as part of a phenomenon called the banality of evil. The massacre was indeed managed, even well managed. It had the clean efficiency of a Harvard case study. There was no practical reason for it. No property was gained, as it had all been expropriated already. No territory was at stake. The killings were a money-losing proposition. Nazi Germany was destroying a slave population capable of great production at a time when Aryan males had been sent away to fight. Judaism was not in any serious way a rival religion, since it did not proselytize. The power of Germany was not increased by their deaths. And no example was being set for other groups. After all, the whole process was kept secret. An act of pure logic carried out in a rational manner, the Holocaust as a child of the marriage between the two key practitioners of reason, the hero and the technocrat. To put it down to lunacy or to the banalization of evil in modern technological society is to miss the point. And while we might have hoped that the dark side of this marriage had burnt itself out with the exposure and destruction of Hitler, the events of the last 40 years indicate that the opposite is true. Not only is the Napoleonic dream stronger today in our imaginations than it has ever been, but one can already feel the slow falling away of moral opprobrium from our memory of Hitler. In another 50 years we may well find ourselves weighed down by a second monstrous dream of pure grandeur to match that of the Emperor. Two men who dared. Two men who were adored. Two men who led with brilliance. Two men who administered fairly and efficiently. Two men who were modest in their own needs but surrounded by lesser beings who profited from their 75 situation and came between the hero and his people. This last invocation is the campaign bed syndrome. The hero wishes only to sleep on his metal folding bed in a tent, to fight for the people and to walk among them in simple garb. If he must wear a uniform, he will make it simple, without braid, without medals. He is the people's soldier. Only the necessities of heroship oblige him to sacrifice himself by sleeping on gilded beds in palaces, dressing up in the morning and creating a splendid aura for the people to admire. Needless to say, the rapacious elites, from whom the hero protects the people, benefit from this. And so there are two men who were betrayed by those who surrounded them but not by the people. Two men who were destroyed, as befits the tragic destiny of heroes. The idea that Hitler may be treated with honor 100 years after his death shouldn't be surprising. Napoleon, who suffered equally ignominious defeat followed by exile, was returned to Paris in a coffin with Caesarean pomp only 25 years after being deposed. The two men were responsible for approximately the same number of deaths. And the Napoleonic dream, that of combining efficient administration with the brute force required to ensure that it is properly applied, lies today beneath the pillow of every ambitious colonel who drops off to sleep at night in the hope that the tooth fairy of power will slip in before he awakes. In a few more years all the witnesses capable of imagining what the Hitlerian regime actually did will be dead. All witnesses of all sorts will be dead. Then mythology will be free to do whatever it wishes. And what will mythology do with the murder of 6 million Jews? In the absence of witnesses, that abomination will become a tragic abstract flaw proper to the hero's tragic destiny, rather in the way that Napoleon's invasion of Russia is referred to as the single great error of his career. The rapidity with which this normalization process is advancing can be seen in the new boldness of the Holocaust revisionists. We now assume that we have rejected all dreams of supreme leaders and of violent government. And yet the language of even the most insignificant minister of postal services is filled with Napoleonic images of strength and efficiency. The public appearances of political leaders are routinely organized as imitative Napoleonic triumphs. And our tolerance for both dictatorship and violence has never been greater. Our friends and allies around the world over the last 40 years have included an astonishing collection of mass murderers, drug dealers, and practitioners of widespread torture. Even the Khmer Rouge were reintegrated into the international community without great difficulty on the pretext of solving a relatively minor legal problem. We simply accept that the world will produce heroes and that those heroes will kill countless masses of people. 76. The purpose of torturing is to get answers. 47. The posted declaration of the Khmer Rouge authorities at Phnom Penh's Tuol Sleng prison, their principal interrogation center, is a reminder of their Western rational education. Thousands died within its walls. Their motto might have been posted in Latin at an Inquisition interrogation of the 17th century. Or in a Czechoslovakian prison of the 1950s. Or in any contemporary Western military intelligence service, although modern methodology now finds that psychological torture is more effective than physical. The very problems which theoretically set off the original desire for reason have now reappeared as the official tools of reason. What's more, actions such as torturing, to get answers do not seem to carry with them any real, lasting stigma. Instead we concentrate our relatively abstract moralistic feelings on one or two chosen massacres, which graphically illustrate our horror: a civilian airliner downed by terrorists, or a small, innocent village burned, as if our minds were unable to register and digest in a meaningful manner any more than that. There is no point in attempting to model ourselves on a man like Jefferson, whose genius enabled him to apply fully both a personal and a general moral standard. He was fortunate to be the man he was, but to emulate him would be to make of Jefferson precisely that thing he most detested, a hero. And in doing so we would be ceding to the dream that we ourselves might also rise to that heroic level. The public domain requires, therefore, not a multiplication, but an abstraction of morality. And moral standards, since they are personal and applied, cannot be abstracted. That hasn't prevented us from seeking solutions to our problems, and the modern solution has been to set standards through constitutions and laws. But again, constitutions and laws are abstractions and subject more than we can accept to the will of those who manage them. And they are either technocrats or heroes. 4. To believe that any class will act in a gratuitous, disinterested manner over a period of several centuries would be misplaced optimism. The intellectual and practical creation of our rational civilization by a succession of courtiers can only have been an act of self-perpetuation and self-promotion. That doesn't exclude idealism from their motives or real improvements in our condition from their acts. But their underlying approach was that of courtiers, and, however admirable parts of our society may be, at heart it is a civilization of courtesanic. See, we don't see this in ourselves because we have learned to describe in admirable and positive terms those characteristics which, stripped down, would have been appropriate in Versailles or the Forbidden City. And we concentrate on the conflicts between such sectors as bureaucrats and businessmen rather than admit that they all use the same methods. The very idea of the courtier has been relegated carefully to a past filled with absolute monarchies. But there is nothing about courtiers which is proper to royal courts. They are characterized not by function, but by an approach towards gaining power. Only one important factor has changed over the centuries. In the past, when they succeeded in seizing real power, they were obliged to make a difficult choice. They could maintain their parasitic methods behind the screen of the old ruling class, or they could transform themselves into a responsible ruling elite. The eunuchs behind the Manchus in the 19th century chose the parasitic route and gradually drained China of its energy and its direction. The Georgian eunuchs did the same thing in the 17th century when they controlled the Safavid dynasty of Persia. The Baghdad caliphs of the Great Abbasid Caliphate were so discredited by the power of their eunuchs in the 10th century that the military took over and left them as mere figureheads. Individual courtiers, even eunuchs, did occasionally transform themselves into true leaders. But a class of courtiers has never transformed itself into a responsible elite. 78. Our Gahent rational society has refined that difficult choice between courtesanage and leadership almost to the point of rendering it irrelevant. After all, our society was largely conceived by the courtiers, with their own private and elitist skills in mind. They dominate the very idea of modernism, particularly our wider sense of it, and therefore influence our denigration of other social forces as being retrograde or inefficient. For the first time in Western history, the courtiers don't need to change when they win power, because power has been designed in their image. The modern technocrat and the royal courtier are virtually indistinguishable. Of course, superficial details have changed. The great accomplishment of the rational approach was to remove the need for external characteristics by creating an all-inclusive abstract method. For example, in many places castration was standard practice. Picturesque though this absence of testicles may seem in such cases as the Chinese emperor's eunuchs or those of the Persian Shah, it was only an incidental detail. Castration established the fact that by function, or lack of it, the courtier did not have dynastic pretensions. He was the emperor's man. More to the point, however, was the division between inner court and outer court, which was particularly clear in China. The eunuchs were in the inner court and thus served power and not the population. The notion of inner meant they served in a secretive and arbitrary manner. their personal power could be increased to the extent that they were able to elaborate on the formal structures surrounding the emperor. Perhaps the most eloquent surviving illustration of this power is the maze of high-walled lanes which carve up the Forbidden City in Peking. Each short section leads everywhere and nowhere and was part of the unlimited manipulation which the eunuch lived. Life at Versailles turned less on geographical intricacy and more on a maze of rules and dress codes and minutely carved up privileges. The man who tasted the king's food, his brother. The man who carried his hat. But which man with which hat for which level of ceremony? The right to enter here but not there. Presence at the waking up ceremony. At the king's meal. Hunting with the king. Not permitted to hunt but permitted to follow the hunt. The permutations were endless. In Diderot's words, they were artificial productions of the most sought-after perfections. And in the process religious policy was set and wars declared or not. In all of this Versailles resembled the court of the Baghdad Caliphate 700 years before, when the powerful eunuchs were ranked by their responsibility for the caliph's personal property. The bearer of the inkwell, for example. At the top was the one who wrapped his head with a special crown. The second Duc de Saint-Simon was the great diarist of Versailles and himself a consummate courtier. The first duke, his father, had 79. Begun life in the stables, and a terrible social inferiority complex drove the son to waste his genius in working the palace corridors. Like most courtiers, he was filled with contempt for others but incapable of the introspection which permits irony. And so he could describe another man, who might have been himself, as one of those court insects that one is always surprised to see and to find everywhere, and whose very existence is built on a fear of being consequential. 2. A sharp tongue in itself is harmless enough. As harmless as the nightly gatherings early in the 16th century in northern Italy of a handful of aristocrats. They sat in a circle in the Sala del Vegli of the Duchess of Urbino in order to determine the characteristics of the perfect courtier. One of them, the diplomat Baldassare Castiglione, later published the entire debate as the Book of the Courtier, and this instant bestseller was felt to have captured all the elegance of the Renaissance. Here was the Bible of civilized behavior. And the participants were also men of consequence, who went on to become a bishop, an archbishop, a cardinal, a secretary to the Pope, a doge of Genoa, a duke of Nemours, a prefect of Rome. They didn't manage to settle whether beauty or fine dancing or elegant clothes were or were not superior to using deception in the interests of the master, or honesty or loyalty or personal courage for the sole purpose of distinguishing oneself. However, the mastery of reason was one of the few undoubted requirements. Reason has such power that it always brings the sense to obey it and extends its rule by marvelous ways and means, provided ignorance does not seize upon what reason ought to possess. The reality behind all this chat was the Duchess's father-in-law, the first Duke of Urbino, one of the most battle-worn mercenaries of his day. He operated in an Italy overcome by political violence and disorder. The Duchess was married to his only son, the second Duke, who was crippled and impotent. In effect, despite all the elegant talk about court life, the duchy was up for grabs, and one of the Duchess's guests did indeed end up running the whole thing in the name of the Pope. Of course, the charm of the Duchess of Urbino can't be denied, any more than that of the Earl of Essex, so long as he stayed within close range of Elizabeth I's palaces. The moment she sent him off to deal with the real world in Ireland, his charm evaporated, and the result was a military and political catastrophe. Because everything in society was centered on the courts, so they seemed to harbor as much good as they did evil. Versailles permitted the king to protect Molière. Holbein's genius flourished in the shadow of Henry VIII. But the essence of the courts was power, not creativity or elegance. A glance at Holbein's court drawings is enough to see that they depict the faces of manipulators, bullies and disciples of uncontrolled ambition, of cowardly violence and of betrayal. What all this tells us about the modern variety of courtiers isn't very clear. McNamara, for example, may well be an evolved version of Richelieu. Or Giscard d'Estaing of Saint-Simon. but what really matters is that society has been restructured in order to convert these sorts of people into the mainstream of the social order. And that's why it is important to pause long enough to examine a handful of contemporary individuals in order to clarify what the modern courtier is like. These individuals don't lead in the old political sense. They don't create policy in response to public needs. Nor do they function as forerunners of public need, formulating that which the public has not yet consciously formulated. Sometimes they are idealists, unconsciously dominated by their mechanical genius, like Robert McNamara or Michael Pitfield. Sometimes they are cynical opportunists, like Henry Kissinger, Harold Wilson, or James Baker, playing the narrow field between the system and the politicians. Sometimes, as with Simon Reisman, the disequilibrium between apparently uncontrollable emotions and advanced technical skills seems to be so great that the resulting conflict carries public policy off course. There are also men who would like to have a moral or an ideological position but are dominated by a mechanical version of intellectual skills, like Jacques Chirac. Or men, like Valéry Giscard, of intelligence severely limited apart from the narrow mechanical skills necessary to carry them to the fore. Or men like Sir Robert Armstrong, of great intelligence, but all of it consumed by those same mechanical skills, so that they function brilliantly and with absolute self-confidence, although to no apparent purpose. Taken together, they form a group, a class, a type, linked by a particular sort of intelligence involving their central talents as systems men. They are men who create and work principally within and through the systems of which they are emanations. Men who deal in power. Men given to the manipulation of facts and contemptuous of public debate. I.e., differences between them are in part generational, in part a function of their surviving traits of individualism. And yet their unity is not simply a function of society's training. It does not come only from a shared form of education. Rather, they are outstanding examples of the sort of man who is attracted to contemporary systems and who does well within them. The idea of innate human qualities was much debated in the first half of the Age of Reason, then submerged beneath the growing need to prove everything by means of what were coming to be known as facts. And yet it is their innate mechanical and logical talents which link our new men of power together. They have what can most easily be summarized as a talent for manipulation. The system merely rewards them for this. They invariably seem to be lacking in applied moral common sense, that quality which accounts for a straightforward respect of the individual, in other words, a sense of proportion in dealing with those. 81. Individuals and an understanding of the value of content over form. In other words, they resemble 17th or 18th century courtiers or courtesans. Only gender separates those two words. English, for some reason, makes a greater distinction than French or, indeed, Italian, from which the words arise. English differentiates between social action and sexual action, as if to say that selling your honor isn't so bad as selling your body. For the Italians and the French, both words refer to clever and obsequious behavior at court. Whether this involves the soul, the body, or the mind, something is being sold. And since the role of the courtier is actually that of the mythological female at her most untrustworthy and amoral, that is, seeking favor by flattery or behavior as opposed to the real female, it is far better to describe the modern technocrat as a courtesan and his methods as courtesanig. Robert McNamara is the individual who most dramatically fills the role of the man of reason in flamboyant decline. He straddles our arrow like a colossus, and yet, in any public poll ranking identifiable names, he would be lucky to pick up 1%. He is a man who believes in the forces of light and of darkness. A man of honor. He resigned as Johnson's Secretary of Defense because he felt the Vietnam War was spinning out of control. As head of the World Bank, he attempted to save a desperate third world by sending a flood of money in its direction. He believes that the application of reason, logic, and efficiency will necessarily produce good. And yet his actions have resulted in uncontrollable disasters from which the West has still not recovered. When Robert McNamara left the presidency of the Ford Motor Company to become John Kennedy's Secretary of Defense in 1961, he was seen to be bringing modern management methods from private industry to government. No one imagined that those methods would turn out to be as disastrous for private industry as for public policy. McNamara immediately set about reorganizing the Pentagon and the American armed forces. That is, he set about rationalizing them. No doubt he discovered great inefficiency. No doubt he exposed antediluvian methods and situations. He also set in motion 3 separate processes, the first 2 of which, the application of rational business principles to officer training and to arms production, will be dealt with at greater length in later chapters. The idea behind training officers as rational executives was to incorporate a number of business practices and techniques designed to make the Pentagon bureaucracy more efficient. For these apparently worthwhile techniques did far more than that. They revolutionized the AIMER 82 Argufine T Icon Officer Corps by introducing, in the words of Richard Gabriel, the habits, values, and practices of the business community. 5. This, in turn, changed the motivation of officers from self-sacrifice to self-interest. The effect was to transform the professional officer into half bureaucrat, half executive. In the process, everyone mislaid the basic given of membership in an officer corps, that each individual, in order to do his duty, is prepared to do the unacceptable, that is, to die. Getting killed, after all, is not logical, rational, efficient, or what a businessman would perceive as being in his personal self-interest. This restructuring initiated a long period during which the American armed forces have been incapable of winning. Or, to put it another way, capable only of losing. Richard Gabriel, who is becoming the sort of nagging teller of truths to the American army that Basil Liddell Hart was to the British after World War I, explains better than anyone how the army has become a bureaucratic organism incapable of fighting in anything other than a clumsy, heavy-handed manner. The need to overwhelm vastly inferior enemies with sheer mass confirms rather than disproves this. The second process, began by McNamara, evolved naturally from the first. As an ex-automobile manufacturer, he noticed that armaments were expensive. Building upon the Henry Ford principle of production line cost reduction, McNamara concluded that it would be rational to limit armament costs by producing larger runs of each weapon and selling the surplus abroad. Foreign sales would cover perhaps not all, but at least part of the Pentagon's upfront investment in R&D, as well as reducing the unit cost of each weapon the United States needed itself. America's allies, in buying these weapons, would also be repaying the United States for some of the protection it provided. Finally, the use of American weaponry throughout the West would ensure a unity of material, thus facilitating both common action and emergency operational supply needs. Efficiency, return on the dollar, morality, and sensible military strategy were all wrapped up together in a neat package. The United States also happened to be running a $3 billion general trade deficit. Foreign arms sales would be a way to balance the situation. Thanks to all this sensible reasoning, the International Logistics Negotiations Organization was created. Its name was a suitably obtuse management formula for the arms dealing agency of the American government. Before long, most other Western countries had followed suit and adopted the same management theories. We were on our way to developing the largest weapons market in the history of the world, which, perhaps more significant, is now the largest market of any kind anywhere in the world economy. The third area which McNamara set out to reorganize was American. 83. Military strategy. It struck him as both immoral and irrational that Western defense was based on a nuclear deterrent which could only be used in a way that would destroy the Earth. This strategy, known as massive response, was based upon an all-or-nothing view of nuclear war. If the weapons were to be used, they would be used massively to destroy absolutely the opposing side. Destroying the other side inevitably meant destroying oneself, either because the enemy managed to get off a similar counterattack before expiring, or because the quantity of weapons unleashed by one side alone would be enough to make life impossible on Earth. In the absence of such a massive attack, there was no nuclear strategy, no organization. In fact, there were no nuclear weapons of a suitably limited size, equipped with suitably limited delivery systems, to permit any except cataclysmic use. The rational use of nuclear weapons was impossible. On the other hand, the door was theoretically open to some sort of accidental unleashing of the apocalypse. From McNamara's rational point of view, this meant that American nuclear superiority did not translate into usable military power. 6. He and the American government therefore proposed a new strategy to the NATO allies. It was called flexible response. This strategy consisted of neat, more or less parallel lines of in-depth defense, which began at the frontier separating NATO territory from the Soviet bloc. Response to Soviet armies attacking Western Europe would escalate as the lines were crossed, from an initial use of conventional weapons up to battlefield nuclear weapons. And if the various levels of tactical nuclear weapons failed to stop this advance, the West would resort to the old massive and definitive, cataclysmic intercontinental strategic bombs. The lesser responses were intended to work. Therefore the strategy of flexible response lessened the risk of a cataclysm. Of course, no one else, apart from McNamara and the American government, saw it that way. For Europe the meaning was quite clear: Washington was no longer willing to fight for its allies. Europe would have to be destroyed before the United States made up its mind to intervene seriously. McNamara simply hadn't focused on the fact that he had drawn his neat, in-depth lines of escalating military response across the real world of Western Europe. Were Düsseldorf, Amsterdam, Bonn, Strasbourg, Paris and Rome in zones 1, 2, 3, or 4. The flexible, measured, rational response which McNamara was proposing, or rather, thanks to the controlling superiority of America's leadership, imposing, was, in fact, a plan for the death and destruction of the people of Western Europe. The imposition of flexible response in 1961 utterly destroyed European confidence in American leadership. The Allies refused this strat. 84. EGY for NATO, but they knew their refusal was meaningless. It is evident, de Gaulle said in 1963, that no independence is possible for a country which does not have nuclear weapons, because without them it is forced to rely on a country that does and therefore to accept its policies. However serious the debate within NATO from 1961 to 1967 pretended to be, flexible response was effectively the alliance's strategy from the moment the United States announced it. The Germans, who being in the front line of the sacrificial lambs were most opposed to the strategy, also gave up arguing first, out of fear that further protest would drive Washington into an even greater withdrawal from Europe. As for the French, flexible response made inevitable both their own independent nuclear force and their withdrawal from NATO. When that time came, de Gaulle explained that they could not belong to a Europe of which the strategy is, within NATO, the American strategy. 8. The proliferation of nuclear weapons produced by McNamara's rational strategy went far beyond the French force de frappe. In order to meet the new flowchart gradations of a possible military engagement, nuclear weapons and delivery systems of all sorts and sizes had to be developed. And the Soviets had to match each of them. The result, apart from an ever larger number of nuclear weapons developed at great expense, was a far higher risk of nuclear war than under the old strategy. First, there was a higher possibility of error, given that there were now weapons of declining size put more or less in the hands of a whole range of officials and officers of declining rank. There were now, for example, field commanders involved in the use of battlefield nuclear weapons and therefore subject to the risk of error. Second, the moral threshold involved in firing a small nuclear device attached to a tank or a cannon is much lower than that involved in releasing an ICBM. The secondary result of Europe's loss of confidence in America's willingness to respond decisively to all attacks was, of course, a drop in the Soviet fear of a U.S. nuclear reprisal. The risk of the Soviet Union being tempted by military action had therefore risen. This in turn fueled new military spending on both sides. Finally, continued American military failures added further to the risk. When a nation has a record of successful military operations, Gabriel points out, the available options of its adversaries are often self-limiting. 9. The failures which so damaged America's credibility were, of course, the product of McNamara's rationalized army. The practical effect of flexible response was exactly the opposite of its theoretical intention, except that it did translate nuclear weapons into a usable military power, as McNamara put it, and that was the original rational impetus for his reform. 85. What could be more surprising, therefore, than to find the same McNamara resurfacing in the early 1980s with virginal ingenuity as an opponent of flexible response? There he was in 1984 signing an appeal by Western statesmen which called for the withdrawal of nuclear battlefield weapons. The document's title had a familiar ring to it: Managing East-West Conflict. In 1986 McNamara published an entire book devoted to the dismantling of nuclear arsenals. What we lack, he said, is an agreed conceptual framework for the management of relations with the Soviet Union. Why? The substantial raising of the nuclear threshold, as was envisioned when flexible response was first conceived, has not become reality. What went wrong? He asks. Things were too ad hoc, he replies. The current situation is the unplanned and to me unacceptable result of the long series of incremental decisions taken by military and civilian leaders of East and West. 10. At no point does he mention, or indeed appear conscious, that the present situation of nuclear proliferation and strategic uncertainty is largely of his own creation. Nor does he acknowledge that it was done precisely through the use of advanced planning and management as devised by himself. Nor does he seem to realize that he has traveled in a complete circle. The movement of history is the great enemy of someone like McNamara. History is linear memory and, as such, beyond organization and indifferent to reason. The characteristic common to the modern man of reason is this loss of memory, lost or rather, denied as an uncontrollable element. And if it must be remembered, then that evocation of real events is always presented as either quaint or dangerous. The past, when it involves a failed system, disappears from the mind. The past is always ad hoc. The future is always optimistic, because it is available for unencumbered solutioneering. And the present lies helpless beneath his feet, just begging to be managed. It isn't surprising, therefore, that anything which was not on Robert McNamara's flowchart is not his fault. And none of what has gone wrong appears to have had anything to do with his planning. In 1991 he proposed that all nuclear weapons should be destroyed, except for a few hundred on either side. These would be monitored by effective mutual policing. But if there were only 200 missiles on either side, a nuclear war would become a practical possibility simply because people would believe that it could be fought without destroying the world. Policing would be possible. But at such low levels of weaponry, a single, minor deceit by either side would radically alter the strategic balance. And that would make such a deceit very tempting. Today's horrifying mass of weaponry has the peculiar characteristic of making strategic advances almost meaningless. 2,000 weapons on one side versus 1,900 on the other, or even 2,000 versus 1,500 is strategically meaningless. But 300 versus 200 is of capital importance. Even 250 versus 200 would be decisive. A reduction in the number of nuclear warheads is clearly a good and sensible objective. The last few years have seen some small steps in that direction. These have been presented as major reductions by politicians eager for easy credit. The reality is that they are minor. However, for as long as the reform-minded leadership survives in Moscow, these reductions will continue to grow. But what would be the advantage to man of actually rendering nuclear war rational? That, of course, is not a question which a man like Robert McNamara could ask. Rational is good. There is nothing more to say. The untouchable simplicity of his advanced logic rarely takes the human factor into consideration. To do so would cause an unprofessional distortion in his conceptual framework. McNamara resigned for moral reasons, after 8 years as Secretary of Defense, and devoted himself between 1969 and 1981 to a task which suited his vision of public service. His attempt to turn the World Bank into a Western bridge to the Third World could be seen as a personal act of atonement for his years in the Pentagon. There are indications that, in a confused manner, he himself saw the situation that way. It was as if, by shouldering a personal and private blame modeled on the emotive mechanisms of Christian guilt, he was able to avoid questioning his own methods. But this decision to distance himself from a war of which he had come to disapprove was in itself an astonishing act. He had been the most important Vietnam hawk within the administration. He had fought a tough insider's battle to carry the case for war. He had done this in the face of the anti-war advice the president was getting from such people as George Ball, Senator Wayne Morse, Senator Richard Russell, Senator Mike Mansfield, Vice President Hubert Humphrey and Senator William Fulbright. What's more, President Johnson was inexperienced in international affairs and was himself rather soft on the war. If the fighting was allowed to drag on until America began to rip itself apart, it was in large part because Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara had succeeded in making it his own war. And then, when things didn't work out, he admitted no error and gave no hint of an apology. He simply walked away. More astonishing still, he walked away in protest against a war out of control, as if by that simple act he had washed his hands of it all. He seemed to believe that in this way he had removed himself from the history of the war. From the Pentagon to the World Bank was only a few city blocks. There he immediately set about trying to do good. That attempt turned into an international disaster. His central idea was to increase the amount of money committed to the bank so that it could then help 87 countries in need. In order to deliver this help properly, he restructured the bank's methods of evaluation. This meant creating two new devices: the country program paper and the annual country allocation exercise. The first set out a 5-year lending program for the bank's International Development Agency in a given country against a detailed statistical analysis by sector of the country's economy. The second set targets for the staff for each country and each sector within each country. 11. A truism of all technocrats is that they do not delegate and they are wedded to centralization. McNamara, therefore, oversaw these devices. In 1973 the oil crisis began the flow of rapidly printed money out of the United States and other Western countries to pay the OPEC producers, who in turn sent it for deposit to the safest places on earth, that is, back to the United States, Canada, and Western Europe. This printing of money caused inflation. The payments to OPEC caused a trade imbalance. The returning investment from OPEC doubled this imbalance by creating a foreign debt. The American economy, crippled by inflation, energy costs, and the resulting trade imbalance, was in no shape to make good use of these returning funds. The situation was difficult. McNamara intervened to make it catastrophic. He saw an opportunity, in the growing mountain of unusable bank deposits, to push the cycle around another time by sending whatever money he could out to the Third World. He cajoled the commercial banks into following suit on the grounds that this influx of capital would create Third World prosperity. That prosperity would create local growth on the Western model, and the accompanying needs would push the Third World countries to purchase Western industrial material and consumer goods. This would bring the money back again to the West in the form of a stimulation to production thanks to foreign sales. The Depression would thus be ended and the trade balance righted. Unfortunately, nowhere on McNamara's charts and models were the right questions asked. Is it wise to push fragile agrarian, often tribal, economies down the route of an oil-based, industrial development when there is an energy crisis which has already flattened the far stronger economies of the West? Do these nations have any energy sources of their own in order to avoid the oil import trap which has done so much harm in the West? Do these new countries have the basic infrastructure to respond rapidly to such artificially induced growth? Should these agrarian societies, lacking in urban middle-class structures, often poor in natural resources, be pushed down this road at all? Does it suit their established economy? Does it suit their society? Wouldn't it be wiser to concentrate on improving their agrarian structure? If they are going to widen the base of their economy, would they not do better to concentrate argument trait at first on development which satisfies internal needs, rather than to throw themselves into the expensive, high-risk international world of import-export wars? Most basic of all was the question, what will happen if these massive loans from the West do not provoke third world prosperity, and the poor nations are therefore unable to repay their debt? No one asked. And no one asked the related question, what will happen if the American and other Western banks, as a result of such a third world failure, were themselves unable to repay their debts, that is, to pay their depositors? In fact, nobody even bothered to program debt figures into the World Bank's World Development Model until 1981. That was almost a decade too late. At first glance such an error seems criminally incompetent. At second glance it is perfectly understandable. Devoid of memory, anchored in the present, inescapably optimistic about the future, rational models always have great difficulty adjusting themselves to simple reality. The practical effects of McNamara's management were as follows. His centralized, abstract methods destroyed collegiality, whether it be among bank staffs or between the bank and its borrowers or the bank and its clients. At the heart of these methods was management by fear. 12. A phrase which endlessly recurs as an effect of contemporary organization. His two program devices involved lengthy country and staff reports. These became self-justifying, both on the part of bank staff and of the borrowing countries. Once a 5-year program had begun, the bank employee directly responsible became committed to it working. He had, after all, recommended it. That country and that program were his. He adjusted his paperwork to keep the money flowing. Borrowing countries learned to flood the bank with tons of statistics, graphs, and charts to fit every need and keep everyone happy. 13. In the early 1980s, the Philippine economy, for example, was still getting glowing reports, one of the best in the third world. Everyone was too committed to say what they really thought. At a certain point the debt crisis became so great that the truth could not be avoided. It came out of the blue, in total contradiction to everything that for years had been written inside the bank. But third world statistics had been favorably falsified for so long that the true figures seemed as unreal as the old ones. And when the International Monetary Fund, IMF, began to address the growing world crisis by imposing economic remedies of an impossible severity, its attitude was the result of years of statistics which seemed to have no relationship to populations. People hadn't actually prospered when their economies were relaxed and statistically doing well, so why should they actually suffer when the IMF made the same economies meet draconian? 89. Tests of tight financial management. It could be argued that it has been decades since real people were included as a component in our widely accepted definitions of what an economy is. Only the theory of people has been included, or the statistical reflection of people. McNamara is no doubt morally outraged by today's situation. He is the most perfect example of a technocrat holding great power while crippled by a personality cleanly divided between mechanical brilliance at one extreme and childlike idealism at the other, with absolutely no thread of common sense to link the two together. Robert McNamara may be an exceptional example of the rational phenomenon, but he is not an exception to the rule. He is the rule in its most advanced form. Others like him abound in other countries. Edward Heath, for example, had the same unmeasured eagerness, combined with a conviction that systems will do good. The process that McNamara began in the United States, Heath initiated in Britain. His Central Policy Review staff brought in bright outsiders. He had a planning and priorities style, which sought out methods for policy analysis and review as well as checking for program effectiveness. He, also, seemed unable to link his belief in methods with the actual effect of their application in a real world. The sight of Edward Heath being ripped apart by the coal miners, during the disastrous strike which destroyed his government, demonstrated the weakness of the new man of reason when he ventures outside the protective defenses of the system. And, unlike McNamara, he had been elected to do what he did. So the voters made him pay for his flaws. Heath's failure is usually dealt with by referring to his brittle character and his overly intellectualized view of how government worked. Neither comment is inaccurate. What is interesting about Heath is precisely his conviction that people and structures could be made to change radically by the simple act of showing them a better way to do things. It didn't really matter whether the ways he proposed were better. It was his absolute conviction that they were which marked him as an early version of the technocrat with political power. Robert Armstrong, for a decade Secretary of the British Cabinet and head of the Civil Service, is a far more classic example of the rational administrator. From his appointment in 1978 he carefully avoided the technocrat's inferiority in public affairs by staying out of sight while quite naturally combining enormous political power without public responsibility. By background and training he seemed very much an old-style bureaucrat, yet his methods were perfectly modern. He was 90 argumente obsessive about secrecy. He controlled information flows even within the government, thus excluding certain ministers. He was, by nature, a manipulator of men and of structures. As with McNamara, this leadership by manipulation led to a demoralization of the civil service. In descriptions of him, the word courtier seems to appear effortlessly. It is the courtier's role to endure, to appease, to employ guile and stealth, to manipulate power always behind the throne. In such abilities, Armstrong excelled. 14 On issues that interested him personally, he prevented, as far as possible, proper debate between ministers. The information fed out served only his cause. He didn't appear to believe in anything except the excellence of his own positions, which were determined by the immediate interests of his job combined with a class attitude. Only with the Westland helicopter crisis in 1985 did he finally step over the protective barriers of administrative structure in an attempt to protect his employer by managing the public debate. Westland was the last British-owned helicopter manufacturer. An American company wanted to buy it. The Prime Minister and some cabinet ministers were in favor of the sale, while the Secretary of State for Defense preferred a European consortium. What followed was a battle that split the cabinet, the business community and the press. This climaxed with the improper leaking of privileged information which helped the Prime Minister's position. Armstrong was called upon to calm the resulting storm by carrying out an official inquiry into how this information had been leaked. In truth, it's difficult to see how he could not have known the answers before he began. He presented the results of his investigation to the Prime Minister as if she were a distant observer, when there is every indication that Mrs. Thatcher was as involved as anyone else. Finally, he allowed himself to be called before the Common Select Committee on Defense. The others, who were deeply involved and technically responsible, refused to appear. This turned him, the chief civil servant, into the defender of, and spokesman for, the political authorities. He did this with a Jesuitical splitting of hairs which obscured the truth behind gerunds. Perhaps it was his success in manipulating his way through that mess, in order to maintain a veil of unjustified secrecy and thus to save the government, which made Mrs. Thatcher send him off to Australia. Again the issue was secrecy. Again the circumstances required an artificial view of reality. A disgruntled retired British secret agent living in New South Wales had written his memoirs and, in the process, had revealed some of Britain's security methods. By the time Armstrong reached Australia, the contents of the book were already known. There was therefore nothing to be accomplished. However, for the rational, logical minds of Mrs. Thatcher and apparently of her senior civil ser. 91. Vant. This public knowledge was merely an intervention by reality. They seemed to believe that by means of a determined legal, technical, and manipulative intervention, reality would be put back in its amateurish place. However, the moment Armstrong stepped out of his protective cocoon in London, he no longer made any sense. The official view was that he had failed in Australia because it was a rougher sort of place, less civilized, less liable to give him the deference he deserved. The reality was that the lawyers who badgered him owed him nothing. He had no control over them. No purchase. Nothing to offer or to threaten. The technocrat outside his own system is like any child outside his own house. In a moment of frustration at his own helplessness, Armstrong let loose his famous phrase, "economical with the truth." This can be interpreted in many ways, but twist it as you will, those 4 words remain the perfect epitaph for the rational courtesan. Of course, there were far purer practitioners in equivalent positions in other countries. One of the most rational was Michael Pitfield, head of the Canadian Civil Service, clerk of the Privy Council, under Pierre Trudeau almost continually from 1974 to 1982. Pitfield's brilliance got him to university by the age of 14 and into the most important non-elect government position at 37. His youth and close links to the Prime Minister marked him, unfairly, as a partisan appointment. But it was his abstract management style that kept this political reputation alive. The bureaucracy and the politicians, not only those in opposition, felt that there was something seriously wrong with both his methods and his actions. Most of them were singularly ill-prepared to do battle with him, either because of Pitfield's intellectual superiority or because, like McNamara, he was constantly redefining the way things were done. His opponents were therefore unable to find solid and commonly recognized ground upon which they could fight him. Pitfield believed in what he was doing. He had a moral conviction as to which was the right side of each major question, and that side was invariably tied to decency, social justice and the protection of the weak. In all that he resembled McNamara. Even his appearance, that of a tall, gangly doctoral student, somehow resembled the American's severe air of an outdated but upright notary. Pitfield was continually experimenting with the structure of government, attempting to raise efficiency, cause information to flow, force ministers to consider policy options in a rational manner. He experimented so well that the individual ministers were gradually drained of power and kept off balance by the young bureaucrats in his central Privy Council office. They maintained an atmosphere in which the ministers were constantly frightened of losing their jobs and increasingly in the dark as to what was really going on in the Prime Minister's mind, and therefore in the government of which they and not the Privy Council boys were the responsible officers. Pitfield was certainly the finest practitioner yet seen of that bizarre management method which consists of using massive quantities of information to create confusion, which in turn creates ignorance and thus removes power from those who receive the information. One of the last reorganizations involved unifying 2 key departments, external affairs and trade. The principle was sound. Diplomacy and international commerce were 2 aspects of foreign policy and therefore ought to be coordinated. The document laying out how the new department would work was brilliant. It read like a coded medieval Masonic plot grafted onto a detective novel and was filled with intricate cross-references between the 2 sectors, physical, not intellectual cross-references. In order to do what the organization chart required, an official would have had to think not so much about what his job required of him, as about how to play permanent hopscotch across the board. No one could possibly have had any idea of what he was actually meant to be doing on a practical level. Just keeping up with where one was in the structure and where everyone else was and which parts of what you were responsible for would be a full-time job. Pitfield's organization was the final nail in the coffin of Canadian foreign policy. His misunderstanding seemed to be that advanced organization would produce content. If anything, his structures were designed to define all possible activities and therefore, in their very concept, to discourage non-defined activity. In other words, they were designed to destroy content. The public service in Canada had always been much admired by the public, who had seen in it a collection of men and women devoted to just that public service. That is, to the protection of the public. Pitfield's inaccessible structures led to the inevitable distancing of the public servant from the public. His admiration for the cool approach and his centralization of the decision-making process added to this distance and laid the foundations for a situation in which the servant would have contempt for his master, that is, the civil servant, for the public. As for the public, it responded with growing distrust and resentment, despite the fact that those same years saw a very real growth in social programs and in the protection of the citizen. The growing atmosphere of distrust and of fear within the civil service was seized upon by the Conservative government which came to power in 1984. They actively used these elements to demoralize the bureaucracy, whom they perceived as the enemy, and to bully them into doing whatever was wanted. Their assumption that the public service was already political and in favor of the opposing side freed the 93. New government to politicize it openly, bringing in a large number of partisan outsiders. Thus Pitfield's scientific and idealistic management of what had been, before his arrival, one of the most effective and popular bureaucracies in the developed world resulted in its reduction to a relatively unpopular political tool for whatever politicians arrived in power. McNamara, Heath, and Pitfield seem scarcely to be born of the same egg as a man like Henry Kissinger. Whatever they did, they believed they were doing in the service of the public good. It was their methods and their lack of common sense which played against them. Kissinger used the same methods, but in a consciously cynical way. In their case the means were intended to serve the end. In his case the means served him. Lermontov, in his poem attacking the men who had destroyed Pushkin, described the classic courtesan at his worst. You, greedy crew that round the scepter crawl, butchers of freedom, genius, and renown. Hid by the bulwark of the law, and all law, truth, and honor in your steps cast down. It is a vision which leads temptingly to Henry Kissinger, perhaps the technocratic personality who most neatly fills the traditional role. When Kissinger was playing Iago to President Nixon's Richard III, all the elements proper to a royal drama were present. But Kissinger wasn't simply the paragon of something past. He also used the modern techniques with a determined and narrow genius. What isn't clear is whether he ever believed that he would be serving the public interest. We don't know what went through his mind during his first months as President Nixon's National Security Council advisor. Perhaps he underwent a sudden private revelation that he craved power and had the manipulative talents to gain it. Perhaps, in the adrenaline rush of that revelation, he forgot about the nature of public service. In those early days he sounded like a prophet of the new way down the golden road to a rational heaven. He wanted men around him who had addressed themselves to acquiring substantive knowledge in order to give them an opportunity not only to solve problems but to contribute to the definition of goals. 13. They were to make up a new class of intellectuals, separate from the lawyers, bureaucrats, and businessmen normally found in government. 94. But the true indicators of what was to come lay in Kissinger's past. His practical, intellectual, and political hero had always been Prince Metternich, the man who dominated Europe for 34 years after the destruction of Napoleon. Those people in the government, the Congress, and the press who ought to have been examining this newcomer's motives simply accepted the Metternich background as a sign of Kissinger's intellectual superiority. None of them questioned why they should be effortlessly seduced into believing that Kissinger was a voice of the future when he based his actions upon those of the most retrograde, hardline, anti-reform political leader of the 19th century. After the defeat of Napoleon, Metternich outmaneuvered everyone in Europe who wanted the sort of humane peace which could absorb the social and political reforms produced by the preceding 25 years of revolution. He broke the power of any leader tainted by liberalism or interested in the idea of a fair society. As far as he was concerned, there had never been a French Revolution, Italian republics, elected assemblies, or a claim to human rights. He subverted whatever good intentions the various kings of Europe had. He ensured the conversion of Tsar Alexander to unenlightened despotism, thus taking Russia off its Europeanization curve and launching it on the century-long trajectory which produced the explosion of 1917. Above all, he set out to defeat the design of the British Foreign Secretary, Castlereagh, for a European compromise, which, while protecting the monarchies and the form of the old order, was designed to integrate many of the reforms of the preceding quarter century. Metternich destroyed that compromise, and it was not attempted again until after 1945. Having done all this, Metternich set about reconstructing the Europe of the absolute monarchs. The resulting long but unpleasant peace was his success, one that Kissinger greatly admired. The explosions of 1848 were the direct result, rendering inevitable the division of Europe into revolutionaries and conservatives. This artificial schism made it impossible to imagine reasonable, common sense solutions. All was to be a battle of extremes. Marx's convictions about the inescapable struggle of the classes made sense largely thanks to Metternich's Europe. Without stretching the point too far, the unprecedented European violence and bloodletting in the 20th century were made inevitable by Metternich's successful application of modern cynicism in a retrograde cause. This cynicism fed upon the development of artificial divisions between political powers and upon their separation from the more practical interests of the population. Prince Metternich did for the 19th century what Ignatius Loyola had done for the 16th. Only now, after 2 world wars and endless civil wars and revolutions, does Western Europe seem cleansed of his divisive spirit. As for 95. Henry Kissinger, he revised the whole approach and made his own contribution to the Metternich school of political action. Kissinger believed that the best time to deal with a troublesome area was when a crisis took events out of control. The heat of events, preferably violent events, would melt the old political, social, and economic constraints which had made the area resistant to change. As these old structures melted in the white heat, Henry Kissinger, asbestos man, would dash into the inferno and construct a completely different building. As Kissinger presented it, he was creating new hope out of old prejudices. The press was understandably attracted to a man who was not only not frightened by danger but who loved risk and rose happily to the demands of crisis after crisis. More than newsworthy, this sort of action provoked great excitement. He was a front-page editor's dream. Better still, he was a tabloid editor's dream, because he rejected as ineffective the slow, careful building of relationships and development of solutions which were intended to prevent situations getting out of control. Henry Kissinger dealt with events as headlines and was one himself. But hot moments do not melt the structures created by time. History has an extremely solid frame built upon profound memory. The flames of crisis create smoke and obscurity. They destroy windows, partitions, even floors. But the structures remain. When they do change, it is either very slowly or as the result of an absolute cataclysm. And even then, memory somehow still resists. To be convinced of this, one has only to look at France, Germany, Japan, and Austria rising out of the disaster of the last war. Solutions imposed artificially in times of trouble leave everyone dissatisfied when calm returns. They are felt as personal aggressions, imposed against the tide of history upon people temporarily too weak to resist. The moment those same people recover sufficiently to resist, they invariably do, and often with violence, as in 1848. Or indeed as the Central Europeans did in 1989. There is something else even more flawed about Kissinger's white heat approach. Rousseau wrote in The Social Contract, "Usurpers always choose troubled times to enact, in the atmosphere of general panic, laws which the public would never adopt when passions were cool." One of the surest ways of distinguishing the work of a lawgiver from that of a tyrant is to note the moment he chooses to give a people its constitution. 16 Kissinger's instincts for usurpation were revealed soon after his arrival in Washington. A great deal of time could be spent, and indeed has been by others, on his involvement in the Cambodian operation or on his wiretapping interests. But these are secondary to his sense of power, that is, to his sense of how to gain power through the manipulation of structure. He began as the National Security Council advisor to the president. That was not a position of remarkable power. It counted for nothing in comparison to the Secretary of State, the Secretary of Defense, or the Council itself. And yet, by the end of Kissinger's tenure, it was the most powerful foreign policy defense position in the United States. He wasn't even a member of the cabinet, responsible for a department legally charged by the American system of government with the administration of foreign or defense policies. He was little more than a creature of the president. Somehow he had got hold of the power. It wasn't his role as advisor which made this possible, although his talents for courtesanage were remarkable and helped him to deal with a president more susceptible than most to the courtly approach. Kissinger's rise to power lay in his ability to reorganize the structure of government so that the council and the secretaries of state and of defense all became adjuncts to the advisor. In doing so he accomplished something far more serious than any of the Watergate participants. He subverted the American system of government in order to put himself at its center. With President Nixon's acquiescence, he minimized the number of meetings the council held, thereby limiting opportunities for real debate in a forum where he was not in charge. Instead he chaired a subcommittee called the Review Group, which included deputy heads from the CIA, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Defense, and the Secretary of State. They, in turn, referred questions either to junior committees or to the full council. This managerial power allowed him to control the evolution of all issues. In the absence of full council meetings, he became the voice of the president. The review group decided whether issues had been properly prepared by departments and were ready for the council. What's more, his staff inundated the departments with requests for studies and surveys so that they had the impression they were participating in the decision-making process. In reality they were being kept busy in order to keep them out of the way. And when the council did meet, the president had been prepared to such a point of formality that he often made prepared statements on issues, thus rendering impossible any informal disagreements from cabinet members. And yet, the council's very purpose was the informal discussion of key security issues which, by their importance, stretched beyond single departmental responsibilities. Add to this the enormous briefing books constructed to support Kissinger's point of view, but couched in the unassailable guise of a sea of facts, as well as the council staff, ready with the slightest extra fact or figure, and you have the whole government apparatus unable to move other than as instructed by the president's advisor. 97. The stultifying effect on practical democracy of the briefing books is an extraordinary modern phenomenon. If facts are knowledge and knowledge is truth, then these binders give a peculiar form of absolute power to those who prepare them. Whoever controls the briefing books controls the debate. The books kill the function of cabinet government, which was intended to make use of collegial common sense. They are one of the central tools of our time, beloved of all technocrats and used as a weapon of power throughout Western society wherever group discussion once played a role in cabinets, cabinet committees, interdepartmental committees, corporate boards of directors, executive committees, advisory committees, emergency committees, and just plain committees. Kissinger added to his organizational skills an advanced sense of how to place himself on the trajectory of information in order to become its messenger or its reinterpreter, or simply in order to be able to stop it. His need to control the flow of information was tied to an obsession with secrecy and, of course, to a climate of fear which seeped into everyone's life as he ceaselessly manipulated everything within reach. He had another characteristic often found in courtesans: radical character changes. In public he was, indeed remains, the master of noble logic. The wise statesman. Last week I had the privilege of meeting Japanese Prime Minister Nakasone. I said it was quite striking how different the perceptions of security were in Asia from Europe. And he said something to me which he authorized me to quote. He said, "The difference is the difference between European paintings and Japanese paintings." 17. In private, however, Kissinger could switch abruptly into a devotee of gutter attacks and ridicule. Thus he insisted off the record that Secretary of State William Rogers was a fag, that Secretary of Defense Melvin Laird was a megalomaniac, that Daniel Ellsberg, who leaked the Pentagon Papers, was sexually aberrant. 18. He apparently relished the collecting of FBI reports on the private lives of public figures and the gathering of wiretaps on anyone who was not helpful to his cause. Kissinger's belief in his ability to control events made him the kind of man who inadvertently unleashes anarchistic events. He believed he could alter the course of history through his modernized application of the Metternich approach. Despite his apparent use of history, however, the disjointedness of his actions reveals his technocratic soul. For example, he decided that the Shah of Iran was America's man in the Mediterranean. He pushed the Shah, already on the road to modernization, to go faster and to arm against the Russians, against Middle East instability, against Libya's Colonel Gaddafi. Although oil-rich, Iran had a large population. The Shah spent as he was encouraged to spend but was soon strapped for funds. Kissinger, in one of his moments of brilliant clarity, pushed the Shah to finance his arms, his roads, his modern marvels by raising the oil price. Just a bit. But the oil price rapidly revealed itself to be one of those anarchistic elements. Kissinger reacted along with others, by becoming an advocate of the inflationary route. Through inflation America would drown out the impact of the oil price increases. His spokesmen were to be found in meetings around the world, hinting at this miraculous cure, if only everyone would print money and remain calm while inflation digits rose. 19. The floating currencies, the currency wars, which are still with us, the Shah ever farther out of his depth, indeed on the road to extinction. All these realities indicate that history continued along its established way after Kissinger had finished temporarily distorting its course. When technocrats are in elective office, their weaknesses take on a different form. They may be masters of artificial self-resuscitation, but they rarely have the characteristics necessary to make themselves believable in the full public light. Jacques Chirac, for example, although twice Prime Minister of France, has never been able to shake the image that he has not earned his position. The slightly strained, abstract manner in which he presents his thoughts makes people think he doesn't really think them. They sense that his ambition is not balanced by a belief in any particular idea which justifies him holding public positions. 20 years after the event, no one has forgotten the brilliant manipulations with which he swept his political colleagues aside in order to get Valéry Giscard into the presidential office and himself, for the first time, into the prime ministership. Shark-like images, of a man ready to betray his friends and his party in order to get ahead, reappear in the public's mind each time he moves into action. And yet he is a man, one senses, who would like to do the right thing. In normal times he administers with a certain straightforward effectiveness. But in any explosive moment, when a real moral sense is required to control the situation, he panics and inevitably chooses the wrong side. For example, in the week separating the two rounds of voting in the 1988 presidential election, when the polls showed him running seriously behind, he exploded into a myriad of statesmanlike actions. He ordered a military attack on nationalists in New Caledonia. The local military advised against it, but the Prime Minister wished to demonstrate his firm hand. As a result, 19 people were unnecessarily mowed down, with no possibility of defending themselves, during an 99 assault on a cave in which they were hiding. He then attempted to demonstrate his humanity and international skills by negotiating the release of French hostages in the Middle East. All he did, in fact, was give in to a number of the kidnappers' demands. It is generally felt that in return for a few seconds on the evening news, which showed him at the airport welcoming the freed prisoners home, he endangered the lives of other hostages. And, of course, by giving in, he encouraged the kidnappers to continue kidnapping. Finally, in order to attract a small group of strong nationalist voters, he turned a commercial disagreement over fisheries with a close ally Canada into a major diplomatic, almost military, incident. The French voters, filled with common sense, interpreted these three actions as concrete proof that this man was not presidential material. Not only did Chirac's mistakes cost him in the final round of voting, they also cost his party in the subsequent legislative elections. There should be no doubt about the public's ability to make the right choices when presented with clear alternatives. The point is that the new technocratic leadership usually manages to distort the nature and value of that choice. Chirac's tendency to misfire spectacularly in public makes him appear to be the opposite of a man like Henry Kissinger. Not really. Both of them have technical skills. Both of them have great ambition. Both of them lack moral common sense. Kissinger fills this void with carefully measured cynicism. Alone among the first generations of elected technocrats, Harold Wilson succeeded politically. Perhaps this was because he combined acting skills with the cynicism and the ambition of a Kissinger. And he knew how to mix them in the right quantities. Rather like Kissinger, he did not use his understanding of contemporary systems to carry on a modernization crusade. He merely sought power within them through the art of manipulation. After several years of governing the country, he had created an atmosphere of effortless acceptance, that is, that nothing disinterested or medium term, let alone long term, was possible when it came to public affairs. Only the crisis of the hour counted, the latest wage dispute, the next run on the pound. A technocrat devoid of beliefs, even misguided beliefs, is little more than a card sharp, moving his attention from hand to hand. No action of Wilson's could be clearly identified as having involved wrongdoing, because the sense of what was right and normal had been lost. In that atmosphere, even the normally elastic standards of truth in politics had been strained. For example, he carried on a crusade against White Rhodesia by maintaining a British government-controlled economic blockade. This also involved subjecting the world to idealistic rhetoric about racial justice and equality. At the same time, he was fully aware that the British government-controlled oil company was supplying energy to the Salisbury regime. Even if the question of morality is put aside, can he really have imagined that the truth would not come out? In the context of the technocratic mind, truth, like history and events, is what suits the interests of the system or the game plan of the man in charge. Truth is an intellectual abstraction, and a man like Harold Wilson felt himself in control of the definitions. This peculiar view of reality, being independent of both established practices and current events, was further illustrated by his attitude towards the press. He used the media in order to portray himself as a man of the people, but when it came to the exercise of journalistic freedom, he used the full weight of his prime ministerial power and of legal threats to keep the media from attacking him. If, during a television interview, he sensed that things were getting out of hand, he was perfectly capable of having the cameras stopped in order to threaten legal action of the most menacing kind against the producers and interviewers who, after all, had to earn a living. Harold Wilson's long reign as Prime Minister was neither historic nor dramatic, except in the sense of theatre farce. There was a drama a day, but to no particular purpose. Instead, the atmosphere surrounding government was seedy. He sought power, played the system like an ordinary fiddle in a provincial orchestra, and then went away to the House of Lords. Only the fact that the system had been played rather than the country governed makes him interesting. A much more extraordinary example of the early elected technocrat was the man Jacques Chirac helped to make President of France, Valéry Giscard, or Giscard d'Estaing, if one takes into account his father's purchase of someone else's name in order to give his family the appearance of an aristocratic background. As the most hopeless of the group, Giscard reveals a great deal about the technocrat and about power. He is a man of limited intelligence from a highly ambitious nouveau riche family, which was Pétainist during the last war. Giscard was raised to fulfill the family's destiny. He graduated from ENA in 1954 in his late 30s and set about becoming an important man. The talent with which he was born was the ability to move numbers about, an accountant's talent which he combined with enormous self-assurance. This self-assurance could be, and often was, put down to a class mannerism. In fact, it was the assurance of the technocrat, who begins all encounters by defining the meeting in his own terms. Giscard's unusual talent was his ability to define absolutely everything in his own terms, from the world and France to individual problems. His abstract financial talents, when added to his family's concrete 101 financial backing, helped to make him a young minister of finance. There he appeared to be the first of the new breed of modern men. His ministerial responsibilities were relatively easy because Western economies were benefiting from an extended period of expansion. On top of this, Charles de Gaulle was giving the government creative and directed leadership, helped along by a number of inventive ministers who were provoking real growth. Giscard's job was to be the government's stick in the mud. It was a negative, passive role, devoid of creativity and of leadership requirements. Everyone else in the cabinet being a bit wild, Giscard's passive negativism was useful. He played the same role for a decade in an increasingly stable situation. When Georges Pompidou replaced de Gaulle, the relationship remained unchanged. It was only after Pompidou had died in office and Giscard had become a presidential candidate that his character began to reveal itself. He started his campaign with a little administrative trick to destroy his Gaullist rival Jacques Chaban-Delmas. Somehow Chaban's tax return was leaked to the press. Giscard, of course, was Minister of Finance, the man responsible for tax returns. Chaban had done nothing wrong, but he hadn't paid much tax. The returns of rich people under current tax systems throughout the West are invariably a shock. Giscard's own would probably have been far more shocking, but the Minister of Finance didn't leak his own. This tax return was central to Giscard's presentation of Chaban as a tired, corrupt, old figure of the right, while presenting himself as a liberal, ready to build the future. Technocratic skills were then considered synonyms for open, liberal attitudes. In reality, there was nothing whatsoever in Giscard's record as Minister of Finance to indicate that he was a liberal. He had always been the conservative voice in the sometimes Jacobin, sometimes Girondin, Gaullist governments. Chaban, on the other hand, had been the most radical, socially conscious Prime Minister of the Fifth Republic. Giscard's betrayal of Chaban was accompanied by Chirac's. In order to advance himself, the young cabinet minister provoked division within the Gaullist party and then delivered his part of it to Giscard. As a result, it seemed as if all the young technocrats were rallying to Giscard. This wasn't true. If you looked around the French administration, you discovered that Giscard had few friends. He was a solitary, isolated, ambitious number cruncher. All the interesting men in the civil service, the thinkers, the policy-makers, the doers, were for Chaban or for the socialist candidate, François Mitterrand. Chirac was simply after power and he got it. Giscard, once elected, rewarded the young man's betrayal of his friends by making him prime minister. The squeezing of Chaban by Giscard and Chirac was a classic battle 102T between the new men of power at their worst and the old at their best. Chaban was no doubt a bit of a rogue. But he was also a resistance hero, someone who had chosen the defeated side early in World War II, when it seemed to have no hope of recovering. Thus, he had opted not to seek power but to support the better values in society. Chaban, when named prime minister, had seized the reins of power and begun active reforms. And yet it was Giscard and Chirac who, in presenting themselves during the presidential elections as new, rational, and efficient, argued that they were the men of reform. In truth, they didn't really know what to do with the political power once they had it. But in the battle between the flawed reality of Chaban's good policies and the illusory image of Giscard's and Chirac's modernism, it was the illusory image which won. The moment the 1974 election was over, Giscard began lurching from one ridiculous gesture to another. Garbagemen were invited for breakfast at the Élysée Palace. On the other hand, at official dinners, he and his wife insisted on being served first, as if they were royalty of the Ancien Regime. Two elderly women who had done a great deal of voluntary work for good causes were invited to the palace for tea. They were given tea on their own, alone in a large salon, then led to a grander room, where Giscard was waiting to greet them. He was seated upon a large chair, as if upon a throne, and greeted them sitting down. There is an endless supply of similar stories. At the same time, Giscard's economic judgments were hopeless. He was the first Western leader, long before Reagan and Thatcher, to try to strangle inflation with high interest rates, thus causing bankruptcies and unemployment. Again and again he went before the public and explained with his absolute self-assurance that the problems were specific and temporary, when they were in reality general and long-term. He was the first of the Western leaders to generalize the technicians' view that the public ought never to be told the real economic situation, that they were not capable of understanding or helping. In fact, he very rapidly ceded to the evidence of his own incompetence by changing prime ministers. Chirac's replacement was Raymond Barre, an economist. Thus, before half his 7-year term was up, Giscard surrendered control over the very area which he had convinced the public would make him a good president. The people now sensed that they had made a fundamental error, but they couldn't quite understand what it was. Since the modern definition of intelligence was an apparent form of technocracy, they did not have the language to say that Giscard was stupid or, to put it politely, that he had a narrow, limited sort of intelligence. He was defeated in the next presidential election in good part because the public had decided that he was intelligent but silly, his social pretensions, and dishonest, the diamonds which he had accepted from President/Emperor Bokassa of the 103 Central African Republic. He was probably these things as well, but primarily his problem was a lack of usable intelligence. In 1991 his career came full circle when he took advantage of rising intolerance over the number of non-white immigrants in France, to announce a policy which could be described as based on race. His father, the Pétainist, would have been proud. Finally, James Baker and Simon Reisman, both of whom belong to the same class but are quite different in their methods. Their conflict ended in a victory for indirection, and it highlighted which characteristics give the modern technocrat an advantage in the use of power and which, being confused with those of public man, in fact weaken him. Simon Reisman, a product of the Depression, rose to become Deputy Minister of Finance in Ottawa, resigned to become a lobbyist for major corporations, then returned to government to negotiate the United States-Canada Trade Pact in the late 1980s. There he came up against James Baker, who was then Secretary of the Treasury and whose career had been built in the shadow of George Bush. Baker is in many ways the inheritor of the Kissinger method. He, better than Kissinger, seems to understand the Metternich principles of control and management at all times. One of the things which makes him superior to Kissinger in these situations is that he knows how to restrain his own ego. Reisman, on the other hand, suffered from the worst possible of the technocrat's flaws. Whatever the issue at stake, his ego strode before him. This made him a boisterous and bullying but ineffective negotiator. Earlier in his career Reisman's flaws had appeared to be strengths. While the old-style public servants had exercised a certain reserve, Reisman seemed to be permanently throwing tantrums and shouting at people. In this way he passed for a man eager to get things done. His constant bullying seemed to indicate intellectual superiority. By the time there was enough evidence on which to doubt his intelligence and indeed to question his emotional equilibrium, the system already had him on the fast track. And a single success in the mid-60s, the United States-Canada Automobile Pact, which he claimed was his own invention, became the concrete proof that he was a competent policymaker and administrator. In reality, he was a rabble-rouser for conventional wisdom, not intellectually strong enough to break away from the standard line of the economists. Reisman was soon one of the pivotal deputy ministers and able to unleash fully his methods. With senior Japanese businessmen in his office, he is said to have phoned someone else and shouted down the line, "I've got these goddamn Japs in here who want a lower tariff." 104 argument during a session with trade negotiators from the EEC in the late 1960s, Reisman suddenly began to bully them as he might his subordinates. When this didn't work, he swore at them. Within moments he had slipped into a screaming tantrum. The result was that Canada made enemies for nothing. The technocrat's power, after all, is limited to the system he dominates. 20. While his energy and the fear he generated made his departments work, Reisman's obsession with power led him to undermine his effectiveness on the larger front. He constantly denigrated the other deputy ministers. Later, when he was at the summit of his powers, he managed to defeat a proposal for a guaranteed annual income, which an important part of the cabinet favored. Reisman boasted openly that he alone had blocked the people's elected representatives. When he resigned early in 1974 as Deputy Minister of Finance, it was to create a lobbying company designed to serve precisely those interests he had been responsible for controlling as a public servant. The protests were so great that they led to strict new government regulations on civil servants and conflict of interest. These seemed to have little effect. Reisman's reputation as a tough negotiator and his support for free trade with the United States persuaded the Canadian government to call on him to lead its team during the United States-Canada Trade Pact negotiations. Both sides knew that the results would alter profoundly North America's political and economic makeup. It was then that all his theoretical strengths revealed themselves as weaknesses. He put together a relatively small team, cut off from well-organized support in the civil service. His aggressive leading from the front, in the manner of an old-fashioned cavalry general with quick spurs and a slow brain, undermined any hope of teamwork. All rested on his legendary powers as a tough negotiator. Washington played to this weakness by putting forward an unknown, quiet chief negotiator. Reisman saw this as an insult to his reputation and powers. He was drawn on to ever more egotistical, headline-oriented behavior. Meanwhile, the American negotiator was quietly fronting for an enormous, invisible team in Washington, which was highly organized, highly professional, and walking away with the advantage on most key points. Out of sight and seemingly indifferent sat James Baker, perfectly in control. Like Reisman, Kissinger, and Chirac, Baker, without any accompanying moral purpose or devotion to ideas, is driven by a voracious taste for power and a profound hatred of losing. Unlike them, however, he is a master of the invisible manipulation which allows a systems man to make full use of the power he accumulates. He mistrusts solutions offered in a loud voice and has no respect for those who offer them. 21. His negotiating methods are perfectly clear. In his own words. 105. The trick is getting them where you want them, on your terms. Then you have the options. Pull the trigger or don't. It doesn't matter once you've got them where you want them. The important thing is knowing that it's in your hands, that we can do whatever we determine is in our interest to do. 22. That is Baker's description of how to kill a wild turkey. As Reisman stubbed out his cigar on the negotiating table and shouted and swore, the American Secretary of the Treasury can only have seen him as yet another bird, drawn to the feeding trough and prancing about nervously as the emotions associated with hunger are increasingly confused with those of danger. In the final, apparently desperate days of negotiation, Baker suddenly emerged, as if noticing for the first time that something was going on, and drew the confused Canadians into his office, where he fired the mortal shot. They died happily because they were concentrated on the trough when the bullet entered their collective brain. Baker's first appearances as President Bush's Secretary of State, however, were unimpressive. He and the President flung themselves into a series of foreign trips, which infuriated America's allies. Political observers began to mumble that he was no good outside the Washington system, where he had everyone under his spell. But Baker learns last, and within weeks he had withdrawn back into his old turkey hunting stance. In no time at all he began to get the hang of international political games. That he was capable of international manipulation on the Metternich level had been clear since his 1985 negotiation of the Plaza Agreement, which was designed to deal with the then declining dollar. This required the unwilling cooperation of the President and of Donald Reagan, who was both the ex-Secretary of the Treasury and the then Presidential Chief of Staff. But it also required the cooperation of the other Western governments, who had a great deal to lose. Baker played them off against each other with such smooth and confident moves that they were never able to mount an organized counterargument. But a truly superior systems man can operate anywhere if he is careful to first get a handle on the structure into which he is venturing. Baker quickly grasped the international mechanisms. He handled his home ground with great skill, slipping pieces of information into the public domain as he felt appropriate, but otherwise playing a hand which was often described as tight or disciplined. Quite simply, he functioned best in secret. He used the professionals of the State Department, but primarily as a source of information. He made policy in a closed circle which consisted of 4 advisors. The problem was that he appeared to have no particular set of values. Therefore, to make policy in isolation is to do so without direction or intent. And so his sophisticated methods were to little avail when applied against people who have an integrated view of what they want. In the months preceding and following Iraq's occupation of Kuwait, Baker was unable to make his skills work for him. In spite of unprecedented support in the international community, including the Islamic countries, his initiatives were ineffective. A disinterested look at the diplomatic configuration suggests that all the elements were there for a negotiated settlement, including enough time to put it together. Adequate time in an international crisis is a rare advantage for those who want a settlement. And yet the end result was a war with an unsatisfactory conclusion. These rapid and incomplete portraits of complex men are concentrated on the common strains running through those who have been in charge of the Western world for the last few decades. Modern men of power come in many apparently different forms. But certain characteristics link them. First, a great difficulty in coming to terms with the democratic process. The talents of the technocrat do not suit public debate or an open relationship with the people. They become aloof in order to hide contempt, or ridiculously friendly, as if the people were idiots or simply confused. Their innate talents lead them in other directions. They are masters of structure, of backstairs battles, of pre-structuring or withholding information. They are merchants of knowledge, selling it in return for power. They set enormous value upon secrecy. Intentionally or otherwise, their methods induce fear among those who must deal regularly with them. Almost without exception they are bullies. Primarily this appears to be intellectual intimidation. Combined with the use of secrecy and systems manipulation, it is used to frighten people on the practical level of their incomes, pensions, and careers. In many cases, this degenerates into nasty, personal, off-the-record attacks. Others will make them on the record as a shock tactic. It therefore isn't surprising that these men are rarely surrounded or helped by friends. They are usually solitary beings, floating through the structures of the state in the manner of McNamara and Giscard. Or they attach themselves to a single public figure, a front man, as Kissinger did or Pitfield or Baker. In many ways they resemble the Chinese eunuchs at their worst. The modern eunuch keeps his testicles, but seems to suffer from the same effects of isolation. Perhaps castration is as much a state of mind as a physical fact. The technocrats suffer from character defects which have to do with their inability to maintain any links between reason, common sense, and morality. They believe themselves to be the inheritors of the 107 age of reason and therefore do not understand why their talents fail to produce the intended results. Their abstract view of the machinery of human society prevents them from understanding the natural flow of events and from remembering when they themselves have erred and why. That is to say, they don't seem to understand the historical process. Instead, they seem actually to believe that their definitions of the world will become both real and permanent simply because they are the result of applied logic. When these formulae refuse to stick, the technocratic mind, rather than deal with failure, simply wipes the slate clean and writes a new definition. They are, in that sense, slaves of dogma. At the same time they tend to avoid the maintenance of linear memory. An accurate picture of recent events would prevent the constant reorganizations which they use as a means of erasing the past and justifying current actions. Their talents have become the modern definition of intelligence. It is an extremely narrow definition and it eliminates a large part of both the human experience and the human character. Suffice it to say that under the current definition of intelligence, Socrates, Byron, Jefferson Washington, Churchill, Dickens, Joseph Conrad, John A. Macdonald and Georges Clemenceau would have been unintelligent or eccentric or romantic or unreliable. The technocrats are hedonists of power. Their obsession with structures and their inability or unwillingness to link these to the public good make this power an abstract force, a force that works, more often than not, at cross purposes to the real needs of a painfully real world. Between the newly ordained Jesuit, the young Marxist, the fresh staff officer, anarch, or MBA, there is no appreciable difference. All five are dominated by method and each of their methods arises from a common source. Appearances suggest that there must be some serious differences among them, since they regularly do battle with each other on behalf of their countries or professions. The differences must lie, therefore, in the content which they subject to their universal method. Or perhaps their rivalry is the result of their respective interests which, if the ferocity of their battles tells us anything, differ greatly. Yet when you examine these differences or the content involved or even their respective interests, you search in vain for any remarkable contradictions. All that separates them are the positions they occupy. They defend the structural interests assigned to them by their system. And even then, if you remove the screen of ideology, the ends they seek are pretty much of a kind. At first glance this seems to be good news, proof that rational structures and the resulting education have broken down the barriers of narrow nationalism. Here are indications of an international order uniting all modern elites. But has this rational education system produced the elites imagined by the philosophers of reason? Are they children Voltaire would recognize? Men like McNamara and Chirac are famous alumni, but are they really fair examples? The way to answer these questions is to compare the original intent of rational education with that of its contemporary descendant. If, for example, our elites seem to be trained with methods and intentions which betray Western civilization's declared values, perhaps it is because the original creators of those values misunderstood what they were dealing with. If we are producing elites which serve neither our needs nor our desires, perhaps the problem is that our expectations have always been ill-founded. Perhaps these elites are the perfectly logical products of a rational society. A unified Western elite, using a single system of reasoning, was precisely what Loyola set out to create in 1539. Thanks to his extra 109 denarii invention, the Jesuits constituted the first international intellectual system. And yet, in the few years between the creation of the order and Loyola's death, the unfortunate reality of his invention clarified itself. The Jesuits rapidly became either the tools of local interests or simply replaced them. Within 40 years the modern method, although remaining profoundly international, had linked itself inextricably to nationalism. The second half of the 20th century has marked the apotheosis of that original marriage. Systems dominate everywhere, as do the system's men. At the same time nationalism has never been so strong, so much an end in itself. Americans have become obsessed by the state of the United States and with the American dream and why it doesn't seem to work. The Western Europeans have turned in upon themselves. The purpose of their supranational body is largely to deal with the disorder of nationalist forces elsewhere, including the growing nationalism of the United States. The Third World is made up of 100 or so new nations, just starting down the long, complicated trail of the national dream. The Soviet abstraction has inadvertently loosed its multitude of nationalisms in a dangerous and unpredictable way. And 5 nations in Central Europe, which had struggled unsuccessfully through much of the 19th and early 20th centuries to establish rational, tribal identities, are now desperately trying yet again to rev up their dreams. In other words, despite the internationalist rhetoric which is so fashionable, we are now at the beginning of the most nationalist era the world has known. The simple fact of belonging to what the Romans would have called a tribe, although what we have today are increasingly intellectual and political constructions which simulate tribalism, now gives legitimacy and justifies action. The national unit has become the ultimate tool of the modern manager and of his system. And yet these men and, increasingly, women are Voltaire's children. They are the product of his attack on a corrupt society propped up by superstition, elaborate formality, and the use of unlimited power. He had concentrated his criticism on the old elites and called for new, rational leaders who could see through the facade of 18th-century society. His ideal man of reason knew. And what he knew, he processed through morality and common sense. The technocrat of today knows something. But his means of processing uses neither morality nor common sense. The differences between the imagined modern man of reason and the real thing can be found in his very name, technocrat. Technology is a relatively new word, combining the Greek techne, skill, métier, with logos, knowledge. The skill of knowledge. But the noun technocrat has a very different meaning. Techne is, in this case, attached to kratos, strength, power. The technocrat's skill lies in his exercise of power. The skill of power. His is an abstract profession involving only narrow bands of knowledge. He hires himself out as a mercenary to organizations that control wider bands of knowledge and create, serve, or sell. In other words, he hires himself out in order to assume other people's power. Voltaire used to ridicule the elite of his day by pointing out that, apart from their titles and their money, they were pitifully ignorant. They simply bought knowledge and advice, whether financial, architectural, ministerial, artistic, or military. The elite's ignorance was so profound that it made them incapable of leading. Voltaire was not arguing that in order to lead or to assume responsibility you must be the perfect Renaissance man. But there was a need for general and perhaps for in-depth knowledge in some direction. And on that foundation there was a need to be interested in the ideas and creations of one's time. To read, to think, to ask questions, and to talk in wide circles, well beyond any particular competence. To look upon society as an organic, living thing. The technocrats of our day make the old aristocratic leaders seem profound and civilized by comparison. The technocrat has been actively, indeed, intensely trained. But by any standard comprehensible within the tradition of Western civilization, he is virtually illiterate. One of the reasons that he is unable to recognize the necessary relationship between power and morality is that moral traditions are the product of civilization and he has little knowledge of his own civilization. Literacy is only defined as the ability to read because the assumption of Western civilization is that man wishes to read in order to participate fully in that civilization. Literacy refers to civilization as a shared experience. One of the signs of a dying civilization is that its language breaks down into exclusive dialects which prevent communication. A growing, healthy civilization uses language as a daily tool to keep the machinery of society moving. The role of responsible, literate elites is to aid and abet that communication. What then is to be thought of elites who seek above all to develop private dialects? Who seek to communicate as little as possible? Who actively discourage the general population from understanding them? They are proponents of illiteracy. What is to be thought of doctors, earning several $100,000 a year, whose annual reading is at best made up of 2 or 3 formula thrillers? Whose political understanding is limited to a schematic view of capitalism versus socialism? Who, by virtue of their profession's internal class system, are increasingly rewarded and ad 111. Mired as their knowledge of medicine narrows. In the 19th century, doctors were at the center of political, social, and cultural change. Today, a doctor tends to reach her summit when her view of the human body consciously limits itself to a single organ. Is this woman not illiterate? What of a full professor of English literature who views fiction as an exercise separate from society? Who encourages such ideas as deconstructionism, which render literature inaccessible except to the most intimately initiated? Who seeks to destroy the great populist tradition of literature as a weapon used in the forefront of social change? Who recognizes in modern literature only those forms incomprehensible to the outsider? Who recognizes as proper subjects for literature only subjects distant from the world of the citizen? And in the process, who becomes himself incapable of understanding the movements of the outer world? Is he any more literate than, say, a small farmer who cannot read but who has an immediate and real understanding of the world about him? What of the banker or economist, called upon to make real decisions about the evolution of his society's economy in a time of instability and inflation, who either has never heard of John Law or has endeavored to forget who he was and what he did? He probably thinks even less about the 19th century railway bubbles or the crash of the 1880s. What does it mean when he talks seriously of the catastrophe which awaits if debts are forgiven, given that he doesn't know that the entire strength and civilization of Athens upon which we still model Western civilization was created through Solon's wiping out of all crippling loans? Or indeed that America's economic strength in the 20th century was in great part the result of constant financial defaultings during the 19th. None of this is illiteracy as we normally understand it. Nor is it functional illiteracy. Perhaps the right term is willful illiteracy. It isn't surprising that the modern manager has difficulty leading steadily in a specific direction over a long period of time. He has no idea where we are or where we've come from. What's more, he doesn't want to know, because that kind of knowledge hampers his kind of action. Instead, he has learned to disguise this inner void in ways which create a false impression of wisdom. Voltaire had a genius for deflating the credibility and thus destroying the legitimacy of established power. His weapon was words so simple that anyone could understand and repeat them. Genius, unfortunately, is something which can't be passed on. Voltaire did, however, introduce an auxiliary weapon which was perfectly transferable. Skepticism. It was a useful tool when applying common sense to the unexplainable mysteries of established power. Skepticism was something that most men of average intelligence could handle. It was to become the great shared tool of the new rational elites. But it is virtually impossible to maintain healthy skepticism when power is in your hands. To do so would require living in a state of constant personal conflict between belief in your public responsibilities and self-doubt over your ability to discharge them. Instead, the new elites rolled these two elements together into a world-weary version of skepticism, which is what we know as cynicism. It involves a restrained contempt for both themselves and the public. To this was attached the elite's assumption, often justified, that whatever was done would be in the public's best interests. And therein lay the tragedy of the new elites. The heart of reason is logic, but Voltaire had imagined this logic well anchored in common sense. He had seen reason as logic used reasonably. Skepticism had seemed to be no more than a complementary device. But cynicism was quite another matter. It severed the lines holding logic to common sense, and suddenly logic was again adrift, as it had been under the old regimes, free to be blindly self-justifying or violently efficient or whatever suited the unfolding argument. At least one thing is clear about the modern elites. They are truly international. But the curious self-deceptions of contemporary nationalism include the pretense that this isn't so. It seems to suit the national unit to believe that all characteristics tied to leadership are proper to the genius of the unit. No doubt it also suits the elites. If they are a manifestation of the national tribe, they are legitimate elites. Thus, never is the anarch of one country compared with the MBA of another or the Marxist of a third. And since being a professional is one of the central values of our time, everyone is careful not to compare professions. The staff officer is never compared to the Jesuit or to the technocrat or to the manager. And yet, 5 minutes of conversation with any one of the above could be transformed into a conversation with any of the others by the simple device of interchanging their professional vocabulary. This obsession with the particularity of the various professional groups is so strong that even when people wish to criticize their elites, they cannot. There is no language available for outsiders who wish to criticize intelligently. The references to each profession are almost exclusively internal. In many ways, the differences between various languages today are less profound than the differences between the professional dialects within each language. Any reasonably diligent person can learn 1 or 2 extra tongues. But the dialect of the accountant, doctor, political scientist, economist, literary historian, or bureaucrat is available only to those who become one. This self-protective, self-satisfied provincialism resembles, if anything, the dialect and mannerisms of declining aristocracies. 113. 3. The 18th century rationalists would not be happy about the human product of their educational initiatives. Nor, for that matter, would Ignatius Loyola. And yet the lines of evolution are clear. Loyola's intellectual church army had a dramatic air about it during the disorders and violent times of the Counter-Reformation. But the heart of his concept was an extremely modern and undramatic military structure. It had nothing to do with either the knight-errant tradition or personal valor. Instead, his concept used the professionalism of the mercenary armies which were so prevalent in his time. Loyola converted this into modern professionalism. He gave the Jesuits a highly centralized and autocratic structure. The general was elected for life. He in turn had absolute power to appoint the next level of leadership, the provincials. But Loyola's model went far beyond military autocracy. He introduced 2 revolutionary elements: a new kind of education and accounting for oneself regularly to superiors. The institutionalization of the second prolonged the effects of the first throughout the Jesuits' life. Absolute obedience lay at the heart of both the education and the accounting. Loyola's definition of obedience included the following: more easily may we suffer ourselves to be surpassed by other religious orders in fasting, watching, and other austerities. But in true and perfect obedience and the abnegation of our will and judgment, I greatly desire that those who serve God in this society should be conspicuous. Abnegation of will and judgment were at the core of the new method. They have traveled unaltered through the last 4 centuries and now determine the shape of our contemporary elites. Loyola's new style of obedience was induced by rigorous training, which began with a 2-year novitiate. 1 year would have been normal. The purpose of these 24 months was to dismantle a young man's will into its component parts in order to isolate within those parts anything undesirable. The idea was not to change the man's ideas or beliefs but simply to eliminate the troublesome elements. The training then went on to purify what was adaptable and useful and to cement it all back together with the structure of the society. Dismantle. Clean and disinfect. Reassemble with the glue of the society its structures, rules, and habits. The final product was then costumed in the ideology of the kingdom of God. 10 to 15 years of intense training followed. Long periods of learning, of pure spiritual discipline, of teaching, and of being tested in 114 action succeeded each other as the society observed and gradually decided whether the candidate was suitable for full membership. The whole process was carefully and discreetly controlled through private interviews between the superior and the candidate. These were the accountings of the conscience. As always with Loyola, concepts of morality were submitted to rules of measurement. The idea of subjecting a man's conscience to a profit and loss examination, in which fault and blame were consciously sought out, was revolutionary. The mutual understanding, which these accountings established between the new priest and the society, as to the nature of real power, was then maintained through the regular writing of reports by each Jesuit to his superior. These reports dealt with his work but also with his fellow Jesuits. Thus, reporting on other priests was placed in the context of group interests. No detail was too small to be communicated. Meals. Sleep habits. Loyola spoke, almost seriously, of counting and reporting flea bites. This appeared to be paternalism. It was gradually formalized as part of the system, part of the Jesuits' obedience or professionalism. Observers called it despotism of the soul. And certainly there was nowhere left for individual characteristics to hide. The best modern term for this process might be depersonalization. At first glance, Jesuit training seems to resemble our contemporary brainwashing or re-education methods. Modern interrogations and indoctrinations do not use violence or even the threat of violence. They concentrate on dismantling and disinfecting the mind of the victim before reassembling it in a different pattern. As for the Jesuit accountings and reportings, they appear to be the originals of the 20th century's systems of social control through anonymous informants, systems we tend to identify with repressive societies, secret services, and ministries of the interior. If this unprecedented training and shaping of individuals produced the dominant intellectual force in Europe, it was in part because the Jesuits provided the most complete education. Loyola and the other founders had at once begun to analyze the best existing universities, Catholic and Protestant. That done, they set up their own colleges based on the latest methods and knowledge. And then they observed and experimented for 40 years until, in 1599, they finalized their official Ratio Studiorum, or study plan. If the system and the message were removed, what remained was a remarkable education. Francis Bacon himself couldn't help admiring their work, once he had set aside the message. In no time at all they were educating not only future Jesuits but the elites of Europe. This infuriated other orders and the political authorities. Jesuit control over the intellect and emotions of future civil. 115. Leadership was an integral part of the society's complex politicking, a natural extension of their influence over governments. It is no accident that Richelieu and Descartes came through their system, any more than Voltaire and Diderot. but resistance to both the implicit message it contained and to the society's political manipulations began to grow. Moreover, once the ratio studiorum had been formalized, the whole system stopped evolving. It was as if a highly effective machine were functioning without reference to reality. This disconnection became obvious in 1755 after the Lisbon earthquake. It was a leading Jesuit, Gabriel Malagrida, who launched the argument that this massive and indiscriminate death and destruction was a judgment from God. Popular reaction was the exact opposite to what he had intended. The practical manifestation of the Jesuits' failure to keep up with social evolution was that new rational schools began to appear in the 18th century, schools more clearly tied to national interests and to separate, concrete definitions of professionalism. They dropped the society's message and a good part of its humanist education. They kept the astonishing methodology and applied it to such institutions as military staff colleges and engineering schools. By the middle of the 19th century, these were proliferating into administrative schools, first aimed at public service, then at business. As the obsession with professionalism grew, so the focus narrowed and the actual educational content shrank still further. The Jesuitical concept of obedience also disappeared, but the new professionalism manifested itself by concentrating on such things as structure, accounting, reporting, maneuvering and mastery of detail, all of which could be summarized as an unconscious and indirect version of Loyola's abnegation of will and judgment. To those on the outside, the most visible sign that someone had received Jesuit training was his ability to out-argue anyone. This weapon of argument has also been adopted by our elites. The Jesuits called it rhetoric. To outsiders it appeared to be a pompous style of formal address. Given our informal era, it seems to have been buried with the past. Its formality, however, was merely its public disguise. Rhetoric was more than modern. It was revolutionary. And it is still very much with us. Rhetoric began to overwhelm the Jesuits even before Loyola died, not because he sought it, but because it was the logical and inevitable extension of his own system, which called for priests to reason with the people. Clearly, to reason did not mean to enter into dialogue or to discuss or to explore. It meant to convince. That is to say, to argue in a manner which controlled the exchange and automatically resulted in 116. The victory of the initiator. By reason he meant a predefined argument in which the people's questions and answers would inescapably lead them to accept the Pope's authority. Everything lay in the advanced definition of the form of the interchange between the priest and the individual. Rhetoric was the science of that form. Elegant phrasing was merely the decoration of the argument and, as such, distracted individuals from how the nuts and bolts of their interchange had been rigorously denaturalized and predetermined. This is precisely the method used today by the MBA or the anarch. The modern technocrat attempts at all costs to initiate any dialogue. Thus he is able to set, in the first sentences of any exchange, the context of the theoretical discussion about to take place. In written arguments, briefing books play the same role. The intended audience unthinkingly accepts the parameters laid out. It is then caught up in the coil of the resulting logic and kept busy rushing back and forth between the questions and answers which the predefined structure imposes. In the process it feels the satisfaction produced by simply keeping up or the despair of inferiority if it does not. There is no time for reflection or consideration of the basic parameters. We have difficulty linking the Jesuits' intellectual approach with that of the technocrats because we believe that formal eloquence was central to rhetoric. Modern argument doesn't rely upon the modulated qualities of the voice. Nor does it attempt to seduce by pleasing. There is no artifice. We are not enhanced by its appearance. In fact, modern argument is usually ugly and boring. The awkward bones of facts and figures are there as signs of honesty and freedom. The charts and graphs lay out lines of inevitability, which always begin in the past and advance as a simple matter of historical fact calmly into the future. There is no appearance of guile. But this awkward, boring surface is the new form of elegant phrasing. The facts, the figures, the historic events used to set the direction of lines on graphs are all arbitrarily chosen in order to produce a given solution. To this is added an insistence that the constant questioning involved in modern argument is proof of its Socratic origins. Again and again the schools which form the 20th century's elites throughout the West refer to their Socratic heritage. The implication is that doubt is constantly raised in their search for truth. In reality, the way they teach is the opposite of a Socratic dialogue. In the Athenians' case, every answer raised a question. With the contemporary elites, every question produces an answer. Socrates would have thrown the modern elites out of his academy. Why, then, do they so insistently claim him as their godfather? First, no one can give greater legitimacy to intellectual honesty through openness to doubt than Socrates. Second, they who can claim to carry the 117 torch of Athens can also claim to carry the light of Western civilization. In Western mythology, the Athenian inheritance is a mandate to struggle for the rule of philosophy and law, the citizen state, justice, and beauty. And, on top of all of that, Socrates is the Christ martyr of the Athenian myth. Along with the false questioning, the boring awkwardness and the endless facts, the claimed Athenian inheritance is also there to distract us from the predetermined mechanics of technocratic arguments. Rhetoric still dominates our lives. Unchanged from the 17th century, it has merely reversed its style from elegance to ugliness. This becomes more intriguing if you observe the way in which a technocrat deals with a discussion when he arrives on the scene after it has begun. By his standards, this is an argument out of control, so he does not join in. What he does is find a way to abrogate the discussion so that it can begin again on his terms. The classic method is to make a violent, irrational entry, which often involves personal invective. The very rudeness of the attack will stop the discussion. The technocrat then picks one or two small points, the weakest out of the argument, and concentrates all his sarcasm upon them. Such a reductio ad absurdum catches everyone unawares, and before they can recover he reintroduces the entire discussion in his own manner. This form of public debate made its entry into the 20th century via the heroes Hitler, Mussolini, Stalin. After 1945 it was adopted by the new elites. The Society of Jesus had been overtaken by the new lay professional schools and by their elites as early as the middle of the 18th century. The Jesuits had not, however, lost their influence on modern trends. After being disbanded from 1773 to 1814, the society returned to support conservative forces throughout the West. In the process there were endless intellectual marriages between their educational system and that of the new lay schools. The French Field Marshal Foch, for example, carried the Jesuitical approach into the Staff College and thus helped to set the disastrous direction of 20th century warfare. The society also continued its political manipulations. In 1860 the Jesuits were central to the organization of the First Vatican Council. The final battles for Italian unity were underway and the new nation's gains were automatically the Church's temporal loss. The Jesuits' aim was to use the Vatican Council to institutionalize the infallibility of the Pope. Their idea was to create an uncontrollable sort of power. They succeeded. The Pope became legally infallible. He was then free to demand a certain kind of loyalty from his followers. But the use of legal structures so late in the 19th century to enforce unquestioning obedience merely provoked revolt. The Pope's infallibility has hung around his neck like an albatross ever since. 118. At first glance this seems to demonstrate the old rhetoric's inability to produce the intended result. And yet, if one can just disregard the outer shell, what difference was there between winning agreement on the Pope's infallibility and Henry Kissinger's Vietnam peace plan? They were both classroom victories, brilliant on paper. And both were swept away by the next real event to come along. They are both perfect case studies. The Pope's Jesuit advisor and Henry Kissinger would have received the best possible marks for these solutions, had they been presented as a case study at Harvard's Kennedy School of Government. But this is a dramatic comparison and there is no need to seek out, in this way, exceptional events. Loyola's methods are integrated into those of our contemporary elites and can be found in thousands of banal social details. A characteristic proper to rhetoric, for example, is that its science of decorating all arguments extends to the presentation of itself. Thus, in England, the London Business School claims that the central concept of its master's program is that management can be taught as a unified body of essential knowledge which can be applied to an organization. 2. The statement deforms our understanding of what the school does by misrepresenting the word knowledge. There is no such thing as knowledge which is universally applicable to all organizations. Knowledge is concrete and particular. What they mean by knowledge is method. And the casual throwing in of the adjective essential is positive charlatanism. What do they mean by essential? If that were true, then the majority of businesses in England, which do not yet employ business school graduates, would be bankrupt. In other words, the London Business School teaches manipulation. And part of that manipulation is to present the art of manipulation itself as truth, that is, as knowledge. The presentation also attempts to leave an impression of universality, of open-mindedness, and flexibility. But what they are really talking about is the training of managers who can do anything, for anybody, anywhere. That is the description of a mercenary or a condottiere. Jefferson wrote the American Declaration of Independence. On the document itself, he and the other men who signed it pledged to each other their lives, fortunes and sacred honor. Jefferson spent the rest of his life advising young Americans on their education and attempting to render it rational, as he understood reason, given his own experiences. And yet, if one thing is certain about the modern manager, he pledges to no one his fortune or his life. As for honor, it simply isn't part of the equation. Some of the titles of the books written by professors at the Harvard Business School give a better sense of the managers. 119. Education, Power and Influence, The New Competitors, Competitive Advantage, Managing Human Assets, The Marketing Edge, Making Strategies Work. These professors have a very specific view of values. Take, for example, the description of the course which the same school offers on comparative ideology. It deals with the role of ideology in modern business. Ideology is a crucial analytical concept and an indispensable management tool, whose importance stems from the intimate connection between ideology and economic performance. 3. It isn't surprising that the school's first Alumni Achievement Award was given to Robert McNamara. But what lies at the core of the minds which produce these titles? They are, they say, preparing people to practice management. 4. In other words, they see themselves as practicing, like doctors or lawyers, members of a reasonably specialized group which combines applied knowledge with a code of professional ethics. The school was created in 1908 and, in that same moment, was fused together with its method. As the founders saw it, business administration was the newest profession. 5 schools of commerce had been multiplying around the United States for more than half a century. However, the determining event came in 1895 when a gruff, difficult, upper-middle-class Protestant Frederick Winslow Taylor gave a speech to the American Society of Mechanical Engineers. This was the formal public beginning of Taylorism or scientific management. On a concrete level, Taylor was proposing a new way to organize factories. Yet from the beginning he designed and explained this reorganization as part of a social revolution which rejected both the pessimistic view of the class struggle and the optimistic humanist view of such things as profit sharing. Taylor replaced both with a rational, scientific system to which all employees would adhere. Their reward for unquestioning adherence would be more money. The whole system would turn on the rise of a managerial class. As a general rule, Taylor said, the more men you have working efficiently in the management, the greater will be your economy. 6. The future deans of the Harvard Business School visited Taylor in 1908, were seduced and decided to design their program around this theory. Taylor and his disciples supported them by regularly coming to Harvard to lecture. In 1924 there were already 600 students and the Harvard casebooks were being used in 100 colleges. Taylor believed his system would produce a conflict-free, high-consumption utopia based on mass production. 7. Subjection to machines would destroy man's natural tendency towards evil. A reign of technocrats would replace the corrupt and inefficient political elites. Individual choice would be submerged beneath systems and discouraged by 120. Cash benefits. Depersonalization of production would be the key to success. Directly or indirectly, Taylorism has dominated business school methodology and changed business structures around the world. But it was also adopted in varying forms by both the Soviet and the Nazi regimes. Lenin structured his economic reforms on his version of scientific management. We must, he said, organize in Russia the study and teaching of the Taylor system and systematically try it out and adapt it to our purposes. 8. Trotsky militarized scientific management during the Civil War, using it, for example, in his transportation policy. Stalin turned it into a communist truth. The first Soviet 5-year plan was drawn up with the help of leading Taylorist advisors imported from the United States. As a result, some 2/3 of Soviet industry was built by Americans. And now, some 70 years later, the business consultant descendants of Taylor are being invited back to the shattered Soviet Union to advise on how to undo the mess for which their approach is in good part responsible. The same principles were adopted by Albert Speer in his economic organization of the Third Reich. With a few adaptations, scientific management was used to run military production, forced labor, and racial genetics programs, which included such things as gassing polio victims and genocide. Of course, it would be foolish to deny that Taylorism played a major role in early 20th century industrial advances. On the other hand, it always preached that technocratic leadership was the new morality. Its anti-democratic premises were justified by the redemptive role of a technically trained, professional middle class. 9. No doubt its proponents would refuse responsibility for the Soviet and Nazi experiences by arguing that any system can go wrong if misused. However, the astonishing thing about scientific management is that it has never gone wrong by its own standards. It has simply been more or less controlled by different civilizations. And, in any case, it would be wrong to ascribe too much blame or credit to Taylor and his disciples. Absolutist theories such as his tend to appear to be freestanding when they have in fact picked up on already existing trends and simply articulated them. In the United States, the drive towards a dictatorship of the technocracy was and is limited only because other social forces are at play. Harvard's version of the whole business school method is therefore fascinating. University authorities say it is field-based and empirical, not isolated in a laboratory or in hypothetical models. They add, of course, that it is based upon the school's distinctive and continually developing teaching method, the case method. But there lies a major contradiction. The case method is above all famous for bringing a detached, abstract approach to the conduct of business. Harvard insists that the case approach sharpens the qualities of understanding, judge. 121. Ment, articulateness, human sensitivity, and intuition, necessary to the successful practice of management. It obliges the students to confront unruly, intractable reality. 10. In other words, they train the technocrat to tame reality. And reality being what it is that is, real, they must deform it in order to accomplish this. There is nothing empirical about the process because it begins with a solution and a predetermined argument into which the problems must fit in order to arrive at that solution. The student who succeeds best at this game invariably has an aptitude for abstract structures combined with an aggressive personality. Intelligence in this situation consists of a combination of analytical skills, untutored ambition, and banal materialism. Creativity which leads to new products is not rewarded. Imagination which enables the businessman to develop markets and sell is also absent. And there is no hint that the values of society might be taken into consideration. How could they be? The methodology Harvard teaches is freestanding. It is constructed to be free from memory, beliefs, and non-manipulable obligations. As the London Business School might put it, Their methodology is a unified body of essential knowledge which can be applied to any organization. Whether they succeed or fail in their battle with reality is of little importance. In the absence of memory, there is no long-term reflection on results. Instead, one moves rapidly to the next case. The interference of any unprofessional outsider in the application of their system presents the only great danger, because he might insist upon the use of memory. 11. This training can't help but have an effect on students. What it seems to do is to encourage their natural tendencies. Thus, if they were, as most people are, equipped with an unbalanced distribution of talents, the business school doesn't try to redress this in search of a healthy equilibrium. Instead, it actively seeks students who suffer from the appropriate imbalance and then sets out to exaggerate it. Imagination, creativity, moral balance, knowledge, common sense, a social view, all these things wither. Competitiveness, having an ever-ready answer, a talent for manipulating situations, all these things are encouraged to grow. As a result, amorality also grows, as does extreme aggressivity when they are questioned by outsiders, as does a confusion between the nature of good versus having a ready answer to all questions. Above all, what is encouraged is the growth of an undisciplined form of self-interest, in which winning is what counts. Such sudden respectability for undisciplined self-interest is one of the most surprising developments of the last 3 decades. It seems to indicate just how confused our society has become. In 2,500 years of Western social history, one of the very few things that 122 most societies have agreed upon is that individual restraint is central to any civilization. In an authoritarian society, this restraint is imposed in part from above. In a free society, the individual imposes it, in part, upon him or herself. In the complexity of the real world, there is always a combination of imposed and self-imposed restraint. The late 20th century is actually the first era in which the leading centers of elite education have either turned their backs on the question of restraint or have actually taught that it should be thrown off. In other words, for the first time in Western history, our most respected institutions are preaching social anarchy. The effect on contemporary students of pushing them further into imbalance has been to create ever-increasing human problems. They do have within them, even if dormant or mutant, the elements of every human being. Increasingly, these frustrated human elements play havoc with the carcass they occupy. The Harvard School responded with a new course, The Social Psychology of Management, aimed at the problems of the family, the individual's emotional life, and the tension between career goals and personal aspirations. The professor assigned to this course admitted that we have been abstracting people out of management as if they didn't exist. Students have been taught to be utilitarians and calculators. As a result, often they are running away from the intimacy of family life and running away from themselves. He went on to draw a surprising conclusion: the capacity for intimacy and nurturing is a characteristic of the most effective leaders. Not only is there a direct connection between the capacity to give and personal satisfaction, but also it seems to release more creativity. 12. The basis for this assertion isn't clear. An enumeration of the private lives of leaders and creators, good or bad, might well consist of a litany of disasters. In any case, the professor's answer to the students' personality problems is that more happiness is required. He teaches his course by the case method, thus attempting to abstract an a priori definition of personal happiness into management in an attempt to counterbalance the absence of the human element, which had previously been abstracted out. If one looks at the situation from the school's point of view, this attitude is perfectly understandable. The school needs to compensate for undermining both the individual's decency and his or her role as a citizen. If it can do this by co-opting the combined idols of family and personal happiness, it will have maintained its system intact. These characteristics are not at all particular to Harvard. When the British felt their business methods had fallen behind, they asked Lord Franks to carry out a study. In 1963 he recommended the creation of a business school and went on, We have a great deal to learn from the successful practices of the leading American business schools and from 123. Their fruitful experimentation, in methods and curricula. 13. This study led to the creation of the London Business School, which uses the same admissions test as do most American business schools. 14. The results of these methods, when applied in two very different societies, are almost identical. The schools were created to improve management. It was argued that this improvement would lead to real growth, a revivified industrial base and healthier economies. But where have these modern managers gone to practice their profession? 71% of Harvard MBA graduates go into non-manufacturing. The figures in England are almost identical. Worse still, more than 80% of graduates are not in line functions. More than 80% do not manage. 15. In both America and Britain they are in consulting, banking and property developing. They have joined the sectors which do not provide capital goods, the service industries. It could be argued that their desire to avoid real management and to concentrate on areas as superficial and as abstract as their own training is one of the causes of our industrial decline and of our unhealthy concentration on services. At its most basic, the idea that personal self-gratification is the right counterbalance to the overemphasis in business schools on competition and winning is also a problem of geography. Industry today has great difficulty recruiting the first-class rising managers, who don't want to go where industry is physically situated. They wish to stay in the great centers of post-industrial self-gratification: New York, London, Toronto, and Paris, for example. Pittsburgh and Birmingham, Hamilton, and Lille are not target towns for personal nurturing. In England the new elites avoid industry on an even larger scale than elsewhere and head for the city or for West End jobs. Their refusal to live in the towns where industrial activity takes place can be identified as an important element in the decline of British industry. Throughout the West this is one of the reasons for the perceived panacea of service industry growth. The creation of contemporary government elites has followed the same path as that of the new business elites. The phenomenon has different superficial characteristics, but the underlying theme is identical. In many countries the trend began with the growth of the social sciences, which forced the full array of real social questions into a falsely scientific straitjacket. The post-war schools of political science and economics are a prime example, with their reliance on abstract models, flowcharts and impenetrable specialist dialects. Apart from being indescribably boring, they have also been almost flawlessly wrong on every issue they have addressed. The experts in these fields have projected our societies 124 in a multitude of directions over the last 40 years. Each time they have been able to prove their case with quantitative arguments and graphs as artificial as a case laid out by a prospective MBA. That is how we came to flip from the absolute public conviction that Keynesian economics are right to the absolute certainty that they are wrong. That is how Voltairism abruptly became a cure-all. How the mixed economy dropped from being next only to God to become the devil's device. Inflation was a harmless economic tool. Moments later it was little better than the assassin of free men's hopes. Then we woke up to discover that an investment device called debt was an even greater evil. Evil only, however, for governments. The same men who asserted this also asserted that commercial debts of historic sizes were good things. And nationalizations of state corporations, which for years we had been told were central to rebuilding the West's economy after the Depression of the 30s, suddenly became the source of our problems. The new truth was privatization and competitiveness. Never in these abrupt flips was the best of the last system hailed and the worst of the new identified. Calm, practical sense was impossible. The social scientists carry truths and assert them. To resist is to be on the other side. One of the most fascinating phenomena in the professionalizing of governance has been the rapid growth of the John F. Kennedy School of Government at Harvard. The Kennedy School has gradually applied to the public sector criteria identical to those already applied to the private sector by the Harvard Business School. They see themselves as a professional school of government. What is needed, they say, is nothing less than the education of a new profession. This profession should include persons elected to public office, individuals appointed to executive positions and career civil servants. The idea takes on frightening dimensions when one realizes that this school does not distinguish between the public servant and the elected official. But there is no reason for surprise. These are merely updated reiterations of the need for a technocratic dictatorship, as proposed by scientific management. The myth of salvation through efficient management is now so strong that no one pays much attention to the premises upon which the new elites are being educated. Efficiency. Professionalism. A belief in right answers, which can only be produced by professionals. All these concepts simply exclude the basic democratic assumptions. Members of this single professional class of politicians, appointed ministers, and civil servants should be distinguished for their analytic skills, managerial competence, ethical sensitivity and institutional sense. So much lies in these words. For example, they must be distinguished not for their ethics or their sense of ethics, but for their ethical sensi. 125. Tivity. That is, their sensitivity to other people's ethics and their ability to manipulate them in the interests of management. The idea that society is based upon an ethical foundation, to which the leaders as well as the citizens are bound, is not entertained. The more management is explained, the more it sounds like raison d'etat. The idea of governments invoking the public interest, as a justification for taking unjust or illegal action, has been with us since the French satirist Mathurin Régnier coined the phrase in 1609. It has been inseparable from the rise of reason and of the nation-state. Now raison d'etat is being turned into a blanket principle which could be summarized as, the technocrat knows best. Without anyone actually saying so, the citizen is eliminated as a participant. He or she is there to be managed. These professional politicians and civil servants are to have no sense of ideas, of policy, or of responsibility. Problem solving is to be their central skill. Obtaining answers after asking the right questions will often depend on the decision-maker's ability to recognize opportunities to use formal quantitative methods to structure problems and draw information from the data. 16. What they are attempting to do, probably without consciously understanding their own motives or actions, is to create a class into which entry will be limited by common standards. That class will control public affairs. An aristocracy of public affairs. A rational, management meritocracy. They will share an obligatory methodology which, like a court ritual, will exclude all citizens who are not properly admitted. This class will deal with public affairs in a professional language which will be as inaccessible to the public as court ritual and Jesuit rhetoric used to be. And all of this is to be done in the name of reason, for the good of the public. Never have ideas of left and right seemed less relevant. People who believe themselves to be liberal reformers are proposing an apparently reasonable form of government by elites. Only at second glance does it become clear that this form subverts the democratic process. People who think of themselves as part of the conservative forces, those who, by accepting the term conservative, ought to be protecting established values, embrace the new methodology eagerly as a faster way to profit personally at society's expense. The heavy-handed verbiage of the Kennedy School and its limited power in American government seems strangely primitive when compared to those of the greatest school of public servants, l'École nationale d'administration. The desire to create a strong, technically minded French elite had been in the air since Richelieu. The first grandes écoles were begun under Louis XVI, and the most important of the great engineering schools, the Polytechnique, appeared during the Revolution, Air 126th of the Convention. The first attempt to create an equivalent training center for the bureaucracy came under the Second Republic, in 1848. It disappeared rapidly, with Louis Napoleon's coup d'état, but in 1871 a Monsieur Boudinot created l'École libre de sciences politiques. It was private and he was backed by bankers and industrialists. The future bureaucratic and eventually political elites began to funnel through Sciences Po, as it came to be known, and 10 years later Jules Ferry, a moderate, reforming government minister, tried to nationalize it, with the support of its founder. Leon Blum, a socialist, tried again in 1936. Finally, it was de Gaulle, aided by Jean Nénéty and Capitant, two left-wing Gaullists, who in a single act nationalized Sciences Po and created ENA. Each of these advances in the education of a public elite took place during moments of revolution or of great reform immediately after a revolution. The rich conservatives who founded Sciences Po, like the solid bourgeois who created ENA, were Republicans acting in the aftermath of terrible civil violence. These initiatives were the continuation of a long dream which carried the conviction that democracy and equality would be advanced by a well-trained bureaucracy. The future Prime Minister, Michel Debré, had been put in charge of writing the law creating the school and then of organizing it. It isn't surprising that in his official report he wrote of the need to take up again the belief and the hope of the Republicans of 1848 in the value of public moral virtue, taught and understood. To accomplish this he said that ENA must give its students a taste for certain key skills, a sense of what man is, which gives life to all work, a sense of decision-making which, after weighing the risks, allows one to decide, a sense of the imagination required to create with originality. 17. In the midst of this hymn to the rational, humane, and republican virtues of an administrative elite, Debré interrupted himself with a burst of pessimistic clarity. What would happen, he asked, if this new elite developed a belief in their caste, a belief which would pervert the civil service? He quickly recovered and produced arguments to prove this outcome impossible. But that, after a period of enthusiastic creativity, is precisely what has happened. Simon Nora, a recent director of ENA, described how he had gone straight from the resistance to become a student in the new school. Blowing up trains or going to LENA was about the same. In both cases, we were a small band who knew better than the others what was good for the country. And we weren't completely wrong. We were the best looking, the most honest, the most intelligent, and we had carried the flame of legitimacy. 18. This little outburst of passion and mystique and ego makes a certain 127 amount of sense. After all, the first generation of anarchs had proved themselves before getting their ultimate education. They arrived in the school with a practical determination to change their world for the better, because their shattering wartime experience had convinced them that it could and must be done. Then they went on to run the country. And given the great problems of the 50s and 60s, they ran it well. People assumed that the new rational training of ENA had made it possible for them to do this. In reality, that training had merely polished human characters which had been irrationally formed in the crisis of war. From 1950 on, that same training was being applied to unformed characters, which contained the usual raw ingredients of youth. These students arrived fresh from the classroom and the bosom of their families. The result was not the same. Each year's class varied with the fashion of its time, but in general the students graduated with an indirect personal ambition. In the hands of young men who knew nothing about the real world but were rapidly given real power, abstract organization became an overwhelming, self-evident and absolute truth for all situations. Within 40 years ENA, and with it the other grandes écoles, had completely changed. In the words of Jean-Michel Gaillard, an anarch himself and a former advisor to President Mitterrand, whatever their official reason for existence or supposed vocation, they are institutions without content, machines for choosing multi-purpose elites and creating men good for anything and nothing. 19. The anarchs alone now number some 4,000. They control absolutely the civil service, have more than 37 elected deputies, range between 25 and 40% of the cabinet positions and around a third of the positions in the ministers' private offices, have had one president of the republic and 7 of the last 11 prime ministers. They produced all of the leading candidates for the 1988 presidential election, except the incumbent. What is more, the annual graduating class has now been reduced from 160 to 90, which will not reduce their power, but increase the power of those who have already gone through the school, as well as future graduates. Given public uneasiness over the growing power of ENA, this has been presented as a measure to restrain its power. In fact, every political figure involved in making the decision was an anarch. That they have become the multipurpose empty carcasses described by Gaillard is beyond doubt. Everywhere in Paris they can be seen, instantly identifiable in their ill-fitting, somber clothes, which continue the Jesuit tradition of physical anonymity befitting a man of power. Their unsmiling, busy expressions convey a certain weary superiority. 128. Their conversation is so certain, so full of banal phrases, that the listener hardly notices the structures leading to answers. This depersonalized and asexual language is the very worst of French. And yet, when subjected to such non-communicative verbal authority, the listener is discouraged from dissent by the emanating murmurs of raison d'etat and privileged information. The school now seems to have accepted that its graduates will continue in the same pattern, although this acceptance came only after years of attempting to maintain the initial post-war drive towards disinterested public service. With the passing of the resistance generation, that drive slipped away, and in 1958 the school's program was completely reorganized. This was done to make it much more abstract and theoretical. The idea of the multipurpose civil servant made its official entry into state education. No matter what careers lay ahead of them, all candidates were to be judged on identical tests of culture and knowledge, then trained at the school in an identical manner. In 1965 there were further changes in the same direction. This system created profound problems in the national bureaucracy. The candidates for ENA were becoming a type suited to the constricted criteria of the entrance exams. Most of them would graduate successfully and go on to invest the French state with their narrow approach. By 1971 the directors were obliged to admit that the knowledgeable, multipurpose graduate was an impossible abstraction. That idea was replaced by one which abandoned knowledge. It concentrated instead on molding the students to fit into a single system which would deal with all areas of government. The individual was to be unidimensional but equipped with a multipurpose method. In its own words, the school was after students capable of a polyvalent point of view. 20. The genius of their administrative system would permit them to deal with everything from theater to taxes. They were now very close to the Harvard idea of management. And, indeed, Taylorism had had a great vogue in France early in the century, as it had everywhere in Europe except Britain. France, however, was the mother of rational structure, with an evolution stretching back to Richelieu, and so produced its own theories of scientific management. The inventor was Henry Fayol, and he and his disciples rivaled Taylorism in influence for several decades. Then, in 1925, the two groups formally merged into one and became part of the larger historic process which led to ENA and the anarch problem. In spite of the new polyvalent theory, most people sensed that the problem had not been resolved. The elite was ever stronger and ever less creative. It was self-serving and self-protecting. Nevertheless the process continued, and in 1986 the new director of ENA, Roger Faureau, declared, "We must build into the civil service the sense of efficiency." 129. Of return on investment and of performance. 21. In other words, the founding intentions of the school reform and public service had been completely lost. And yet, when the subjects dealt with at ENA are examined, the first impression is encouraging. The courses seem to address the problems of the real world. Even the instructions attached to the entry examinations seem reasonable. They call for reflection rather than memory work, and for the use of intellect to dominate the subject. Above all, the applicant is instructed to attack the subjects from the high ground in order to dominate them. By domination the anarch means control. This is what Harvard called taming unruly reality. And reflection, in this case, means taking the time to work out the answer expected by the examiners. The professor's comments on the previous year's entry exams are always printed up as a guide for new students. There the form which replies ought to take is laid out chapter and verse, sometimes down to the headings. It is a highly sophisticated game of intellectual painting by numbers. The comic level to which this control descends can be seen in the section of the entry exams devoted to sporting events. These events are laid out in government decrees filled with such sentences as, "The order of testing the candidates in the different sports is left to the discretion of the jury in function of the requirements of the organization." The events include distance covered in a given time, competition with a maximum of 15 competitors on the starting line. When the signal of the end of the race is given, the competitors should continue their efforts to the next control post where the performance they have accomplished will be registered. 2. The non-sporting management problems which the professors give these students, along with encouragement to use their imagination, are presented in the same pre-structured, suffocating manner. Harvard and ENA are the high points of a general state of affairs. Business schools and administrative schools have popped up all over the West and reproduced the same logical errors of answer-oriented, multipurpose elites. Few of their graduates have the sense of relative truths produced by exposure to a real society. Absolute truths based on detached abstraction reign supreme. These truths are endlessly defendable and interchangeable. The Harvard ENA graduate is unlikely to understand either the irony or the relativity of truth in Voltaire's discussion of the wildly different sorts of circumcisions to be found around the world. A Parisian is taken aback when he is told that the Hottentots cut off one testicle from their male children. The Hottentots are perhaps surprised that the Parisians keep two. 23. 130. The quality of, and investment in, these technocratic leadership schools continues to increase at a time when the quality of general education is in a steep dive. Given that the very idea of reason began as a conversation among middle and upper middle class elites, who believed in the value of excellence, it isn't surprising that more popular forms of education have always been a secondary consideration. Within the ethos of reason there was also the idea of encouraging generalized education. Education instilled knowledge. Knowledge dispelled superstition, thus making it possible to reason. A man capable of reasoning was fit to be a citizen. But this idea of creating citizens was vague. What did the elites want them for? The 18th century philosophers believed, after all, in permanently established but benevolent authority. Educating the masses was intended only to improve the relationship between the top and the bottom of society. Not to change the nature of the relationship. Like any elite holding great power, the technocrats are not particularly interested in the creation of subsidiary elites. Thus, while a fortune continues to be spent on state schools and universities, the entire system continues to decline. The intellectual muscle needed to give it direction is concentrated instead upon the continued refining of the education of the technocratic elite. Indeed, whatever may be quoted about the need for general education, there has always been an underlying contradiction in what the nation-state wished to teach the citizen. The masses, it was believed, could not be given more than a basic education, basic skills, and nowhere in elite education does this appear a moral framework. In other words, they were to receive the nuts and bolts of a humanist formation. But from the beginning, the men of reason complained about the interfering weight of humanism, or what they called, when dealing with education, the humanities. In the 16th and 17th centuries, the humanities were the area where superstition and prejudice could most easily hide. To flush them out, the victory of science was required. And yet, when Richelieu complained that the humanities took up too much space, one senses that he was already concerned not about the dangers of superstition but about the threat represented by a humanist education when the state is attempting to create a useful elite. This sense of the humanities, as a time-consuming interference in useful education, resurfaces again and again over the centuries. Boudinot evoked it when he created Sciences Po in 1871. It is evoked today whenever education is discussed. Not only have the humanities been singled out as the enemy of 131 reason, but there has been a serious attempt to co-opt them by transforming each sector into a science. Thus architecture has become a quantitative, technological formation in which the details add up to the building. Even art history has been converted from a study of beauty and craft into a mathematical view of creativity. The new art historians are interested not so much in art or in history as in technical evolution. The social sciences, new creations of the mathematical obsession, are of course the principal example of the humanities deformed. The reduction of politics, economics, social problems, and the arts to mathematical visions and obscure, hermetically sealed vocabularies may well be looked upon by those who come after us as one of the greatest follies of our civilization. The removal of the humanities from education has undermined common sense and restrained and thus encouraged us to lurch from extreme to extreme in public policy. And yet there is still too much of the humanities in education to suit the technocratic elites. They blame the troubles of state-funded education on this. In fact, our elites no longer believe that it is possible to offer a general, universal education. Perhaps in Britain they never believed it, except in the most abstract way and in small idealist circles. Even the Labour Party leaders tend to send their children to private schools, while calling for improved state education. Yet when they are in power, it doesn't improve. In the United States, large sections of the population were happily abandoned to illiteracy from the very beginning. Now new sections are added to this lumpen proletariat with each passing year. Everywhere one hears the elites saying to each other, in private, well, of course, they are not educable. There are endless statistics to confirm the already educated in their pessimism. 72 million Americans are illiterate, the majority of them white. This doesn't include the functionally illiterate. 1/4 of American children live below the poverty level. 40% of children in public schools are from racial minorities. The whites who can afford to are slipping away into the private school system. Twice as many children are born to American teenagers as to those of any other democracy. 24. But if you begin to add such facts as that 40 million Americans do not have access to medical care, you are also obliged to wonder if the problem lies not with the population but with the elites, their expectations, and their own education. If Harvard, to remain with the same example, is what it claims to be and its graduates are to be found everywhere, then why are they showing no signs of being able to deal with their society's terrifying problems? Were Montesquieu's proverbial Persian to look in upon American society today, the only possible conclusion he could draw would be that never has such a magnificent elite failed so miserably and done so with 132. Such little grace, insisting as it does upon blaming the lowest end of the social scale for much of what is wrong. Outside the United States, the decline in general education has been marked but less frightening. The German and the French are among the finest surviving public education systems in the West. Of the 5% who do go to private schools, most seem to come from broken homes or from among the aristocratic remnants and the very rich, two groups which often prefer exclusivity to quality. Nevertheless, in 1986, when the French National Institute of Educational Research carried out an interpretive survey of 16,000 students, 69% of the 15-year-olds were either illiterate or marginally so. That is to say, they were either unable to read the text given to them or were obliged to read it out loud, slowly, in order to convert it into an oral message. The government had announced not long before, with anti-humanist, managerial clarity, that it wanted to improve public education to the extent of getting 80% of the students through the baccalaureate, the last test before university. The current level is 50%. The survey concluded that what was wrong was the way students were being taught to read. To read you must invent. 25. Literacy requires the participation of the imagination of the reader. They also discovered that for 53% of the students, comic books were their primary reading pleasure. Television and films no doubt take up whatever inventive time remains. Throughout the West, the reaction to this crisis has been a growing chorus, calling for a return to basic education in order to stop the decline. But as always in a rational society, this return to basics is proposed as a narrow and absolute solution to what is a general problem. Here is no accompanying hint that something ought to be done about the disastrous divorce of the humanities from the systems which control our societies. or about developing a common sense line linking general with elite education, or about evaluating why the most complex and competitive higher education systems ever seen in the history of the world do not produce elites capable of addressing the problems of their society. In fact, the assumed contempt for anything other than highly specialized education continues to grow. A general university education is increasingly considered to be of very little value. And the call for a return to basics in the classroom probably has more to do with attempting to quiet growing public fury over ballooning illiteracy than with a serious desire to understand the problem. If anything, it resembles another reactive and pre-packaged formula. Another management fad. On top of which it echoes eerily the old calls for the working classes to work harder, bathe once a week and go to church on Sunday. Meanwhile the elites continue to try to improve themselves by 133. They're eliminating the humanities. The result has been the gradual appearance of an evolved technocrat who almost inevitably has the character of an intellectual bully. These aggressive men and women have no talent for what might be called the public emotions. The remarkable form their education has given them is fundamentally empty, except when filled with the content of whatever job they are currently doing. And when they are attacked over their management of that job, they have a tendency to freeze hard on their positions, unable to compromise because they don't have the roots with which to penetrate into the matter. They often become stubborn, absolute defenders of things they care nothing for. This psychological rootlessness causes them to confuse power with such things as morality and understanding. Even within the elites, however, there is a growing awareness that something is wrong, that their systems do not produce the announced result. The business community stuck with ever larger legions of these seriously flawed human beings, who are often unable to deal with the unstructured problems to which senior management exposes them, have begun paying lip service to the re-education of their executives in midstream. The Aspen Institute, the leading U.S. business seminar and thinking center, now holds a one-week course on the humanities. 26. It has a darkly comic title, Can the Humanities Improve Management Effectiveness? And an appropriate course description. AT&T, one of the world's largest and most influential corporations, believes that a study of the humanities is an important educational experience in the executive development of middle managers. This course is open to upper middle management personnel judged to be high achievers with potential for advancement into executive management positions. Primary objectives: to improve management effectiveness, to develop more competent and socially acclimated managers, and to assist in the succession process of managers to executives. It is focused on 5 areas: leadership, interpersonal relations, problem-solving/decision-making, tolerance for change and personal introspection. And a whole week to do it in. False and rather sad little remedies such as this are proliferating in an attempt to tack humanism, post facto, onto rationally formed beings. That does at least indicate that our contemporary elites are beginning to wonder whether, despite their satchels of degrees, they are in fact educated. In keeping with their lack of historical baggage, they tend to read as little as possible, avoiding in particular history, philosophy, and fiction, limiting themselves to escapist novels, newspapers, and technical documents. They may read a few biographies, which have come to play the same voyeuristic, wish-fulfillment role that accounts of saints' lives 134J played in earlier societies. At home they hang little or nothing on their walls. And, as they rise to the top, their preferred form of official culture tends to be 19th century opera and classical ballet, both dead arts. The once populist and sometimes revolutionary operas are now a ritual, as are the ballets which, in any case, were never taken to be much more than high-class circus entertainment. Fine ankles, bare thighs, and high leaps. Ballet's origins were as light interludes within operas. With the disappearance of functioning royal courts late in the 19th century, the great opera houses gradually became one of the focuses for the new elites. These palaces of marble and gold leaf were perfect reflectors of legitimacy for a civilization in which that concept was confused. It remains confused and, wonderful though the music and the performers may be, they are little more than background. In short, unlike the Victorian upper middle classes, our contemporary elites are rarely wedded to culture. They tend to absent themselves from the continuation of their civilization. They therefore have little sense of the reverberations of their actions. The loss of an historical view is perhaps the most serious of their flaws, because they cannot imagine an impact which goes beyond a case study. In this context, their adoption of Socrates as godfather makes sense. They simply don't have the coordinates to realize how silly it is to claim that relationship. What is more, the entire process, which has developed rational education from the original formula of Ignatius through to today's virtual monopoly of the technocrats over Western leadership, has unfolded without any consideration of the woman as a participant. Women are now participants in large numbers. But the system has shown no sign of adapting itself to this relatively new reality. If the rational civilization is a male idea, then it isn't surprising that education should be an area particularly lacking in flexibility. Certainly the first area requiring transformation is the education of our elites. Since that education can be seen to be a failure, women might do better to become the catalysts leading to radical change, rather than just another ambitious group competing for a percentage of the top places in schools not worth going to. The methods of the technocrats have now become parodies of those used by the courtesans in the last years of the divine monarchies. In the Russian court of the 17th century, intricate intrigues were mistaken for shrewdness. 27. A deformation which would apply to most Western elites today. The methods now essential to power are pseudo-scientific versions of life at court. The courtesan approach hardly seems to be a positive thing for modern women to aspire to. But if they want to beat our contemporary elites at their own game, that is the inevitable route. 135. At the heart of our problem lies the belief in the idea of single, all-purpose elites using a single all-purpose methodology. We have developed this in search of a social cohesion based on reason. Certainly, there is an essential need to find common ground on which an integrated moral view can be built. Without that, society can't function. But a society which teaches the philosophy of administration and problem solving, as if it were the summit of learning, and concentrates on the creation of elites whose primary talent is administration has lost not only its common sense and its sense of moral value but also its understanding of technical advance. Management cannot solve problems. Nor can it stir creativity of any sort. It can only manage what it is given. If asked to do more, it will deform whatever is put into its hands. One sign of a healthy Western civilization is that within a relatively integrated moral outlook, for example, agreement on democratic principles, a myriad of ideas and methods are brought face to face. Through civilized conflict, the society's assumed moral correctness is constantly tested. This tension, emotional, intellectual, moral, is what advances the society. These contradictions are what make democracy work, but they also create technological advance. By concentrating on an integrated management method run by a single elite, we are giving power to people whose primary skill lies in the removal of contradictions, or at least the appearance of contradictions. Managers are not profoundly disturbed by failure or error. But they are driven to nervous collapse by the public demonstration of contradictory solutions. Of course, they aren't alone in this reaction. They are accompanied by that inevitable creation of technocratic civilization, the hero. Heroes take the whole process a step farther because they are mere exploiters and deformers of the elite's devotion to absolute truths. How can social values be weighed when decisions are made on the basis of pre-integrated logic? The ENA examiners recommend to their students that they dominate problems by attacking from above. From above what? From above society? From above its beliefs, standards, and moral traditions. What is taught is efficiency freed from social reality. The more spectacular the successful creation of such an elite, the more rudderless the society becomes. It is difficult to imagine how this can be dealt with unless we break down our education to more practical levels, for example by dismantling the funneling nature of elite education. Jefferson, founder and patron of the University of Virginia, never allowed his university to give degrees. He considered them pretentious. 136. Irrelevant to learning and unneeded to the preparation for responsibility. This wasn't idealism. It was the opinion of the most successful practitioner of reason. The purpose of universities has now been inverted. Learning has become a goal-oriented process aimed at winning a degree. As Gaillard has pointed out, we needed or thought we needed these sorts of elites when our societies were still under challenge from within by the forces of arbitrary power. That is no longer the case. 28 And we can't use the continued existence of such power outside the West as an excuse to continue creating a false elite inside our society. It is very dangerous, Northrop Frye wrote, to assume that only emotions can stampede the mind. 29 We have embraced the analytic approach so absolutely that counterweights, such as the linear historical view, have been stampeded into irrelevance. This wasn't what Jefferson or the philosophers of the 18th century expected would happen. Analysis was a means for hunting out falsehood and superstition. But a clear, practical line back into past experience was the foundation upon which the rational man was to base his abstract examination. The encyclopedists went to great lengths to lay out what had come before them, precisely because the established powers of the church and the monarchy had cut those lines in order to produce absolute truths which justified their power. Jefferson, who thought a great deal about the practical shape of the future and did so with reasonable optimism, came back again and again to an analytical and scientific approach based upon a full and conscious assumption of the past. His advice to various young men turned constantly around the welding of optimistic analysis to a linear historic base as the best way to ensure change while limiting the risks involved. He used the University of Virginia as a place to put his principles into practice. 30. This careful approach was swept away by the forces of pure reason. In its place we have an elite created and dependent upon the death of memory. Not simply our memory of the past, but of the recent past and even of the present. This could equally be called the end of relativity or of comparison. What remains is a cheapened memory, little more than nostalgia, which is methodically used for the purposes of patriotism and advertising. Real memory does not induce regret. It is no more a conservative force than analysis is a tool for change. Memory is part of a seamless web with the future, there to help us remember exactly what our civilization is constructed upon and therefore in what ways our actions ought to be shaped in order to serve our needs and our interests. By throwing ourselves into the analytical arms of technocracy we have gained the illusion that every day is another day. Every intent can be freshly argued. But every day is not another day. Common sense tells us that it is both the day after yesterday and the day before tomorrow. 137. One of the principal effects of our elite education has been to cut us off from the self-evident. And the social sciences, which have monopolized our memory in this century, with promises of exploring every corner of it, indeed of us, have succeeded simply in dividing and obscuring any sense of our civilization. By occupying most of the humanist domains, they have further undermined humanism. In order to improve this situation, we would first have to remove the contempt for the public which is buried deep within our elite education. Jefferson said that men by their constitutions are naturally divided into two parties: 1. Those who fear and distrust the people, and wish to draw all powers from them into the hands of the higher classes. 2. Those who identify themselves with the people, have confidence in them, cherish and consider them as the most honest and safe, although not the most wise depository of the public interests. 31 For the words higher classes we must substitute managerial classes or technocratic. These people have used the public's confidence in their judgment in order to insist that wisdom is the primordial public quality. That all other qualities are subsidiary, even dangerous for the public interest. Thus honesty and safety become metaphors for naivete. And wisdom is reduced to a single, narrow view, their own. In other words, our modern elites fall into Jefferson's first category. They fear and distrust the people. The depressing state of public education follows quite naturally from that, as does the reaction of the elites, which is to make greater efforts to strengthen their own training structures. It is harder and harder to raise money to pay for public education, because more and more of those who would pay the necessary taxes educate their children elsewhere. And the more expensive private education becomes, the more the middle classes resent being taxed for public education. They, after all, cannot really afford the private system. But they sense that education is becoming increasingly elitist. And to deprive their children of that kind of training is to deprive them of future opportunities as adults. To pay for schools and universities they must make enormous financial sacrifices. Thus the middle class, who were the heart and soul of the democratic, broadly based nation-state, are being converted into enemies of that society. The curious thing is that the creation of competent elites shouldn't be a problem. In societies as rich and textured as ours, that is something which can almost look after itself. If the society is healthy, it will find outlets at the required levels or it will create them. And the more varied and contradictory these outlets are, the better. How this can be done will differ from country to country. The same is true for general, basic education. There is no need to search for global solutions, apart from an absolute necessity to destroy the idea that such things exist. There is a 138t need to dismantle the obsessional structure which imprisons us and to explode the vertical logic which dominates learning. At the same time, it isn't surprising that our democratic nation-states are finding it impossible to develop ideas which might get us out of our political and economic difficulties. To govern a democracy you require constant vibrations from the population. Between our superior, enclosed, contemptuous elites and our disintegrating system of public education, we have lost the unity which is needed to feel those vibrations. One of the areas where most waits to be done is the integration of parents into the school system. The current elites are against this because they say it really doesn't work. The wrong parents come forward, they don't understand modern education, and they demand restrictive forms of education. The periodic removal of controversial authors from school curricula under parental pressure is invariably given as an example of the dangers inherent in letting the citizens participate. Thus, the essential liberal democratic instincts of our society are themselves used to discourage people from democratic participation. The people are dangerous and the elites know best. But what are the roots of this unhealthy democratic influence? Is not the problem that, even where school boards do exist, most citizens don't participate in elections, thus leaving control to fringe groups? If everyone believed it was more important to vote for school boards than for presidents and prime ministers, then a normal cross-section of citizens would appear on those boards. The decline of our school systems reflects perfectly our general problems. The elites preach power, not participation. They preach control, not contribution. They preach gratification of the ego, not the unglamorous duty of service to a larger whole. Power is generally perceived as something exercised at the highest levels. And the lower levels are best occupied by experts, by people who know best in their field, whether it be education or tax planning. In countries where most of the middle and upper classes send their children to private schools, the situation is even worse. Those who hold the bulk of the powerful places in government and industry, and who are responsible for the central administration of the education system, know that whatever happens, it will not affect their children. The education they create for other people's children, the children of less important people, cannot possibly be the same as the education they would insist upon for their own. Again, in Britain and the United States, the two Western countries in which private schools account for most of the elite, the public system is in the worst shape. And in those countries you are bound to hear again and again from the mouths of their elites the private complaint that large sections of the population are uneducable. Were Voltaire to reappear today, it is unlikely that rising technocrats 139 anywhere would recognize in him their spiritual father, nor he in them his children. Perhaps there would be a repeat of the Dostoevsky story, in which Christ returns to Seville in the 16th century the day after an auto da fe, during which the Grand Inquisitor has had 100 heretics burned at the stake, all at once with great pomp, in front of the royal court and the population. The cardinal recognizes the Son of God, has him arrested and threatens to burn him also unless he leaves town. In Voltaire's case, our elites would immediately begin to marginalize him through logical arguments designed to prove that his positions all suffer from lack of professionalism. The attack might well be led by the 5 Harvard professors who wrote Managing Human Assets. They would prove irrefutably, with an organigram, that whether Voltaire was right or wrong didn't matter. His presence was a danger to stability. Anarchs and structuralists would be produced to prove that he was a fraud. If not, how could such an intelligent man so endanger the interests of the state of which he was a citizen? Political scientists, supported by a chorus of post-structuralists, would come forward to point out that Voltaire had never understood his own words. They would provide a properly professional analysis of his texts. The prosecution could do worse for its closing argument than call on Dr. Madsen Pirie, president of the British Adam Smith Institute. Dr. Pirie had a great influence on Mrs. Thatcher's government. The rationalization, or destruction, of the National Health Service has been one of his great successes. He would probably argue that Voltaire was a flawed Voltairean because he was an unconscious pre-socialist. Dr. Pirie would prove, however, that he himself was a pure Voltairean and therefore bound to condemn the master. He would do this with the absolute conviction of a former professor of logic, which is what he is. That attack, of course, would delight Voltaire. Professors of logic were always his enemy. His defense might be that by creating elites obsessed with the intellectual process that is used to produce decisions, we have indeed eliminated prejudice and superstition from that process. But we have also put ourselves into the hands of men who have no relationship to the organisms they govern. That is, we have abandoned to chance such things as social responsibility, identification with the organism and belief in what the organism represents. These have all been removed from the decision-making process. All 3 may carry with them the risk of irrational decision-making. But without them, only the abstract remains, devoid of common sense and moral responsibility. Reason, when so abstracted, becomes a series of unrelated assertions bereft of memory. And the elites who apply such abstractions give themselves over to competitiveness, a state of being which is characterized by unfocused, uncontrolled ambition and a myopic obsession with profit. Voltaire once complained, in the wake of some state executions brought on by condemnations for blasphemy, that every sensible man, every honorable man, must hold the Christian sect in horror. If he were alive today, he would probably extend that horror to the rational sect. 6. The flowering of armaments. We are living in the midst of a permanent wartime economy. The most important capital good produced in the West today is weaponry. The most important sector in international trade is not oil or automobiles or airplanes. It is armaments. Many people imagine that this rearmament process was limited in time and place to the United States and to the 8 years of the Reagan administration. In fact, it began 20 years earlier and was a generalized phenomenon. What's more, nothing in the current moves towards détente and demilitarization indicates that this will change. No production cutbacks or economic reorientations are even being considered which would have more than a token effect on the system. By any standards, historic, economic, moral, or simply practical, in a healthy economy, arms would not occupy first place unless that society were at war. Even then, such prominence would be viewed as an aberration to be put up with no longer than events required. This explosion in armaments production provides the perfect demonstration of how the rational system works. These enormous industries are the result of conscious policies. They have involved prolonged cooperation between most of the key modern elites: politicians, bureaucrats, corporate managers, staff officers, scientists, and economists. The creation of this arms-oriented economy has been perhaps the happiest moment in the life of the rational system. There has been a purity, a structural malleability, a cool, abstract intelligence about the whole thing which are unmuddied by the realities of uncontrollable populations and unpredictable economies. It is precisely this abstraction which has made it impossible for the citizen to get a handle on the situation. Living as we do in a civilization that wallows in information, statistics mean nothing. They become the commas and semicolons of everyday speech. Since they are mostly used by technocrats to decorate their self-fulfilling arguments, the citizen has developed an unconscious defense. He shuts off his value-weighing perceptions the moment he hears a number. In such a situation, intellectual resistance is virtually impossible. Deafness is therefore a healthy reaction. Unfortunately, the discounting of all statistics means that even those capable of conveying a relative truth are lost. For example, to say that annual international and national arms sales are worth some $900 billion has absolutely no impact. First, the figure is obviously inaccurate. Accuracy at such levels is impossible. It does, however, offer an approximation. It indicates that arms sales are large, enormous, unimaginably big. In fact, nobody, whether citizen or banker or minister, has any concrete idea of what $900 billion means. Money itself is an abstract idea. People are capable of imagining what small amounts might mean by simply comparing the figures to concrete equivalents. Some can imagine the real impact of far higher numbers than other people can. Men in charge of large industrial concerns might be able to imagine accurately hundreds of millions of dollars. However, somewhere in the high hundreds of millions the phenomenon of understandable quantity ceases to exist. Even Robert McNamara, who invented financial control systems for the car industry, the Defense Department and for Third World development, was unable to produce any method that could control the practical application of such figures. While in charge, he himself lost complete control of both defense and development finances. This is not to say that someone else might have done better. No banker or economist who worked on the creation of these systems was able to control their budgets. Cost overruns became, and continue to be, an inevitability whenever the figures rise above the levels of concrete imagination. However technically strict the budget control systems, everyone from the citizen to the controller has come to accept, on some unspoken level, that financial controls do not work. The problem involved is not unlike imagining a physical exploit. Almost everyone can imagine what it is like to jump over a bar raised 1 meter high, because almost everyone has done it. Many of us can imagine how we might jump 2.43 meters, which is the current world record, had fate only given us such things as longer legs and better muscles. We can even imagine jumping another meter or so higher. But 10 meters is not an imaginable jump. It belongs to the world of comic books. The American annual overall defense budget alone is more than $300 billion. What do all the world's defense budgets add up to? How many thousand billion? And even that figure would not include the defense-oriented or defense-reliant or defense-subsidized sectors of our economies. All estimates of military influence upon our industries are too low because the military programs are so deeply integrated into theoretically 143 civil sectors that they cannot be separated out for honest calculation. In Sweden, for example, where fairly serious attempts are made to understand the phenomenon, it is felt that civil products with military applications are worth as much as purely military goods. We could, therefore, plausibly take the figures for national arms production around the world and simply double them. Needless to say, we have no idea what the immediate financial or structural effect would be if all of this direct and indirect investment were removed. How many apparently unrelated programs or industries would suffer or abruptly collapse? It should be remembered that while education, social services, and highway construction together add up to less than 15% of the 1988 U.S. federal budget, defense's $312 billion represents 33%. Moreover, it is generally estimated that 1/4 of the U.S. gross domestic product, GDP, is militarily oriented. Given the 30-year-old French government policy of protecting and developing defense industries, the military-dependent percentage of their GDP is probably even higher. This integrated strategy has been aimed at creating an alternative to American weaponry, while using military investment to finance French civil high technology. What's more, they export 40% of their military production. This doesn't make them an exception among nations. Britain exports 33%. Looked at another way, more than half the capital goods exported by France are armaments. But even these official figures are too low. Many sales of arms or of parts are kept secret for security reasons. They appear in no statistics. And no prices attached to arms sales could be called hard prices. They are disguised by heavy subsidies and artificial inflations or deflations which are determined by a multitude of trade-offs justified by everything from foreign policy and international commerce considerations to local employment and national security. A classic example during the 60s and 70s was the pricing of the Mirage fighter, one of the most successful fighters ever built, if judged by the quantity sold. Among its attractions was a ridiculously low price. This was the result of endlessly variable calculations, which could include such factors as the deduction of the price of the jet engines. The French government would buy the engines from the builder, SNCMA, a state corporation, at a generous price, which was not made public and which provided the company with healthy books. The government would then sell the engines to the theoretically private airplane manufacturer Dassault at any price that was felt appropriate to win foreign sales. Again, the price would not be made public. As a result, Dassault could go into a specific international negotiation with a bewildering margin for maneuver. If selling the plane to a nation suited French foreign policy, Dassault could undercut any competitor. 144. What, then, was the real cost of the Mirage? What percentage of the GDP did it really represent? Did the company SNCMA or Dassault really make a profit on the sale? If in the annual calculations of French arms production, foreign sales, trade balance, inflation figures, productivity levels, and so on, a jet engine was priced at a hidden figure of 100 francs, were any of those calculations accurate? Where are the dividing lines between foreign aid, foreign military aid, employment policies, and industrial development? And even if you could answer all those questions, you would still not have dealt with the indirect question of the real price of a jet sold to a poor African country that produces uranium, the supply of which you want to control in order to feed your civil and military nuclear industry. France, after all, produces no uranium, but has the world's third largest nuclear arsenal, as well as using nuclear power plants to satisfy more than 50% of its energy needs. American figures are as soft as the French but are arrived at in different ways. The Pentagon, for example, has a special program for the distribution of surplus weapons to allies, mainly in the Third World, which could not otherwise afford sophisticated attack helicopters. Only the minor costs of refurbishing and shipping these weapons actually show up in official calculations. 40% of all U.S. scientists are employed on defense-related projects. Shortly before the end of the Soviet Union, NATO said that the Soviet figure continued to be 75% of all scientists, and that 40% of Soviet industry was given over to military production. A 1987 Congressional Research Service report placed the Soviet Union first in weapon supplies to Third World countries, $60 billion from 1983 to 1986. SIPRI, the Swedish Independent Research Institute, agreed with this. In the wake of the growing Soviet crisis, there is general agreement that the United States is now in first place. SIPRI puts the Soviets second, after the United States, in overall arms sales. Washington maintains that SIPRI is an unfriendly source. At such levels the order isn't of great importance, and the new official figures coming out of Moscow are probably about as accurate as Western figures on our own production. Many experts think the real figures for arms sales are 2, 3, even 4 times higher than the $900 billion arrived at by adding up available statistics. There isn't much point in attempting to digest or understand such numbers. Their very unimaginability should be taken as a general summary of the state of affairs. We have maintained, and despite all economic difficulties continue to maintain, historic highs for military spending in a world technically at peace. The cutbacks initiated by Gorbachev and Reagan captured the world's imagination. Certainly they were a good thing. Certainly they were moves in the right direction. But the truth is that they were peanuts on 145. The mountain of military equipment and expenditure. The good news was so minor that its historical significance rivaled that of the Kellogg-Briand Pact. As for the current manic joy over military budget cutbacks around the globe, it should be noted that only the annual growth levels are being reduced. The budgets themselves remain at their historic highs. Even if cut by a staggering amount, say 25%, they would still be way above historic wartime levels. However, they will not be severely cut. The results of the Gulf War will include a general rearming in the Islamic world and a re-evaluation of weaponry in both the West and the splintered Soviet Union. That re-evaluation will lead to the highly publicized retiring of some older weapons systems, both nuclear and conventional. But it will also result in a wave of high-tech military modernization. The shattering of the twin superpower status quo has created yet more optimism about serious cuts in arms production. However, it has also brought about an uncontrollable explosion in nationalism, which, accompanied by unsatisfied racial rivalries, is constantly fracturing nations into ever smaller units. This will probably produce an expanding, not a shrinking, weapons market. Perhaps the unimaginable size of all this commerce and production explains why the politicians, the press, and the public apply their moral indignation to flea-size military scandals which they can concretely imagine. The $20 to $30 million involved in the Iran-Contra arms affair must be seen in the light of an average new weapons contract, which would run around $300 to $400 million. $20 million in the arms business is so small an amount as to be invisible to the profession als. But the public loved Irangate because the sum involved was not only imaginable, it could even be picked apart with the tweezers of frustrated traditional moral indignation. Meanwhile, every year, the Pentagon inexplicably simply loses about $1 billion worth of arms and equipment. For the budgets, the costs, and the actual stocks are so large that they cannot be subjected to even the most sophisticated methods of accountancy. The numbers can be explained. They cannot, however, be reduced to a rational sequence. They are therefore so out of control that the loss of $1 billion is a mere statistical occurrence. And so, while a nation looked under every mat, attempting to trace every penny of Irangate's $20 million, no one was held responsible for the loss of $1 billion. No one was fired. The admission of the loss produced a few mentions in a few papers and was promptly forgotten. Apart from incompetence and error, the disappearance of $1 billion suggests a great leeway for fraud, given that the military is the single largest purchaser of goods and services in the United States. At the same time as Irangate, the Pentagon Audit Committee was finishing a 4-year investigation of corporate overcharging. They dis. 146. Covered that 95 contractors had lied about costs on 365 out of 774 contracts. The overcharge amounted to $788.9 million. Rockwell International Corporation on a single contract involving 340 bombs had overcharged by $7.4 million. While the nation agonized over Adnan Khashoggi's $12 million, federal investigators were finding it inexplicably difficult to bring themselves to lay contractor fraud charges in these 365 cases. 5. The politicians who justify military expenditures claim that we are at peace. They talk of a peace bought through defense. Given their various political allegiances, they justify the costs in the name of democracy, capitalism, socialism, communism, the dictatorship of the proletariat, or the struggle against the forces of colonialism. They also admit, with a shrug, that while defense budgets may be too high, they are also essential. When out of power, those of the left seize upon the arms business as a symbol of the military-industrial complex prophesied by that odd John and Jesus team, the American Marxist intellectual C. Wright Mills and the conservative administrator Dwight D. Eisenhower. When in power, the left adopts the attitude of the right, which on this subject tends to say the same things whether in office or out. Thus governments of the left and right both lament the situation as the inescapable result of having had to face enemies who care nothing for their people and so spend vast amounts on weaponry. Western governments have had no choice, they argue, but to follow suit. The various socialist governments of Britain, France, and Germany have perfected this argument over the last 3 decades. Because of current events in the Soviet bloc, this rhetoric is now in limbo. It is already beginning to re-emerge, however, in an appropriately amended form. As for the great liberal center, it remains relatively silent. Liberals know that much of the expansion in weapon production happened during their years in power. They know that they themselves applied the most rational modern methods available. The result was a rapid acceleration in arms spending. They feel that this must have been some terrible accident of history, the coincidence of the Vietnam War with the growth in inflation, followed hard by the oil crisis, for example. And yet their rational methods should have been able to deal with these relatively limited problems. Liberals also know what a disaster it is to appear naive. They dare not, therefore, speak out against arms production. And yet they, more than others, sense the real problem. Arms production and sales have nothing to do with the existence of a military-industrial complex. That term implies a well-thought-out organization with an intent what the law would call forethought. But if the arms business is neither manageable nor accountable to its own 147 experts, let alone to political figures, then it cannot be filled with forethought and intent. The flowering of weaponry is the full expression of the genuine loss of purpose among the military, the administrators and the industrial elites of the West, all driven as much by their own confusion as by their unity of method. It is not surprising, therefore, that the politicians and the press, who feed off the elites in their search for subject matter, should have been unable to make more of the Iran affair than a trivial game of individual wrongdoing. They could have used this minute arms deal as an opportunity to lay bare the way the American and most Western economies work on a day-to-day basis. Irangate was not an exception. It was a common transaction. One of thousands. But in order to take such an approach, people would have to accept that the selling of arms, for the first time in modern Western history, is no longer a marginal business. For the last 2 decades the world has been overwhelmed by economic crisis and confusion. Our governments prefer to talk about periodic recessions while desperately attempting to unblock the economy with everything from tight to loose money, from high tariffs and massive foreign lending to low tariffs, inflated currencies, and unrepayable domestic debt. Their most successful attempted solution, however, if measured in jobs created and products sold, has been the gradual conversion of our ailing half-social democratic, half-capitalistic societies from peacetime to wartime economics. This situation is the result of a long process which went into high speed during the early 60s, when a center-left American government under Kennedy, a radical conservative French government under de Gaulle and a socialist British government under Wilson each decided, for its own reasons, that the best way to finance indigenous weapons programs was to sell as many arms as possible abroad. It was all part of a new approach to government spending introduced by the first wave of apolitical technocrats. The underlying assumption was that a method which strengthened a nation's arms production would also increase its independence. Charles de Gaulle was the first to start down this road. He came to power at the age of 68 in an unstable political situation. In many ways the economy he inherited in 1958 was basically still in the 19th century. With his long-standing devotion to advanced military technology and his sense that he had only a limited time to work, de Gaulle set about modernizing military and civil France at breakneck speed. 148 Argipant, a soldier with a vision, he had also suffered repeatedly at the hands of the sclerotic Napoleonic traditions of the army and its self-justifying general staff. He was also obliged to deal with an officer corps which had brought him to power and which therefore felt equally empowered to remove him. Whatever he wanted to do to France as a whole, the military structure was the part he understood best. He therefore set about revolutionizing the entire economy through the military structure. This made far more sense than one might think. De Gaulle was convinced that the old army stood in the way of a new France. He believed, with the idealism of an 18th-century man of reason, that only a new technocratic officer class could drive out the mythology of the anti-democratic, anti-republican, anti-mechanized warfare traditional officer corps. He therefore promoted technical officers. The three principal generals of de Gaulle's years in office were all engineers polytechnicians who immediately began to promote other technicians. Their percentage of the officer corps rose from 25 to 50. De Gaulle next started to feed credits through the army into the industrial sector. It was as a natural extension of this new military research and production that France began to sell arms abroad with greater aggressivity. Already in the late 1950s French foreign weapons sales were growing at 16% per year, while those of the rest of the world were at 10%. 6. This early growth was easy, given the tiny base from which the new government had begun. In fact, all appeared calm in the international arms market. The United States effortlessly dominated the scene by virtually giving away its weapons as a continuation of its Marshall Plan attitudes. Britain ran a comfortable second, thanks to the continued production of its war industries and to a virtual monopoly in its colonies and ex-colonies. This situation exploded on February 6, 1961, when President Kennedy delivered a special message to Congress on America's general balance of payments crisis. The United States was $3 billion on the wrong side. One of the central conclusions to which Kennedy, that is, McNamara and the new Department of Defense technicians had come was that the United States could no longer afford to give away weapons. They had to be sold. More specifically, the United States had to sell many more weapons than it had been giving away. Kennedy presented this commercial reality in an idealistic package. He spoke of the need to defend democracy and the need for America's allies to undertake a drastic modernization of their military capabilities. The Allies were to assume a greater burden in Western defense, but they were to do so with U.S. weapons, not their own. By buying in the United States, they would be compensating America for the heavy fight. 149. Financial burden it bore as the defender of freedom. Kennedy was very specific. He went on to urge the purchase of the new weapons and weapons systems by those of our allies who are financially capable of doing so. Rhetoric aside, the president was urging America's allies to subsidize the American economy by buying American arms. It was the perfect illustration of a phenomenon de Gaulle had described in his war memoirs: the United States approaches important matters with straightforward emotions which disguise complicated policies. McNamara further confused the new policy with a backup explanation in the latest rational jargon. This official statement came in three parts, of which the first, although written in technocratic language, is well worth quoting. 1. To further the practice of cooperative logistics and standardization with our allies by integrating our supply systems to the maximum extent feasible and by helping to limit proliferation of different types of equipment. 7. Like most of McNamara's policies, its real effect was the inverse of its announced or intended effect. The frenzied proliferation of all weapons, including nuclear ones, over the last 2 decades, has its origins in this policy. The North Atlantic Council, the political arm of NATO, includes a committee called the Military Agency for Standardization to which each nation sends a representative. Its job is to discuss weapons and weapons systems with the idea of agreeing on a single standard for bullets, shells, rifles, tanks, fighters, and so on. The theory is that all ammunition and parts should be interchangeable between the Allies in times of crisis and that their common strategy is based upon a clear and practical understanding of the capabilities of one another's equipment. The unwritten principle is that this standardization will be reached through a trade-off between the various arms industries of the various Allies. No one is to lose out by becoming a buyer who does not sell. If a Belgian rifle is chosen, then the tank will be German and the plane American. The reality, however, was that the Standardization Committee had always been a door through which the United States could supply its allies. With the new Kennedy-McNamara policy, it became a door through which the United States sold its weapons. Just enough non-American weapons had always been adopted under the standardization system to keep the Allies happy. Occasionally European orders were part of specific NATO policy. The post-World War II rapid industrialization of northern Italy by Agnelli/Fiat was largely driven by military orders. The impetus was a NATO conviction that prosperity would destroy the great power of the Communist Party in that 150th area, which it did. In general, however, cooperation, standardization and integration actually meant that the Allies should buy American. What's more, the new sales policy came at the same time as America's new nuclear strategy of flexible response. One of the obvious consequences of this strategy, which the United States forced upon its allies, was that it required massive conventional rearmament by everyone. In other words, Kennedy introduced a strategy requiring rearmament at the same time that he introduced a policy of selling weapons. Finally, the new arms commercialization policy was given a practical form. The Pentagon created the International Logistics Negotiations Branch to look after selling weapons. Its first director, Henry Cuss, was the leading expert on arms supplies. He made no secret of what motive drove the policy. In a speech to a gathering of American arms manufacturers, he laid it out clearly. From the military point of view, we stand to lose all of the major international relationships paid for with grant aid money unless we can establish professional military relationships through the sales media. The solution to the balance of payments deficit is principally in more trade. All other solutions merely temporize the problem. 8. Thanks to his efforts, American arms sales rose sharply. But this aggressive approach also focused the minds of the Allies, particularly the French. It was one of the three preliminary causes for French disenchantment with NATO. 9. Those who sat on the NATO Standardization Committee at that time remember the constant battles between Washington and Paris, the former expecting everyone to buy American, the latter insisting on French sales to the alliance equal to French purchases. General Pierre Gallois, one of France's most original military thinkers, wrote that if Europe were to accept America's policy, it would become no more than a producer of consumer products. As for the rest, why not save money and use whatever the Americans produce? On the commercial front, there is nothing wrong with this division of labor except that it would turn Western Europe into an underdeveloped continent. We would have to slowly close our engineering schools, our laboratories, our research bodies, and begin training our youth to be salesmen and to working solely under foreign license. 10. Curiously enough, this ironic vision of a comfortable decline is not far from that being seriously recommended by most Western economists, who now believe it to be an absolute truth that nations should get out of industries which can be run cheaper by other nations. Thus the United States should get out of steel in favor of Asia. And Canada should get out of agriculture in favor of the United States. Had Europe believed 151. Such an idea in the early 60s, it would now be an economic wasteland instead of the largest economic force in the world. The French refused this option in 1961 and set about redesigning their entire economy in order to compete on all fronts but, above all, in order to produce the latest weaponry. The Fifth National Plan emphasized 6 sectors which would theoretically secure independence and progress. All 6 reflected Ministry of Defense policies: atomic energy, electronics, computers, aviation, rockets, and satellites. In electronics, 50% of the products were for the military sector. The entire economy responded to this massive injection of R&D funds. And the remarkable integration of the national elites made the whole idea of a military-industrial complex irrelevant. The military engineering school, the Polytechnique, produced the Army's technicians as well as many of the senior bureaucrats and corporate leaders. There could not be a complex when there was only one elite, one source of financing, and no strong legal division between politics, defense, and industry. No time was spent on conflict of interest questions. There was only one interest. An American Aeronautics Corporation might have 2,000 of its 8,000 engineers devoted to such jobs as analysis and control. This was necessary because the company would have to justify, not explain, every detail of a project to its own government, argue the merits of the product, win over politicians and demonstrate the quality of its management methods, its control over subcontractors and its cost controls. And it would have to do the same with foreign governments for all international sales. A French corporation would have almost no one working in these areas. The technocrats in their own government would handle most of this through the ministerial delegation for armaments. Such elite integration was only a foreshadowing of that same unity in other Western countries. Elsewhere, the official public barriers between government, industry, and army maintained the fiction that there were real levers of control over armaments policy. However, the unity in approach of the technocrats in all three sectors meant that they could effortlessly develop policy across the lines, without reference to the control levers. The public niceties could all be dealt with after the fact. Legal and legislative approval of administrative action came to resemble a ribbon-cutting ceremony. The French elites were not at all unconscious of the fact that their economy was being remodeled through military priorities. They believed that only the army could afford the kind of investments necessary to keep high-tech industries on the cutting edge of creativity. This particular argument has become a great favorite in the late 20th century. It is used everywhere on the globe when there is a need to justify military financing. The reality is that military investment 152T is merely a facet of government investment. Whether these funds are earmarked for military or civilian R&D is neither here nor there. In any case, as early as the 1960s the French army was officially providing 30% of the nation's R&D investments. In reality, the percentage of total national R&D devoted to the military sector was closer to 70%. 1. This same phenomenon was slower to take effect in the United States, thanks to the relatively healthy state of general industry before 1973. By 1980, however, 40% of American R&D was for military programs. And by 1985 it represented 50% of university research. By 1988, 70% of government-supported R&D was military. De Gaulle's point had been that only the state can judge what research is most useful to the public interest. Two political leaders around the world came to agree with this idea. They seemed to have little choice, because the situation they discovered on arriving in office consisted of a seamless web uniting R&D and military equipment. There did not appear to be any other way to do research. The only question, then, was to find ways to pay for both this research and the resulting need for new military equipment. The answer, quite simply, was to export. The sale of 200 fighters abroad would finance the 50 planes needed for the nation's air force. This economic political military truism that national independence could be accomplished through domestic arms production, provided it was financed through exports, was to become a new religion in the Western world. Technocrats everywhere, whether officers or administrators, explained to their employers the remarkable benefits which this cycle would bring to the home economy. And what were perceived as the American and French successes seemed all the more attractive when compared to the British failure. London had not turned its attention to a national arms policy fast enough, and so had frittered away its post-war advantages, losing even most of its ex-colonial markets. By 1966 Harold Wilson and his defense minister Dennis Healey had decided in desperation to join the race. Both men came from the left wing of the Labour Party. And, in another reminder of the irrelevance of both ideology and militarism in what was happening, two of the three men central to the creation and running of the British Defence Sales Organisation were plucked from the automobile industry, just as in the United States, Robert McNamara had come to defence from Detroit. The growth in the arms market was an industrial administrative undertaking, not a military one. It had to do with the production and sale of mechanized and computerized material. Most of the people involved were not thinking seriously about the nature of that material. The new British Defence Sales Group was able to stop the collapse of 153. The UK markets and London held on to fourth place in the ever-expanding world market. By the late 80s, Britain was again rivaling France for third place. but everyone else had caught on to the trend long before that. By the late 60s, the Swedes, the Swiss, the Belgians, the Germans and the Italians were traveling the world selling their arms. The end of colonialism meant the rise of new states. New states meant new armies in need of new weaponry. These young governments were eager to buy but short of cash. That turned out to be a simple technical problem. The same Western governments which sold them the weapons would finance their expenditures through aid programs or general bank loans or specific armament financing agreements, all facilitated by subsidized low pricing. In other words, the sellers were not actually financing their own military needs through foreign sales, because they were also financing the buyers. According to their rational accounting system, a fighter sold abroad more or less paid for a fighter in the home air force. In reality, the seller government was paying for both. The whole process was and is little more than an inflationary chain in which money, in the form of debt, must be printed to finance the production of non-productive goods to be stored at home or in other countries. After a decade of this overexcited world competition for markets, the general economic crisis of 1973 threw governments and businesses into a confusion from which they still have not emerged. None of them were clear as to what had happened. The technocrats could see that the growth machinery was seriously stalled for the first time since 1945. They flailed around blindly for remedies, all of which failed. Printing money. Not printing money. Heavy industrial investment. Hard-nosed refusals to invest in sick, heavy industries. No matter what they spent or didn't spend, taxed or didn't tax, the economic body wouldn't move. The only sector which responded positively and promptly to government stimulation was the arms industry. Tax breaks aimed at a normal industrial sector or R&D subsidies or depreciation benefits or any other support which lies within the competence of a government, may well encourage companies to produce. But that doesn't create consumers to buy. In times of economic troubles, consumers do not leap at products. They limit their expenses. The arms industry, however, was and is a perfectly artificial business, not subject to real market conditions. Armaments are the ideal consumer product, because even the consumer is artificial. That is to say, the consumer is a government, not an individual. Moving the financial chips around in a circle suddenly took on a new importance. Paying countries to buy your weapons was a way to stimulate your own immobile economy. Ordering weapons at home for your 154 RON forces accomplished the same thing. The more weapons your own industry built for home or abroad, the more money you had to print. But this didn't look like classic inflationary economics. Governments were printing complex debt papers, not old-fashioned debt notes. Besides, patriotism was involved as well as export encouragement programs. International trade-offs could no longer be seen as expenditures. They were now stimulants. The production of so many weapons has indeed kept men working in difficult times. Counting only directly related industries, some 400,000 jobs are now involved in the United States and 750,000 in Europe. But, curiously enough, as the socio-economic role of building weapons has grown, the actual question of whether the selling producer is well defended has slipped into the background. The primary arguments surrounding most arms projects today relate to jobs, industrial structure, trade balances and technological development. The arms manufacturers have understood this and act accordingly. In 1981, for example, Rockwell International sold Congress on the BIB bomber by telling them that it would be composed of systems built in 48 of the American states, a remarkable bit of political industrial economics. In 1986 in Britain, Plessy justified its sale of 6 AR-3D radar systems to Iran for £240 million by stating, "This contract represents 2 years of work for 1/500 of our workers." The Iranians, they added, have promised not to use the system against the Iraqis. No doubt they were buying it to track shooting stars. Caspar Weinberger, President Reagan's Secretary of Defense, at least knew how to be perfectly straightforward. we must remember at least 350,000 jobs are at stake and will be lost if there are any drastic military cuts. All in all, the building of weapons has become the most important source of make-work projects in the late 20th century. Neoconservatives may condemn Franklin D. Roosevelt's WPA projects, but at least they kept the countryside clean and were reasonably cheap. The idea that building weapons is a good way to create jobs and to earn foreign currency is so naive as to have a certain charm about it. Even to believe that military spending might help the economy is revolutionary. Throughout history, military spending has been considered a disaster for economies. The 20th century Western belief in the opposite is, in part, a curious offshoot of Keynesian economics, produced by the conviction that it took World War II to end the Depression. One of the extra lunacies of current economics is that while Keynes is now considered bad, weapon production programs are still good. 155. In order to obscure this contradiction, economists came up with the theory of the trickle-down effect. The investment, for example, of several $billion into a non-growth area such as tanks, in the hope that there will be a trickle-down of $100 million, into civil transport, is presented as an efficient form of industrial investment. Those who defend this theory always cite a long list of successes. There is hardly a plane or a radio which is not derivative of something military. Fast trains. New metals. The entire nuclear energy sector. Digital electronics. Satellite communications. The list is endless. And there are no signs of a waning in the political conviction that this is the right way to do research. During his first presidential campaign, George Bush went out of his way to reply to his opponent's complaint that 70% of federal support for R&D goes to the defense establishment. Critics ignore the importance of defense research to science and technology, manufacturing, and trade, expanding the frontiers of our knowledge and contributing to our prosperity. 13. The interesting question, however, is not whether the system works but whether any other system works better. Why can't governments make their investments directly in those civil sectors which they have been hoping might receive a few drops of new knowledge from military research? If civilian R&D is what we are really after, then the trickle-down system is an astonishingly inefficient way of going about it. None of this is to suggest that all weapons could simply disappear or even that they should. It is merely to point out that Western economic priorities have never been so back to front. The new elites, whatever their particular professional training, share identical views on how things ought to be done. But their basic premise is wrong. It was not the building of weapons for World War II which ended the Great Depression. It was the need, after the war, to reconstruct a devastated Europe. So if we are really hoping to end our economic difficulties by military means, then we must get down to seriously blowing things up. The prolonged bombing of the Gulf War was a small start in that direction. The truth is that the central role now held by weaponry in our economies has become a major barrier to real growth and therefore to recovery. The problem with arms, if the human and moral questions are set aside, is that they are not really capital goods. You cannot build or evolve or develop through armaments. You can only stockpile them. Or you can use them. Once only, in most cases. And only to destroy. But the economic motor of capital goods is supposed to be growth, not destruction. In short, whether stockpiled or used, weapons are the most extravagant of consumer goods. 156. 3. There is nothing new about arms dealers and armament races. But the dealers were always tiny dots on the economic screen, and the international arms business was scarcely larger. For example, the naval race leading up to World War I was thought to be cripplingly expensive. It consisted of a mere 34 British and Allied dreadnoughts against 20 German and Austrian ships of the same type. Those expenditures caused enormous public debate. Shortly before the 1914 outbreak, the Liberal government in Britain almost tore itself to pieces over the division between the First Lord of the Admiralty Winston Churchill and Lloyd George, the Chancellor of the Exchequer. Churchill wanted an annual naval budget large enough to pay for more dreadnoughts, and Lloyd George opposed him for social and economic reasons. The British drive to lessen their own financial burden had made them start pressuring their allies the Dominions to build dreadnoughts of their own. The Empire ships would, of course, fall under the imperial command of the Admiralty. These pressures divided the various dominions. To oppose London's wish was to be soft on the Germans, ungrateful to the mother country and secretly republican. This argument had already played a role in destroying the Canadian government of Wilfrid Laurier in 1911, and it almost broke up the succeeding government of Robert Borden. The conviction of those in favor of the ships was that they would prevent war, of those against, that they would cause it. The 1950s, the early 1960s and the 1980s were filled with identical rhetoric regarding the Cold War. But there is a fundamental difference between pre-1914 or pre-1939 and today. No period of peace has ever supported the levels of arms spending that we have experienced over the last 30 years. No period of peace has ever devoted to arms such high percentages of general economic activity. And yet one thing has remained unchanged. Today's arms dealers are still the marginal, minor figures they always were. Adnan Khashoggi, despite his fame, was the least important person in the Iranian affair. Dealers do not make deals. They run after deals, attempting to insert themselves in order to pick up a few stray thousands or millions. They are the hyenas of an industry controlled by the governments, without whom no important arms sale can be made. No more than 5% of the arms trade is handled by the dealers, and most of that is at the instigation of the purchasing or selling governments. 14 But the moment Khashoggi's name appeared in the Iran scandal, journalists and elected officials ran to point him out as a source of evil. Time magazine, arbiter of American popular mythology, put him on its cover with the title "The Flowering of Armaments 157." Those shadowy arms traders inside were complicated diagrams involving governments, presidents, ministers, and generals, but always at the center was Khashoggi. Again and again reference was made by every news body covering the scandal to Khashoggi's missing $12 million. These days $12 million will hardly buy you a tank. It is the government's role as chief arms dealer which should always draw the eye. Perhaps people cannot focus on this because it blurs the immoral reputation of the arms business. In the past, believing that dealers were evil provided a cost-free vision of right and wrong which involved very little damage to the citizens' immediate self-interest. Nevertheless, this clarity did help people to measure the state of their nation's affairs. Now, suddenly, such shadowy, immortal monsters as Basil Zaharoff, the most famous arms dealer of the early 20th century, have been replaced by our own elected officials and our own honest employees, the civil servants. What is the citizen to think? Politicians may be popular or unpopular, honest or dishonest, effective or ineffective. But the very nature of the democratic process makes it impossible to see them as the incarnation of evil. The politician cannot be evil unless the people believe themselves to be evil. As for the bureaucrats, who are the actual dealers, their function as government employees frees them from the traditional controls of public moral responsibility. Besides, the success of politicians and bureaucrats in selling arms abroad theoretically lightens the defense load on the taxpayer and helps the balance of payments. As for the moral question, Raymond Brown said, when he was head of the British government defense sales department, I just put it out of my mind. 15 His then French equivalent, the ministerial delegate for armaments Hugues de l'Estoile, gave an even more standard reply to the same sort of question. When I am criticized for being an arms dealer, I always think that when I sign a contract I can guarantee, for instance, 10,000 jobs over 3 years. 16 As for Henry Cuss, the American government dealer, he saw himself not as a seller of arms, but as a man charged with rationalization and coordination. Arms production has become so much part of what is perceived as the national economic self-interest that to criticize it is to be unrealistic, idealistic, simplistic, and so on. Commentators and public officials therefore practice a self-censorship which is as widespread on the left as on the right. In 1986 Britain squeezed out France for third place in the international arms sales race. Liberation, which is more or less the newspaper of the intelligent French left, responded with a long, anguished analysis of what had gone wrong. They concluded that a few people with a rather romantic view of the world have regretted that. 158. France's foreign policy is sometimes limited to that of an arms dealer. They forget that if we want to be powerful we must rely on our power, that is, our weapons, those we possess and those we sell. 17 In 1987 France retook third place. The degree to which foreign policy has been deformed and the law rendered irrelevant by systems management is more obvious in the arms sector than in any other. This often takes on comic proportions. During the early 1980s, the United States did everything it could to discourage the Europeans from building a new generation fighter instead of buying an American machine. Washington claimed the American plane would be cheaper and better. Their arguments failed, and in 1985 the Europeans started two consortia. The larger one included interests in Britain, Spain, Germany, and Italy and had plans to build 800 fighters. Washington's reaction was to try to push its way into that group. Not because it wanted to buy the fighter. There are already 5 separate American corporations working on versions of Washington's new generation plane. Eventually these 5 will have to fight each other, at great cost, for the American market. Washington wanted into the European consortium simply as a way of getting more work for its own factories. Governments are so desperate to create investment and employment through the building of arms that Washington would probably have participated in a Soviet fighter project if invited. Moscow would certainly have participated in an American project. The proof is that, although China and the West were still in indirect conflict on a series of fronts, and potentially in direct conflict on others, Western countries have showed no hesitation in signing military contracts with Beijing. In return for the few subsidized millions theoretically gained, we helped China become a serious competitor to Western weapons in the world market. One of the characteristics of this curious market is that everyone is constantly accusing everyone else of unfair competition through artificial pricing. In 1987 the European Airbus Consortium won a major contract in the United States. This was a serious defeat for Boeing Lockheed McDonnell Douglas on their home turf. Washington tried to break the deal by accusing the Europeans of reducing the civilian airliner's sale price through hidden military investments. This accusation was sent in a diplomatic note, which is, after all, something more usually addressed to enemies than to allies. The senior partner in the consortium is France and its then Prime Minister, Jacques Chirac. 159. Replied immediately that if Washington touched the contract there would be a European embargo on all U.S. goods and, besides, all American aeronautical constructors are financed by the Pentagon and NASA. 18 Washington backed down. Of course both sides were right. In this century smaller wars have always been seen by large countries as testing grounds for new equipment and new tactics. Nowadays, in a world of heavy competition, producers examine every violent incident in the 40-odd wars currently being fought around the globe, in the hope that one of their own weapons will have sunk, shot down or blown up something built by their competition. The virtual destruction of the American frigate Stark in the Persian Gulf in 1987 and, before that, of the destroyer HMS Sheffield in the Falklands may have hurt US and UK naval sales but helped those of the French Exocet missile. Such examples are used actively in sales campaigns. The world's press is fed with descriptions of these battles as an indirect way of praising the national weapon. The purpose and implications of the war being fought are irrelevant to this commercial activity. The Gulf War was the most extensive equipment trial since World War II. On February 15, 1991, in the midst of the war, President Bush took time out to travel to the Patriot missile factory in Andover, Massachusetts. There he gave what was billed as a major speech, which was beamed live around the globe. His central message to the assembled workers and to the world was that Patriots were a triumph for American technology and essential for technological growth. He put this in the context of the need to push ahead with SDI. The sales pitch was reiterated on March 6 in his post-war State of the Union address. They did it using America's state-of-the-art technology. We saw the excellence embodied in the Patriot missile and the patriots who made it work. In fact, negotiations to sell tens of billions of dollars worth of new arms to Middle Eastern allies were already underway. 19 In this and other cases, the producer's own national interests may easily become irrelevant. For example, Canadian and French state corporations were pushed to sell their nuclear reactors throughout the Third World. No politically responsible figure asked himself whether the inevitable resulting proliferation in nuclear weapons was really worth the few $100 million paid for the reactors. A more specific case was that of Henrikens, chief arms salesman of the French government in the late 1980s. Times were so tough that Dassault, the French manufacturer of fighters, was obliged to lay off 800 men in 1987. Kens commented, "The future is very uncertain, but industrialists must not fall into depression. The markets do exist." He was referring to the oil-producing nations. The problem is when the clients will once again have the money to modernize their defenses. Who can tell what the price of oil will be in a year? 20. 160. In other words, a mature male of above-average intelligence, who is a senior civil servant, hopes that the price of oil will go back up so that Middle Eastern governments will be able to buy yet more fighters. The effect of such a price hike on his own nation would be disastrous, since France, like most of Europe, imports all its hydrocarbons. This example merely indicates the frenzy into which the arms business has driven people. It is hardly surprising, therefore, that the fear, as Liberation put it, of appearing rather romantic simply pushes those who do criticize the current lunacy to concentrate on the sensational and the marginal, dealers with jacuzzis in their jumbo jets, the psychiatric problems of colonels, which official said what to a president of the United States at what time of which day in what room. In reality, even the traditional key questions: who lied, what law was broken, who knew, are now irrelevant. In the arms business, everyone lies and usually does so in the national interest. After all, they are public servants or are subsidized by public servants. The laws are almost always broken, most often by those who make them or who are paid to uphold them. It is hardly surprising that decent men should be pushed to such tactics. First, there is the sense of economic imperative. Second, there is the conviction that these operations are all taking place as part of a larger national plan, with technocrats of all sorts justifying everything, from the weapon itself to the need of the potential buyer. Third, the operations take place within cocoons of secrecy which encourage men to give way to childish fantasies of how the world can be made to work. In 1987, for example, $22.4 billion were requested in the American defense budget for black programs shielded from public scrutiny by withholding the name or the function or the cost or all three. 21. If the official tactics of senior government employees involve the hiding of real costs, of real prices, of indirect subsidies, of real foreign policy considerations, it is only another very small step for them to become involved in unofficial kickbacks and sales to forbidden countries. Such things as falsified end-user permits and invisible money in numbered accounts are the characteristics not of illegal but of legal arms dealing. This airport fiction side to the business makes an endless list of dubious activities acceptable, when common sense should tell the participants that they are not. That was how Britain came to ship $50 million worth of tank parts to Iran in contravention of its own public policy. A regulation forbade the sale of lethal equipment to Iran or Iraq if it would significantly help either side. Those who wrote the regulation then set about manipulating it. Are spare parts lethal? Are they significant? Even Sweden, with its strict law forbidding arms exports to zones of conflict, found in 1986 that senior officials had been doing just that for 161. 10 years. Hundreds of millions of dollars worth of weapons had been sent to Iran. When an investigation began, a senior officer jumped in front of a train or was pushed. No one is quite certain which. Martin Ardbo, former president of the Nobel subsidiary which did the exporting, confessed, "We thought we lived under a system of double morality. They, the government and the War Equipment Inspectorate, wanted us to do it like this." Like everyone else involved, Ardbo thought that by breaking the law he was serving his country. 22. Our elites believe these social distortions to be of passing importance, compared to the strategic self-reliance financed by foreign arms sales. The truth is the exact opposite. Each foreign sale of arms imposes new limitations on the seller's foreign policy. For a start, there are the enormous costs involved in tooling up not simply to build a weapon but to build in the quantities and according to the intricate variables required for international markets. These costs lock the seller in. He must go on selling to pay off his investment and to keep his workforce employed. Such things as foreign policy objections to clients inevitably become less important. The financing of the weapons production system itself becomes a foreign policy imperative. But the seller's hands are tied by more than the need to sell. Weapons systems need spare parts and ammunition. The producer guarantees himself a long-term income in this way, because spare parts and ammunition are like interest on a deposit. Unfortunately, they also create a long-term commitment to the buyer. The refusal at any time to supply spare parts would destroy a country's reputation. If it came in the middle of a war, it could cause the client to lose. Uninvolved nations all over the world would take note that the seller was unreliable. The more specific the moral or political reasons for not selling, the more catastrophic the effect would be for the supplier in the international marketplace. This was one of the justifications used by the Nobel employees in the Swedish arms scandal. They said that to cut off arms to Iran would damage Sweden's reputation as a reliable supplier. They were probably right. An arms sale is therefore a foreign policy commitment. The more aggressive the international sales campaign, the more commercial success will deform foreign policy. As for the sophisticated weapons systems Western producers want for themselves, these are so expensive that most must be built by vast international consortia. This can create stronger alliances. But no one could suggest that it does anything for national independence. Finally, with each passing year, more countries set up or expand. 162. Indigenous arms production and enter the international competition. It is now a buyer's market, and so winning a large contract depends on the promise of general military support for the buyer or of financial support in areas unrelated to defense. In fact, the seller is more likely to end up bolstering his client's foreign policy than strengthening his own. As for the attempts by suppliers to influence their clients' foreign or internal policies, these have invariably been a disaster. In 1958, for example, France adopted the Belgian FN rifle as part of NATO's standardization program. The FN used the American 7.62 bullet. At a difficult moment in the Algerian War, America used its disapproval of colonial wars as a reason for cutting off the supply of bullets. The French were convinced that the real reason was Washington's interest in the gas fields discovered in southern Algeria. This incident helped push France towards withdrawal from NATO and into active concentration on domestic arms production. The rapid decline of British international sales from second to fourth place began with Harold Wilson's imposition of an arms embargo on South Africa in 1964. France immediately took its place and sold, among other things, 64 Mirage fighters, 75 helicopters, and several nuclear plants. Less than 2 years later, Wilson created the Defense Sales Organization to stabilize plummeting sales. Black African states had been frightened off as much as anyone else by the British application of principles to commerce. But with the new sales organization in place, Britain began to compete immorally alongside everyone else and soon had won back international respect. As for France, it had to keep its mouth more or less shut on the subject of apartheid until the late 1980s, when its last arms commitment to South Africa was completed. In 1967, France cut off arms to Israel in an attempt to stop the Six-Day War. Israel immediately changed and diversified suppliers, then concentrated on domestic arms production. After General Augusto Pinochet's coup, the West gradually cut off military supplies. Chile now has an important arms industry. In other words, in each case the client immediately changes suppliers, then, chastened by such a crisis of dependency, sets about building his own arms industry, then begins selling his own weapons abroad. Thus the net result of pressuring a client has been to create yet another competitor. In 1960 only a few third world countries were serious arms producers. Today, 27 of them are out there competing. From 1950 to 1972 an average 86% of major weapons systems sold to the third world came from the United States, the Soviet Union, France, and Britain. Today 11 third world countries sell fighter aircraft for export. 9 sell naval ships. 22 have ballistic missile Pro. 163 grams. 6 of them are already selling nuclear-capable missiles. China sells 3 models, Israel 2, Brazil 3, India 4. 23. Beating unemployment and balancing trade figures through arms exports has become a serious economic policy in Argentina, Brazil, China, Egypt, India, Indonesia, Israel, Mexico, North and South Korea, the Philippines and Taiwan, to name only the most successful. Brazil, for example, sells half the world's armored fighting vehicles. It makes more money from arms than from coffee. Its military exports are worth more than its total defense budget. The Brazilians would argue that their weapons policy has been a great success because their government created an armaments industry without having any need for weapons at home. It has taken the original U.S. France U.K. theory of foreign sales to finance domestic needs one step further. A number of third world countries are now selling arms just to make money, in the absence of any domestic needs. Pakistan has 40,000 people devoted to the arms industry, its largest pool of technicians and skilled workers. 24. This approach allows developing countries to beat the developed world at its own game. That they should have converted so easily to Western industrial methods in this particular area at first seems surprising. The explanation may be that their elites were and continue to be trained in the West. Just as an earlier generation of colonials was trained, for example, in Marxism in Paris and London, which it then tried to apply at home, so those trained from the 60s on learned the same methodology as Western technocrats. The most important component in these new elites has been the soldier. These military men returned home with 3 obsessions: industrialization, rational management, and high-tech weaponry. There have been military governments throughout the Third World, and even when they relinquish the presidencies to civilians, they leave army officers behind in key administrative posts. Between 1950 and the beginning of the world economic crisis in 1973, the GDP of developing countries grew at 5% per year. Their arms budgets grew at 7% and their arms import budgets at 8%. 25. The 1973 crisis crippled their GDP growth. But the military influence within their governments insisted on a maintenance of arms budget growth. This was yet another factor driving them into domestic and export arms production. From the beginning they understood their chief competitive advantage: cheap labor. To this they could add the absence of domestic political interference in export policies. These advantages are even more striking today, so third world producers will no doubt continue to expand, proliferating weapons and reducing still further the influence of the main Western producers. 164. The list of the economic, foreign policy and military disadvantages to the current arms selling race is almost endless. Secrecy, for example, has always been a factor in assuring a nation's defense. If you had a good weapon, you denied knowledge of it to your enemy. That has gone out the window along with the idea of supplying only your true allies. Today the desperate need to beat the competition by vaunting your products and selling to all buyers has made a nonsense of strategic weapons development. Defense Department experts in all countries would deny this. They would point out that they maintain careful lists of strategic goods and monitor the countries to which sale of these goods is banned. But these lists are unenforced and unenforceable. They are public relations blather. Most of the contraventions go unnoticed or unannounced. Those that do become public scandals are usually examined with outrageous hypocrisy. In 1983, for example, a Japanese corporation sold the Russians 4 American-built computer-controlled machine tools to make ship propellers. These tools were on the American strategic ban list. The director of U.S. government arms sales protested violently. He claimed that Soviet submarines would now be undetectable. $1 billion would therefore have to be spent in the United States on new detection systems. When you strip it all away, he lamented, these people did terrible damage for the sake of making just one more sale. 26. But if these tools were so strategically important, what were they doing in the hands of a Japanese corporation in the first place? The reality is that in the second half of the 1980s, 5,000 machine tools from the Western Strategic Materials List were sold illegally by various nationalities to the Soviet Union. On top of that, America's European partners in COCOM, the NATO-related control arm for strategic GXXJS, want the list cut right back or simply done away with. Beyond the fantasy of the strategic lists, the situation is even more out of control. For example, Israel has long been selling 35% of its military exports to South Africa. Other major clients include Taiwan, Pinochet's Chile, and Iran. Anastasio Somoza's Nicaragua was an important purchaser. In 1983, Brazil sold planes to Nicaragua, thus endangering the Contadora Regional Peace Initiative it had just signed. Vickers of Britain and FMC of the United States have developed an armored personnel carrier with the Chinese, who immediately set about selling it to Iran. Iran, of course, is on the US and UK embargo list. China also sold bombers to both Iran and Iraq, just as France actively sold arms to both India and Pakistan during their last war. 165. China has recently moved into 4th place in the selling of arms to the Third World. The Iran-Iraq War provided the clearest illustration of foreign policy standards in the age of armaments economics. Almost everyone condemned the war. But 50 nations sold arms to one side or the other. 28 of the 50, including Brazil and China, sold heavily to both. Soviet ground-to-ground missiles were popular with the two armies. Iran, owner of American F-14 fighters, and desperate for spare parts, negotiated with Hanoi to buy the stockpile of planes abandoned in Vietnam by the Americans. The idea was to cannibalize them. Iran did manage to keep 10 of its F-14s in the air. The parts must have come from Hanoi, Chile, or a U.S. ally. As for Iraq, its main suppliers, for some $50 billion, were the Soviet Union, France, Brazil, South Africa, and China. 27. Elsewhere, Poland and Romania were selling ammunition to the Nicaraguan Contras, who paid these communist suppliers with their American aid dollars. And, in a transaction so well-rounded that all participants must have felt free from any link between belief and action, the Chinese government sold $7 million worth of surface-to-air missiles and small arms to the Nicaraguan Contras between 1984 and 1985. This Contra purchase was financed by the government of Taiwan. 28. All these lists and combinations and transactions fly in the face of common sense. They make nonsense of the idea of foreign policy. One thing is clear. Our frenzy to save our economies by selling arms has backfired. Not only do we lend such large amounts to purchasers that all real benefit is removed, we also make bad loans. Most of the borrowing countries cannot even meet the interest payments. Worse still, government financing for Western military industries is so favorable that our industrialists are hard put to choose non-military goods. In France, the government was guaranteeing loans up to 85% of the contract at an interest rate of less than 7%, when commercial rates were permanently over 10%. In the United States, the Foreign Military Sales Program will give credits on 100% of the contract at 3% interest, reimbursable in 30 years. And yet the result of too many weapons in too many places is a curious feeling in most Western countries that they are inadequately defended. they have been too busy arming both their actual enemies and all possible future enemies. Since 1950 the flow of arms to or more recently, within the Third World has increased at an average rate of about 10% per year. In the case of nations who are potential clients but who are 166. Technically bankrupt, weaponry is one of the last budget areas subjected, to economic restraint. Apparently the IMF doesn't push them to stop buying arms until every other program has been reduced to tatter. Remains. Poland, for example, a country which can't afford paper to print books, has celebrated its return to democracy by ordering fighters, from the United States. We are now caught in the midst of great economic and moral confusion. Public officials, appointed or elected, of the left or of the right, are terrified to speak out against a sector which, according to universally accepted dogma, stands between us and economic collapse. Many of them believe arms production to be a weight tied around our necks. But this is an heretical and therefore secret belief. As a result, armaments dominate our economies in a silent, sullen manner, without the public knowing quite what to think. The standard excuse for an unfortunate action is its necessity. Fortunately the necessity in question is usually the result of earlier, conscious actions. The action is, therefore, not a necessity but an advertently chosen result. In public affairs, this embarrassing fact is usually obscured behind the declarative phenomenon raison d'etat, which voids the idea of responsible government. And so, as if in a squirrel cage, we keep going around and around, using the same solutions to economic problems with the same results. In the last decade, we have been spared major resource supply problems. Oil prices have moved in our favor. In many countries the level of government services has been reduced and the welfare state partially dismantled. And yet the unemployment rate in Europe rose from 5.8% in 1980 to over 11% in 1987. Then it began to drop, but very slowly. Unemployment also fell in the United States, but that was largely due to the replacement of full-time employment, offering job security and social protections, by part-time employment, based on unsecured labor. More often than not these new jobs involve working at or below the official poverty line. By the end of the 1980s, general unemployment figures were on their way back up, throughout the West. It cannot be proved that this economic state is even partly caused by a reliance on arms production. But it can be established, easily and clearly, that arms production is now the central motor controlling both the speed and the direction of Western R&D, as well as industrial production, high-technology production, and employment creation programs. A glance at the U.S. Commerce Department's figures on orders to American factories shows that month after month the movement is determined by success or failure in the arms business. November 1986, for example, was a good month in American industry, with an increase 167 of 4.1%. However, without the military equipment orders, it would have been only 1.3%. April 1987 was a bad month. Orders increased only 0.2%. Nevertheless, without the military orders they would have declined 0.2%. Month after month, the experienced eye darts straight to the military figures to see how the whole economy is doing. In that context the Strategic Defense Initiative, SDI, takes on an industrial rather than a military hue. Even the President's and the Secretary of Defense's launching of the program didn't sound particularly convincing on the military front. Instead they stuck to listless repetitions of old clichés drawn from centuries of nationalistic vocabulary. Our activities in space, partially in response to Soviet actions, are predicated on the fact that we must have free access and use of space, Caspar Weinberger said. 29. Pitt the Younger might have sent the same warning to Napoleon. Our activities on the seas, partially in response to the Emperor of France's actions, are predicated on the fact that we must have free access and use of the seas. Or, indeed, so might Winston Churchill on the same subject in 1914, or Woodrow Wilson on the same subject in 1917. Or Palmerston in 1854 might have thus addressed the Russian Tsar: "Our activities in the Bosporus, partially in response to Imperial Russia's actions, are predicated on the fact that we must have free access and use of the Bosporus." Or perhaps Britain addressing the Dowager Empress over access to China in the 1890s. Or the Roman Senate addressing Carthage over access to grain in North Africa. Or, indeed, anyone you like, because Weinberger's formula is the eternal standard justification for military action dictated by economic interests. What the Secretary of Defense really meant was that ad hoc military spending was not having a sufficient impact to get the economy turning without the government relying on a lot of paper to heat up the machinery. And this flood of bonds and junk bonds was even trickier to control. And arms sales were lagging because of new competition from new producers. What was needed was a vast, new industrial strategy so sophisticated that most of the new producers would be eliminated to get the United States in particular and the West in general on the move again. Needless to say, that strategy would revolve around military questions. It would be a new version of the Kennedy-McNamara military-industrial initiative of 1961. In 1993 the new Clinton administration tried to strengthen the impression that it was getting a handle on the arms budget by dropping the term SDI identified with Reagan and the grandiose idea. They reverted to the program's original, boring, bureaucratic name Ballistic Missile Defense Organization. This was less likely to attract public attention. The actual budget remained unchanged. Indeed, the revised U.S.-France 168 argument *IK sales pitch, based upon the Gulf War experience, is that lesser arms from lesser countries are a waste of money. Only the leading edge of technology can win. And yet, when Western economists look at Japan with envy and incomprehension, searching to understand that country's continued economic success, they come up with every answer except the most obvious: the absence of a dominant arms industry. This is not to suggest any particular Japanese wisdom. They were simply kept out of the business by the rules set after World War II. Later, in order to avoid ever slipping back into militarism, they legally limited their defense expenditure to 1% of GNP. This rule has protected the Japanese from the mesmerizing logic of military-inspired R&D, military-directed industrial capacity and military sales export policies. One cannot automatically put their economic success down to this escape, but they are the only developed nation both to have consistently avoided the economic crisis and to have avoided military-based economics. At the very least, this is one of the explanations for their success. The current pressure the West is putting on Japan to assume a greater defense burden and, for that matter, to take part in SDI shows how little we have thought about the role of the arms industry. It isn't really clear why we want Japan involved, if the business is as profitable as we claim. The subconscious implication is that involvement will weaken the Japanese economy in the same way that ours has been weakened. What better way to deal with Japan's economic strength than to draw it into a self-destructive syndrome? On the other hand, given the effectiveness of Japanese production, we will soon be beaten at our OWLL game. What would the West do with its enormous industrial commitment to the export of weapons if everyone started clamoring for Japanese tanks and fighters? Our reliance upon military economics began as a conscious attempt by technocrats to treat the burden of military expense in the same way that we treat any commercial economic problem, that is, in terms of profit and loss. This approach, they felt, would also strengthen our foreign policies and reinforce our national independence. But the central theme was economic. Modern weaponry, they argued, was too expensive to be viably produced for the needs of a single nation. It followed that we had to produce more and sell the surplus abroad. As General Michel Fourquet wrote, when head of French military sales, we must admit as the basic rule that its industries can only live by exporting. 30. The emphasis is his. 169. 3 decades later our respective independences have not been reinforced. Our foreign policies have been distorted. And we are mired in an economic crisis which itself is now 2 decades old. Many explanations are given for our persistent problems. But can we avoid asking whether those industries, which have come to dominate our economies over the same period, are not at least partially responsible? Certainly arms production has been given enormous financial and economic support, more than enough to make any viable industry a success. And 30 years is a long trial period for any economic proposition. If part of the responsibility for our economic confusion lies with the weapons industry, is the reason perhaps that arms are not capital goods? They cannot act as an economic motor to drive a fully rounded economy if there are no real costs, no real buyers, and no real return on investment in the form of civil infrastructure. As for singing the praises of the trickle-down effect, this borders on the ridiculous. Why should we tie our industrial investment and development to a method which is both inefficient and reliant upon luck? It is a sign of how odd the rational system is that we have accepted with docility an economic development strategy which by comparison makes a roll of the dice on the tables of Monte Carlo look like a sure thing. Nevertheless, this system has taken on the form of a squirrel cage. And no one seems to remember how we got in or know how to get us out. Weapons cannot be transformed into banal economic material because they are not banal economic material. The defense of a nation is one of the few sacred duties of a society, along with such things as the maintenance of justice. You do not sell justice. You do not sell legislative seats. You do not sell off the presidency or the prime ministership. You do not sell officers' commissions. You do not sell the interests of your country. All of these things are basic to the modern democratic state. It goes without saying, therefore, that you do not sell your own defense. Weapons are an integral part of a nation's defense. Every important strategist from Sun Tzu on makes clear that the best defense is the avoidance of war through superior leadership. Failing that, it is the fighting of a fast war with as little physical damage as possible. The wise nation or alliance, therefore, keeps its weapons to itself in order to maintain whatever advantages they may offer. It refrains absolutely from arming anyone else. This armed circumspection helps a nation to avoid the sort of large, destructive wars which go on and on. Those are the conflicts which cause great confusion and dangerous instability in the international military balance. What, then, of the argument that modern weapons are too expensive? 170. To be viable unless there are large production runs. And don't large production runs dictate the need to export? The logic is tempting, but only the most narrowly focused creative accountancy has made weapons appear to be a source of profit. Even in the model case of the old Mirage fighter, if you added in the real costs of R&D, of subsidies, of foreign loans, of industrial investment, of foreign policy initiatives, and of training, you would find that a colossal loss had been made. Wheels, however, had been spun. Money had moved around the world. Men had worked and fighters been produced. For contemporary economists and administrators, the spinning of wheels may well provide the illusion of economic development. However, the sensible thing to do would be to remove weapons production from the economic sector and put it back where most of it used to be, in the public domain. Until 1914 the history of weaponry was dominated by royal and state arsenals and shipyards. In that context weapons can be treated with the financial disinterest they deserve. They are the unfortunate tools of statehood and the state should assume straightforward responsibility for them. The taxpayer is paying now anyway. So why not eliminate the enormous extra costs created by pretending that arms are capital goods produced in the marketplace for buyers? The alienation of Western citizenries from their own defense has been one of the most confusing public dramas of the last quarter century. Why did the democracies abruptly decide that they were no longer capable of assuming the costs of their own defense? What had so radically changed in the history of nations? Or in economic principles? Nothing fundamental had changed. However, a crowd of fresh and clever technocrats had arrived in the American public service from such places as the automobile industry at the same time that a new generation of technocrats took over key positions in France. Their confidence in their new administrative methods had made them believe they could turn weapons into capital goods and make a profit for the government out of national defense. There is nothing so tempting as alchemy. Every man would like to believe that he has the talent to make gold out of base metal. And the rational approach does result in a sort of alchemy. Weapons are declared to be capital goods. An economic structure is built in order to solidify what is no more than an assertion. The economy is then run as though weapons had changed their fundamental character. It hardly seems to matter that the economy doesn't respond to this new truth. The system is complete and therefore from within seems able to survive any failure. We now have enormous infrastructures dependent on continued weapons sales, and so, in the face of continuing economic difficulties, our elites go on repeating all the while that their system works. Sales make jobs. 171. Sales earn foreign exchange, sales justify R&D, sales pay for weapons at home, sales are a proof of foreign influence. None of this is true, but it doesn't matter. Our elites are convinced that it must be true. This is modern rhetoric in action. The rise of an armaments-dependent economy demonstrates with clarity how reason at its most sophisticated tends to work. The historic and intellectual evolution from Machiavelli, Bacon, Loyola, and Richelieu through to McNamara is perfectly integrated. The resulting elite, which answers rather than asks questions and depends on systems, is at its most impressive. Secrecy, raison d'etat, the marriage between reason and nationalism, between amorality and the disappearance of personal responsibility, all of these typically rational characteristics are present. In the absence of common sense mechanisms, we are unable to imagine how we might go about changing the situation. Part 2. Scenes from a system that doesn't work. Never has failure been so ardently defended as though it were success. Partly because there has been some success. Partly because a civilization which is no more than a system has neither memory nor shape. Our inexhaustible supply of facts has unexpectedly made everything true and false. The power of expertise has obscured the causes of both success and failure. Immediate answers and absolute truths are the daily bread of rational civilization. No attempt is made to identify recurring patterns for fear that memory may be reconstituted. Absolute truths hide in our simplest habits. Standard social analysis begins with government, moves on to the military and then economics. But the age of reason has continued the traditional order in which governments follow the trumpets of war. The question of killing or eating is the most ancient and consistent of the organized arts, unless you accept prostitution as the doyen. While civil society has been subjected to endless radical reforms, warfare has come through the ages with unchanged principles. More precisely, the principles of war have remained the same, the structures of warfare have changed radically. Those structural changes were introduced in the 18th century with great hope. It seemed as if the professionalizing of the officer corps would remove warfare from its origins, in the mud, that is, wielding clubs. The new rational officer would ensure fast and efficient wars. Great military leaders had always maintained an essential balance between imagination and what might be called professionalism. Here professionalism means the ability to manage the physical realities of an army and of a situation. Imagination means strategy or the innate flexibility needed to make circumstances work in your favor, to surprise the enemy and, of course, to win. The innovations begun in the 18th century were intended to institutionalize the professionalism and the strategic skills of the great generals. The new officer corps would then be able to reduce the levels of death and destruction which were involved. The clarity of the process seemed to promise the disappearance of unnecessary wars. A cooler analysis of what warfare entailed was intended to eliminate the multitude of emotive factors, superstition, personal pride, or ambition, social status, which often seem to drag us unnecessarily over the line into general violence. Instead, that process has led us full circle, right back into the mud with greater frequency and greater violence than ever before. What's more, there are no signs that our disastrous experiences, such as 1914-18, lead to any important reforms. Rational warfare seems to be short on memory, filled with self-confidence and devoid of both purpose and direction. More to the point, the nature of professional armies has led to the permanent maintenance of armed forces at wartime levels with wartime quantities of weaponry. Reality being far more practical than theory, the result of the rational approach has been the institutionalization of a permanent state of war. This century and the 19th have sent out paradoxical signals about the power of the military. Our rhetoric and our constitutions declare the supremacy of the civil authorities. Our elections and ministerial systems appear to confirm this. And yet the 20th century, in particular, is driven by enormous and purely military adventures of a kind and a quantity unknown under the absolute monarchs. This taste for continuous adventure began with Napoleon and shows no signs of going away. And the leading edge of science, administration, and industry continues to be dominated by the armies. Rather than allow ourselves to be discouraged by this phenomenon, we have developed an inverse ratio. As the importance of the military has increased, so we have found fresh ways to pretend that nothing is happening. The last 2 centuries have placed new destructive powers in the hands of commanding officers. The most obvious is modern weaponry. But far more important has been the transformation of military mythology from its traditional base of glorious victory into something far more complicated, which twins aimless and stolid technocratic generalship with the elevation of one's own casualties to the status of a sacrificial right. This warping of war from a tool of last resort, theoretically aimed at improving a state's non-military position, into a twin-headed monster of abstract methodology and cathartic bloodletting, is one of the most unexpected children of reason. In some ways it is linked to the killing of God and his replacement by both the hero and the modern military planner. Unfortunately, having mentally shoved war aside, civil leaders are now badly prepared for dealing with its very real presence at the center of our lives. This rational daydreaming has left us mentally disarmed, while the world is physically in battle. Perhaps that is why civil society so rapidly buries or erases completely any accurate memory of past violence, as if to pretend that the past is the past and the present quite different. It is difficult to think of another era in which individuals have so carefully turned their backs upon the evidence of their own continuing violence by treating each dark event as if it were somehow unexpected or the last of its kind. And they have done so in the midst of our millennium's most violent century. Never has savagery so dogged Western civilization and yet, at the same time, so actively played the role of catalyst for civil change. Whatever it is that our mythology of scientific discoveries and philosophical arguments so actively pretend about the evolution of society, it is war which has led the way and which continues to lead the way in the 20th century. Even our technocratic structures first appeared in the modernization of Europe's armed forces. The first technocrat was 179. Not produced by ENA or Sciences Po or Harvard. He marched out of a military school and his profession was that of a staff officer. Man's perpetual optimism, encouraged by the rational amputation of memory, permits him to turn away from the evidence of past chronology in order to act as if the future will be one of civil initiative. Perhaps we need to believe that things will be different. But we also need to act in such a way that change is given a chance. And our denial of reality does nothing to lessen the very real presence of war and of the military leadership it imposes upon us. One of the great pretenses of the last half-century is that we have been at peace. This vision of the world is not so much false as falsely focused. The West has been locked in the grip of a nuclear peace, the only alternative to which was massive, if not total, self-destruction. But the creation of nuclear weapons produced 2 separate levels of peace and war. For almost 50 years we have had nuclear peace, while gradually slipping into a new sort of conventional world war. However, by limiting our focus to the developed world, we have been able to pretend that there has also been a conventional peace. The result is a perfectly artificial view of what constitutes war. In the 19th century, war was something which involved white people on both sides. If only one side involved whites, then this was picturesque adventure. As for non-whites fighting each other, that was hardly real. Rather, it was tribal conflict and thought of as a curiosity, of interest principally to eccentrics. Even conflicts between colonial powers were felt to be marginal, unless they threatened to spread to home territory. Thus an incident between Austria and Prussia involving 1,000 or so dead was a war. The fight in the Sudan between the British and the Mahdi, involving far greater losses, was only an expedition. This approach allowed us to think of the last half of the 19th century as a period of enduring peace. The same sort of thinking still serves us well in our determination to ignore the violence which surrounds the West. The 18 developed nations are indeed at peace with one another. They even managed for almost half a century not to go to war with their principal rival, the Soviet Union. And now the collapse of first the Soviet bloc and then the Union itself has encouraged us to proclaim successive short-lived new dawns and new world orders. It is popularly assumed that the Cold War is over and that even the risk of a nuclear war lies behind us. Nothing, however, proves that either assumption is correct. We have no idea into what form geographic, political or ideological the Soviet Union 180 work will finally settle. The civil wars in the former Yugoslavia and several of the former Soviet republics may be temporary aberrations or the tuning of widespread disorder. The nuclear and conventional forces remain intact on both sides. The nations of Central Europe may or may not successfully adopt democratic systems and or liberal economies. Perhaps in a decade all these things will be clear. Meanwhile, unstable times heighten the risks of war and encourage military adventures. The West is now caught up with the rest of the V2 as a direct result military violence, which has been growing steadily outside the West over the last 40 years, has accelerated like a malignant cancer. In other words, recent events have encouraged warfare, without changing the contradiction of continuing nuclear peace accompanied by an ever wider and less controllable conventional war. There was a period in the 1950s and early 1960s when the breakup of the European colonial empires seemed to threaten our illusion of calm. But then a series of solutions was found to still the waters. Countries were created throughout the world on the 18th century, European model of the nation-state. United Nations peacekeeping forces * were invented not to solve conflicts but to freeze them in place as unending half-conflicts, from the Middle East to Southeast Asia. At that time the intervention of the UN Secretary-General and of a peacekeeping force at least implied that the situation could be handled. Now there are so many wars that it would be physically impossible for the United Nations to intervene in more than a few, which become fashionable in the West. The use of peacekeeping forces is rarely considered. In fact, there are so many conflicts today that even international political mediation is a luxury in short supply. This toleration of high levels of violence in the world at large as a normal part of Western peace is not only to be found at the United Nations. Most world, Western, and regional organizations, such as the Organization of African Unity, accept that this is the way the world works. Not with a bang, but with a seething mass of whimpers. When the current economic crisis began in 1973, there were a handful of conflicts spread around the globe. By 1980 there were 30 or so, and today there are more than 40. Most statistics agree that an average of 1,000 soldiers are killed every day throughout the world. If anything, this is a conservative figure, kept down by the impossibility of collecting statistics from many of the ongoing wars. What are the casualties in the Cambodian countryside? In Eritrea? In the Shan states of Burma? No one really knows. 1,000 casualties a day is approximately the same as the average number of French soldiers killed daily during World War I. That conflict lasted only 5 years. Our current levels of violence have been with us for more than a 181 decade. Some 5,000 civilians also die every day as a direct or indirect result of war. 3.5 million dead soldiers over the last decade and 20 million dead civilians. And these figures do not include periodic massive massacres, such as in Cambodia. In other words, most of the world is at war. Only we, a small minority, are exempted. We are the exception, not the rule. And yet we are directly and indirectly involved in this violence, even if the deaths within our own borders are limited to those produced by a few terrorist attacks, some regional revolts such as Ireland and Corsica, and growing levels of organized civil violence. 40 murders a month from gang wars in Washington and another 40 in Los Angeles cannot be dismissed as unrelated crimes of passion or of greed. But they pale beside numbers such as 1,000 and 5,000 dead daily. These cause our minds to disconnect. The figures are too high. The dead in question are from other civilizations. They are not us. Periodically we manage to focus on one of these disasters for a short time. To manage this we usually need some Western angle hostages, for example, or the involvement of a Western humanitarian group. From the fervent Christian anti-slaver, Gordon at Khartoum, to the modern crusading journalist behind the lines with the Mujahedin or the young doctors of Médecins Sans Frontières, there is an unbroken line. We did manage to focus, very late in the day and for a brief period of time, on the mass murder of the Cambodians and, for several blinks of the eye, on the war-related starvation of millions of Ethiopians. Course, we did so as if these people themselves lived on two islands. Nowhere was there a hint of the surrounding peoples also caught up in the disaster: the Akas, the Karens, the Thai border people, or the Sudanese and the Somalis. These people were not seen to be at war or to be dying, both of which they were. Only the starving Ethiopians and the martyred Cambodians caught our eye. In 1991 the unsuccessful uprising of Iraqi Kurds dominated our imagination for a short time thanks to the presence of Western troops and journalists. Tragic photos were published along with figures of between 500 and 2,000 civilian deaths per day. But war-related civilian deaths have been at that level for a long time in Somalia and the Sudan without Western interest moving beyond occasional serious articles. This ability to focus on one fashionable war at a time allows us to pretend, when the conflict ends, that the world is again at peace. For example, in August 1988 the Russians withdrew from Afghanistan and a ceasefire was announced between Iran and Iraq. Afghanistan had been a popular war because it showed the Soviets to be in trouble. The Iran-Iraq mutual massacre had been going on for years before Western naval intervention in the Gulf wanted some general news coverage. By then the casualty levels had already fallen from their worst levels. Both wars ended. 182. And Western leaders and journalists proclaimed that the world was moving back from the brink of violence. This, they said, was the summer of peace. Within a week 3,000 to 5,000 people had been shot dead in Burma, followed by a fresh army coup. At least 5,000 were massacred in Burundi, a series of bombs exploded in Ireland, killing civilians and military, after which IRA activists were shot dead in an ambush. The president of Pakistan was blown up along with a plane load of officials and generals, including the American ambassador. Riots in Chile lead to a handful of deaths. There was a violent coup in Haiti, a major battle between the Moroccans and the Polisario guerrillas who are fighting for the independence of the most desolate part of the Sahara, the Rio Douro, and the Iraqi army, freed by the Iran-Iraq truce, turned its attention to the Kurdish province, where there was an active rebel lion. 100,000 Kurdish refugees fled into Turkey. The rebel force was surrounded and eliminated. In the absence of a large Western presence, this earlier Kurdish massacre received little attention, despite the use of chemical weapons on civilians. Even in Afghanistan, theoretically basking in a new peace, a series of rebel attacks killed dozens of people, which led to a renewal of the war. What we called the Afghani peace was no more than the removal of white soldiers from that war. This list accounts only for violence fashionable enough to be reported. It leaves out the daily casualty levels in a SC rise of ongoing wars from Cambodia and the Philippines to Lebanon, of our Kurdish districts, Namibia, Angola, most Central American countries, Colombia, and soon. Curiously enough, no politician or journalist announced at the end of the week that the summer of 1988 had not, after all, been that of peace. Even the nuclear bomb has been subjected to this division of war into the real Western version versus the imaginary sort elsewhere. For decades now we have been obsessed, and rightly, by the nuclear race and the ever more complex generations of missiles, anti-missile missiles, and multiple warheads, to the point where we are now dealing with the nuclearization of outer space. The gradual easing of tensions between the East and the West over the last few years has therefore been greeted with enormous relief. But there has never been a very high risk that the Soviets or the Americans, French, and British would actually use their weapons. I.e., practical wildcards are the other nuclear forces proliferating around the world: India, Pakistan, Israel, Egypt, China, South Africa, perhaps Libya. Even Iraq may still be within reach of producing nuclear weaponry. None of these forces will have very sophisticated delivery systems. They don't need them, since their targets are neither Washington nor Moscow. Nor, unlike the nuclear forces of the West, are they locked into over-muscled, intricately interwoven balances with 183 their enemies. They could, therefore, actually be used successfully, that is, without necessarily provoking a mutually suicidal exchange. In other words, the immense nuclear forces of the West are almost imaginary, while the real nuclear weapons lie beyond our control in an invisible world of perpetual war and heavy daily casualties. Our myopia provides us with an artificial peace of mind. It also deprives us of the means needed for dealing with these forces struggling close all around, unless we are prepared to unleash the full force of our military machine. In other words, our only strategy for winning is to raise the ante so dramatically that the after effects will be beyond evaluation. But wars which are so profoundly destabilizing that they result in more rather than less disorder cannot be considered victories. Our all-or-nothing methodology also obscures the fact that, whether we intervene militarily or not, these are our wars in the practical sense that they are being fought with our economies and our weapons in the context of the Western-inspired nation-state. In our imaginations we cannot see them, but they are there, and no real barriers exist to isolate us from their violence. Only the occasional terrorist attack on our own citizens seems brutal enough to force us to look about. But those rare moments of narrowly focused consciousness last rarely more than a week. That terrorist attacks have grown in a decade from 175 a year to 1,000 does show that the waves of violence in the world outside the West are breaking ever higher upon our shores. Yet what are 1,000 attacks or 1,000 deaths a year but a piddling figure when compared with the 6,000 soldiers and civilians killed elsewhere every day? Were it not for television, we would be denied even the 48 hours of bathos produced by a bomb in Paris or London. When 7 kilos of dynamite kill 20 people in an urban center, the sound of the explosion cannot be heard 2 blocks away. When this happened in 1986 in the Quartier Latin in Paris, an area dense with cinemas, bars, and restaurants, tens of thousands of people went on happily eating, drinking and queuing up for romantic or political films, perfectly unaware that a few meters away 150 people were sprawled dead, bleeding and contorted on the pavement. And since few of those out entertaining themselves would get home in time for the evening news, only people who were not there were made aware before the next morning that anything had happened. Except for a few victims, modern terrorism is mainly a media event. People are not killed to set an example. They are killed in order to provide film footage and newspaper copy which will generalize the SPE 184 effosent worksific and thus have political impact. And yet these little spurts of blood do remind us of the unacceptable style of violence implicit in modern wars. Our perspective is therefore quite different from that of the 17th century, or even the 18th. Mirabeau, speaking in Avignon in the early days of the French Revolution, warned that the one nature of national wars would change war itself. Our age will be that eye of wars, far more ambitious, far more barbarous than in the past. Today we tend to explain this barbarism by Clausewitz's dictum, to introduce into the philosophy of war a principle of moderation would be an absurdity. War is an act of violence pushed to its utmost bounds. But Clausewitz was an innocent bystander. Violence had broken out of its traditional grounds well before he began writing. If anything, he was arguing in reaction to the ravages of the Napoleonic Wars, which he had witnessed for 20 years. His idea of absolute war had to be ripped out of context by others in order for it to be presented as a recommendation. What he had actually written surrounded his absolute statement with other equally strong and contradictory declarations. It was a complete argument designed to eliminate the original apparently unquestionable truth. Clausewitz's theory, as the British strategist Basil Liddell/Hart pointed out, was too abstract and involved for concrete-minded soldiers to follow. And so they simplified him, and used him to justify their already advanced desire to engage in absolute war. Mirabeau had fully understood what was about to happen as the forces of reason seized hold of state power. The old mercenary wars had been followed by the aristocratic wars, all of them fought in ignorance of and indifference to the state of the population in general. And to the extent that war had gone beyond professional bounds to touch the civilian population, it rarely did so for any reason other than to satisfy the individual soldier's personal desires, which would be summarized as sex, food, and money. These remained wars between elites. The national wars those Mirabeau warned of were meant to be struggles between populations. His error, and indeed ours, has been to focus on the rise of the citizen jail-based nation-state as the primary reason for the rise of absolute war. The nation-state has played a role, but primarily in the context of the new professional officer class, which saw strategy as an abstraction and war as an increasingly blunt instrument. This officer class was created to do away with the arbitrary power and amateurism of the aristocratic soldier. The professional soldier was to be an employee of the state, thus ending the tradition in which the state was regularly the hostage of successful generals. An obedient professional officer would be the willing executor of the state's wars. Unfortunately, given the new definition of unlimited wars, this also meant that the military leadership would go on, obediently fighting, so long as there were weapons and live recruits. The officer was theoretically no longer an initiator of war, but that meant he was also no longer a restraining factor. He followed orders, while the key powers were passed to the political authority. The experience of the last century, however, has shown the civil authorities consistently unable to assume that responsibility with any greater success than the soldiers and monarchs who preceded them. The gratuitous military and civil massacres which have appeared in the 20th century for the first time are part of this failure. 2,500 years ago, the Chinese strategist Sun Tzu began his theory on warfare as follows: war is a matter of vital importance to the state. It is mandatory that it be thoroughly studied. And yet outside today's professional military circles and in the absence of a fashionable crisis, the subject is either unmentionable, evoked in a nostalgic, personality-oriented way, or highly politicized into black and white positions. It is not something to be carefully considered by citizens as part of their lives. C. Wright Mills was perhaps the first to recognize the growing dichotomy between violence out of control and a public refusal to pay attention. In the mid-1950s, he wrote, "All over the world, the warlord is returning. All over the world, reality is defined in his terms." 6. Mills's ideological bias on the edge of Marxism caused him to misunderstand why this was happening, but he had correctly identified the trend. Today, when public figures evoke the world's violence, they do so merely to serve immediate purposes. The Reagan administration, for example, used to repeat endlessly that there were 42 wars in the world, all of them provoked by Soviet ambition. This violence became an argument for increased defense spending. But the reality is that most of these conflicts have never had anything to do with capitalism or communism or any other Western ideology. How Saharan nomads, for example, could be devoted to the dictatorship of the proletariat has never been clear, any more than how Buddhist peasant rice farmers could be attached to competitive individualism and the marketplace. This view of the world is so artificial that when our theoretically ideological partners in the Third World become inconvenient, we painlessly change sides, the way we have several times with China, with Ethiopia, Somalia, with Iraq, with Egypt, even with Cambodia. Our fairy tale approach to international conflicts has convinced Westerners that neither they nor their political leaders have the understanding of the mechanisms of war necessary to control it. The result has been a curious low-grade, generalized hysteria. Some thinkers refer to this as a sublimated fear of imminent disaster. On the right they blame it for the appearance of idealistic movements which offer simple sweeping solutions to complex problems, the Greens, for example, or the movement in favor of unilateral disarmament. There have actually 186 scenes from a system that doesn't work been limited outbreaks of apolitical hysteria. The bomb shelter craze in the United States was an early example. More recently the West exploded into cheerleader enthusiasm when first Burma, then China, showed signs of change. Here was proof that democracy and capitalism could win without having to go to war. The neurotic nature of this joy could be seen in the sullen confusion which came over us when government troops moved in and opened fire. Rather than pause and attempt to deal with our confusion, we simply rushed onto a new set of emotional superlatives aimed at liberalization in Central Europe. And when that liberalization began to produce nationalist violence and economic collapse, we dashed off to save an absolute monarchy in Kuwait at a cost which might have solved Central Europe's immediate problems. Then we rushed back to give the Soviets voluminous, self-serving, and empty-handed advice. The Iraq incident, whatever the merits of the specific issue, unfolded throughout the West to the sound of easy patriotism and hysterical hyperbole from the mouths of government leaders and generals. In this way public debate was effectively reduced to good versus evil and men versus boys. In other words, the level of sensible debate was held down at the level of 19th-century jingoism. The citizenry either remained passive or actually cooperated when faced by this approach, which demonstrated the level of confusion inside our complex system. For example, on a completely separate matter, more than 70% of French citizens, when asked, reply that they are for the maintenance of their own nuclear force, the force de frappe. More than 70% also reply that they are against its use, even in extremis. 8. They seem to be hoping that the crises can be managed one by one. But this belief in management is precisely where the danger lies. With the sole exception of avoiding an actual nuclear war, we have been remarkably incompetent at managing modern military crises. Not only have we made little sense out of nuclear development, but our conventional armies seem constantly to be preparing for wars that they will never fight, while losing most of those they are actually sent to win. If the Iraq incident is temporarily set aside, the American army hasn't won a war since 1945. With the exception of MacArthur's Incheon Leap in Korea, it hasn't even won an important incident. The other two Western interventionist forces, the British and the French, have done little better. The British can claim one important success, Malaya in the 1950s, and the French a few African incidents. Even the chosen strategy of the professional armies trying to overwhelm all enemies with sheer mass has failed more often than it has succeeded. And the successes have been so messy that they have created as many problems as they have solved. This failure of the largest, most extensively trained and best armed 187 military forces in the history of the world should cause the citizenry to pause to reconsider its assumptions about organized violence. For example, it isn't surprising in this context that modern state structures discourage voting citizens from developing a sense that their political responsibilities include a close and dispassionate control of military affairs. The vast majority of citizens, as well as most of their civil servants and cabinet ministers, do not believe that their own armies are relevant to their lives or to the life of their society. They neither feel responsible for the armies their taxes support nor do they hate them. Most people are simply indifferent. But no civilization can afford to turn its back upon the mechanisms of violence. The failure of our armies to deal with the modern wars of small guerrilla forces doesn't mean that military organization in general is outdated. It means that our military organization is inappropriate. The refusal to address the question of force because we don't wish to use it merely leaves us naked before those who may wish to use it against us. 8. Learning how to organize death. Nothing particularly new has been said about war since 500 BC, when Sun Tzu wrote his little book of military instruction. This wasn't read by Westerners until it was translated into French in the second half of the 18th century. Immediately his approach began to have an influence on the new, rationalist French thinking about war. Sun Tzu's genius was such that it still reduces even Bonaparte to nothing more than a general, a man, that is, who can solve problems only by fighting. For Sun Tzu, those skilled in war subdue the enemy's army without battle. They capture his cities without assaulting them and overthrow his state without protracted operations. Your aim must be to take the opponent's country intact. This is the art of offensive strategy. Clearly he was not talking about offensive strategy as later interpreted by our World War I commanders or, for that matter, by the men who conceived the 1991 Iraq campaign, which began with 60 days of intensive, general bombing and ended with the oil infrastructure aflame and racial disorder. When Sun Tzu's words are fully digested, it becomes less surprising that numbers alone confer no advantage if an army is properly led. We have not yet seen a clever operation that was prolonged. For there has never been a protracted war from which a country has benefited. The modern general, indeed the modern hero, has been unable to swallow that part of the lesson. The greater their genius, the greater their victories, the more they go on fighting. One of Sun Tzu's early disciples wrote, "War is like fire, those who will not put aside weapons are consumed by them." His practical strategy is as fresh today as when he first laid it out in the courts of China. What is of supreme importance in war is to attack the enemy's strategy. The next best is to disrupt his alliances. The next to attack his army. The worst policy is to attack cities. This brings to mind Mao's early strategy. More important still. 189. It reminds us of the German and Allied strategic bombing of cities, which had no effect. It was used again disastrously in Vietnam and is still the centerpiece of nuclear strategy. Sometimes Sun Tzu's phrases reappear almost word for word in the theories of Liddell Hart and Mao, so that when his ideas are heard for the first time they are immediately familiar. An army may be likened to water, for just as flowing water avoids the heights and hastens to the lowlands, so an army avoids strength and strikes weaknesses. March by an indirect route and divert the enemy by enticing him with a bait. Speed is the essence of war. His constant underlying message is that generalship has nothing to do with fixed rules and fixed lines. Rather it is based upon a few truths which, when applied by a competent leader, break down into a myriad of actions. The primary colors are only 5 in number, but their melodies are so numerous that one cannot hear them all. Given the ponderous bloodbaths of our century and the last half-century of leaden nuclear and conventional strategies, one is tempted to dismiss Sun Tzu as an idealist. But the attentive observer discovers the echo conscious or unconscious of Sun Tzu in the actions and words of every great modern commander. Napoleon constantly harked back to those secrets of the art which served me instead of the 100,000 men of which I was short. It is the man, not men, that counts. That quality enabled him to tie much larger armies in knots. I was too weak to defend, so I attacked. 4. Liddell Hart, perhaps the greatest strategist of this century, found himself restating Sun Tzu's principles, for the profoundest truth of war is that the issue of battles is usually decided in the minds of the opposing commanders, not in the bodies of their men. 5. He continually ridiculed the official Clausewitz. To state that war is a continuation of policy by other means has become a catchphrase and is therefore dangerous. We can say with equal truth, war is the bankruptcy of policy. 6. And Charles de Gaulle, in his first great military essay, Le Fil de l'Épée, wrote, "In war, apart from a few basic principles, there is no universal system, only circumstance and personalities. 7. At the heart of Sun Tzu's theory were mental flexibility, physical mobility, speed, and the minimalization of violence and destruction. The commander's complete yet unpredictable vision was an essential element. Success was defined as the resolution of the problem. A simplification permits the division of all subsequent generals into two categories. There are the descendants of Sun Tzu, who could be described as the competent. All the rest can be lumped into the other category: the mediocre, the incompetent, the bureaucratic, the stolid, the victims of circumstance, and those who cause unnecessary deaths in their own or the other camp. 190. Ft2 The first three Western generals to discover modern, mobile warfare demonstrated their superiority so absolutely that they set the pattern for all the creative commanders who followed. The Duke of Marlborough and Prince Eugene understood little of organization. They were pure soldiers, who rendered the established rules of Western warfare irrelevant by ignoring formal linear tactics. Instead they raced about Europe too at the beginning of the 18th century in an ungentlemanlike mantina, dragging their armies with them and surprising the forces of Louis XIV, who imagined them far away. Frederick the Great later made the same use of speed. But he also inherited one of the first bureaucratic J-states, on whose foundation he created a professional army devoid of amateurs and mercenaries. Despite his peculiar pseudo-philosophical relationship with Voltaire, he was as absolute a monarch as could be, and he used his bureaucracy to reinforce that power. He was the first Model J for the technocratic-based dictator of the 20th century, while Marlborough and Prince Eugene were the models for the wild card, which in this century turned up soldiers like the American George Patton and the German Heinz Guderian, who led the tank charge through France in May 1940. In the wake of these three men came the flood of reason. The desire of those who seized it for military purposes was admirable. They were disgusted by having to fight in unprofessional armies under the orders of unqualified aristocrats, who as often as not might be incontinent dukes or ignorant children. These apostles of reason had themselves been forced to struggle as young officers out on the battlefield, where they were literally crippled by the cumbersome official strategies and tactics of their time, while Frederick humiliated and decimated them. Rather than blunder on or sink into depression, they sensed that there was a better way. And that way was dependent upon the exploitation of man's reason. The Marquis de Bourset began the process by creating a staff college, the first in the world in Grenoble, and by writing his Principles of Mountain Warfare in 1764. That administrative school was far more than the first staff college. It was the first modern administrative school of any sort. That is to say, the military began training technocrats almost a century before government administrators started down the same road, and 150 years before the first business school appeared. As for Bourset's Principles of Mountain Warfare, it was to have a great influence on Bonaparte, inspiring his most brilliant campaign, the Italian. In rapid succession after Bourset came three French generals, Saint-Germain, Gribeauval, and Guibert. The Comte de Saint-Germain, 191, was a radical defense minister. He was in and out of power several times as he struggled against court intrigues and the opposition of the military establishment. Although an aristocrat himself, his aim was to change the French army from one based upon class to one led by a professional officer corps. Jean-Baptiste de Gribeauval was the first general to help Saint-Germain make this change possible. His creation of a modern artillery laid the foundation for Napoleon's artillery, the single element Bonaparte is often credited with creating himself. In reality he merely exploited with brilliance an inherited machine. And behind Gribeauval came the Comte de Guibert, who linked the idea of professionalism solidly to reason and to strategy. He published his general essay on tactics in 1773, and it immediately had an enormous impact. The purpose of his book was to show how mobile warfare could be fought. Twice he was called to serve beside Saint-Germain at the ministry. During these terms he laid the entire framework for the modern army which the revolutionaries and Bonaparte would exploit. During both he was under constant attack. His first appointment lasted 2 years, by which time the fury of the military establishment was so great that he was sent off for 10 years to do regimental duty. He used that decade of exile to think and to write. His ambition was to link his idea of good soldiering with that of moral service, and he demonstrated that link in his eulogy to Chancellor Michel de One Hospital. Hospital had been a beacon of honesty and service in the 16th century, when, as head of government, he had attempted to prevent the religious wars that were to dog France for 2 centuries. Guibert's eulogy to Hospital was, of course, a way of attacking the court of Louis XVI. The attack wasn't particularly subtle, and its success was so immediate and so great that Guibert was made a member of the Academy franchise. This was the only period in the Academy's history when it served change rather than established power. The ceremony which welcomed Guibert in was the most spectacular in living memory, and somehow became a manifestation for the power which enlightened circles were beginning to feel in 1786. Overnight Guibert had become the star of Paris intellectual life, and thanks to this impetus was called back into the ministry a year later. Again the courtiers blocked much of what he attempted to do. His linking of both military professionalism and strategy with reason and morality created a great dilemma, one which is still with us. But, then, why should changes come onto the scene pure and unfettered? In fact, there is a remarkable if curious unity to the events which first brought mobile warfare into modern Western history and then gave birth to 2 types of strategy. One was aimed at generals trying to manipulate large armies. The other was the negation of formal warfare and is now known as guerrilla warfare. Both of these strategies arose largely out of the struggle to defend and to destroy Pascal Pauli's republic in Corsica. Corsican by birth, Bonaparte had been brought up in the shadow of men who had used guerrilla tactics to fight European armies. His own father had been one of Pauli's chief officers and had fought for the First Corsican Republic right up to its destruction at Ponte Nuovo. Pauli's army had used the macchia, the island's rough, impenetrable hills, as their principal weapon, the way others would later use the jungle. This strategy was so surprising to the French army that they corrupted macchia into maquis as a generic term describing guerrilla warfare. However, the only French officer to draw any practical conclusions from the constant mauling of their large, classical force by the small and usually invisible Corsican army was the Comte de Guibert. His role as a young officer in the expedition had been to command a band of Corsican irregulars who fought for the French against Pauli's republic. In the Battle of Ponte Nuovo, Guibert commanded the troops that captured the bridge, thus deciding the fate of the island. In writing his general essay on tactics, he was greatly influenced by this war, which, although won by the Europeans, was won only because the Corsicans had grown more confident with each battle they won and finally had given in to the false pride of trying to fight like Europeans. At Ponte Nuovo they had come down out of the maquis and exposed themselves to formal battle in the restrained conditions of static warfare. Born a few months after Ponte Nuovo, Bonaparte was sent as a teenager to the mainland to become a French officer and was thus exposed to Guibert's new methods. He rediscovered in them the flexibilities and indirectness of his heritage, but the simple Corsican use of mobility had now been absorbed and reformed by a European professional. The endless movement which was to give Bonaparte his control of Europe was in fact Corsican guerrilla tactics, transformed and expanded by Guibert into a strategy fit for large armies and then applied by Bonaparte, a man who had since childhood breathed the tactics of absolute mobility. It was a natural marriage. This unity of source went beyond Bonaparte and the French. During the Second Pauli government, which declined into an unhappy dependence upon the English, there was one bright spot. London sent a young colonel called John Moore to train the Corsicans in formal warfare. Like Pauli, he fell foul of the intrigues and ambitions of Eliot, Georgil's technocratic representative. He was expelled from Corsica by Eliot in the same month as Pauli. But in the short period of his command, his ideas were overwhelmed and reformed by what he discovered on the spot. Having come to teach, Moore took away with him new ideas. It was he who began the reform of British fighting methods. He created 193. The Light Brigade, whose flexibility laid the groundwork for the Peninsular Campaign. After Moore's death in 1809 at Corunna, his methods were taken up by the man who replaced him, Arthur Wellesley, who was to become the Duke of Wellington. What Wellington added to Moore's tactics and strategy were his own experiences of mobile warfare in colonial India. Thus the gradual evolution of the European war towards a reckoning between Bonaparte and Wellesley was in a way a reckoning between two blown-up and somewhat formalized interpretations of Corsican Maquis warfare. The interesting point is that, again and again, the advances of mobile warfare in Europe have been made possible by the infusion of foreign experiences through a small and marginal section of the various officer corps. The suffocating weight of first the courtiers, then the staff officers, has been such that without foreign air no creative methods have been possible. The military history of the last 100 years is filled with foreign infusions. Each time the weight of military bureaucracy has succeeded in neutralizing these changes. The fate of Guybert's reforms is the primary example. He had used reason to organize a modern army capable of mobile strategy. He was trying to remove incompetence and mediocrity by introducing a structure which promoted only the real soldiers. But the lesson drawn by civil authorities 30 years later, after the Napoleonic adventure, was that the combination of professionalism with genius created dangerous men. Genius suddenly appeared to be the enemy of stability, even though the central justification for creating an army based upon the principles of reason was precisely to harness that genius in the service of the nation. Abruptly the authorities inverted the purpose of professionalism and used it as a structure designed to eliminate genius. That is, they removed professionalism's very reason for existence, the creation of soldiers who can win, and reduced it to a talent for bureaucratic organization. This was perhaps the inevitable result of the rational idea developed by Machiavelli and Richelieu. They had seen the development of professional armies as a way to create apolitical officers. History until then had been filled with political soldiers who used every personal success as an excuse to challenge established authority. But Guibert and Saint-Germain came along at the end of almost a century of military obedience. Earlier, in his general essay on tactics, Guibert had written, "If by chance, there appears in a nation a good general, the politics of the ministers and the intrigues of the courtesans will take care to keep him away from the soldiers in peacetime. They prefer entrusting their soldiers to mediocre men, who are incapable of training them, but rather are passive and docile before all of their whims and beneath all of their systems. Once war begins, only disaster can force them to turn back to the good general." 8. The effect of rational reform was not to eliminate this problem, but to expand it, so that Guibert's attack on the Ancien regime came to apply with even greater ease to the authorities responsible for the Crimean War, the First World War, the Second, the Indochinese, the Vietnamese, and almost any other. And it applies today to the command of our Western armies. Reason, unable to cope with genius, had wed itself to mediocrity. Guibert and the other creators of the modern army all imagined a professional staff which would make the successful undertaking of war technically and materially possible, thus freeing a separate level of professional commanders to fight the war. Instead, the various national staffs began leapfrogging, one over the other, to ever greater size and power. This began after Napoleon's defeat of Prussia. The Prussians attributed much of his superiority to his Gribeauval Saint-Germain-Guibert organization. They set about catching up, and this led to the German General Staff, whose moments of glory were 1870 and 1914. Not only defeated but humiliated in 1870, the French propelled themselves further into reliance on a military bureaucracy. Shortly before World War I they managed to produce a staff command tandem not all that different from the German model. It was Foch's period as commander of the École de Guerre Supérieure which fixed in place this link between staff and command. As for England, even the Crimean disaster wasn't enough to provoke a real desire for change. In the 1860s half the officers' commissions were still being purchased. And as late as 1898, Kitchener's defeat of the Mahdist forces in the Sudan seemed to confirm that everything was still all right. The Sudanese campaign appeared at the time to be a victory of Western know-how and technology over fearless Muslims. Moreover, Kitchener had the aura and dash of a modern hero. He was solitary, somehow mysterious, and devout. His manner was that of a great commander. In reality he was devoid of strategical and practical battlefield skills. He was an engineer and spent 2 years pedantically building a defended railway towards the Mahdist capital at Khartoum. When he finally got there, the deciding battle of Omdurman was, as a leading war correspondent said, not a battle but an execution. Thanks to machine guns and dum-dum bullets, which explode on impact, thus converting marginal wounds into fatal hits, the Anglo-Egyptian force was able to kill 10,800 while losing only 48 men. This apparently brilliant victory obscured the slow and heavy-handed methods of the winner, to say nothing of the inferiority of the enemy army. The power of well-led guerrilla forces and the neutralizing effects of an equally large and pedantic force. 195. On the other side therefore both came as surprises over the next 15 years. The first shock came almost immediately, in South Africa, where the virtually criminal amateurism of the British provoked a movement towards reform. Their campaign was similar to that of the Americans in Vietnam, except that in the end the British didn't lose. Although massively outnumbering the Boers and equipped with the latest weaponry, they didn't know how to read maps, often didn't even have maps, didn't understand the nature of time or movement or circumstance, in fact, didn't understand anything except a line charge. What was needed, apparently, was thorough staff training. Whatever the American problem may have been in Vietnam, it wasn't lack of staff training. It was probably the opposite. The interesting point is that the incapacity of the two armies to operate against the enemy was identical. In any case, the effect of the Boer experience was to launch the British into a 10-year frenzy of staff training. And only a fool would deny that they were in desperate need of administrative training relating to movement and supplies, to say nothing of the development of shared means of communication and integrated methods of action. But had the British looked a little closer at their difficulties in South Africa, they would have seen that their real problem had been not amateurism, although that had been a serious handicap, but a misunderstanding about the nature of battle. As the French General Gambis wrote 70 years later, the Boers, not having read Clausewitz, tried all the indirect methods. 9. That is to say, they used flexibility and common sense. They were eventually beaten by Kitchener, who again applied slow, heavy-handed methods which included concentration camps and a scorched earth policy. The English military, however, became fixated not on their strategic defeats but on the details of their amateurism. They decided to concentrate on organizing the efficient application of their classical and awkward strategies. Had they looked closer still at the evolution of the German and French staffs, they would have discovered clear signs that that kind of reform led not to greater professionalism but to a dangerous form of bureaucratic logic. These trained British officers, led by the General Staff, were, in Liddell Hart's words, intended to provide a collective substitute for genius, which no army can count on producing at need. 10. The positive side of such integrated and formal training was that it created a shared methodology and a shared vocabulary. Communications were facilitated. Mutual understanding was assured. To take one of the most hackneyed examples of the old versus the new, the charge of the Light Brigade during the Crimean War down the wrong valley as the result of a misunderstood instruction was unlikely to be repeated. Sir William Robertson, Chief of the Imperial General Staff during World War I. 196. FT said afterwards that thanks to their shared methods of administration, he had been able to telegraph to commanders everywhere without fear of misunderstanding. 11. But given the mediocrity of the command, as enforced by the staff system, these shared methods and this shared vocabulary had the effect of reinforcing their constant errors. Staff administration provides a collective means of action and eliminates either singular or collective questioning. Robertson also said, with great satisfaction, that common methodology kept them from panicking in difficult moments. The control of emotions and the prevention of panic is always presented by technocrats as a sign of their professionalism. To this day, one of the first ploys used by professionals, when caught in public debate with non-professionals, is to suggest that the amateurs have panicked and that it is ignorance which leads to panic. But a re-examination of the argument of professional cool over amateur panic, which was first used to great effect during World War I, leads one to question its value. Wouldn't it have been better for the staffs of the various armies to have panicked, instead of duly carrying on their mutual and pointless murder of the men under their command? Is not the inability to panic a sign of stupidity or of some serious character flaw? The ability not to panic has been turned into one of the great virtues of the last 100 years. Not only military, but all sectors of leadership are judged on this ability. Everywhere we hear businessmen, bankers, bureaucrats, politicians, and generals calming us with expert tones, indicating that we may relax and follow their expert lead. The rational method has become the cool approach of the insider. What is this air of superiority based upon? Where are the examples to prove that cool knowledge advances the cause of civilization? In reality, the ability to panic has always been one of the great strengths of those in positions of command. To panic doesn't necessarily mean to turn and run. Intelligence and a sense of dignity usually allow the maintenance of external composure. Self-doubt combined with dignity is central to competent leadership. A man or an organization, even a society, capable of profound, internal panic is able to recognize when he or it is on the wrong track and perhaps to identify the error by giving in to the need for complete re-evaluation. Out of that re-evaluation may come the right track. The man of reason, as we currently understand him, is incapable of this panic. He carries about within himself such expertise and structure that he has absolute assurance. Thanks to his intellectual tools, he can always prove, even when surrounded by self-generated disaster, that he is right. If on the field of battle military or civil things do not work 197 out, then the circumstances are at fault. The commander of reason is equipped with sufficient self-confidence to persist no matter how wrong she is. Sooner or later he can prove it. Reality will see the light. The ability to respond to circumstances, Sun Tzu's key to strategy, is only possible, of course, if the leader is able to scramble his preconceptions. The internal strength required to let oneself panic lies at the heart of that ability. Not only has 20th century military training ignored that strength, it has concentrated actively on stamping out any signs of such individual intelligence in the professional officer. Like a Neanderthal emerging from his cave into the light of day, the staff officer walked into the 20th century bearing the club of death, its handle carved from reason. This handle enabled him to manipulate predigested arguments with self-serving vocabulary, and so to emerge from the War of 1914-18 with his reputation virtually unscathed. The protective mythology he created pinned blame for the war's disasters on an imaginary race of old-fashioned, conservative generals. In reality, World War I had been conceived and, at the senior level, waged by the new men on every front except perhaps the Russian. It was the first battlefield encounter of the competing, fully developed modern staffs. The most professional among them was the German. Senior command and administrative functions had been rolled together in Berlin and maintained in a perfectly abstract separation from the fighting officers. This extreme abstraction actually gave them an initial advantage. It meant they had a complete concept, the Schlieffen Plan, named after Field Marshal Alfred von Schlieffen, Chief of the General Staff from 1891 to 1906. The plan had been waiting, perfect in every detail, for almost a decade before it was used. In other words, the German General Staff was, if anything, over-prepared. When they threw their idea into motion, it rolled forward with great velocity as far as its logic could carry it. But when that perfect logic ran up against reality on the banks of the Marne, the whole machine stopped dead. The members of the General Staff had been guilty of the most basic military error. They had tried to change circumstance to meet their strategies, rather than the opposite. The French army had the advantage of being marginally less organized than the German, as well as being filled with colonial officers who undermined the Paris staff approach. This meant there was just enough room for individual initiative to allow one colonial Maquis fighter, General Joseph Gallieni, governor of Paris, who had made his name during the conquest of Indochina and then annexed Madagascar thanks to a particularly original campaign, to push another, Joseph Joffre, who, although of mediocre talent, was an expert in movements, into doing something that was in neither the staff manuals nor the staff mentality. Gallieni and Joffre stopped the Germans by acting irrationally. You could even say they succeeded by panicking. Had the French army already been in the hands of Foch and his friends, the disorderly but brilliant maneuver now known as the taxis of the Marne would have been impossible. And the war would probably have been lost. Although the British had begun to take staff training seriously long after the French, they caught up so quickly during World War I that all originality was virtually eliminated. In fact, the British staff were well served in the early part of the war by having a commander-in-chief Kitchener who had no staff training. The full contradiction between his heroic, inspiring exterior and the reality of his plotting methods finally came to a head. While he managed to remain popular with the population at home, those in the know were filled with despair. As a result, the two rising staff officers, Douglas Haig and William Robertson, would later be able to defend their own incompetence by recalling how things had been when Kitchener was in charge. The war was hardly a year old before it became clear that the only sectors in which there was room for some originality were those distant from the European capitals. Like technocrats of all sorts, staff generals don't like to travel far from the centers of power. Absence is one of the few effective weapons which can be used against them. It was hardly surprising, therefore, that the only interesting campaign of World War I took place in the Middle East, under General Edmund Allenby. Or that the most interesting campaign of World War II also took place on the same ground under General Claude Auchinleck and General Archibald Wavell, or, indeed, even farther away under General Slim in the Far East. In Europe, however, the full weight of staff solidarity during World War I ensured almost 5 years of slow, methodical battlefield encounters danced to the music of butchery. The degree to which Kitchener was used as a scapegoat by the new men can be seen in the command statistics. When the war broke out in 1914, 40 of the 45 senior command positions in the British Expeditionary Force were occupied by staff college graduates. 14 of those 40 had actually been professors at the college. And 4 of the key figures including Haig and Robertson had commanded the college. From the firing of the first guns in August 1914, the strategic and administrative leadership was in the hands of men who were the very flower of modernity. The philosophy of their school can best be understood by comparing 199. 2 of its star graduates. Haig and Allenby both went as students to the Staff College in 1896. Both ended their careers as peers of the realm and as field marshals. But it was Haig who had had great power, having commanded in Europe, where he was ultimately second only to Foch and largely responsible for successive disastrous campaigns. Allenby, on the other hand, had won his Middle Eastern war quite handily. The staff dealt with this by presenting his campaigns as extraneous rather than essential. Haig had all the characteristics of the worst staff officer. Allenby had many of the best. If the system had really worked reasonably and dispassionately, rewarding the best and weeding out the worst, their careers would have been inverted. In fact, had the system worked at all, Haig would never have been promoted beyond colonel. Allenby, nicknamed Bull, was strong-willed, but also outgoing and warm. He was thus able to deal with other officers and to inspire his men. Haig was shy, unable to make an impact on others and eager to keep apart. Only by aloofness or secrecy could he disguise his weaknesses and succeed via paperwork and manipulation. Even when finally named to command the British forces in Europe, he rarely left his headquarters. Allenby was widely read, a student of ornithology, passionate about music. His perception was great, and his interests stretched far beyond warfare. Haig had a one-track mind, like a telescope. 12. Fixed on soldiering. He had no other interests. The result was that Allenby generaled with a certain humanity and with the common sense that comes of recognizing the world in which violent events are taking place. Haig, on the other hand, was a narrow general, absorbed by technique and not so much indifferent to the human element of soldiering as unaware of it. He worked long hours, but in spite of this effort and application, he was slow on the uptake and showed neither imagination nor understanding. In their place he had contacts. He worked very hard at getting to know people who could help his career, including the Prince of Wales. Haig was, in fact, the perfect early model of the technocrat. Allenby, on the other hand, was the sort of man a technocrat distrusts. For example, although both men were strong-willed, Allenby was open to the opinions of others. Haig had his mind closed up within his own misplaced self-confidence. And while it would be foolish to say that Allenby was not ambitious, Haig was literally consumed by ambition. This pattern of conflict, between successful staff officers and competent leaders, has continued to repeat itself as the century unfolds. The originality of the young Wavell was criticized in the years just before World War I by his staff college commandant, William Robertson. And General J.F.C. Fuller, one of the fathers of the revolutionary tank strategy, had to try twice before getting into the staff college. Once in, he was convinced that he would not graduate. Only the outbreak of World War I saved him from this humiliation. The commandant of the college at that point was Lancelot Kiggle, the man who later became Haig's chief of staff. More precisely, Kiggle was the man who first visited the Passchendaele swamp after having sent 250,000 of his own men to their death in it. The shock of actually seeing what had seemed so rational on a map at headquarters was too much for him. He broke into tears and cried, "God, God, did we really send men into that?" Much of World War I was fought under the banner of Foch's offensive strategy. He was certainly more intelligent than Haig and was not a technocrat of the secretive sort. Foch even had a sort of charisma which came from an inflexible, undeniable optimism. Describing in 1921 how he had commanded the Allies, Foch said, "The war demonstrated that in order to win we needed to have a goal, a plan, and a method." He then stopped himself, went back, and rephrased the sentence. The war demonstrated the need for the command to have a goal, a plan, and a method. 13 In other words, he specifically and consciously removed the sole element which mattered fighting to win and replaced it with concern over the power of the senior officer. In his mind, war was not about victory but about administration. His three tools of command were bureaucratic and inflexible. He made a great deal of the need for a commander to have tenacity, but in his context it merely became a reinforcement for rigidity. All this is the exact opposite of the principles laid down by the great strategists from Sun Tzu to de Gaulle. Foch was in many ways the father of the modern French Staff College. He first went there as a professor in 1895. From 1908 to 1911 he commanded the school and set the general intellectual pattern for what would follow in the trenches. "A battle won," he said, "is a battle in which one does not admit one is beaten. You must act, because only that will give results." His strategy of attack, always attack, was a replacement for thinking. Foch had been educated by Jesuits and was a strong admirer of their methods. His devotion to the idea that war could be run from headquarters wasn't unlike that of Loyola, who, once elected superior general, stayed in Rome until his death 16 years later. That World War I was a strategic disaster is now commonly accepted. Blame, however, has not been clearly assigned. It was the staff who made all decisions. These were arrived at abstractly, on paper, and were communicated in writing to the field commanders. Field officers, who dared to warn headquarters that these orders would result in disaster, were religiously ignored. Headquarters felt it more important to preserve what they saw as the essential chain of command, the COM 201 IMON language, common method, common panic-suppressing chain of I-command. If, however, the results of a battle proved that the field I officer's warnings had been right, then that officer, providing he had survived the carnage, was usually fired. General Ferry, French field commander in 1915, heard rumors of an impending gas attack the first of the war and warned his superiors, as well as the British and Canadians on his flanks. His headquarters was furious. They instructed him not to deal directly with the Allies, but to limit himself to the proper reporting procedure. They also said he was a fool to believe, let alone report, such rumors. After the gas attack he was fired. Shortly before the Germans attacked Verdun, beginning the bloodiest battle of the war, rumors reached the Minister of War that the local defense system was defective. These rumors had come from officers who had been unable to get the attention of their commander, Joffre. Thanks to an inquiry from the minister, the defects now had his attention. Joffre chose to ignore them. Instead, he demanded that the minister reveal the source of the rumors. The officers responsible had, after all, disregarded hierarchy. The minister provided their names. They were duly fired. The Germans attacked. The defense crumbled. Meanwhile, the various staffs on all sides worked long hours, sending reports, computing statistics, developing plans for unseen battlefields and sending off orders for these carefully organized battles. 21 million men were mobilized in 1914. By 1918, 68 million had been mobilized. All along the staff claimed that this was not enough. They destroyed ministers and governments by manipulating information to make it seem that there were never enough men. And yet 68 million men in uniform represented a triumph of organization. The world had never seen anything like it. In truth, the generals did not have enough live bodies to play the various roles in their battlefield scenarios. They could have used more, but then that is a characteristic of modern organization. It is absolute in its statements of need and infinite in its ability to expand. The generals of World War I never had enough men in exactly the same way that today's generals never have enough equipment. Not only did the generals have no sense of movement, they had no understanding of why they fought the battles. Before Foch's Somme campaign, General Fayolle wrote, "The battle he is dreaming of has no point. Not even to break through." 1,250,000 men died on both sides in that single campaign. 6.5 million shells were fired by the French alone. The only way to understand such insane events is to understand the minds of the commanders. They genuinely believed that they were on the side of right and that right took the form of a structure. Their devotion to methodology made them crusaders in a great battle for the advancement of man. A disinterested outsider might have pointed out that they seemed to be lacking the one essential talent for a general, the ability to win. Only their sense of structure had got them where they were. When war struck, these uniformed technocrats had been obliged to command. In the absence of what Sun Tzu called strategical sense, they avoided absolute disaster by simply throwing live bodies at the enemy. This wasn't the reaction of panicked men. They were perfectly serene in their belief that this was the right thing to do. They had prepared themselves for this approach well before 1914. As early as 1909, Haig had talked of a long war in which the enemy would gradually be worn down. Robertson, as commandant of the Staff College, discouraged original thinking, which he believed had no connection with the rough and bloody work of masses of men trying to kill each other. Only Foch had thought and written about strategy, yet he also believed in throwing unlimited herds of men at the enemy. The sheer volume of pointless carnage during World War I drew an angry but confused response from normal people. So important and widespread a division between reality and appearance between winning wars and commanding armies had not been seen in Western society since the last decades of the divine right monarchies. Even then the division had been far less shocking, far less complete. For a real comparison one has to go back to the worst days of church corruption before the Reformation. Then a vocabulary of devotion and purity was used to sponsor a world of disbelief, physical pleasure, and profit-making. Once the Reformation began, the same vocabulary was used to justify an unending series of massacres on both sides. Our contemporary division had been out in the open only since 1914. But the rational form has so deeply occupied our languages and other means of communication, through the tools of perfect logic, that reality is often reduced to a minor component. It is as if Galileo's equipment and knowledge had changed sides and were suddenly being used to marshal all his powers of observation, demonstration, and argument to prove that the sun moved around the world. Reason, structure, calm and process are now the tools of established power and conventional wisdom. And in times of crisis, conventional wisdom becomes the absolute truth of ruling elites. It gives them the confidence to go on because it eliminates the need for thought or doubt, which in turn allows the elites to categorize any attempts at either as naivete or treason. The average man, witness to a barbaric massacre, is left to scratch about in search of some new means of communication which will allow him to express the obvious. The point, however, is not the indifference of professional armies to 203. The lives of their soldiers. There is nothing personal in this indifference. It's simply that the staff approach tends naturally towards large, blunt methods. There is no profound difference between the way it uses men or explosives. The only change over the last 80 years has been a growing political cost tied to losing large quantities of men. The staffs have therefore shifted their emphasis to equipment and explosives without, as the Iraq episode demonstrated in 1991, abandoning their devotion to the massing of men. The rational substitution for motivation and strategy is an unlimited quantity of firepower, machinery, and men. Throwing massive quantities of one or more of these elements at the opposing side is meant to either overwhelm them or wear them down. This is not strategy. It is a return to mythological barbarism. Firepower is perhaps the most interesting element of the three, because it is the approach preferred by most modern elites. Its attractiveness lies in its abstract and quantifiable nature. It removes the unpleasant need for physical contact and visible violence. The only difficulty is that massive shelling and bombing didn't work in World War I. They didn't work in World War II either. They failed in Indochina and Vietnam and were marginally relevant in Iraq. But technocrats tend to reject the idea of linear development. Memory is irrational. Each problem is proper unto its own argument. If someone were to point out that bombs had already been dropped in massive quantities in other places at other times and failed to have the desired effect, the technocrat officer would simply explain that, until the moment at hand, the explosives had been wrongly used. The apparent love World War I commanders bore for equipment wasn't without paradox. For example, they collected up masses of tanks during the war, between the wars and during the early stages of World War II. And then they blocked the intelligent use of those tanks. What concerned them was not how the tank might best be used but how it might best be controlled by the staff structures. It could be argued that during the entire European campaign of World War I, there were only 3 examples of good and telling action. The blocking at the Marne inspired by Gallieni was one. Liddell Hart attributes 2 others to Churchill: the mobilization of the British fleet before war was declared, which began the starvation process that broke Germany 5 years later, and the landing of 3,000 men in Belgium behind the Germans, who were racing towards Paris in 1914. The landing was accompanied by leaks of false information which inflated the figure to 40,000. It caused the Germans to look over their shoulders and slow down. The next 5 years consisted of slugging imposed from headquarters. The technocrat, however, lives by the fictional reorganization of circumstances. Field Marshal Sir Douglas Haig therefore undertook to 204. Complete the official version of history. After the peace he set up a friendly committee to report on staff organization during the war. Its report concluded, "The outstanding feature of the evidence brought before us has been the success of the work of the staff throughout the war. This points indubitably to the soundness of the general principles on which the staff is organized." 16. It is difficult to assign any level of emotional value to this 5-year reign of the staff officer. For example, between Haig, Foch, and the German Commander General Erich Ludendorff 75 years ago, and Pol Pot today, there is remarkably little difference. In common they have their self-righteousness, their obsession with secrecy, their ambition, their conviction of the justice of their mission, their readiness to sacrifice any number of men, and their honest belief in the necessity of other people's deaths. there was a time when English admirals were hanged for losing battles. From 1914 on, Western nations instead took to hanging medals on the chests of incompetent commanders. 9. Persistent continuity at the heart of power. It is generally assumed that from the point of view of military competence, things got better after 1918. That despite a bad start for the Allies, both sides were better generaled in the Second World War than in the First. That the staffs were more or less kept under control. And yet it took the same number of years to defeat a Germany which began both far weaker than it had in 1914 and far weaker than the Allies in 1939, a Germany weakened by the self-inflicted decimation of large sections of its own population and numerically outnumbered by at least 3-1 in 1940 and 10-1 in 1943. Even after the Normandy landings in 1944, when the Allies had absolute and permanent domination of the skies and the seas, as well as overwhelming advantages in all forms of equipment, our generals still takes JK almost a year to advance ponderously across only one-third of Europe. The lesson our military professionals drew from the two world wars was that there were worse things than being out-generaled by the other side. No matter how mediocre the leadership, an army equipped with superior quantities of men, explosives, and equipment would eventually win if it had the tenacity and the political approval to keep pounding away. Our generals seem incapable of unlearning this unfortunate lesson. And yet they have stumbled over the last half-century through a myriad of stalemates, losses, and Pyrrhic victories. In short, while they eke out costly victories in full-scale wars, they are unable to adjust to the small, unpredictable wars which have gradually spread around the planet. During World War II, people were thankful that the commanders showed some restraint in sending their troops off to be slaughtered. Most of those generals had been junior officers in the trenches in the previous war and so were sensitive to the question of casualties. However, this laudable self-control tells us nothing about the central point, which was Germany's astonishing strength. 206. Perhaps the explanation is that while both sides suffered equally from the generalized bloodbath of World War I, it was rendered unbearable to the Germans by their defeat. That crisis temporarily broke the logic of the age of reason. Out of the fissure of shame and despair and dead beliefs emerged two sorts of men. One was the lunatic, the Nazi. The other was the pure officer, eager to use the forces of reason but by no means their prisoner. In normal times the lunatic would have been laughed at and the good soldier broken by the power of the staff. The Allies, on the other hand, were obliged actively to maintain the pretense that they had won the First World War and, therefore, that men like Foch and Haig had been good soldiers. 20 years later the emotional and intellectual liberation cum anarchy provoked by Germany's defeat was matched on the battlefield against the imprisoning effects of the Allied victory. The result in 1940 was a perfect illustration of Sun Tzu's belief that wars are won in the minds of the commanders. Nevertheless, the strategic innovations which led to the German victory had begun in Britain with Basil Liddell Hart, who had been the first to write about a fast, deep penetration tank strategy. He began in 1919 with an article in the RUSI Journal, drawing on the German use of tanks in their March 1918 offensive, itself a spark of desperate innovation produced by 3.5 years of general staff failure. Liddell Hart went on regularly trying to influence his government and the War Office. Within the British Army, soldiers like Fuller and Percy Lobert, already tank men, took up the same struggle, all to absolutely no avail. In 1926 Liddell Hart toured the French army, spreading his ideas, and met Charles de Gaulle, who was then a young officer working for Marshal Pétain. De Gaulle began his own crusade for new tactics, but the imprisoning false mythology of the victorious army was even stronger in France than in Britain. The arrival after Foch's death of his staff man and bag carrier, General Maxime Weygand, as the chief of staff and the bearer of Foch's flame, assured that nothing new would be allowed to happen. A year later, the British tank men made a first breakthrough. They convinced the army to create an experimental armored force. However, the British staff soon managed to have the force disbanded. Meanwhile, Hans von Seeckt, commander-in-chief of the Reichswehr, had begun immediately after the peace to create an army strategy in which every action ought to be based on purpose. Although not a tank man, he made it possible for tank men to succeed. Defeat, however, had merely damaged the power of the staff, not destroyed it. In 1926, von Seeckt was fired. In 1928, he fought back by publishing a book condemning conscript armies. Mass becomes immobility. Cannon fodder. The whole future of warfare appears to me to be in 207. The employment of mobile armies, relatively small but of high quality. 2. All this time Heinz Guderian had been creeping up through the German tank regiments. At the time of the British Experimental Armoured Force, he was teaching tank tactics. By 1930 he was imitating British tactics with the use of dummy tanks, while waiting for the day when they would be properly equipped. In 1933 the British made another advance, with the creation of a tank brigade under Hobart. Had they continued on this road and convinced the French to do the same, 1940 could have been quite different. Instead, the British military establishment did everything they could to limit Hobart's power. His brigade was reduced to the role of an experimental venture, as if tank strategy were still in its infancy. In 1934 de Gaulle made his own declaration in Vers une armée de métier, rolling all the new ideas from Liddell Hart's 1919 strategy and Seekt's mobile professionals into a single vision. What he said was brilliant, self-evident, and violently opposed by the whole military establishment. In all probability it also came too late, because a year later the Germans created 3 panzer divisions, with Guderian commanding the second. By 1936 he was carrying out maneuvers using Liddell Hart's and Hobart's exact methods, using their books and manuals, which he had personally arranged to have translated. It would be a mistake to believe that the German General Staff played any positive role in this remarkably intelligent breakthrough. Once Seeckt had been fired, they reverted to standard staff attitudes and opposed the tank strategy. They were opposing not the tank itself, but, like the staffs in England and France, the proposed way of using it. The reason for this general, fierce opposition was that Liddell Hart's tank strategy fulfilled exactly the principles laid out by Sun Tzu. It was a strategy of surprise, flexibility, and originality. It gave the commander freedom to adapt to circumstances. It was the precise opposite of a staff plan. Where were the charts? Where were the organigrams? Where were the committees? And the committee decisions? Where were the balanced payoffs of the different core interests? Where was the proper use of hierarchical power? The respect due to hierarchy? Instead, the staff generals were being asked simply to hand over this expensive equipment to a couple of relatively junior field commanders. And with no fixed instructions for use. Decisions were to be made on the ground, in the light of circumstance and at great speed, without consultation with HQ. Rather than laboriously plotted attacks in the Schleifenplan tradition, the tanks were simply to take off across field and forest looking for the best way through. All this was unacceptable to any rational staff officer. They therefore gave Guderian as much trouble as their British equivalents gave Hobart and the French gave de Gaulle. 208. It was Hitler who forced his own generals to allow the new strategy through. Hitler's genius lay in his use of the unexpected in order to parallel opponents. That was what drew him to Guderian. He was able, as Liddell Hart pointed out, to demonstrate the fallacy of orthodoxy. 3rhe reappearance of the word genius in the Hitlerian context reminds one how devoid it is of moral properties. It is a reminder of the lesson drawn by the established authorities of the day from the Napoleonic experience that genius comes from the dark side of reason and should be destroyed. This logic, however, was and remains short-sighted. Genius, being free from moral value, comes on all sides of the spectrum. If you set out to destroy genius as something dangerous, then the more stable the society, the more successful that destruction will be. Only societies in disorder will be unable to do this. But stable societies are precisely those best able to guide genius onto safe moral ground. Unstable societies have always invited the worst in those with the genius to use power. Thus Fuller, Hobart, and de Gaulle were destroyed, while Guderian, with Hitler's support, made his way through. What Hitler lacked was the professional evenness to take proper and long-term advantage of the victories his genius would give him. He was, after all, certifiable. The General Staff could have given him that evenness, but instead they maintained a silent and sullen opposition. This was the result neither of class differences nor of some altruistic opposition to Nazism. It was the refusal of Hitler and his friends to respect established military structures or the powers attached to those structures which annoyed the generals. Thanks to their control of the administrative machinery, they were able to fire Erich von Manstein, the Chief of Staff to the Commander-in-Chief. It was Manstein who had created the general mechanized strategy which would win in 1940. To prevent him from having any role in its execution, the staff sent him off to command an infantry corps. By the time the attack came in June 1940, they had even managed to half neutralize Guderian. He was limited to commanding a small part of the tanks. However, he more or less ignored orders and rushed ahead with what he had, as he had always said they should. The German General Staff had no choice but to run to catch up. Guderian not only beat an enemy far stronger and equipped with more tanks, he also did it with only a small portion of the available German tanks and while opposed by his own General Staff. It was the friction between the staff's stolid, rational self-interest and Hitler's uneven genius which would fritter away over the next 4 years the clear victory Guderian had won for them all. In other words, Hitler was defeated by his own lunacy. He certainly was not defeated by the Allies. After 1940 the Allied armies refused to use the liberty of thought. 209. Defeat usually gives? Instead they settled down to amass enormous forces of men and armaments, just as they had in the previous war. Periodically an officer appeared who was capable of original thought. He was invariably fired as soon as this talent was demonstrated or shipped off to a theater of war far from the heart of power. Perhaps the most poignant case was that of the strategist Major General Erich Dorman-Smith, who created Wavell's victory of 40,000 men over 134,000 Italians in Egypt in October 1940. His approach would have been laughed out of court had it been presented as a solution at the British Staff College. For instead of being rewarded for this victory and snapped up as an invaluable advisor, he was left virtually unemployed. In 1942 Rommel was in Africa, had reversed the British advantage and was destroying all in his path. This time Dorman-Smith was advising Auchinleck and the two men set about stopping Rommel. In fact, they completely outgeneraled him and brought the German army to a halt. In the circumstances it was a remarkable victory. However, their free-flowing methods inspired rather than bureaucratic had required a rapid reorganization of local British forces. This had affected military structures, which outraged the General Stahl. The staff set about maneuvering in the back rooms and corridors to get both men fired. The method they found was an expression of bureaucratic intelligence at its most sophisticated. They convinced C. Churchill that Auchinleck had been so successful that he ought immediately to attack Rommel again, in order to finish him off. They knew Auchinleck couldn't do this. The campaign had left his already interior forces in no shape to take an immediate initiative. So C. Churchill ordered him to attack. He, being an intelligent and responsible man, refused. As a result he was fired. It was some time before he was given another job. And that was even farther away from Europe, in India. As toward Dorman-Smith, he was pursued by a vendetta which was, in Michael Elliott Bateman's words, a national disaster and a disgrace to the profession of arms. 5. The official line insisted that Dorman-Smith was clever but quite unsound. 6. Expertise and stability are the two great arguments used by the modern man of reason to disguise his own incompetence. Perhaps the earliest example of this phenomenon came in the mid-18th century, when George Hill's courtier officers complained that General James Wolfe was mad. The king replied that he wished Wolfe would bite his other officers. The most famous case during World War II was that of Air Vice Marshal Sir Hugh Dobding. He foresaw the Battle of Britain and tried to prepare the Royal Air Force, despite opposition from the experts. They believed that massive bombing of Germany was the only thing worth preparing for. When the war came, he made the best of a bad situation and won the Battle of Britain. It was the only major air cam. 210. Payne won in the Western theaters of war and perhaps Britain's greatest victor, of World War II. After all, losing it would have led to the invasion of England. The moment it was won, doubting was fired, partly toward being right, partly so that the strategic bombing experts could gel on with flattening German and other European cities. His insistent bombing of cities had so little to do with the idea of fighting wars to win them that it cannot simply be attributed to strategic incompetence. The Germans had already dropped as many bombs as they could on British cities without having any negative effect on either the Allied determination to fight or their military preparations. If anything, the more civilians the bombs killed, the more determined the citizenry became to fight. Why then, did the Allied command insist on a mirror repetition of what the Germans had done to Britain? They must have believed their strategy would work. In this they were the inheritors of the Maginot Line mentality and of trench warfare strategy. Like Foch and Haig, they believed that their endless attacks would succeed. The men, equipment, and explosives wasted in this way constitute one of the explanations for the war dragging on through 1945. As for Dowding, his name was kept out of government publications about his victory and he was not made a marshal of the RAF. Gavin Stamp has pointed out that he was the only man since Nelson to have been called upon to save Britain, which he did. 7. His reward was the active enmity of the Air Force staff, which, needless to say, focused only on the fact that he was a peculiar and difficult man. Apart from odd, brief moments when Patton, the French General de Lattre de Tassigny and perhaps Montgomery managed to do what they wanted, originality generalship in fact was eliminated from the European theater. Instead, the war was ploddingly completed by relatively competent but unimaginative linear warfare, not so different from that of the First War. Had the Germans not already been weakened by the Russians and heavily outnumbered, the fighting might have gone on long years. As in World War I, originality had a better chance the farther away it was from headquarters. In the Pacific, MacArthur proved that mobility could work, as he leapfrogged over island after island, leaving the Japanese intact but powerless behind him. And in Burma, Slim carried out a relatively original campaign. Before that, Ord Wingate, although hampered by a truly unstable personality, made the first contemporary Western attempts at guerrilla warfare. His operations behind Japanese lines in the Burmese jungle were based on a strategy which owed a great deal to Sun Tzu and might later have been mistaken for that of Mao. Pounce upon the enemy in the dark, Wingate wrote. Smite him hip and thigh and vanish silently into the night. As early as 1938, convinced that the God of Israel was 211. Calling him, he had given the Jews in Palestine the military framework which is still the basis of their strategy. His ongoing influence in Israel shows what effect he might have had he not been killed on the opening day of his second Burmese operation. One of his strengths was that he was conscious of the struggle between talent and managerial professionalism and could therefore fight back. The chief difference between a good and a bad leader, he said, is that a good leader has an accurate imagination. And yet, even had he survived, the defenders of professional orthodoxy would no doubt have eventually destroyed him. One has only to look at what they did to his memory. Although Wingate never lost a battle, which the other generals in the East certainly did, often through pure incompetence, he was the only commander treated roughly in the official history of the Japanese War. 9. What drives this petty persecution of good generals is not only the recognition that their success illustrates the incompetence of the staff approach. It is also a realization that these successful methods cannot regularly be imitated. Wingate instilled the spirit of his methods into the situation in Palestine, and so they have come down to us via Israeli successes. But when Western armies attempt to imitate those methods, they fail. No general staff can adapt itself to a method based upon fluidity, certainly not fluidity as Sun Tzu defined it. And as water has no constant form, there are in war no constant conditions. 0 Wingate, it should be remembered, had been refused admission to the Staff College when he applied in 1936. Oh, the events of modern warfare have been part of a single, unbroken evolution. And yet the anonymity of the staff, as compared to our throwing up of unrelated heroic leaders upon whom to focus, has obscured this unity. General Maxime Weygand is one of the few famous staff figures to have been a major player over 50 years of warfare. If for no other reason, his is one of the great names in the rise of modern military structures. His career carried him through the searing experience of the Dreyfus Affair at the turn of the century, World War I as Foch's personal chief of staff, the between-war period as chief of the General Staff, the second half of the 1940 campaign as the military commander who led France to a conclusive defeat, and the post-war period, from which he emerged unscathed. It could be said that he was the model modern officer, mediocre, imperturbably self-confident, sectarian, and personally victorious in all the military disasters for which he was responsible. After Foch's death in 1929, Weygand was his natural successor as 212 spokesman for the staff, with all their new and rational ways. And yet from his youth he had belonged to the classic right. Like most officers he had combined army loyalty with anti-Semitism in his opposition to Captain Dreyfus. But Weygand had gone further. He had contributed to the memorial for Colonel Henry, the officer who had lied and blamed a Jew in order to protect the officer corps. And when de Gaulle published his Vers I Armée de Métier in 1934, Weygand, then chief of the General Staff, had seen it as an irrational attack upon a rational system by a man who was difficult to measure and therefore unstable and therefore dangerous. He did everything he could to silence de Gaulle. A creature of the staff, Weygand had scarcely seen active service. He stood for reason, efficiency, systems management, class privilege, anti-Semitism and the interests of the system over the truth. De Gaulle stood for republicanism, open questioning of structures and indifference to systems, whether constitutional or administrative. He possessed a kind of piercing irrationality which shed light upon truth. In June 1940, while everything collapsed, the system continued to be rational and Weygand to be loyal to it. Given command of the French forces late in the battle but not too late, he must have sought within his training, experience, powers, command, and imagination some way to stop the irrational dash of Guderian's tanks. He must have thrown his mind back to the words and actions of his mentor, Marshal Foch. And yet he found nothing. Absolutely nothing. On the other hand, he believed, like most of the conservative military technicians who served the state, that the collapse of existing structures would lead to a social explosion. De Gaulle, by then junior Minister of Defense, came to him and asked what his plans were for a counter-attack or a defensive campaign. Weygand had none. He was obsessed by the risks of a communist coup if the army were beaten and its structure collapsed. He therefore said to save the army, and the officer corps' power over it, by surrendering while the military structure was still intact. De Gaulle saw the situation quite differently. The system, he felt, had either gone mad or rendered itself traitorous by refusing to fulfill its obligations to the nation. He therefore got on a plane to London in order to pull that system down. Finally, the subsequent Allied victory and the post-war trials in France destroyed the reputations of most senior officers who had collaborated with the Axis. Weygand, almost alone in this category, emerged intact. To this day, his name is left off the list of those who can be criticized. A permanent vagueness hangs over his actions and his reputation. It could be said that this vagueness is, in fact, an aura surrounding the beloved of the staff. 213. Only by the most extreme subservience to chauvinism have we been able to go on telling ourselves that the Allies did well in the Second World War. The military difficulties of the West since 1945 arise in good part from this generalized childish boosterism, which has allowed the military establishment to act as if everything is in order, as if their methods are the right ones. The same is true of the German staff, who were able to blame their defeat in 1945 on the lunacy of the Nazis. They can all say that while there may have been some bugs in the new management systems during the First War, these were worked out in the Second to such an extent that staff planning now indeed makes circumstances change. In other words, their methods have been consecrated as military truth. The staffs and staff colleges of the Western world cannot help but have noticed, however, their own almost unbroken line of military failure since 1945. The image of Western armies floundering about over the last half-century is fixed in everyone's mind. But it is fixed there as a series of unrelated events. The last colonial wars were seen as wars of disengagement. The British failures were seen separately from the French, from the Spanish, from the Portuguese. The post-colonial wars were something else again. And on their tail came the guerrilla wars and the terrorist wars. In all there have been some 200 conflicts, from Indochina, Algeria, and Yemen to Korea, Lebanon, Cuba and Angola. The less expert observer might well wonder what has actually been happening. Is it not that sophisticated, rational armies have simply failed to come to terms with less sophisticated, irrational armies, who use guerrilla and revolutionary warfare and who are led by less sophisticated and less rational people? The result, to be absolutely clear, is that unsophisticated, irrational armies regularly beat sophisticated, rational ones. Our experts seem to draw some satisfaction from this rather in the way the French knighthood maintained that the English had only managed to massacre and defeat them at Agincourt in 1415 because they used peasants armed with daggers and socially unacceptable longbows. In fact, many of the great armies that have been beaten over the last 3,000 years carrying their civilizations down with them have been beaten by armies which were, according to the logic of the losers, inferior and backward. Those who beat us are not doing anything new. Their actions simply reflect the principles of flexible strategy, laid out in simple, clear language 500 years before Christ. Our armies lose because they have forgotten that the purpose of their job is to win. Instead they 214 concentrate on organization, on their own positions of power within that organization and on preparing for a particular sort of war which is theoretically suited to their organization. That think they are flexible because they have collected massive amounts of powerful and rapid equipment. Weaponry, however, is inanimate. It is dependent on the will and imagination of the commanders. And those commanders are slaves to methodology and structure. Quite naturally we seek excuses for our litany of otherwise heavy-handed, ill-adapted operations. But these excuses are undermined by the simplicity of the victor's methods, as indeed they are by the positive results whenever a Western commander aligns himself with the basic principles of strategy. When MacArthur leapfrogged behind the Koreans to the Incheon landing, he specifically drew his inspiration from James Wolfe's surprise landing at Quebec City in 1759. 12. And when the British commander, Gerald Templer, outmaneuvered the Communists during the Malaya troubles in the 1950s, it could be said that he out-Sun Tzu'd Mao Zedong. The experts in defense conceal themselves as if beneath the earth, those skilled in attack move as if from the heavens. 13. Every guerrilla army has taken this phrase of Sun Tzu's and adapted the words to its own needs. Our military structure's inability to do so has led us farther and farther away from reasonable action, and this despite frequent attempts by thinking soldiers to explain the problem. Elliot Bateman tried in 1967 in his book Defeat in the East. It was specifically aimed at clarifying the American difficulties in Vietnam, in light of France's difficulties during the preceding Indochina campaign. He made no impact. It was as if the American staff officers had convinced themselves of a triple-edged logic. First, the French were poor, old-fashioned, underarmed and without the air power to sustain strategic bombing. Second, the power of the American military system was such that the actual commanding officers were no more than ciphers of the structure. They were to be organized and directed to victory by technical remote control. Indeed, the physical distance and difference between the Pentagon and the Vietnamese jungle made the remoteness even more complete. Third, the role of the field commander was so limited that it could be entrusted to lesser minds. On a more cynical level, by giving command to less intelligent, less imaginative men, the Pentagon could control and manipulate them. The result of this logic was that the greatest war machine in the history of the world was put into the hands of a series of commanders culminating, so to speak, in William Westmoreland, who seemed to suffer from severe intellectual limitations. General Westmoreland, 215, would have been perfectly interchangeable with Field Marshal Sir Douglas Haig or Marshal Foch. The military tended to blame its subsequent failure on some combination of the press, the people, and the government. The essential truth, however, is that while equipped with large battalions and sophisticated machinery, it lost successive battles. One of the most disturbing evocations of this failure was the dissatisfaction of the soldiers with their leaders, which led to the killing or wounding of 1,000 American officers and NCOs by their own men. 14 The officers and NCOs were largely professional, the men mainly draftees. Defeat in Vietnam led to the creation of a fully professional army. And yet, when part of this new force was sent in 1983 to the small Caribbean island of Grenada to fight 50 Cuban soldiers and 600 Cuban civilians, it required 7 full battalions and a full week to win the engagement. 15 heavy equipment losses were suffered in the process, as well as relatively high casualties, the majority inflicted on the soldiers by their own army. Slightly more medals, 8,633, were awarded than the number of men involved in the operation. The only lesson drawn from Grenada seems to have been that quantity, however clumsy, can overcome a lack of quality. And so, 7 years later, 25,000 men were sent into Panama. This use of an elephant to squash a fly couldn't help but produce serious civilian casualties. One would have expected that such dominance would at least have ensured the continuance of civil order. Instead, it led to anarchy, including the destruction of large parts of Panama City, massive looting and economic collapse. The destabilization was such that Panama still shows few signs of recovery. As to whether the American senior military leadership had reformed itself, one had only to watch General Maxwell Thurman in action. General Thurman was an intelligence officer in Vietnam, had a short tour of duty there in the artillery, and spent most of the 20 years before the Panama operation in such staff areas as personnel, reorganization, and training. In the midst of his heavy-handed Panamanian operation, this dry, bespectacled desk officer gave himself over to public statements reminiscent of a B-movie. He seemed so unaware of how a real field commander might act that he tended to typecast people as good guys or thugs and to take on the mannerisms of a John Wayne character. Despite protestations of superiority, the British did no better over the same period. They managed one clear victory, Malaya, in the 1950s versus a series of losses, Palestine, Cyprus, Aden. Even the Suez landing was executed heavy-handedly and with such lumbering slowness that unsympathetic countries were given time to apply enough political pressure to stop the operation. 216. The British did pull off a set-piece operation in the Falklands. It was without any strategic or tactical use. Indeed, thanks to the distance involved and Argentina's badly trained and ill-equipped army, the whole thing could be carried out as if nothing had changed since June 1944 and the Normandy landing. That same British Army remains unable to fulfill its real responsibilities in Ireland. The standard excuses are that what they do in Ireland isn't real warfare and that the government won't release the soldiers to do what is necessary to win. But a successful army is one which knows how to adapt itself to the limitations of each situation. The most important task given the British Army over the last quarter century has been the maintenance of order within the realm, and they have been unable to adapt their methods to that situation. The French have developed a certain rapid action skill for use in ex-colonies in Africa. But all the major operations undertaken by their army since 1945 have either been lost or won in such a heavy-handed way that the victory wasn't politically useful. Algeria is the prime example of a victory lost by the method of winning it. More recent operations, the Lebanese intervention, the Greenpeace Rainbow Warrior incident, the massacre in New Caledonia, have shown that the French are little better adapted to contemporary military realities than are the British or the Americans. These examples are reminders that technological advance and rational action are not innately on the side of intelligent, liberal reform. Neither are they innately on the side of inhumanity and destructiveness. Above all, they are indifferent to value and comfortable with mediocre men whose chief qualities are ambition, self-assurance and a talent to manipulate. This situation continues to rely upon a fascinating intellectual trick. Reason refers to modernity, which relates to systems and to methods. Intelligence, on the other hand, refers primarily to application. Even pure research is a form of application because it seeks to do rather than to manage. Application, as seen by systems men, is non-sequential. It seeks to do, not to continue. Continuity here has nothing to do with memory and everything to do with systems. Being non-sequential, application is unreliable and therefore untrustworthy. Intelligence in a soldier always invokes the fear of Napoleon, the fear of a soldier who can fight. In order to be trusted with men and equipment, an officer must therefore be modern but neither too intelligent nor too competent. That in the event of action he may have a tendency to lose both men and equipment is irrelevant. The creation of modern armies is only related to combat in an abstract manner. The ability to fight successfully, if called upon to do so, is therefore a secondary consideration. 217. The obsession of our military with management systems rather than winning led them quite naturally to replace strategy with technology. And this combination of method and machinery tended automatically towards large, absolute solutions. From Kitchener's pedantic Sudanese campaign, through the heavy bombing of the two world wars to the overkill of Grenada, Panama, and Iraq, the same tendency repeated itself. An interesting example of how this system can deform the simplest military action was played out on the fringes of the Vietnam War. Those geographic outer edges had a particular importance because the North Vietnamese used them to move men and equipment. The local complications involved hill tribes, marginal nationalist movements, opium production, hidden transport routes and difficult terrain, usually mountainous jungle. Each of these was a small-scale problem with large-scale implications. It quickly became apparent that Western systems couldn't act on such a small scale. They couldn't even plan to act on that level. The officers who were detailed to deal with the frontier areas discovered that there were no global solutions, nor any possibility for massive troop movements, nor any use for large-scale investments aimed at resettlement or education or militia training. On the other hand, there were endless opportunities for small, individualized projects, which could have an enormous effect in such small and delicate situations. However, any requests they made for the funding of a project at, say, $25,000, would be rejected by the staff in Saigon or Washington. The Army planning system couldn't deal with a concrete proposal relating to a small hill tribe. A particularly telling example was the attempt to create fortified villages in Vietnam. This strategy had begun as one of the few successful Western post-World War II innovations, developed under General Gerald Templer during the Malaya Troubles of the 1950s. The idea was to defend chosen villages in communist-dominated areas and gradually to house the population from the outlying area inside the defenses. They would then be safe from guerrilla threats, which usually came during the night. During the day they were within walking distance of their fields. Peasants in Vietnam suffered from the identical problem. However, the American staff in Saigon felt they could improve upon the solution. They constructed completely new villages in safe areas. These could have complex defense systems built in from conception. The army then moved villagers out of communist zones into these safe zones. 218. His version of the fortified village, being technology dependent, was expensive and required quite a bit of administration but not much soldiering. The villages hardly had to be defense-fed. Unfortunately, the Saigon staff had also defeated the whole purpose of the exercise. Instead of building confidence in the countryside, they had emptied it. Instead of protecting the peasants in their homes, they had kidnapped them and dropped them down somewhere strange, far from their fields. On paper it all looked perfect and was of a size and consequence proper to modern management methods. They were convinced they had greatly improved the original shoestring budget British plan. Of course the whole program was a disaster. These large ideas applied to little problems are the result of an obsession with efficiency. There are two ways to define this word. The first has to do with quality as measured by a cost versus value ratio. For example, how much did a meal cost compared to how good was it? The second revolves around the idea that larger production runs permit lower costs per item, thus a McDonald's hamburger may not be any good, but it is cheaper because there are more of them. Most people like to believe that they are benefiting from the first ratio. Certainly the mythology of advertising rarely mentions large production runs but never stops talking about quality versus cost. The staff officer's view of efficiency is not unlike that of modern commerce, with its use of quality ads to sell mass-produced goods. Thus the Pentagon believes itself to be more efficient for having financed $5 million Hill Tribe training programs and for having rejected those at $25,000. The same view of efficiency applies to sending armies into battle. More men and more equipment is efficient. It will get the job done. Officers in France and England will effortlessly volunteer that this squandering of resources is an American phenomenon, a product of U.S. prosperity. Comforting though that idea is for some, a glance at LX, World Wars indicates that assembly line warfare was invented by the Airmen, French and English general staffs. Not by the Pentagon or by Henry Ford. This replacement of officers with strategical talents by those with a taste for quantity bears a curious resemblance to what happened in the armies of the European monarchies at the end of the 18th century. Guibert wrote about the unreformed French army of 1773, "We have read a uniform which obliges the soldier and the officer to spend 3 hours a day on their toilette, which has turned men of war into wig brushers, shiners, and polishers." 16 But elaborate dress wasn't the real problem. Since the military leadership of the late 18th century was filled with courtesans who had no idea of how to fight a war, their unconscious hope was that soldiers would so completely identify with 219 uniforms, regiments, and a sense of belonging that they would willingly march out in an exposed straight line to be shot at. Weaponry has replaced uniforms as the toilette of our day. The unexpressed theory is that if soldiers are well armed, they won't notice that no one has told them how to win wars. The superiority of small, fast armies applies to armaments as well as to men. Napoleon, despite his reputation as an artillery officer in an era when artillery was changing war, wasn't particularly interested in the latest equipment. He refused to use either shrapnel or observation balloons. He liked to keep things simple so that he could move fast. He had a sense of what his soldiers could digest and dominate in weaponry. These weapons had to be a natural extension of the soldier, not the contrary. If dominated by his weaponry, the soldier would not be able to act naturally and with speed. The devotion of contemporary armies to quantity and technological superiority has inverted this relationship. The officer and the soldier, in fact, entire armies have become appendages of their weapons. 2 incidents during a single week in the spring of 1987 and a third in the summer of 1988 poignantly demonstrated the dangers of a technology addiction. The first disaster involved a U.S. frigate, the Stark. She was cruising in the Persian Gulf as part of an American decision to guarantee the passage of oil tankers between the opposing forces of Iran and Iraq. An Iraqi Mirage fighter approached her. The ship's crew had had the Mirage under surveillance for 3 minutes. The fighter then launched 2 Exocet missiles, which struck and severely damaged the ship. 37 sailors were killed. The Mirage flew away unhindered. A public outcry followed. Why had the frigate not reacted before, during or after the incident? All crew members had been at their stations. The ship was equipped with an anti-missile system which could deal with the Exocet. The explanation was that the extremely sophisticated anti-missile system had been turned off. The reason was that, if left on, it would fire automatically at any approaching aircraft. There were a lot of planes in the air over the Persian Gulf. Some were friendly. Others were civilian. In addition, the frigate had given the fighter 2 warnings. This took 2 minutes. The anti-missile system takes 90 seconds to activate. It was therefore 30 seconds from activation when the first exocet struck, knocking out the ship's electronic system. Just as they re-established power, the second missile struck. None of the above constituted an equipment failure or an error on the part of the crew. However, the bow superstructure blocks the ship's own anti-missile sensors and weapons. Therefore, when a suspicious plane approaches, the frigate must turn its stern in that direction so that 220. The anti-missile system can detect any oncoming missiles. By close calculation, it has been established that there were enough seconds available to turn the ship, detect the missile and fire. Just enough seconds. / such a frigate is supposed to do if approached by 2 suspicious planes coming from opposite directions is problematic. Military authorities analyzed this incident. They established human error. The captain was therefore relieved of his command and left the NA/V. But if one considers the complexity of the reactions required when faced by the indicators, of which only a few of the dozens possible have been given, another question arises. Did the captain have a real opportunity to decide on action or only a theoretical opportunity? In the abstract, despite the confused circumstances, he had a couple of seconds to turn his ship, examine the information and order the anti-missile missiles fired. In reality, the remarkable equipment defending the Stark provided a theoretical defense, not one which could easily be used even by well-trained men in a practical wartime crisis. A few days later, a young West German citizen flew a single-engine Cessna from Finland across the Russian border. He penetrated Soviet airspace, crossed all the defense lines, and flew 680 kilometers to Moscow, where he circled Red Square, buzzed Lenin's tomb, and landed at the foot of the Kremlin wall. The Soviets gave no explanations, but Western experts suggested that the Soviet radar system could not spot either low or slow-flying aircraft, partially as a result of tall trees obscuring the screen. Everyone agreed, however, that the fault lay with humans, not with the system. A number of men were fired. In July 1988, again in the Persian Gulf, the American cruiser Vincennes shot down an Iran Air Airbus, killing 290 civilian passengers. Alter initially misleading excuses from the Navy and American politicians, a 1,000-page U.S. Navy report eventually put the blame on the operations officer. He was therefore to receive a letter of reprimand which would not become part of his official personnel file. But if he was at fault, why was the punishment so light? And if he wasn't, then why punish him at all? The answer seems to be that the Navy preferred blaming a man to blaming the machinery so complex that it couldn't easily differentiate between a tiny fighter and an enormous Airbus. Their chief desire was to avoid criticism of the ship's Aegis protection system. The Navy has invested $46 billion in this system in order to equip 56 cruisers and destroyers. Meanwhile, 20,000 men on 25 gigantic American ships in the Persian Gulf were immobilized, like dinosaurs, hardly able to move because of mines laid by Littlewood scows, and unable to turn on their electronic equipment for fear of destroying everything in sight, including fellow ships and planes. Shortly after the Stark incident and almost a year before that of the Vincennes, Admiral Carlisle Trost, Chief 221 of Naval Operations, reacted to criticism of this general situation by invoking the magic formula: the Navy doesn't build small ships, because smaller ships would be far less cost-effective. 17. This problem of unmanageable machinery has been constant over the last decade. The Iran rescue mission was betrayed by helicopters that wouldn't work. The Grenada operation lost a good percentage of its equipment through malfunction. When the American Marines in Beirut were withdrawn to ships, after the explosion of a car bomb in their compound killed 240 of them, the Navy suddenly discovered that so long as the ships stayed in the harbor, their radar system couldn't be turned on. At any rate, no one could figure out how to make it work while the ship's engines were off. They had to place Marines around the decks with handheld missiles to watch for low-flying planes and speedboats. Richard Gabriel, in his study of recent American military engagements, concluded that an obsession with state-of-the-art equipment was crippling the Army. The TOW anti-tank missile fails to work 30% of the time, 35% of Sidewinder missiles malfunction, so do 25% of the Sparrows. The fact is that the natural impulses of technocrats and the imperatives of technology have become so detached from the society of man that no one can tell where research ends and use begins. An ever-growing amount of military equipment has been prematurely ripped from the womb of research. It has been put into an apparently practical form without taking into account what human beings can actually do in a real situation. On paper, Western armies have a remarkable arsenal. In reality, much of it is useless in wartime situations, unless the enemy can be so overwhelmed as to be irrelevant as an opponent. Quite simply, it is too complicated to use. Even the M16 rifle carried by the American soldier is too sophisticated a value-laden word that switches the responsibility for failure from the weapon to the soldier. In ideal circumstances, the M16 is no doubt the best rifle in the world. In reality, it jams easily. Guerrilla soldiers around the world, who are constantly fighting in difficult circumstances, are far happier to have a basic Kalashnikov in their hands, even though it can't do a quarter of the things promised by the M16. Military planners will reply that guerrilla fighters are not as sophisticated as Western soldiers. In most cases, this simply isn't true. The average Western soldier has a lot of training but not much experience. The average guerrilla fighter knows what he can and cannot manipulate during real use. The Western problem is that weapons are now developed without taking into account the humans who will have to use them or the practical circumstances of their use. The contemporary staff general is so eager to get more of this complex weaponry that he often budgets for the maximum amount of equipment without leaving any reserve for spare parts or training. As a result, in 1985 the U.S. Air Force had 7,200 aircraft without the means to sustain them at military readiness. Nor did they have the bases in Europe capable of handling the equipment which would be deployed there in case of crisis. They didn't have the fuel, ammunition, repair facilities, or control towers to make the equipment usable. All they had was the equipment. 18. This frenzied desire to have the largest possible quantities of the latest and most complex equipment could be called the Armada complex. And while it is true that budgets in other Western armies limit this collector's folly, the Armada complex is nevertheless a generalized condition of the Western military. The West's victory over Iraq would seem to have laid all worries about military leadership, strategical competence and impractical equipment to rest. With a single success, the stigma of dozens of lost engagements and mismanaged wars had been wiped away. But nothing is worse than confidence based upon a false interpretation of events. And a war in which one side refuses to fight is not a victory for the other if there is a subsequent peace which leaves the loser with effective power. In place of soft self-reassurance, we would do better to ask ourselves exactly what this war demonstrated about Western armies. First, there is the question of mobilization. We mobilized on the scale of a world war and yet were able to gather together, right on the battlefront, troops and equipment from around the world without military interference from the enemy. We did this at our ease over a period of months, thereby confirming that the opponent was so inferior as to warrant neither World War methods nor rhetoric. Second, we carried out a lengthy, unopposed bombing campaign which official publicity told us was the first of its kind, accurate and effective thanks to the new smart bombs. In reality, only 7% of the 88,500 bombs dropped were smart. 19. We have no information on how smart they actually were. Only the successes were shown to the public on videotape. We do know, however, despite repeated claims by General Schwarzkopf that we have managed to neutralize the fixed launchers of the Scud missiles, that half of them remained operational. 20. As for the other 93% of Allied bombs, they had the traditional 25% accuracy rate. In other words, this campaign was not so very different from the interminable barrages of World War I and the strategic bombings of World War II, both of which caused heavy casualties while failing to accomplish military objectives. In the Iraq 223 campaign, some military as well as most civil infrastructures were destroyed. We actually have no idea whether this had a determining effect on the Iraqis' ability to fight the war. The aftermath demonstrates that their army was not seriously damaged. Even the short ground war was filled with indications that a heavy, prolonged, generalized bombing campaign did not have an important effect on the outcome. For example, entire regiments, which had not been targeted during the bombing, surrendered without firing a shot. It now appears that Saddam Hussein's army, with the exception of his Republican Guard, had from the beginning been unwilling to fight. Our military leaders have countered that they were forced to act as if the enemy would fight because they had no information to the contrary. In other words, Western intelligence networks were not functioning. An army cannot fight an intelligent war without accurate information about the enemy. Third, it is not at all clear that our equipment functioned well. Because our armies were able to draw on total Western stocks without impunity, they were not subjected to the limited conditions of real war, such as incurring heavy risks in order to replace equipment. For all we know, Western armies may have suffered the 25% equipment failure rates that previous experience would suggest. Our forces had the luxury of overarming themselves to such an extent that even high levels of failure would have had little importance. Fourth, the strategy for the ground invasion was almost standard. It benefited from the element of surprise only because the enemy, being so inferior, had no possibility of gathering information beyond its own borders. What was presented as a rapid and daring ground war was actually a predictable maneuver against an enemy waiting either to surrender or, in the case of the Republican Guards, to duck until hostilities were over. The strategies of armies, equipment, and leadership employed during this war were those we have been preparing over the last half-century for a major land war in Europe. Received wisdom now has it that, with the collapse of the Warsaw Bloc and the Soviet Union, the Cold War is over. However, the basic rivalries between East and West remain, along with their military infrastructures. In order to evaluate the Iraq campaign, one has to imagine it taking place against a real opponent, most probably in Europe. For a start, there would be no air superiority. 6 weeks of strategic bombing would be returned by 6 weeks of the same from the other side. The gathering of troops and equipment not already on the battlefront would be virtually impossible because of the enemy's long-range strike capability. Without rapid attack, both armies would be severely damaged. Once engaged, they would be dependent upon immediately available supplies. And the strategic movement of any army in any direction would be picked up immediately by the opponent's satellites. 224. I/O specific examples give a more realistic picture of our situation. The U.S. General Accounting Office completed a report in January 1991 which concluded that the American Army was so badly equipped and trained to resist chemical warfare that more than 50% of exposed troops would die. 21. There is no reason to suppose that the other Allied armies were better prepared. The second example relates to the Patriot missile, hero of the technological war. It now appears that its performance did not conform to claims made during the war. 158 Patriots were needed to hit 47 Scud missiles. These hits did not destroy the warhead. Instead, they struck the fuel rocket at a point when it was almost spent. As a result, the warhead was simply diverted to another site. In fact, Israeli casualties and damaged buildings rose several-fold once the Patriots began operating. 22. President Bush insisted on comparing Saddam Hussein to Hitler and, during his post-war State of the Union address, persisted in comparisons with the military struggles of the two world wars. Twice before in this century, an entire world was convulsed by war. Aside from this rhetoric, so overstated as to insult our intelligence, the West's pedantic methods against Iraq would have been a disaster if used against a real enemy. And even as a strategy for liberating Kuwait, it was inappropriate. The Iraqis were left the maximum amount of time to prepare the destruction of the local civil and oil industry infrastructure and then were defeated in a manner which ensured they could carry out that destruction. This real catastrophe was exacerbated by the Iraqi refusal to fight, followed by their reassumption of power at home. Worse still, not only did this war not solve the problems which caused it, the result will be massive regional growth in armed forces and new weaponry. Iran, for example, is busy rearming. Nevertheless, for the first time in memory, the Pentagon did not sabotage its own army. This was the result of a personal decision by General Colin Powell, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, simply to ignore the official Pentagon system. In other words, there has been no reform, only a one-time informal exception to the rules. In many ways the victory over Iraq eerily echoes that of the British over the Mahdi in the Sudan in 1898. Kitchener, a superficially colorful commander who was in reality slow and predictable, followed up 2 years of battlefield preparation with an easy victory over an opponent unequipped with such things as machine guns. The Mahdi's casualties were high. Those of the British were very low. There was a dramatic cavalry charge, not unlike the recent tank charge, which hadn't much to do with the outcome of the war. However, it was very exciting. This victory caused the British to believe that they were on the right military track. As a result, they bungled the South African War and undertook 225. The massacre of 1914-18. Comparisons of this sort are never quite satisfactory. However, carefully used they can at least discourage easy triumphalism. The swollen officer corps of the West have progressed from the myth of modern organization to the myth of the modern manager. All the syndromes of bureaucratic life are to be found in their headquarters. A 9-to-5 attitude. Group decisions to protect each individual. An inability to respond to information which indicates that the system is doing the wrong thing. Leadership rarely rewarded. Business management systems consciously applied to running armies. It is not an exaggeration to say that officers now know more about systems management than about fighting wars. In these entrepreneurial officer corps, Richard Gabriel has written, competition and careerism make every officer look out for himself. Personnel managers are actually in charge of the system, and they have redesigned the system of military promotion and rewards to reward managerial bureaucrats. 2. Army promotion boards are controlled by staff officers who have little or no frontline experience. It isn't surprising that Western military organizations are unable to adapt themselves to doing battle with fast, light armies that fight outside rational tradition. The managerial officer is unlikely to understand why these conflicts are taking place, or what the motivations of the officers involved might be, or how such wars are fought on a daily basis. The Third World mysteries, which have now spread to the former communist world, are beneath their complex skills. When on the morning of April 25, 1980, the American Secretary of Defense was obliged to announce the disastrous failure of the 100-odd men sent on the Iran rescue mission, some 35,000 staff officers and other ranks stood outside their offices in the Pentagon watching him on overhead corridor television monitors. Their expressions were wry, curious, mildly confused. 24. They were hearing about a world indifferent to their methods and systems, a real world they were often required to imagine on paper. Almost every American military operation of the last 40 years had been debated beforehand at great length in the thousands of offices off those corridors. The preparation had sometimes been so long that the relevant circumstances had completely changed by the time the operation was carried out. The message of the Secretary of Defense to the staff was that their imagining of the reality in Iran had led to a disaster. It was immediately apparent to everyone in the Pentagon that there had been human error out there, outside, on the ground. A few years later, when the U.S. Inter-Service Committee cranked out the plans for the Grenada invasion, a tiny role in the attack force was 226 allotted to each service represented on the committee. Indeed, a role was given to each section of each service represented on the committee. The operation was almost as complex as the Normandy landing, so complex that the only reason it succeeded was the total absence of any but token resistance. A large number of the 8,633 medals awarded were given to people on the planning staff who took no part in the operation. This was not unusual. In 1970 in Vietnam, 522,905 medals were awarded, double the number of American military personnel in South Asia. 25. But if all this is true of Western armed forces and their capabilities, what does it mean about the intricate web of nuclear weapons which now surrounds us? Quite probably a good part of the offensive machinery which is supposed to deliver the bombs doesn't work, and an even greater part of the defensive equipment. After all, everyone agrees that nuclear defense is far more complex than simply throwing bombs at the other side. It's unlikely that we shall get a chance to find out if all this is true. But the Star Wars proposition, when seen in this context, suddenly appears to have had nothing to do with nuclear warfare. It belongs in the category of the desk officer's dream, endless amounts of equipment incomprehensible to anyone except an expert and virtually inoperable in a real situation. It is one of the great ironies of military history that victories are eventually and invariably claimed by courtesans, who cloak themselves in the verbiage of the victor. And since they don't themselves understand strategy, they have no difficulty in convincing themselves that they are really the inheritors of the victor's methods. Our Western general staffs probably believe that they are the inheritors of the rapid movement, deep penetration, highly mobile tank strategists who stand out as the military heroes of the last World War. One example of this is the persistence with which they go on constructing ever more complicated helicopters. These machines have taken on a logic of their own, unrelated to their proven battle performance. Whatever new equipment is stuck onto them, helicopters have a fatal flaw. A soldier firing an ordinary rifle can still bring one down with a single shot. Helicopters have now been endlessly used in combat, almost always with heavy losses and little impact on the enemy. However, it has been decided that helicopters are the new tank. Their loss rate is therefore irrelevant. Were Liddell Hart, Fuller, Guderian, de Gaulle, and Dorman Smith, to say nothing of Wingate, to present at today's staff colleges a new version of their ideas, a version adapted to current circumstances, they would be laughed out of the room. And were they to attempt to influence strategic planning, the personnel directors would quickly ship them off to provincial postings. 227. If Charles de Gaulle was one of the most surprising victims of the modern military's double addiction to management and technology, he was, after all, the only one of the great strategists to later gain real power. As President of the French Republic, he had a chance to put into place the ideas he had first laid out in Vers Armée de Métier 30 years before. De Gaulle had come to power in 1958 when the army was in revolt against the civil authorities. This revolt ostensibly turned on the Algerian problem. In reality, it was part of the larger question of the French army's inability to accept a republican and democratic system as the ultimate authority. In truth, the traditional officer class, that strange combination of gentry and staff, had gone on controlling the machinery in exactly the way it had since 1914. As President of the Republic, de Gaulle wanted to create a high-technology army, the modern version of his old tank force. It would be run by a new generation of officers, technicians who would not come from the gentry or the staff and who would not have a private club approach to the army. They would become the first generation of truly apolitical officers in the history of the French republics. By their simple absence from the political process, they would ensure political stability. This, de Gaulle felt, would definitively solve the never-ending problem of civil-military relations in France. These new officers were trained and promoted as fast as possible. The Chief of Staff, General Charles Ailleret, was himself a technician. He had been in charge of new weapon projects. He was officially the father of the French nuclear bomb. The old staff and the old officer corps resisted these changes as actively as the circumstances permitted. They feared that a high-tech, professional force would remove all need for them. They were particularly opposed to the nuclear force, which could be operated by a handful of men. The president would therefore have direct control over the military machine without any need for intervention by the central staff. By the time de Gaulle left power in 1969, it was clear that he had won. It was also clear, however, that his victory had not turned out as expected. The new technocrat officers came from the lower middle and middle classes. They found themselves caught up in the officer corps without the traditional, gentry-based officer mythology. Technocracy provided no emotional comfort. They were at sea in a role which had always belonged to others. Inevitably they reached out for the nearest, most obvious belief system, and that was loyalty to the armed forces, an in-house loyalty cut off from wider social or class commitments. The rise of an inward-looking, technocratic, staff-oriented officer. 228. Corps, isolated from society as a whole, was by no means particular to France. It has been a general Western phenomenon and has become particularly worrying in the United States. Their new officers are increasingly drawn from the children of senior NCOs. These young men have been brought up in the physical world of army camps and the emotional world of military mythology. They don't have the outside links of the old officer class. Nor do they have links to their own class, for the simple reason that the stable privileges of military life raise them above their origins, whether as privates, sergeants, or officers. On the outside, after all, public programs, educational, social, and legal, have been collapsing throughout the United States. The sole major exception has been the world of the armed forces, where everyone is taken care of in what amounts to a society of socialist paternalism. For poor and lower middle class Americans, life on the inside is much better than life on the outside. The interests of an officer corps produced in this atmosphere are particular to the world they know. In the case of France, President de Gaulle was able to see the shift in loyalty of the officer class even before he left power. The new officers were not responding to the challenge of his new strategies. They began instead to transform the simple, new nuclear force and the new conventional machinery into an ever more complex and stolid abstraction. They began to reinforce the old staff resistance to political power. They discovered that this was a way to apply pressure on the politicians for a constant stream of new equipment. The tank strategy in particular, which had been so resisted by the old military authorities, was something they had now fallen in love with. That is to say, they fell in love with the tank, a wonderful piece of heavy, complicated machinery which could be armed in a myriad of ways. It was only a matter of time before they adapted it to a static view earth strategy not unlike trench warfare. As indeed all the Western armies have done. And the nuclear strategies suffered the same fate. Flexible response was the opposite of flexible. This term, stolen from the vocabulary of sensible strategies, was deformed to mean gradual response. And gradual response is precisely what was used in World War I, a fixed, in-depth defense which required masses of bombs, equipment, and men, in endless variations of size and combinations. That was why the Europeans recognized the implications immediately, when this strategy was first introduced by McNamara in the early 1960s. They understood that it meant the continent would have to be destroyed before the United States considered any serious action of its own. But their moment of clarity gradually slipped away as the staff planners became mesmerized by the endless choice of interlocking weaponry which flexible response offered them. It was only a matter of time. 229. Before the very complexity of French nuclear strategy, along with the strategies of the other Western powers, had been turned into an updated version of the Maginot Line. The American MX missile system, in particular, with its limited quantity of special railway tracks moving weapons about in a fixed pattern, is a physical parody of the old Maginot Line construction. And the recently renamed SDI, even if it were actually doable, would be a massive expansion of the same sort of static defense. The military's response to the recent agreements on nuclear weapons reduction in Europe illustrated this state of mind. They really didn't care so long as they were compensated with increased quantities of conventional weapons. At first this appears sensible. The collapse of the Warsaw Pact and the Soviet Union, when added to the childish enthusiasm of the West, have left the impression that everything is up for grabs east of the EEC. But if one listens very closely to the demands of our military for conventional equipment or to their concerns over possible conventional arms reduction, a curious impression emerges. They seem almost pleased at the idea of fewer nuclear bombs and increased reliance on tanks and artillery. There is a revival of the old staff officer displeasure at the rise of nuclear weapons, which removed power from their headquarters and gave it to politicians. On a continent now crowded with fragile new nations whose diplomatic and military relationships may not be stabilized for a decade or more, a return to tanks and cannon holds out the hope of a return to manageable weapons and old-fashioned, thump-the-enemy warfare. This sort of suffocating bureaucratic structure, which sees war as weaponry, rather in the way many aristocrats once saw war as protocol and uniforms, has turned a straightforward and brutal reality into an abstraction. In the process, the officer's concrete sense that he is fighting to win has been undermined. This in turn has clouded the justification for asking a soldier to risk his life. Wars nevertheless have continued to turn around death, and so it was inevitable that something would appear to counterbalance the atmosphere of obscure abstraction. Something comforting. This took the form of an emotional outlet called bravery. Courage or bravery has become a pillar of the nation-state's mythology. In an earlier era, service and chivalric form had played important roles. At that time, courage was simply a practical characteristic required in the soldiers of a winning army. It was no more important than intelligence, humanity, professionalism, and personality. But with the rise of the bureaucratic staff army, courage evolved into a compensation for not fighting to win. It became a measurement for that new phenomenon, the hero. Each soldier, each officer, was an 230 individual who could dream of his own glory by comparing his own courage to that of the hero. Courage had always been something every man could hope to possess. Now it broke down into three forms. The first was relatively rare, that act of bravery which brought victory measurably closer. Not romantically. Not abstractly. Not the proverbial machine gun post knocked out. But significantly closer. And not victory in a clash or battle, but victory in a great battle or war. The second sort of courage was not so rare. It was that of the individual whom fate throws into an impossible situation. This has nothing to do with victory. It has everything to do with a single man and his fate. It is war as an existential act, quite apart from victory or defeat. The third kind has become tragically common. It is that quality which men summon up from within themselves to deal with the hopeless fate dealt them by incompetent commanders. This courage is a form of individual dignity which makes the pointlessness of that man's death acceptable to his family and to society. Unfortunately, that same dignity also has the effect of camouflaging both the commander's incompetence and the military structure which caused the man's death. When we talk of valor and courage in the nation-state, we are more of 10 than not talking about this dignified suicide of the inadvertently condemned. As for the medals which accompany such a waste of life, they are a trick of military incompetence. In lieu of victory and/or life, the individual is given a medal. As the Grenada operation demonstrated, in the American Army even pointless death has been so devalued that the flushing of a general's toilet may as easily earn a shiny bit of metal. The pinning on of stars reaches its full cynical significance when sanctified valor and bereaved families are used to lend dignity to wars stupidly fought. The courageous and their families are drawn into a circular trap. The sacrificed soldier was valorous under the orders of a commander who has rewarded his effort. The battle was therefore worth fighting. Courage made it worthwhile. The basic rule of war that it is, ought to be won has been forgotten. Courage has become a proof of virtue and of celebrity value. The point of the brave soldier's fame, like that of the pie-eating contest winner who is interviewed on television, is that he or she, for that moment and in his or her own way, is the hero. This is little more than hopeless dreaming to compensate for hopeless leadership. There is no example in history of a nation that is unable or unwilling to defend itself surviving for any length of time. That was why Sun Tzu began by invoking the essential nature of military action. Machiavelli. 231. With his cold and cynical eye and his ability to infuriate the good men who wished reason to be a moral force, nevertheless caught the essence of the problem: there is nothing proportionate between the armed and the unarmed. The West has never been so armed and yet felt itself so little defended. There is no consensus, even among the civil and military leadership, on a circumstance in which our arms might be used to defend us successfully. Repeated questioning of our citizenry over the last few decades reveals that a majority of those who have been in the direct line of fire, the Europeans, felt themselves unable to imagine any action which would defend their lives, their families, their homes, or their countries. In such an atmosphere, it is hardly surprising that the officer corps are also looked down upon, or that the officers themselves are genuinely confused about their role. For example, captains of nuclear submarines, if called upon to fire their warheads, have no idea where the missiles are aimed. The geographic coordinates are on an electronic disk legible only by the submarine's computer. When questioned about this, officers tend to express relief that their destructive powers at the moment of firing would remain abstract. They would rather not know what city will be destroyed by their personal action. 26. A nation nevertheless has to defend itself. To defend a free people can only be understood as a moral act. To defend them well must be better than to defend them badly. A good defense minimizes the risks of death and destruction. Guybert's 18th century idea, of marshalling reason to organize armies in order to remove mediocrity and allow the competent soldiers to command, must certainly have been both a good and a moral idea. And yet the direct result of his success was the unleashing of Napoleon and, with him, the unleashing of the godlike hero archetype. The subsequent deformation of reason into a bureaucratic sea designed to drown heroes seemed perfectly justified. The stifling of genius became the free man's ultimate protection. But this protection applied only where free men lived. Elsewhere the forces of darkness were able to gather up this entwined myth of reason and the hero. And when those forces attacked free men, we found ourselves defended by a sea of technicians. The military staffs, called upon to fight on our behalf, proved themselves as bloody as Napoleon. The difference was that their killing arose not from the application of unbridled ambition but from ambition unapplied except as an adjunct of administrative power. Their casualties were the result not of aggression but of disinterest and ineptitude. Mediocrity kills as successfully as genius, and so we are forced back to our original beliefs about the relationship between morality and a 232. Fence. There are two kinds of morality in the world of arms. There is the most narrow, which is the honest relationship between an officer and his men. In this the technocrat fails and the good field officer may succeed. But the rampant hero also succeeds in this domain by distorting the devotion owed him by his men. The larger kind of morality is that between the officer and the state. In the nascent democracies of the 19th century it was possible for ambitious men to distort reason to their personal service. Somehow, as Foch and Haig demonstrated, this weakness for distortion went on into the middle of the 20th. Now we no longer have the excuse of inexperience. We ought to feel comfortable enough with our way of life to believe ourselves capable of maintaining soldiers on their path of duty. The enlightened ruler, Sun Tzu wrote, is prudent and the good general warned against rash action. Thus the state is kept secure and the army preserved. 27. Surely it would be wiser today to hand our defense to those able to defend us in the belief that we are capable of controlling them. Better the risk of honest genius than the impossibility of controlling manipulative and unresponsive mediocrity. But how could any state actually build a military system bound by skill and morality? The establishment of a common understanding between the population and their defenders is the obvious answer, and no population could believe in such a unity so long as the staff control the armies. The list of what would have to change is impossibly long. It begins with the eradication of the idea that the modern officer is little different from the modern bureaucrat or businessman. The officer is not a manager, not a committee man. not one who works towards group decisions. The essence of good strategy is what it has always been: insecurity and uncertainty. The staff officers seek security and certainty. They build carefully laid out attack and defense schemes. Only the removal of their controlling hand can change this. One of the simplest steps in the right direction would involve a radical reduction in the size of our officer corps. They are now so bloated that they contain a self-serving internal logic, only indirectly related to strategy and national interests. Reduction is something advocated by such outsiders as the great British military historian Michael Howard and, of course, Richard Gabriel. A lean officer corps is more likely to concentrate on its role. The staff obsession with quantities of complex equipment could also be dealt with if the officer corps were small enough to have direction. On an even more practical level, soldiers should evaluate soldiers. There is no role for personnel officers in the molding of an officer corps, any more than there is for bureaucrats in uniform acting as backroom strategists. 233. To do this and much more would require our political leadership taking on real responsibility. The history of the last 40 years has been that of politicians letting staff officers dictate the agenda. Instead of playing bureaucratic games over money and equipment, governments would find themselves having to control thinkers who are capable of action. As for the real staff structure needed to service any modern army, we have had 2 centuries of experience with rational administration. We now know what works and what doesn't. The politicians and the soldiers could control the staff if an intensive effort were made and maintained. What we must continually remind ourselves is that the original intent in professionalizing and rationally managing our armies was to have fewer, faster, less destructive and more decisive wars. The result instead has been the institutionalization of semi-permanent warfare, which grows continually larger, more destructive, and increasingly indecisive. Our problem is increasingly one of identifying reality in a world which finds refuge in military illusions. Thus we pretend that we are at peace when the world is at war. We believe our armies are weak when defense budgets are higher than nations theoretically at peace have ever supported. We have enshrined the values of the fast and mobile wars while constantly preparing for slow, static, frontal assaults. We accept and encourage the generalship of technocrats, somehow ignoring their now long record of losses and draws. Finally, by glorifying our occasional victories over much weaker opponents, we manage to forget that the history of warfare is made up mainly of large unimaginative armies being defeated by small, imaginative forces. The reality which can be identified in all of this is that the greatest risk for democracy is not the emergence of a Napoleon but the failure to reduce the function of administrators to administration. The real challenge is to control soldiers whose job it is to maintain a strategy of uncertainty. Man is a great deal happier with certainty, even if its comfort is false and dangerous. But if common sense were able to sweep from our minds the fears of a less stable past, this control would appear as the natural duty of responsible citizens and their governments. If the Napoleonic hero could be exorcised, we would find the moral value in our own defense and therefore in our soldiers. A free man's defense depends upon his willingness to kill the hero within himself in order to be able to reject it in others. 10. In the service of the greater self. So long as there is a clear belief in the purpose of an organization, those responsible will find a sensible way to run it. But if the heart of belief is only in structure, then the whole body will gradually lose its sense of direction and then its ability to function. The arms business is a prime example of the loss of direction in Western governments and of their growing inability to do what their societies expect of them. It is as if the confusion among those who govern has become so great that they mistake frenetic activity for the carrying out of their functions. Any search for the cause of this crisis must focus on our continuing inability to deal with the contradictions between democracy and rational administration, contradictions which have led to the emasculation of the former, whether it be in elected assemblies or in ministerial offices. But the problem is not so simple as is generally suggested. After all, it was a combination of democratic government and rational administration which radically improved the social balance over a period of some 2 centuries. In the process, However, this coalition lost any practical sense of why or how it was done. The result has been an inversion of roles. Administration has increasingly become the purpose and democratic leadership has felt obliged to follow. Methodology has replaced direction. Moral value has been attributed to such technical tools as efficiency and speed. The result has been a decline of the democratic function into one of mere process and a growing frustration, if not anger, among elected representatives and their electors. Increasingly that frustration has been seized upon by organized interests, what in Mussolini's day would have been called corporate interests. The essence of corporatism is that each group has its own purpose, organization, and financial strength. These group interests negate democracy, which depends on the contribution of individual citizens. It was generally believed that 235. The last World War had defeated corporatism. But the growing democratic void has enabled organized interests to occupy more and more of the structures of Western political leadership in the name, astonishingly enough, of the individual voter, frustrated as he or she is by the rational state. Thus, beneath the guise of populist rhetoric, the democratic system has turned increasingly to the service of specific interests. It is a remarkable confidence trick in which the voters have begun voluntarily handing their gains of the last 2 centuries back over to the same small groups or their modern equivalents which for so long were the principal beneficiaries of a grossly inequitable civilization. The difficulty in dealing with this problem in a sensible way stems, as so often in rational society, from the absolutism of the ideologies which have defined the parameters of the debate. Once Max Weber, writing early in this century, had turned bureaucracy into a self-contained value, the way was open for others to focus on the contrary as a justification for their opposition to an equitable society. The resulting false debate has led to a growing number of destructive aberrations in a civilization which wishes to remain democratic. For example, political leaders have been steadily erecting buffers between themselves and the governmental system. The most disturbing of these walls is the proliferation of unelected advisors, who are now so numerous and powerful that they virtually constitute Praetorian guards. Their job is to bolster the power of those in office by increasing their independence from both the people's elected representatives and the administrative system. But as history has repeatedly demonstrated, public power in the hands of the unregulated personal advisors of the heads of government has always led to abuse. The elimination of this was one of the driving forces in the rise of bureaucracy. What follows here is an attempt to isolate some of the contradictions in democratic rational government as a way of uncovering their cause. Is it, for example, the rise in public services which is responsible, as the contemporary right argues, for the decline in effective democracy? Have the political and the bureaucratic classes profoundly changed because the alteration in their powers now attracts a different sort of candidate? Is there a natural alliance between the democratic and bureaucratic methods? Or a natural tension which must be consciously and constantly controlled? What is clear when these and other questions are asked is that the great national coalitions beneath the banner of democracy and reason have disintegrated, and the only way to make sense of the remains is to ensure a practical divorce between ideas and methods, which in being mixed together have deformed our society. 236. After making enormous progress over the last century towards basic justice in many areas, the Western nations are now accepting a general slippage backwards. The OECD members carry 30 million unemployed almost helplessly, as if it were a characteristic of modern societies. Most of these people are chronically unemployed. What progress there has been in the creation of new employment, particularly in the United States, has often depended upon unsecured, poverty level, part-time employment, in other words, upon a return to 19th century unreformed capitalism. This situation has been accompanied by rising levels of illiteracy, unseen since before World War I, while state school systems decline. Having, through enlightened social policies, rendered the European and much of the North American working class virtually obsolete, our societies made a terrible discovery. There is no point in eliminating VT or king class conditions and absorbing the members of that class unless you eliminate the need for a working class or radically upgrade the general attitude towards their contribution. Both solutions are dependent upon a reorganization of the economy. Rather than attempt such an integrated policy, we have simply created a whole new working class. In countries such as Germany, Sweden, and France, this was done by encouraging massive immigration from third-world countries. The conditions surrounding this immigration ensured that the newcomers would remain working class in the old 19th century sense, often without a vote, without citizenship, often even without access to ongoing social security or education. In the United States, despite the disappearance of the worst sorts of public racism and the emergence of a small black middle class, including some highly successful politicians, the blacks have been confirmed in their sub-working class role. This emerges from all the statistics on unemployment, healthcare, mortality rates, education, prison occupation, and family status. For example, infant mortality among blacks is more than double that of whites, and the gap is widening. To this racial problem has been added a second sub-working class made up of Hispanics who will be, at 30 million, the largest ethnic group in the United States by the year 2000. A large number of these immigrants fuel a low-cost, low employment standards black market economy which escapes all social regulation. This in turn has placed great pressure on the economies of the southern states to remain or return to pre-Roosevelt conditions, which in turn has created an industrial drain from the northern states. As a further pressure on this lowest common denominator style of competition, America is gradually integrating its 237 economy with that of Mexico, a country that operates at the cheap and rough levels of the Third World. In Britain, a similar approach has led to the creation of large pockets of new wealth and to equally large pockets of new poverty. This return to the old rich-poor society with a gap in the middle has been encouraged by a decline in universal state services, whether practical, such as transportation, or social, such as health care. In other words, there has been a gradual undermining of the idea of a general social consensus. All of this has been fueled by a slavish devotion to the rational certitude that there are absolute answers to all questions and problems. These absolute solutions have succeeded each other over the last 20 years in a jarring and disruptive way. At the same time, the ability of governments to effect economic development has been severely handicapped by a growing reliance on service industries for growth, a sector dominated not by sophisticated items such as computer software but by consumer goods and personal consumer services. These sectors, it goes without saying, also flourish on labor which is part-time, low-wage and insecure, thus creating a false sense of having solved part of the job creation problem. This growth in services also leaves the Western economies dependent on the most unstable area of economic activity, which is the first to collapse in an economic crisis. Put another way, service industries are to the economy what the uncontrolled printing of money is to monetary stability. They are both forms of inflation. These examples of a general decline stand out in contrast to state mechanisms which have never been so sophisticated. This sophistication has reached a level of complexity so great that the systems are, in truth, incomprehensible not only to the citizen, but to the most part of the political class. The latter, in a slothful loss of intellectual and practical self-discipline, have simply accepted that this is the way things must be. The resulting void in responsible leadership has allowed an hysterical brand of simplistic politics to rise and take power on the back of truisms, clichés, and chauvinism, all of which fall below the intellectual level of Jenkins-ear jingoism. When President Bush, in his inaugural address, warmed to the theme of a kinder, gentler America, he said, "We know what works, freedom works. We know what's right, freedom is right. We know how to secure a more just and prosperous life for man on earth, through free markets, free speech, free elections." No one laughed at his absurd ordering of these three freedoms. The men of reason in the other political party, in his own party, in the media and in the universities found nothing to say. Every word and concept of the wars of democracy and justice has been appropriated by those who traditionally opposed both and who seek 238. Power to undo what has been done. The moral sense of the 18th century has not only been turned upside down. This has been done with its own vocabulary. Thus Bush could give primacy to free markets over free men. As if to say that the right to speculate in junk bonds is more important than the removal of slavery. And Jefferson, Reagan could say, was against big government. Therefore, the 40 million Americans / about health care were not a government concern. But what Jefferson was against was unnecessary government organisms which no longer contributed anything. He saw political power as a limited deck of cards. Those who held office were to play their hand carefully and endlessly, picking up old cards and putting down new ones, as old problems were solved and new problems arose. Those who seek and often gain power today use the vocabulary of the 18th century the way television evangelists use the Old Testament. By mistaking method for content and structure for morality, we have created a fatal weapon which can be used against any fair society. No honest man can use a modern system to create and serve as well as a dishonest man can use it to destroy and to fill his pockets. The resulting moral confusion cannot simply be laid at the feet of those guilty of taking advantage of the situation. They and their attitudes are the product of a method of reasoning which is now geriatric. The rational elites, obsessed by structure, have become increasingly authoritarian in a modern, administrative way. The citizens feel insulted and isolated. They k for someone to throw stones on our behalf. Any old stone will do. The cruder the better to crush the sirens of the obscure men and their obscure methods. The NEV foot with its parody of democratic values, has been a crude but stone with which to punish the modern elites. The Fiolefa will eventually succeed it, could easily turn out to be equally foot, and yet none of this can be said all considering just how bad things were 2 centuries ago, even blace years ago, and how relatively gxy they are now. We have take to ergs corridor elites and condemning the way our society works because rates one flaws, but flaws in what context? In Phi 1 take public health, for example *b the late 17th century Paris was without a sanitary system its streets were a gigantic latrine lore live 100,000 people, lie terraces of the king's palace the Tuileries smelled so strong it no one dared go onto them except to relieve themselves. At that point in history, the modern administrative structure was in its infancy, limited to little more than the maîtrise de requêtes. An early form of ombudsman, they were judges who listened to complaints and requests addressed to Thr King. Rid Elihu had not even begun his raising. 239. Of city walls with the idea of making central administrative control possible. 150 years later, in 1844, very little had changed. 600,000 of the 912,000 residents of Paris lived in slums. 3. At Montfaucon, in the north of the city, transporters of excrement, who had been collecting door to door during the night, dumped their loads into great swamps of the same matter. Men spent their lives living on these shores and wading out every day in search of small objects they might sell. At Lille, in the 1860s, in the working-class district of Saint-Sauveur, 95% of the children died before the age of 5. The famed Paris sewer system was created over a long period in the second half of the last century. The long delays were largely due to the virulent opposition of the property owners, who did not want to pay to install sanitary piping in their buildings. These people were the new right of their day. The prefect of Paris, Monsieur Pobeli, succeeded in forcing garbage cans on the property owners in 1887 only after a ferocious public battle. This governmental interference in the individual's right to throw his garbage into the street, which was, in reality, the property owner's right to leave his tenants no other option, made Pobeli into the crypto-socialist of the hour. In 1900 the owners were still fighting against the obligations both to put their buildings on the public sewer system and to cooperate in the collection of garbage. In 1904 in the 11th arrondissement, a working-class district, only 2,000 out of 11,000 buildings had been piped into the sewer system. By 1910 half the city's buildings were on the sewers and only half the France had any sewers at all. Photos of early 20th-century Marseilles show great piles of refuse and excrement d'oeuvre. Entre the streets. Cholera outbreaks were common and ravagio en population. In 1954 the last city without, Saint-Rémy-de-Provence, in IESJ sewers. It was the gradual created and effective bureaucracy which brought an end to all this filth and eau de peau. Any public servants did so against the desires of the mass of Troven and upper classes. The free market opposed sanitation. The rich, JJNG it. The civilized opposed it. Most of the educated opposed it. 1*SJRI-#SY It took a century to finish what could have been done in TSLRS. Put in contemporary terms, the market economy angrily and persistently opposed clean public water, sanitation, garbage collection, and improved public health because they appeared to be unprofitable enterprises which, in addition, put limits on the individual's freedoms. These are simple historic truths which have been forgotten today, thus permitting the fashionable belief that even public water services should be /atized in order that they might benefit from the free market system. 240. It was the property owners, with their unbelievably narrow self-interest, who made Marx a man to follow. There was not some sort of abrupt social revolution in Western Europe and America in the late 19th and early 20th centuries was due almost entirely to the devotion and gradual success of the administrative class. In effect they saved the property, rights, and privileges of those who opposed their reforms. And they did so, despite being poorly paid, only half supported in the politicians, and resented as they are still today by those who had to contribute from their pockets. How then, if the battle fought and won was both just and popular, have the old elites been able to convince so many citizens that public servants and the services they offer are to be looked upon with contempt? In part the explanation has been a spreading realization among those elites who oppose universal services that reason is just a method.